Chapter 81 Knife Skills. Luke looked at Senator Eibel, and the dignity of the former senator was completely gone from him. He was like a fat sheep that had washed itself clean lying on the chopping board. And he was still waiting for the knife to fall. For Luke, it was also a technical job to know where to cut the knife. Mr. Senator, please understand our difficulties. This situation cannot be solved in a hurry. What is needed is time. And a detailed inspection of the entire airship wreckage is required. Fortunately, there was no loss of life in this accident. And the imperial taxes are all there. Losing an airship is already the best result. At this time, Kalina brought tea to the two of them. Thank you. Luke nodded in thanks. And then continued to say to Counselor Eibel, I have learned that the Thunder Tower was destroyed by the elf Qigong, which is a major disaster for the city of Raging Waves. The focus of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau is to capture the elf Qigong, and we must stop her from committing crimes. The manpower and energy we can invest in the Clover incident are limited. Please understand. Counselor. Luke's words made Counselor Eibel irrefutable, and he dared not refute. In the current city of Raging Waves, nothing can be more important than hunting down Qigong. But Counselor Eibel feels that his life is more important. He has fallen into a dead cycle of delusion. The more he thinks about it, the more he thinks there is a traitor, and the more he thinks someone is preparing to kill him. Inspector Meteor, please do your best to investigate the Clover incident. There is something. I would like to entrust you with a personal relationship. Member Eibel lowered his voice. Luke also lowered his voice and asked, Please speak. Senator, this is my first time in Raging Waves City, and there are many things that need your help. I will also help you as much as I can. Member Eibel looked at Kalina first, thinking that she was a brain-modified person who was absolutely loyal to Inspector Meteor. So he said with confidence, I think someone wants to kill me. Who? I don't know yet. But it must be someone with a very high status in Raging Waves City. I don't know who I can trust around me, but I know I can trust you. I hope you can provide me with protection. Luke said, Mr. Counselor, you think too much. As far as I know, the relationship between the bigwigs in the city of Raging Waves is very harmonious. You are one of the 9 members of the city council, the head of the city finance and taxation office, a lord of the empire, and a star entrepreneur. Even if you get sick, it will be a big event that can dominate the headlines of newspapers. Anyone who dares to kill you is simply an enemy of the city of Raging Waves. No, it is the empire. Seeing that the meteorite inspector did not believe it, Counselor Eibel hurriedly said, What I said is true. The one who wants me to die may be one of the other counselors. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you the specific reason. But please rest assured, as long as you provide me with protection, I will be your staunch ally in the parliament. Member Eibel is a powerful figure in the city of Raging Waves. So this sentence is very important. Luke looked moved. Threatening the safety of the members of the city of Raging Waves is threatening the security of the empire. Yes. 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 Member Eibel understood what the meteorite inspector said, and said, This is definitely an imperial security incident. I request the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau to intervene. I accept your commission. Member Eibel. Luke smiled and said, I heard that you, the member, have many factories, shipyards, hotels, fleets. Yes. Member Eibel gritted his teeth. And it was time to cut flesh and bleed. I can give you. No. You misunderstood. I don't need you to give me anything. Luke said honestly, I am a senior agent of the Imperial Secret Service and cannot accept any form of bribery. What I mean is, our Cape District Secret Service is funding the establishment of a Yin-Yang Night School to train technical workers. The preparations for the night school have been completed, but we have not found a suitable unit to accept students. I wonder if the senator can help us with this. Night school? What do you teach? The Imperial Secret Service runs a school. Senator Eber was confused at first. What can be taught? Tracking? Wiretapping? Interrogation? Assassination? What does this have to do with my factory? Let me accept it. You might as well let me go bankrupt directly. Luke knew that Counselor Ibrahim must have misunderstood. So he explained, Mr. Counselor, the law and order in the Cape District has always been a chronic problem. And the main reason is that there are too many people doing nothing. Without money and livelihood, one can only rely on brute force and bravery. Murder cases happen every day in the Cape District. As a newly appointed detective of the Secret Service, I want to use the management of the law and order in the Cape District as a report card when I report to the princess in the future. Yanong Night School is my attempt to teach idle people some skills, and let them all go to work in the factory. With a stable income. I am busy from morning to night every day. So I don't have the energy to cause trouble. I promise that Yanong Night School is a legitimate technical training school. Please do me a favor. Mr. Senator. Luke's words made Senator Idle open his mouth wide. And even forgot the purpose of his visit. This meteorite inspector is really a maverick. Completely unlike the senior Imperial agents he knew before. He is decent and cultured. Upright and does not accept bribes. And can devote so much energy to the security of the Cape District. This should have been the work of the Cape District Security Bureau and the City Government Hall. But the meteorite inspector took it over without complaint. He is a model official who does practical things. Senator Idle is a little ashamed. Support? Must support. Based on the character and ability of the meteorite inspector. He is definitely more reliable than those guys, who are just sitting there doing nothing. The city government office didn't even know that the Secret Affairs Bureau of Cape District was planning to organize Yanong Night School. This is definitely a serious dereliction of duty by the relevant officials. I fully support the establishment of Yanong Night School, and will urge the city government office to give the night school financial and policy support. As for the work arrangement of the night school academy, leave it all to me. As long as they are qualified workers. I want them all. Meteorite detective. Just boldly train the trainees. My factory can't accommodate them. I will be responsible for coordinating with other companies in Niteo City to ensure that as many people graduate from your side. We will arrange as many people as you do. The two of us will work together to solve the public security in Cape District. This is what I must do, and have the obligation to do as a city councillor. The employment problem of Yanong Night School was solved. Kylina, who was standing by, could not help but cast an admiring gaze at the inspector. He seemed to know that Councillor Iber would come. And he would definitely solve the employment problem of night school students. In the future, Cape District will definitely get better under the governance of the inspector. Luke was not satisfied with this matter. And he said to Iber, Cape Port has not received the necessary repairs due to the lack of maintenance funds for a long time, making many equipment very old, and there are many safety hazards on the dock. Can the city government office help us overhaul Cape Port? Chapter 82 Win-Win Solution. This, Councilman Ibble did not dare to agree immediately. The cost of repairing the port and arranging night school students is not the same concept. For Cape Port, repairing and rebuilding are similar, and it may require the city of Raging Waves to invest a quarter of money. Besides, such a big thing is not something that he, a councillor, can decide. Inspector, I understand your desire to govern the Cape District well, but the investment required to repair the port is huge. And the reconstruction of the Thunder Tower is more important. The city's finances cannot afford to repair Cape Port. If it is just to repair a few docks, I can still do it. Luke knew that the request he made was beyond Ibble's ability. But it was not easy to catch a fat sheep. And it would be a waste of his cooking skills if he didn't cook a good meal. If you want to increase the economic scale of the Cape District in a short time, it is unrealistic to open factories and engage in industry. The investment is high. The effect is slow, and the risk is high, since the Cape District now relies on the port for food. We should still find a way to do it. Increase the throughput of the port, and then rely on the port to engage in logistics and service industries. Make yourself the core of this economic system. Since we can't get investment, we can change another method and always squeeze out oil. It seems that I thought this matter too simply. Repairing Cape Port is indeed a huge amount of money. I have an idea here. Please help me analyze whether it is feasible. Please go ahead. Luke reorganized his thoughts and continued, Your Excellency should know that a large-scale fight took place in the Cape area some time ago, and many people died. For these gang members, simple suppression is ineffective. They have nothing but their lives, and they can only fight with their lives. I organized Yanong Night School to find another way out for them. And another thing I did was to gather all these gang members into the Yanong Trade Group. Hearing this, Councillor Ibel frowned and said, Inspector, you are taking a very big risk by doing this. The risk is huge, but it's also an attempt. They are black. We help them clean up. If they can make money by doing legitimate business, most of them will definitely not risk their lives for that little money. The original sin of all things in the Cape District is poverty, not the nature of the residents here. If you want to completely solve the security problems in the Cape District, you must resolutely punish the extremely vicious people, and also help those who can be saved. Pushing people out will not solve the problem. Ibel nodded in agreement. Your view on the security problems in the Cape District is very novel. But I have to admit that it makes sense. I admire your courage and courage. What does this have to do with repairing the port? Yinong Trade Group can invest in the renovation of Cape Port. Do you have so much money? Of course we don't. But the Imperial Royal Bank does. I hope you, the counselor, can help us apply for a loan from the Imperial Royal Bank. This money will be used for the renovation of Cape Port under the supervision of the bank and the city government office. Yinong Trade Group hopes that this investment will allow it to obtain the management rights of Cape Port for 30 years. Every year, we pay 110% of the city's fiscal revenue this year, and the loan will be fully repaid within the 30-year management period. This is a good thing that is beneficial to both the city's fiscal revenue and the Imperial Royal Bank. Counselor Ibel used his economic mind to think about the feasibility of this matter. Can Cape Harbor make more money by renovating it? Of course it can. Now the expansion of Raging Wave City has reached its limit, and foreign trade continues to maintain high growth. The city government office proposed a plan to renovate Cape Harbor a long time ago, but it has not been passed by the parliament for various reasons. Any changes to Cape Harbor will touch the interests of many bigwigs, and it is a concession of city interests to private interests. Counselor Ibel is one of the people who rejected this plan. Inspector, I think it will be difficult for your plan to be passed by the city council. Luke said meaningfully, if this plan can be passed, it will greatly improve your safety. Counselor Ibel thought Luke was threatening him, but after thinking about it again, his mind suddenly became clear. Because of the loss of gold, he offended many people, and there was a traitor in the dark who wanted to kill him. I guess those people have been thinking about how to drive me out of the position of counselor. If I lose this identity of counselor, it will be a dead end that no one can save. The Thunder Tower was destroyed last night, and no one came to look for me in the Secret Intelligence Bureau of Cape District for such a long time. This is a very bad sign. What he needs most now is the support from a third party to enhance his influence in the city of Raging Waves. The importance of repairing Cape Port is not as good as rebuilding the Thunder Tower, but the investment scale and the number of people who directly benefit from it are definitely more than rebuilding the Thunder Tower. Moreover, although both are repairs, rebuilding the Wrath of Thunder Tower is a matter of swallowing one's teeth, while repairing Cape Harbor is a grand and glorious event, all of which are positive images. Counselor Ibel felt that he needed this positive image very much. In addition, if he could help Inspector Meteorite to get the management rights of Cape Harbor, it would be equivalent to getting a very important bargaining chip. As long as he can keep this seat as a counselor, everyone will have to be a little cautious in doing things, and the traitor who wants to kill him must be particular about the method. Instead of rushing directly to the home of the former counselor and hacking to death an excellent businessman, it is difficult for the parliament to pass. But it is not impossible to pass. Counselor Ibel knows best how to convince the parliament. The collapse of the Wrath of Thunder Tower has embarrassed the city government office. Facing the pressure of all citizens, many people are in danger of being held accountable and dismissed. I think that our large-scale publicity of the renovation of Cape Harbor at this time will definitely help them share a lot of public pressure in the face of angry citizens and government officials who are in urgent need of self-protection. With my lobbying, I can convince the Parliament to agree to the plan to repair Cape Harbor. But I don't think the Parliament will easily hand over this project to you. After all, there are too many stakeholders involved in Cape Harbor. Luke smiled and said, as long as the Parliament agrees to repair Cape Harbor, I can guarantee that no one can do this project except Yinong Trade Group. Thinking of who is in Yinong Trade Group, Counselor Ibel immediately smiled with relief. Yes, I will let your competitors and the construction party know that except Yinong Trade Group, whoever comes to Cape Harbor Wharf for this project will die. Luke didn't expect Ibel to speak so bluntly, so he laughed. Ibel also laughed. A group of gang members were encrypted intelligence agencies, and they didn't know how to do it even if they received this project. The construction party, who finally did the work, must have fallen into his hands. Cement, steel, cranes, all building materials and equipment were made in his own factory. This project really brought both fame and fortune. Rebuilding the Thunder Tower? Now let me go. I won't go. Shame. Chapter 83, Copycat. Unexpectedly getting a super lucrative project made Counselor Ibel very happy. And the Blazing Sun Trading Group was responsible for all the blame. And he was only responsible for making money and taking the honor. At the same time, he handed Cape Port to his allies, which was equivalent to holding an extremely important smuggling route in his own hands. Counselor Ibble was in a good mood and his thoughts became active. Inspector Meteorite, we are going to launch a demonstration against the collapse of the Thunder Tower now. To denounce the inaction of the city government office and the fact that the elf King Kong was allowed to hide in the city, which led to this catastrophic incident that insulted all the citizens of the Thunder City. You organize people to gather in the Central Park. The more people the better. I'll go to the newspaper office. If you have the ability, attack the government office building. It's best to cause some casualties and make a big fuss. When I show up, you lead your people to retreat and continue at another place. Counselor Ibril made careful arrangements. And Luke really wanted to ask, are you a CIA time traveler? Ibril saw Luke's expression and understood his meaning. Don't worry, detective. Just do it boldly. I will pay for all the expenses. I understand how to do this. I am absolutely professional. Luke said confidently, I will send my most capable agent to protect your safety. Thank you, Inspector. Luke turned to Kalina and asked, does Thomas have any cases on hand now? Yes. Have Aunt Hilma's 2 missing sons been found? Kalina replied, Inspector. I received the closing report of Inspector Thomas yesterday. Hilma's 2 sons were trafficked as slaves. One has died, and the other was rescued by Thomas. I am verifying this case. Inspector Thomas has no cases on hand now. Send someone to give Aunt Hilma some money, and express my condolences to her on my behalf. Tell her that this is the first case I have personally taken over since I came to the Cape District. I will definitely be responsible to the end, and all criminals involved will be punished. Let Thomas prepare again. He can choose any agent from the Secret Service. From the moment Senator Ible left the Secret Service of Cape District, he was responsible for the safety of the senator. Yes, Inspector. Kalina received the order and left the reception room. Luke said to Senator Ible, Agent Thomas is a top student of the Imperial Royal Intelligence Academy, and his professional quality is not comparable to that of ordinary agents. Although he looks young, you can definitely trust your safety to him. I believe you. Senator Ible left in a hurry. He had to prepare before the demonstration began. He had to contact major newspapers in Raging Waves City and conceive an impassioned speech. Everything was so unexpected. Luke had not expected that things would turn out this way. The fall of the Thunder Tower was just in time, which accelerated his pace of controlling Cape Harbor. When Ible took a team of Imperial spies back to the central city by car, Luke took a car to the headquarters of the Secret Service Rangers. Not long after, a large group of Imperial spies, who took off their uniforms and changed into casual clothes, rushed out of the castle. A message spread quickly in the Cape area. 100 Imperial marks per person per day. Go to the city center park under the Thunder Tower to gather. The number is not limited. The more people the better. Luke has not participated in such demonstrations, but he has seen a lot. You can draw a tiger and a cat, and you can draw a similar one. With the stimulation of money, there are many idle people in the Cape District. Not long after, a team of more than 10,000 people headed towards the central city, and people continued to gather from all directions on the road. Entering the central city, the Imperial spies mixed in the crowd began to lead the rhythm and shout slogans. Demand that city officials give citizens a reasonable explanation for the collapse of the Thunder Tower. Demand the arrest and severe punishment of the elf King Kong. Demand that the relevant personnel who failed to perform their duties be held accountable. The whole way was mighty and powerful. The sheriffs, who heard the news, were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a scene. The crowd that filled the entire road pressed over, and they were all unarmed and emotional citizens. And they came for the collapse of the Thunder Tower. Who dares to order a crackdown? When reporters who heard the news appeared, the sheriffs did not dare to use violence, but cleared the road for the crowd heading to the Central Park. Soon, a large number of citizens in the central city, who were really angry about the collapse of the Thunder Tower, joined the parade. When the news spread to other districts, groups of people who wanted to ask the city government for an explanation came to the Central Park of the city. When Luke arrived in a special car, 100,000 citizens had gathered near the ruins of the Thunder Tower, and the number was still increasing rapidly. They occupied the entire Central Park and the surrounding roads. Seeing the miserable state of the Thunder Tower, the symbol of the city, some people's emotions gradually got out of control. Without the incitement of the Imperial spies, some people climbed up the iron frame and cursed the incompetence of the city's security department and the dereliction of duty of the city officials. Luke sat in the car, and groups of people gathered outside towards the Central Park. Anger spread rapidly like an infectious disease. and some people dared to throw stones at the car with the flag of the Secret Service. Shelley immediately took a group of spies to protect Luke's car. She asked Pisco to drive away the approaching crowd, then got into the car and said to Luke, "Are these people crazy? It's just a tower that collapsed, not a loved one who died." Luke touched the armrest of his cane and said, "For most people, the Thunder Tower is not important. They just take the opportunity to vent their emotions. Only in this kind of situation, they dare to do what they dare not do at other times. The momentum here is rising. How is the arrangement at the government hall? It is different from here. We can't do anything at will. We will definitely withdraw when we need to." Shelley replied, "Don't worry, Inspector. Those who go to the government hall are our own people. About 3,000. As long as they receive your order, they will withdraw immediately. Member should be ready. Drive to the government hall." The spies drove the crowd in front, and the car moved slowly in the crowd. At this time, in front of the government hall, Congressman Virgil, who was responsible for the city's security, looked at the dark crowd in front of him with a panic. And the sheriff's door formed a human wall seemed thin and weak. "There is news that more than 100,000 citizens have gathered in the Central Park, and more people are heading there. If this matter is not handled properly and riots occur, even if he can save his life here, he will not be able to escape the sword of the Empire. Dear citizens," Senator Virgil shouted loudly, but his voice was immediately suppressed by thousands of voices. "Step down! Step down! Step down! Step down!" Chapter 84. The inspector said he would give money after the work was done. The unified shouts of millions of people gathered into waves and rushed towards Senator Virgil. After the echoes of the towering city government building were superimposed, they formed an overwhelming force. Virgil's weak voice was like the sound of a mouse in front of a dragon's roar, inaudible. Not audible at all. In the face of such momentum, Virgil's demeanor as a counselor disappeared. He wanted to do something in front of the city officials and dignitaries, but at this time, he was more like a helpless clown. The angry crowd squeezed forward little by little, and all those standing in front were strong and powerful villains. The high bounty made them dare to push the sheriffs, who formed a human wall, and the demonstration line advanced towards the government building. Virgil retreated up the steps, and all he could see was a dense crowd of heads. The defense line formed by the sheriffs was in danger. In a panic, Virgil tripped and fell. Immediately, the whole audience laughed. A city councilor publicly embarrassed himself, and the crowd seemed to have won a victory. Pressing forward more actively, they wanted to see another councilor fall. But two sheriffs lifted Councilor Virgil and quickly took him into the building. Seeing the councilor's embarrassment, the crowd cheered loudly. Standing behind the door of the government hall, looking at the passionate demonstrators, Councilor Virgil, who felt humiliated, was angry. He ordered the surrounding sheriffs, "These are mobs, and they must be suppressed immediately. I order you to use force to expel these mobs." The surrounding sheriffs did not dare to execute this order. There were too many people demonstrating this time, not only in front of the government hall, but also in the Central Park. Once the use of violence triggers a chain reaction, the entire city of Nuteo will fall into a real riot. Who will take this responsibility? "Mr. Virgil, please issue us a formal order." Virgil sobered up. He was just angry and said something. He didn't have the courage to issue a formal order. But the people outside were about to rush into the government hall. As the chief officer of the city security department, he had to do something. But what? Virgil, who had never experienced this situation, didn't know what to do. Any mistake he made could lead to an unmanageable situation. "Congressman Virgil, what happened outside? Many gentlemen told me that their safety and property were being threatened, and someone broke into their courtyard and took away some things." Congressman Eibel came over under the protection of several imperial spies, with steady steps and very dignified manner. But there was a sarcastic smile on his face. In the case of the crash of the Clover armed airship, Virgil was the most suspected. He arranged the protection of the airship. He installed a gargoyle for warning on the top of the airship and added 4 magicians. At that time, the gargoyle sounded an intrusion alarm, and the 4 magicians rushed to the top of the airship. Then the airbag of the airship was damaged, forcing the airship to make an emergency landing. Everything that happened on the top of the airship was narrated by the 4 magicians. And of course, they said whatever they wanted to say. Even the so-called female swordsman may be a fictitious person. Now Senator Eibel looked at Virgil again. The more he looked like a traitor. Virgil heard Eibel's ridicule of him. and replied in a very bad mood, Ibel, take care of your own affairs first. We are all waiting for you to find the lost things. Otherwise, you know what will happen to you. Is this a death threat? Ibel felt that the guy in front of him looked like a traitor. I will find the lost things. But as a counselor of this city, I saw an incompetent guy sitting in a position that is not suitable for him. Look at what you are doing. Waiting for the citizens outside to rush in. The dignity of the city government hall and the city council of Nuteo City is about to be lost by you. I am responsible here. I will handle it. But I just seem to hear suppression. Ridiculous. The Imperial Army will suppress us and the mob. How can I work with such a stupid person? You should resign. After saying that, Ibel ignored Virgil, who was blushing, and walked out of the building accompanied by the Imperial spies. Virgil looked at Ibel, who walked out, and whispered behind him, You stupid fat pig. The people outside will eat you first. However, the shouts outside unexpectedly stopped. Congressman Virgil walked out in confusion. He saw Congressman Ibber standing on the steps, with a microphone in front of him, and a large number of newspaper reporters surrounding him. The dark crowd under the steps was still a little noisy, but it was completely different from the angry look just now. Everyone was waiting for Ibber's speech. Virgil saw that the sudden citywide demonstrations today were definitely related to Ibber. What did he want to do? Where did he find so many people? But no matter what, as things developed to this point, Ibber had already achieved what he wanted. He put himself at the center of the city. He was the unshakable protagonist of the city today. He must be planning something. This is a big plan that none of us know about. Just like the gold. He is getting away from us. Counselor Ibber stood behind the microphone, facing the sea of people waiting for his speech. He felt that he was in a very good state. He was not afraid that some people would see that this demonstration was related to him. Being able to organize a demonstration of this magnitude itself represents appeal and influence. Don't believe it? Try someone else. Counselor Ibber was happy. Inspector Meteorite was definitely a reliable ally. I thought he could find more than 10,000 people to meet the needs. Who would have thought that Detective Meteorite would have a 100,000 level one for himself in such a short time? Look at those sheriffs and Counselor Virgil, who look like bullied lambs and helpless. The effect is full. After today, I am tied to these hundreds of thousands of public opinions, and no one in the whole city dares to look down on me. Counselor seat. It is not impossible to compete for a controversial position. Ahem. Counselor Ibel cleared his throat and said to the microphone in an excited voice, Citizens, I am Counselor Ibel of the City Council of Raging Waves. I can understand your anger at this time. And I also admit that it is the serious dereliction of duty of the city's security department that caused the symbol of the city to be destroyed by evil elements. At this time, Luke and his men stood behind Counselor Ibel, and the Imperial agents of the Cape District Secret Service took over the on-site defense from the sheriffs. The order became better. The Imperial agents formed a human wall to block the demonstrators. Brother, don't push. The inspector is coming. Everyone step back. Brother, it's not me who pushes. It's the people behind me who push. When will the money be paid? The inspector said that the money will be paid after the work is done. Chapter 85 Demonstration. As a member of the City Council of Raging Waves, I am more angry than anyone else about the destruction of the Thunder Tower. This is simply a provocation to all citizens of Raging Waves. Here I assure the citizens that I will supervise the city security department to do everything in its power to arrest the murderer Chi Kong. I will also propose that the parliament set up a special investigation team to strictly investigate the dereliction of duty and malfeasance of the city security department. We will investigate and punish each one we find. And we will never tolerate it. Please leave here. Citizens, only when the city government office is in operation can we deal with this disaster as soon as possible. Member Ibel's speech ended. The crowd did not move, and some people whistled. The scene was a bit awkward. Counselor Ibel had to raise his voice and said, Please trust the city council. Please trust me. The crowd still did not move. Counselor Ibel turned his head slightly to look at Luke standing beside him. Luke whispered in Counselor Ibel's ear, Be sincere. Counselor Ibel said again, I sincerely promise to the citizens that I will do what I just said. There are reporters from major newspapers in Nuteo City here. My speech will be published in tomorrow's newspaper without any changes. Citizens are welcome to supervise me. The city government office and the city council also welcome citizens to supervise. After Counselor Ibber finished speaking, Luke gestured to Shelley on the side. Shelley took a step forward. put his hand on the gun handle on his hip, and looked at the audience. With a sword in hand, the big sister's domineering aura intimidated the crowd. The actors in the Cape District received the signal and retreated from the square in front of the Government Affairs Office building. Those who followed the unknown crowd followed the crowd when they saw so many people leaving. The reporters desperately recorded the scenes in their small notebooks and used the gorgeous words they could think of to exaggerate this thrilling process. After the crisis in the Government Affairs Office was resolved, the reporters who wanted to get exclusive reports surrounded Councillor Ibrahim. Tomorrow's newspaper is definitely the home of Senator Ibel. For a long time in the future, he will be the brightest star in the city of raging waves. On the other hand, Virgil, who is also a senator, stood in the corner, and no one cared about him except a few sheriffs. Virgil noticed that there were many Imperial spies around Ibel, and the meteorite inspector of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau also came to support him. Meteorite inspector. Senator Virgil angrily approached Luke. Why are you and your people here? This is the Central City, not the Cape District. The diligent Pisco stepped forward and used his tall body to stop Virgil from approaching. Luke tapped Pisco's arm with his cane to let him move away, and then said to Virgil, the Cape District is only the headquarters of our Cape District branch of the Secret Intelligence Bureau. As long as this is still the territory of the Empire, our Imperial spies have the obligation to eliminate any security risks found for His Majesty. Mr. Congressman, you should thank me. If it weren't for my people helping you to stop the thugs, they would have rushed in, which would definitely be a more serious incident than the collapse of the Thunder Tower. Shelley added, I just saw some sheriffs were so scared that they almost peed their pants. The Central City area really has a bunch of rubbish. They are not even as good as the guys in the Cape District Security Department. Luke said to Virgil, my subordinates said it unpleasantly, but it is not wrong. The collapse of the Thunder Tower and the attack on the City Hall fully prove that there are serious security problems in the Central City area. Mr. Congressman, you should think carefully about what kind of people you have raised. Senator Virgil knew that his subordinates performed very badly. They were used to being comfortable, and certainly not as good as their counterparts in the Cape District, who faced villains all day long. But he did not go to Luke to argue about this matter. I will rectify the Central District Security Bureau, and you don't have to worry about it. Let me ask you, what is going on with this demonstration? I can see that you have brought these people here. Luke laughed sarcastically. Senator, don't blame your incompetence on conspiracy. It is a felony to slander a senior Imperial agent without any evidence. Think carefully about how to end it. Senator Ibel helped you to solve the siege of the government office building, and you need to solve the demonstration in the Central Park by yourself. I won't waste your time. The abbot, still need to investigate the case of the Clover airship. Goodbye. Luke pushed Virgil aside and walked out. Shelley and Pisco followed behind him arrogantly, calling out to the spies standing around. Collect. Follow the inspector back. Luke was surrounded by a large group of Imperial spies and left, while Senator Ibel continued to be interviewed by reporters. Virgil turned around and walked into the Government Affairs building with resentment. He had to remind the relevant personnel that Ibel was secretly colluding with the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. He betrayed us. And Luke did not really go back to the Cape District. He still had a bill that Senator Ibel needed to settle. It would cost at least $10 million to help him make such a big scene today. Considering this is a private consumption, we can give him a friendly price. Charge him $20 million as a token of appreciation. If Senator Ibel thinks the effect is good, he will come more often in the future, and he will make more money. Right? Just as Luke was sitting in the car, thinking about how much he could earn this time, a subordinate walked out of the car door. Inspector, Viscount Iskelin's car is in front, and he wants to invite you over, saying that he has something to discuss with you. Iskelin? Luke looked forward through the front windshield. After the demonstration team passed, the shops on both sides of the street were closed. Now there are a large group of Imperial spies standing here, and even passers-by dare not walk here. The road was very deserted, and a luxurious carriage could be clearly seen parked on the roadside 30 meters ahead. On the door of the carriage was the family crest of Viscount Iskelin. The shield and dagger were used as the main pattern, representing that the Iskelin family was the family that followed the Golden Shield royal family to create the Golden Shield Empire, and was also the family that founded the Blade Brotherhood. They were truly aristocrats among aristocrats. They were also the group of people who felt the most uncomfortable in this era of great change. Luke was somewhat surprised that Viscount Iskelin wanted to meet the head of an Imperial spy. After all, the Assassin Tavern and the Imperial spies had really fought back and forth in the history of the Empire. And the resentment was very deep. What did he want to do when he saw me? But since it was Iskalin who proposed the meeting, Luke was not afraid. Today is different from the past. The Imperial spies are enjoying unlimited glory with the rising Imperial power, while the Blade Brotherhood is declining with the old nobles. Although the assassin changed his name to the Blade as a trick, it also shows that the Blade Brotherhood knows how important it is now. Luke got out of the car and came to the carriage accompanied by two capable men. Knock on the door. My Lord Viscount. I am Meteor from the Cape District Secret Service. I am invited to visit. Chapter 86, The Viscount's Invitation. The door opened, and a maid dressed in traditional Imperial clothing came down. She saluted Luke. Thank you for your visit. Please get in the car, Inspector. Luke took a closer look at the young and beautiful maid, then handed her his hat and cane, and stepped into the car. The maid closed the door, and stood outside with Shelley and Pisco. Hello, Lord Iskalin. Luke sat opposite Viscount Iskalin, and after observing the situation outside through the car window, he pulled all the curtains. Viscount Iskalin smiled and said, Inspector Meteorite is very careful. Professional habits, especially my identity and your identity. It is better to pay attention to it. I wonder why the Viscount invited me here. Iskalin knew that Meteorite was doing this unnecessarily. In fact, to remind himself, don't talk about excessive things if you are not familiar with each other. So Iskalin gave up the prepared words and asked directly, Inspector, this sudden demonstration was arranged by you, right? Luke did not deny that this was originally an open conspiracy, which required some people to understand its cause. It's just taking advantage of the situation. If the city government office was not really incompetent and let the Elf Chi Kong destroy the Thunder Tower, I would not have the ability to initiate this demonstration. Did today's incident cause losses to the Viscount? As long as I can afford it, I am willing to compensate. Viscount Iskalin did not expect that the Meteorite Inspector would admit it so easily. He could not help but admire the courage of this senior Imperial agent, and was more looking forward to the result of this meeting. In Raging Wave City, I can still protect myself. The main reason for inviting the Inspector this time is, I want to provide you with some clues about the Clover armed airship incident. Luke laughed, and things became more and more interesting. Your Excellency has clues? Great. The airship was soaked too much by seawater, and we can't find anything useful on it. If your clue is true, it really helped us a lot. It is my duty as an Imperial citizen to help the Secret Service solve the case. Viscount Iskalin made his position clear, and then said, Inspector, you should know something about the City Council of Raging Wave City. Luke continued, since I came to the Secret Intelligence Bureau of Cape District in Nuteo City to take up my post, I must have read some information about the City Council of Nuteo City before coming here. The City Council is the highest administrative body in Nuteo City, and is composed of 9 councillors. 3 of them are from the business community, belonging to the Capital faction, and are mainly responsible for the city's finances. 3 councillors are from city officials, belonging to the Establishment faction, and are mainly responsible for the operation of the city. 3 councillors are from the city's magic research institutions, belonging to the Technical faction, and are mainly responsible for technology research and development and application. The theory of the speaker's position is that the 3 factions of councillors take turns to serve, but in recent years it has been rotating among the Technical faction councillors. Compared with the Capital faction and the Establishment faction, the Technical faction councillors are much more low-key. That's roughly what I know. Is the clue that the Viscount mentioned related to them? Viscount Iskalin nodded slightly. What Luke said was something that everyone knew. The relationship between the 2 of them was not suitable for further discussion. What the Inspector said is right. It should also be recognized that the rapid development of the City of Raging Waves in recent years is due to its technical parliament. It is a huge empire internally, and connected to the whole world externally. Any new technology starting from here can create a lot of wealth in a short time. This era of daily changes has made this place a paradise for smuggling, and some parliamentarians and city officials have also participated. According to the information I obtained, when the Clover armed airship crashed, it not only had the imperial tax on it, but also a batch of gold that was several times more than the imperial tax. All this gold was illegally obtained and was intended to be transported to the imperial capital to be turned into legal wealth. Unexpectedly, this batch of gold disappeared inexplicably after the Clover armed airship crashed into the sea. Luke asked, How did you know about the existence of this batch of gold? You should be an unwelcome figure to the city council. Viscount Iskelin said, my family has been in the city of raging waves for much longer than the city council. And it can even be said that we have watched this city grow. Although I didn't know about the existence of this batch of gold at first. And I didn't know it was on the Clover. The disappearance of the gold caused chaos within them. And some news naturally leaked out. In fact, I don't need to tell you. I believe that the inspector will hear some news in a few days. Luke said in his heart, I got the news earlier than you. But you still have to pretend. It seems that this case is more difficult than I thought. No wonder Councillor Eibel went to the Cape District today and asked me about this case anxiously. The Viscount invited me here. It should not be just to tell me about this matter. I want to hear your opinion on this case. Iskelin observed Luke's reaction, wanting to see if he was a participant in the case. After all, what he did for Eibel today was obviously an alliance between the two. But the Viscount didn't see anything. So he asked directly, I want to know first, the purpose of your organizing this demonstration today, and what kind of deal you reached with Eibel. Luke said truthfully, Member Eibel came to me today and said that someone of very high status wanted to kill him and asked for my help. So I asked him to persuade the Parliament to allow me to borrow money from the Imperial Royal Bank to repair Cape Harbor and give me the right to operate Cape Harbor for 30 years. Member Eibel said yes. And let me bring people here to make trouble and put pressure on the Government Affairs Office and the Parliament on the grounds that the Wrath of Thunder Tower was destroyed. Member Eibel then lobbied, and the Government Affairs Office and the Parliament would pass the issue of repairing Cape Harbor in order to divert the focus of public opinion. So I brought people here. Viscount Iskelin was stunned, his expression lacking the calmness and demeanor of a noble. You organized a demonstration of more than 100,000 people in the city of raging waves, and even stormed the city hall, just to get the Parliament to agree to build Cape Harbor? Otherwise, I just have this request. And what Councillor Eibel wants to do has nothing to do with me. As the detective of the Cape District Secret Service, I just want to use Cape Harbor to improve the lives of the city's citizens, so that more people can have decent jobs, rather than giving up in the face of a desperate life. My expectation for my term of office is to see a clean, safe, and vibrant city when I leave office, instead of having to look at a lot of crimes every morning, and the forensic autopsy reports on the bodies of homicides. Chapter 87 The True Knight. Luke was drawing a blueprint, not knowing whether he really wanted to build the Cape District into that look, or just wanted to make his own rabbit nest more solid and reliable. But the two did not seem to conflict. Viscount Iskelin had been observing this very special inspector, whose behavior was very different from that of the previous senior agents of the Secret Service. His behavior was completely incomprehensible, including sending people to secretly investigate what Inspector Meteorite had done after taking office. He was really ruthless, swift and resolute, and moderate in kindness and severity. And he had made the Secret Service and many gangs in the Cape District obedient. There was no time for the Cape District Security Bureau to react. Or maybe Inspector Meteorite had a very good timing, and attacked quickly when the attention of the Cape District Security Bureau was all on the Elf Chinkong Yinong Night School. The scope of recruiting students is defined as the Cape Port Dock area. There is news that Yinong Night School is the reserve spy training academy for the Cape District Secret Service run by Inspector Meteorite. Viscount Iskelin did not completely believe it, but those who make a living at the Cape District Dock believed it. Inspector Meteorite incorporated the Crazy Axe Party and was envied by many people, recruiting gangsters, organizing demonstrations. This inspector is very brave. I wonder if he is brave enough to cooperate with the Blade Brotherhood. After Luke finished his explanation, the carriage fell into silence for a while, and both sides were speculating on each other's intentions. Finally, Viscount Iskelin broke the silence. If the City Council passes the bill to repair Cape Harbor, I can help apply for a loan from the Imperial Royal Bank, where the Blade Brotherhood has a large proportion of shares. In addition, I also want to contribute to the recovery of the Cape District. If you need anything, you can come to me. Luke was originally worried that Eibel could not handle the Imperial Royal Bank, but with Iskelin's presence, the matter was a sure thing. Thank you, Viscount. Is there anything I can do for you? Back to the point. Iskelin decided to officially take the step he had been hesitating about. This requires us to talk about the Clover airship incident again. According to the intelligence I received, the disappearance of this batch of gold caused a serious rift in the city council. Councilman Eibel was questioned by some councillors, officials and businessmen, and some people believe that he had embezzled the gold. Councilman Eibel also complained to his subordinates in private, saying that an insider designed the crash of the Clover airship and intended to rob the gold. Councilman Eibel took such extreme actions today just to protect himself and keep his seat in Parliament. But by doing so, he made the rift within them irreparable. Whether Eibel really embezzled the gold or there was really an insider, the struggle in Parliament would soon be on the table. Inspector, you have helped Eibel so much. In the eyes of some people, you are tied to him. You have been involved in the struggle of the Council of Raging Waves. And Councillor Eibel is obviously a businessman with economic acumen, but lack of political acumen. The chance of his failure is very high. Under the gaze of Iskelin, Luke responded calmly without any emotion. It seems that Eibel has concealed a lot of things from me and dragged me into this dangerous quagmire. At this time, should I say, sir? Please save me. Ha ha ha. Luke's answer made Iskelin laugh. Inspector Meteorite, you are such an interesting person. I regret telling you this. I am taking a risk. But my intuition tells me that we will have a very interesting cooperation. Since you have seen my intention, I will tell you what I think. Now, the originally very stable triangle of the Raging Waves City Council has become unstable. You, me, and Eibel can form a new stable triangle to join the triangle of the Raging Waves City Council. You want to pull me to be a councillor of Raging Waves City? Luke could predict that Iskelin would find him to help him and Eibel to connect. But he didn't expect that he would pull himself and Eibel to form a small triangle in the big triangle of the council. Are you kidding? I, a fake detective, live like infernal affairs every day. If I become a fake counselor again, I will be schizophrenic. Viscount Iskelin said sincerely, to be honest. Before I met you, I didn't consider you joining. But now I have changed my mind. You are an irreplaceable candidate for this triangle. But I am an imperial spy. Luke refused. He just wanted to use a stick to muddy the water and catch 2 fish. But never thought of jumping in to take a bath. The development of the incident is a bit beyond the outline. Iskelin persuaded Luke confidently. Raging Wave City is a very special place for the Empire. The new nobles introduced the Republican concept from abroad and replaced the previous feudal city lord system with a parliamentary system. This trend is spreading to the Empire with the prosperity and wealth of Raging Wave City. In the Imperial Court, some people even propose to add a national parliament under the Imperial Cabinet to allow more people to participate in the governance of the Empire. Many disagreements have arisen within the Imperial family because of this. But what is certain is that after helping the royal family take away privileges from our hereditary nobles, the new nobles are trying to divide power from the Imperial power. This is worth being vigilant. Iskelin paused for a while when he said this. And seeing that Luke listened very seriously, and did not show any rejection, he boldly continued, the Empire has lost control of the city of Raging Waves. And the use of force will cause turmoil in the Empire, and even civil war. The best option is to take a corner of the council of the city of Raging Waves and bring it back under the control of the Empire. Eibel represents the new nobility. I represent the hereditary nobility. And you can represent the royal family. If the interests of all parties are balanced here, a stability that everyone can accept can be formed. Luke thought, I can't represent the royal family. Although I have the strategy CG of all royal family members. I'm afraid that Her Royal Highness the Princess will not agree. Luke tried to refuse. But Iskelin said, I can write to Her Royal Highness Agatha. With her wisdom and courage, she will agree. Don't. Luke stopped immediately. If Agatha sends herself back to the Imperial capital and teaches the strategy in person, my rabbit nest has not been built yet. And there is nowhere to hide. There is no way out. So I can only force it. The internal affairs of the royal family are too complicated. If this is done, I will report it to Her Royal Highness the Princess. If it fails, I will take all the responsibility myself. And this matter has nothing to do with Her Royal Highness the Princess. After listening to Luke's words, Viscount Iskelin stood in awe. Based on the loyalty of Inspector Meteorite to the princess, I am sure that I have definitely chosen the right person this time. Your character is rare in this impetuous era. You are a true knight. Chapter 88. Dig a hole and jump into it. Coming out of the carriage, Luke sighed in the wind. Why do I feel like I dug a hole this time and got stuck in it? What a big deal. Inspector. The docile maid handed over the hat and cane. Luke took the cane and hat, turned around and saluted Iskelin himself in the carriage. This is a meeting I will never forget. Goodbye, Viscount Iskelin. Goodbye, Inspector Meteor. We will open a new chapter for Raging Wave City. The maid got into the carriage, smiled at Luke and closed the door. The carriage drove away along the street. Shelley and Pisco came to Luke, and Shelley asked, "Inspector, what does Viscount Iskelin want to talk to you about? He is a big shot in the Brotherhood of Blades." Luke put on his hat. "Nothing. Just chatting. Inspector, I'm going to take you to do something big this time." Pisco asked boldly, "Inspector, what's the matter?" "I'll take the lead. Go to Congressman Ibra and ask for money." Shelley and Pisco shouted happily in unison, "Yes, Inspector." After getting on the special car, Luke, who had figured it out, no longer hesitated, and there was nothing to worry about. It's not that easy to get people into the Council of Raging Waves. So let Ibra and Iskelin, two people with the surname I, rush to the front, and this inspector will help them guard the rear. By the time they put the tripod in the city council, my rabbit nest was probably almost finished. Advance and command. Retreat and command by remote control. Invincible. Luke led a group of Imperial spies and went straight to the home of Councillor Ibra, scaring the luxurious mansion into chaos. Councillor Ibra's neurotic behavior these days made his family and servants in the mansion very neurotic, thinking that something bad was going to happen. Last night, the Thunder Tower was destroyed by the elf Chi Kong, and today there were so many people outside marching on the streets. And Ibra, who had not been out for several days, hurried out and had not received any news since then. They sent people to the government office building to ask, but the people there said they had never seen the counselor. This made everyone in the family very worried. So when they saw so many Imperial spies surrounding the mansion, they all thought that these spies were coming to confiscate the house. It took Luke a lot of effort to explain clearly to the crying women, children and servants through the gate. "Councillor Ibel is fine. I am a friend of the counselor. I brought so many people to protect you, so that the thugs in the parade will not hurt the ladies, and young masters." Mrs. Ibel stood inside the door under the protection of the guards of the mansion. Her face was thickly powdered, and tears washed down her eyeliner, leaving 2 black lines on her cheeks, which was very creepy. Seeing that these Imperial spies did not force their way in, she put her worries to rest and asked Luke, "Are you really my master's friend?" Shelley said, "This is Inspector Meteor of the Cape District Secret Service. If we want to rush in, do you think this door can stop us? Our inspector has been busy all day for the counselor's affairs. Please open the door and let us in. The inspector has something to discuss with Councillor Ibel when he comes back." Luke asked Shelley, who was a little irritable, to step back, and then said to Mrs. Ibel inside the door, "Councillor Ibel has indeed encountered some troubles recently, and now he is under the protection of my people. My subordinates have been busy all day for Councillor Ibel's affairs, and they are a little tired. Please forgive me. I will only bring 2 people in. The others are outside. Please give them some water and food." Mrs. Ibel hesitated for a moment, then asked the servant to open the door and let Luke, Shelley, and Pisco in. She also asked someone to prepare water and food for the spies outside. "Inspector, please go to the living room to rest. I will immediately send someone to the government office to tell the master about your visit." "Thank you." Luke walked into this luxurious private mansion and passed through a large area of flowers in the front yard. It was a 3-story white building with a huge area. The decoration inside was also magnificent, interpreting what wealth and luxury are. The floor is marble, and the corridors are lined with exquisite statues at intervals. The walls are white and smooth, decorated with fabrics, and hung with paintings by famous artists. If you look closely, you can see many dynamic magic oil paintings. The air is filled with the fragrance of fresh flowers. What he saw and heard made the reckless Pisco not only slow down his steps, but also looked around in surprise, like a bumpkin who had never seen the world. When Luke arrived at the Ibra mansion, the debate in the council hall of the city government building reached its peak. There were 8 councillors sitting around the conference round table, and only the central speaker's seat was empty. Just now, Councilman Virgil accused Councilman Ibra of organizing and directing this demonstration involving the entire Raging Waves city, which not only caused great damage to the city's operations, but also attempted to attack the city government building. Do you know how much damage today's incident has caused to the international reputation of the city of Raging Waves? Insecurity and riots will make international hot money afraid to enter the city of Raging Waves, will make ships dare not dock at the port of Raging Waves, and will make merchants flee from here. Members, I have always believed that protecting the stability of the city is a tacit understanding between us. But today, Councillor Ibber did something that went against us. I think all his positions in the city government hall should be terminated, and he should be investigated by the Public Security Bureau. Ibber was in high spirits at the moment, and immediately refuted. Member Virgil, you are now slandering a city councillor of the city of Raging Waves without any evidence. I seriously doubt that you are shirking the responsibility you need to bear for the destruction of the Wrath Tower. Councillors, please note that without the destruction of the Wrath Tower, there would be no citywide demonstrations today. The Ulu Academy had warned the city security department of the dangers of the elven clear sky a long time ago. But look at what Councillor Virgil did. I feel that he did nothing. Even last night, it was the Abyss Mage who arrived at the scene before the city sheriff. Virgil, is this how you show the world the security situation of the City of Wrath? Now, there are still 100,000 people gathered in the Central Park, and your sheriffs will soon show their incompetence to the world under the gaze of reporters. Facing Ibel's attack, Senator Virgil counterattacked. Although I don't have evidence now, I believe that all the senators can see the Imperial spies around you. They are all from the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. The Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau was on the scene of the crash of the Clover airship, and you gave the investigation right to Meteorite afterwards. I think the gold did not disappear in the sea, but was embezzled by you in collusion with the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. Ibel laughed. Virgil, you finally showed your tail. I embezzled the gold? You arranged the protection of the Clover airship, under the protection of the 10 cross gargoyles and 4 magicians. I almost died in the crash of the airship. Who wants to steal that gold? Chapter 89 Home Visit. While Ibel was fighting with Virgil over the missing gold in the Parliament, Luke, Shelley, and Pisco were feasting on steaks on a plate around a table. Pisco was very generous when eating. He cut a large steak in the middle, put half of it in his mouth. He then poured a whole glass of red wine into his mouth and chewed it, with juice and wine flowing down the corners of his mouth. He praised while eating, Inspector, this steak is really delicious. It tastes good with wine. Luke and Shelley's eating manners were a little more restrained, but they were still a little far from the real dining etiquette. He cut a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. It was smooth, tender, and juicy. It was a pleasure that was hard to describe in words. Take another sip of red wine, and your taste buds will be fully comfortable. Luke couldn't help but admire. The food made by the congressman's private chef is great. The food provided in our bureau's cafeteria is far worse than this. The taste is too bad. What do you think? Shelley replied, Inspector, we never eat in the bureau's cafeteria. Luke felt like an arrow was shot in his heart, and he basically ate 3 meals a day in the bureau's cafeteria. He didn't feel anything when he was eating. But after listening to Shelley's words, why did he feel so uncomfortable? Who would have thought that? Pisco continued, yes. The food in the bureau's cafeteria is simply feeding pigs. Luke asked Pisco with a bad face. Pisco, when you entered my office, did you step in with your left foot first? Or your right foot first? Pisco thought for a moment. Inspector, I don't remember. Does it make a difference? Before entering my office, look at the date of the day. On odd days, take the left foot, and on even days, take the right foot. If you take the wrong step, consider changing to a pair of mechanical legs. Ah! Pisco didn't know how he had offended the inspector, so he quietly asked Shelley, Big sister, shut up. Eat your food. If you talk too much, be careful to change your head too. Pisco immediately lowered his head. When mentioning mechanical limbs, Luke remembered something and asked Shelley, did you go into Diagonal Street when you were searching for the elf clear sky? When the inspector asked about Diagon Street, Shelley frowned and replied, Inspector, Diagon Street is the territory of Wei Ming. In the past, the people of the sheriff's office did not dare to provoke these mechanical tribes. The people on the dock did not know when they would need to ask the mechanical tribe for help. So we did not enter Diagon Street. Inspector, do you think the elf Chi Kong is hiding in Diagon Street? Luke said, if the elf Chi Kong is really hiding in the Cape District, we should not be able to find any clues after searching for so long. The sheriff's office has almost turned the entire city upside down. Only this Diagon Street. Shelley whispered, I notified Wei Ming, and he said they would search for the elf Chi Kong themselves. Inspector, Diagon Street is different from other places and needs to be treated with caution. I know. I'm just asking casually. I finished my portion and want another one. Do you want another one? Pisco had already finished his portion and quickly said, I want one too. A big one. When Luke and the other two had 3 steaks, Counselor Eibel finally came back. He had learned from the servants that Inspector Meteor was visiting, and a thrilling debate made him feel very good. Inspector, if you were in Parliament at that time, you would have seen Virgil's embarrassed appearance. The collapse of the Thunder Tower had already embarrassed him, and today's citywide demonstration brought his reputation to the lowest point. I think other counselors are questioning his ability. This sinister villain will get what he deserves. Counselor Ibrahim gave Luke a big hug. Agent Thomas, who came back to protect him, saluted Luke. Luke said, "You all go out. Counselor Ibrahim and I have something to talk about alone. Don't let anyone disturb us." Ibrahim also said to the servants serving here, "You all go out too. Don't let anyone in." Everyone left, and Ibrahim invited Luke to sit down and said with a smile, "This demonstration was too successful. The scale exceeded my expectations. The Parliament and the government office have seen my influence. Tomorrow I will start to promote the renovation agenda of Cape Harbor. I promise that it will be passed by the Parliament soon." "Congratulations, Senator." Luke then asked meaningfully, regarding the Shamrock airship. "Are you hiding something very important from me?" The Shamrock pierced Senator Eibel's face like a needle, and he immediately changed color. "I don't understand what you mean. Isn't the wreckage of the Shamrock airship with you?" Luke lit a cigarette for himself, leaned on the back of the chair, and then said slowly, "When you were surrounded by reporters for an interview, I received an important piece of information about the Shamrock airship." A source said, "On the day the Shamrock airship had an accident, there was not only imperial taxes on it, but also more gold from unknown sources. Just because of my presence and that of the Imperial Navy, you threw that batch of gold into the sea, and you still can't find it." Luke shook his head with amusement. Member Ibel lost his previous complacency. His face was pale, and his mind was thinking about countermeasures quickly. There are Imperial spies outside, and they are definitely not defeated. "Inspector, this is a false accusation. This is absolutely a false accusation. I said that someone wants to kill me, and someone must have made up rumors to harm me. You must believe me. Mr. Congressman, don't be so panicked. Anyway, I haven't seen that batch of gold, so I can say it exists or not. I absolutely believe in your innocence now. You are so rich. Look at this big house. Are you someone who covets that little bit of gold?" "Yeah. How could I possibly covet those yellow?" Counselor Eibel suddenly realized that he had let his mouth slip, and he quickly looked at Inspector Meteorite. His smile was very frightening. The room fell into dead silence. Counselor Eibel sat there like a primary school student who was caught making a mistake, fidgeting and sweating. Luke slowly finished his cigarette, and then said to Counselor Eibel, "Do you want to know who told me this information?" "Who?" "It was Viscount Isklin." "He? How did he know?" "Don't underestimate the Brotherhood of Blades. And when the ancestors of the Isklin family planted potatoes on this land, there was no raging wave city. He also told me a lot about the little conflicts between you counselors, and thought you were in a serious trouble. He asked me to tell you that he could help you. It's up to you to decide whether to accept it or not. I'm just responsible for passing on his words." Counselor Ibber was shocked by the information revealed by Luke. Luke said, "Well, Viscount Iskelin also said that you have a very good economic mind, but lack political mind." "I think so too." Chapter 90 Abyss Leopard. "Inspector, you should know that if I meet with Viscount Iskelin in private, it will definitely put me in a very dangerous situation." Luke said, "I will not make any suggestions for your choice. Viscount Iskelin and I are not planning to do anything about the gold for the time being. It would be best if you can solve the problem yourself. But one thing, please remember, as long as the Parliament approves the renovation of Cape Harbor, the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau will stand firmly behind you. You can come to me for any problem you can't solve." Hearing Luke's promise, Counselor Eibel breathed a sigh of relief. If the Cape District Secret Service left him because of the gold, he would just have to wait for the house to be confiscated. "Thank you, Chief Inspector." "You're welcome, Mr. Congressman. Can you settle today's bill? My people are waiting for their pay." Congressman Ibber said immediately, "How much?" "I'll give it to you. 20 million Reichsmarks in hand." When Congressman Ibber gave the money, he didn't even blink. You can imagine how much benefit his position as a congressman brought to his business. It made Luke wonder if his knife was a little off. Be careful next time. Luke accompanied Congressman Ibber to the Imperial Royal Bank, transferred the money to the Cape District Secret Service account, and drove away with the spies. Counselor Ibel is destined to have a sleepless night. Tonight, many people in Raging Wave City will not be able to sleep, as day and night alternate. The subspace where Ulu College is located has good weather. Dean Wilred stood by the window of his office, with a cup of tea in his hand, looking at an open space outside. A group of college students were dismantling a mechanical puppet under the guidance of their tutor. This mechanical puppet is a batch of abyss lepers that Ulu College has activated from the warehouse to deal with possible disasters. It looks like an upright leopard, and its height reaches 2 meters. It is a mechanical guard developed by the Alchemical Mechanics Department of Ulu College to improve the college's defense capabilities. The leg assembly of the abyss leopard is 1.2 meters high, with a high-strength metal skeleton inside, covered with alchemical muscle fibers and nervous system, and then covered with a layer of protective armor. The strong thighs give the abyss leopard very strong jumping and running abilities. The torso and arms imitate the human body structure, and the flexible hands make them good at climbing and using weapons. The head is a leopard head. Weapons: a 20 centimeters wide and 40 centimeters long arm shield, used to protect college students. There is a curved blade on the top, which can be used for attack. A short spear, which can be held in one hand, can be used for close combat, and can be thrown. Fangs: pounce and bite. The abyss leopard has an independent magic core and energy reactor. One energy replenishment can run for a week in low activity. The head contains an elemental soul cultivated by the Department of Magic with elemental crystals. Therefore, the abyss leopard has certain recognition and command execution capabilities. Now Ulu College has reorganized the crisis committee and selected professors with combat capabilities to lead senior students to form the Ulu Battle Mage Corps. The activated abyss leopards are handed over to the Ulu Battle Mage apprentices as their combat partners. Understanding the abyss leopard has become an alchemy mechanical puppet course added by Ulu College for college students. The sun shines in, and Dean Wilred enjoys morning tea, looking at the vibrant campus, thinking about the news from the Angry Wave City. The Elf Qigong uses the Book of Disaster to release the secret technique, summoning thunder to destroy the Angry Thunder Tower. This should be the reason why the rain cloud in the main space invaded the subspace yesterday. What kind of secret technique could cause such a big change? Dean Wilred was very worried. Using the Book of Disaster to cast the secret technique represents the release of a large amount of abyssal energy. I don't know what the elf has become after being eroded by the abyssal energy. Recalling the battle that day, Dean Wilred did not think that the Elf Qigong was a cruel killer, as Senator Virgil said. If she wanted to kill me, I would probably be dead. Unfortunately, you don't know the horror of the Book of Disaster. Young creatures can hardly resist the temptation of stronger power. Chirp, chirp. The little monkey climbed onto Dean Wilred's shoulder and combed his hair and beard carefully. At this time, there were several knocks on the door. Come in. Someone came. Morning tea time was over, and Dean Wilred was in work mode. He turned around and sat in his seat, putting the teacup aside. But when he saw the person coming in, the little monkey's hair exploded in shock. And then he got into Dean Wilred's sleeve as quickly as possible. Dean Wilred also stood up quickly and summoned the magic wand beside him. How did you get in? It was the Elf Qigong who walked in from outside the door. Dean Wilred couldn't figure out how she could get here through the patrols of the Ulu Battle Mage and Harriman yesterday. He simply treated this place as his home. Of course I walked in. Luke changed Qigong into a professor's robe of the Ulu Academy, holding a book in his hand, looking like a mentor of the academy. She closed the door of the office and said to Wilred, I saw a lot of abyss leopards in the academy. It seems that you must know that the abyss mage appeared in the City of Rage. I killed 4 of them yesterday. Dean Wilred observed Qigong vigilantly and asked, Did you use the Book of Disaster to destroy the Thunder Tower yesterday? Yes. Luke stood at the door and did not move forward to provoke Wilred. She did not come here to fight this time. Did you hear the abyss whisper to you? Luke answered with a kind smile. No. This is impossible. Such a strong secret technique will inevitably lead to powerful abyss energy. You are lying. You have been contaminated by the abyss. Luke said helplessly, Dean, you should believe your eyes, not your fantasies. You know what people affected by the abyss will look like. Hair loss, dry skin, red eyes, like someone who has been staying up late. This is not the first time you have seen me. Do you think I have changed? Wilred was unwilling to believe his eyes. The elf in front of him had not changed from the last time they met, except for his clothes. This was not the look of an elf using the Book of Disaster to release the secret words. You know, After Victor and the others triggered the secret words of the Book of Disaster, they really looked like they had stayed up all night. But I can't figure it out. If you use the Book of Disaster, you shouldn't still be like this. Luke summoned the Book of Disaster, tossed it in his hand, and then put it into his space backpack. The Book of Disaster can be used in more than one way. Chapter 91. You should feel honored. Dean Wilred was greatly shocked by what Luke said. The origin of the name of the Book of Disaster is that the secret words released around it can release the energy of the abyss, which seriously affects people's minds and causes a disaster that almost destroyed the Ulu Academy. Dean Wilred, who experienced that incident, has been rejecting the secret arts for more than 100 years. This book left an indelible shadow on him. Now the elf in front of him actually said that the Book of Disaster can be controlled, which caused a great shock to Dean Wilred. The fight in the past appeared in his memory again. This time, in addition to sadness and pain, there was actually a little lament. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Wilred put his wand aside and sat down with a somewhat unstable mood. If what you said is true, could the disaster have been avoided? We were all wrong. We kept walking into the abyss on the wrong path, but ignored the correct direction it originally existed. What went wrong? Shouldn't we use the Book of Disaster as the subject in the secret language? Luke couldn't help but admire Wilred. He deserved to be the dean who brought all the honors of Ulu College back from the ruins. This layer of window paper on the Book of Disaster is not something that anyone can easily break. After all, when the Book of Disasters is used as the subject, the energy it can emit is too huge, making the holder always want to stimulate this huge energy. Luke praised, the dean's wisdom is the greatest wealth of Ulu College. The Book of Disasters is indeed very safe to use as an auxiliary in the secret language, and it can also produce magical effects. But it cannot be said that it is wrong to use it as the subject. It should be that the correct secret language has not been found yet. In the Epic game, players have tried to use the Book of Disasters as the subject to develop the secret language, but all ended in failure. Players will not be eroded by the energy of the abyss on their thoughts, and the result is that they fail and die suddenly as a punishment. This is certainly not a punishment for the players, but it is undeniable that all similar experiments have ended in failure. Therefore, it can be judged that the Book of Disaster cannot be used as the subject of the secret language, which is determined by the game mechanism. If you are not allowed to use it, you are not allowed to use it. But now it is a real world, and the secret language with the Book of Disaster as the subject, is there really no controllable existence? Luke knew that this question was absolutely very dangerous, but it actually occurred in his mind. The secret art is indeed a kind of academic that can easily make people sink. Knowing that there is an abyss ahead, you can't help but want to try it. You shouldn't have such thoughts. Wilred noticed the elf's gaze on the road leading to the abyss. Give me the Book of Disaster and let me destroy it. You know this is impossible, unless you can defeat me. This also seems impossible. Last time, I stole a magic wand from you. Luke stared at the magic wand in Wilred's hand, and the old dean quickly grabbed the magic wand in his hand. Elf, your character is not enough to resist the temptation of the Book of Disaster. Although you have found a way to use it safely, the abyss will always attract you to it. I admit that you are very powerful, but you don't actually need it. Luke was unmoved. She told Wilred the purpose of her visit, after purifying the remaining soul of Professor Felix. I took a few books of occult arts from his collection and read them. Then I found I couldn't understand many things. I need a mentor to guide me on the path of occult research. So I thought of you. You are a professor of the occult department of Ulu College, and one of the few occult scholars in Ulu College. You are qualified to be my occult mentor. I refuse. Wilred answered very straightforwardly. Well, bye. Luke turned and was about to go out, and said, I'll go find Victor and ask him if he is willing. He has never stopped studying esoteric arts for more than 100 years, and he is the best candidate for my mentor. Wait a minute. Wilred immediately called Luke. If this elf goes to find the Apostle of the Abyss, Victor will immediately teach her how to embrace the abyss. It is simply sending a super thug to his enemy. Luke turned around and asked with a smile, Dean, have you changed your mind? Come here and sit in front of me. Wilred waved his hand to seal the door, then pointed to the chair opposite him and said to Luke, no one will come in to disturb our conversation now. Luke walked to the opposite side of the desk and sat down, putting the book in his hand on the table. Wilred took a look and said, The Origin of Sacrifice, An Early Knowledge of Mysticism is an introductory book on mysticism written by Professor Fahimia. He spent 20 years doing archaeological research all over the world, collecting historical data spanning 5,000 years, and only then wrote this book. During that time, he had more than a dozen assistants. Some died in accidents during archaeological research, and some left the project because they could not bear the danger at any time. But Professor Fahimia persisted, and this wonderful book was produced. This book is annotations written by Professor Fahimia himself, and the content is 2/3 more than the printed version. I was a little surprised to see this book again. I should have burned it. It seems that Professor Felix hid it. How many occult books are there in that hidden library? A few thousand. Most of them are well preserved. Wilred knew that Professor Felix had hidden some occult books, but he didn't know how many. When he heard that several thousand books were preserved, he immediately showed a look of relief. Very good. Very good. I was too impulsive at the time. Academics are not guilty. It was Victor and his friends who made the mistake. Even at that time, most of the professors and students of the occult department stood on the side of the college, and many of them died in that disaster. Looking back later, I regretted it very much. Now the Abyss Temple not only wants to take away the Book of Disaster in your hand, but also wants to take away Professor Felix's collection of books. Can you protect them? Luke said, it's not so easy to take away what's in my hands. I have used the heads of 4 Abyss mages to tell the Abyss Temple my attitude. But if Victor is willing to offer a price I can't refuse, I might consider it. It's just that I don't want to become an Abyss Apostle for the time being. So I came to you first. Are you willing to be my occult mentor? Dean Wilred. Wilred laughed. This is the first time I've seen a student talk to his mentor like this, as if I have to express my honor to accept you as an apprentice. You should feel honored to have an occult apprentice worth 1 billion Reichsmarks. Chapter 92 The First Lesson. Good. Very good. I like your character very much. Since I can't take the Book of Disaster back from you, I have the obligation to hold you from behind when you look directly into the abyss. Wilred admired the elf sitting opposite him, and couldn't help but recall the scene 100 years ago. If we had a reign in the study of esoteric arts at that time, and someone who could stop us at any time, could we avoid the disaster? Wilred didn't know. But when the abyss came again, he knew that he should stand up, like he did 100 years ago, to defend the Ulu Academy. Luke immediately stood up, and respectfully saluted Wilred as a wizard, the apprentice of the secret arts. The elf Qin Kong is willing to follow Master Wilred as my academic mentor. Accept the guidance and teachings of Master Wilred, and uphold the honor and dignity of the mentor. Take humility, integrity, thinking and discernment as my learning creed. Wilred laughed and said, sit down. Although I am an old man who is almost 200 years old, I am not a person who strictly follows dogma. You are the only disciple I have accepted in the past 40 years. It is only because of your special identity that I cannot make your existence public. Luke sat down again. It is a happy thing to be able to worship Wilred as a mentor. He is a living all-round master. Magic, alchemy, secret arts, machinery, extraordinary cultivation, talented, studious, and long-lived, so that he has time to delve into the academic field he likes. The last time he was able to defeat Wilred, he was completely caught off guard because he knew the rules of the air maze. If he really fought with strength, the final result would be that Qin Kong's time would run out. If you don't want to make it public, then don't make it public. I don't care about this false reputation. Luke knew that if Qin Kong became Dean Wilred's apprentice, it would cause trouble for Ulu College. But Wilred suddenly said, I want to reopen the Ulu College's Department of Mysticism, and you will be the head of the Department of Mysticism. This surprised Luke a little. The old man's thinking span is a bit large and fast. Teacher, I can't keep up with your topic. Do you want to reopen the Department of Mysticism? Wilred took the little monkey out of his sleeve. The little monkey looked at Luke warily at first, then took out a teacup out of thin air and placed it in front of Luke. The tail conjured up a teapot and poured tea for Wilred and Luke. Then he conjured up a sugar box and added sugar to Wilred's teacup. He looked at Luke again. Luke waved his finger to indicate that he didn't need it. Dean Wilred took a sip from the teacup and took out an olive from the drawer to reward the little monkey. Then he said to Luke, I no longer have the previous prejudice against the occult. But that disaster made the occult a sensitive thing in Ulu College. No one wanted to mention it, and I didn't know how to tell everyone my opinion, so I kept dragging it on. But the secret arts is a very large academic category after all. The Ulu Academy once led the world in this field. And the best secret arts masters at that time were all here. You have seen the library, and you should be able to imagine the grand occasion at that time. Letting those books continue to be buried, decayed, and disappeared is a blasphemy to my deceased friends. Your appearance is a good opportunity for the Ulu Academy to reopen the secret arts department. At least we can repair these books and preserve them well. Luke looked at the unique copy of The Origin of Sacrifice and the Early Cognition of Secret Arts annotated by Professor Fahimia on the table. After 100 years, the pages are a bit brittle, and you must be very careful when reading. The books in that library are all in this situation. Those books should be properly restored. If you want, I can give them all to you. There is no need for me to be the head of the Department of Mystic Arts. The restart of the Department of Mystic Arts cannot be made public. Those Abyss Apostles can come to my office casually just like you. They are powerful and very familiar with this place. At this point, Wilred asked, "Can you tell me how you avoided the patrolling wizards and came to me?" "No." Luke answered very straightforwardly, "I have my secrets. But I promise that I have nothing to do with the Abyss Temple. I will not do anything to harm the Ulu Academy. As your apprentice, I will do my best to protect this place." Dean Wilred observed the disciple he had just accepted, and then said, "I believe in you. There is no one in the Academy who is more suitable than you to be the head of the Department of Mystic Arts. They all think that I hate the Mystic Arts. If they knew that I wanted to restart the Department of Mystic Arts, they would first think that I was old and my mind was not clear. Although I am indeed old, I want to give them confidence at this time. I will teach you the mystic arts and everything you want to learn. You must do something for the Academy. Dean Wilred is really good at recruiting young men." Luke said indifferently, "Okay, I'll do it. But how? I'm a wanted criminal in Raging Wave City, and the Abyss Mage is looking for me everywhere. I can't just shout in the Academy that the Mystic Department is recruiting people. When the Ulu Academy was rebuilt, I designed some secret classrooms. Originally, they were used to provide refuge for students in times of crisis. But now I can give you some of them for the Mystic Department to use. In addition, I will give you a list of faculty and students in the Academy who are secretly interested in the Mystic, and you can choose the ones you need. In the initial stage, keep the number of people within 5, and try to be as secretive as possible. You arrange the courses, and I will also hide my identity to teach you. Finally, correcting a mistake made me feel much better. We can start your first lesson now. I only have half an hour, and I will try to make use of every minute." "Yes, instructor." Luke knew that Wilred, as the Dean of Ulu College, had a lot of work to deal with every day, so he took the time to raise his questions about the study of the secret arts. The secret arts are empirical subjects, and the way to learn them is like learning to drive, which requires more self-understanding. And if there is a good teacher to teach, you can avoid many detours and correct mistakes in time. Luke has a large number of secret words as a reference, and 10 years of game experience, which gives him a unique advantage in the understanding of the secret arts. This also made the questions he asked not be at the reverse parking stage, like the real occult apprentices. Even if he was holding the occult basic reading The Origin of Sacrifice and the Early Cognition of the Occult, the questions he asked were similar to how does a Formula 1 car enter a corner. Dean Wilred, who was not well prepared, had to recall the occult knowledge base in his mind before he could answer. After thinking about the fact that his apprentice had just destroyed the Thunder Tower with the occult, Dean Wilred was even more alert, fearing that he would embarrass himself in front of his disciples in the first class. Chapter 93 Interview. The class was originally planned to be 30 minutes long, but it lasted an hour and a half. If there wasn't someone knocking on the door outside for fear that something had happened to the Dean, Dean Wilred, who was still not satisfied, would have wanted to give another class. The Dean took out a piece of paper from the drawer, brushed his palm over it, and a route map appeared on the paper. "This is the secret room of your Department of Mysticism, and I will teach you there in the future. By the way, there is also this list." Wilred took out a list and handed it to Luke. "Go out through that door. Be careful. You are now also considered a dangerous person by the Olu battle mages." Luke put away the paper and the book, stood up and saluted Wilred. "Thank you, teacher. Goodbye." "Goodbye. This class also benefited me a lot." The little monkey lying on Wilred's shoulder waved to Luke. Luke also waved to it, then turned and walked through a temporary door on the wall. He took out a magician's hat from his space backpack and put it on his head, with the wide brim covering the elf ears. When he appeared again, Luke was standing in a corridor. The students passing by immediately saluted the magic professor, who suddenly appeared. No one recognized that this was the elf Qi Kong who put the entire college on alert a few days ago. "Hello, Professor." "Hello." Luke greeted the students enthusiastically. And after figuring out where he was, he took out the paper that Dean Wilred gave him. One of them marked the location of the secret room and how to enter it. The other one was about the faculty and students who were interested in the mysticism, and were even secretly studying the mysticism. Wilred really had a keen insight into the inside of Ulu College. Then, a name on the list caught Luke's attention. Bruce Ben, Alchemy Department. Assistant Teacher of Material Decomposition and Purification. If the player did not take the Book of Disaster in advance, he would find the disappeared library, and the remaining soul of Professor Felix a few months later. Then Bruce Ban's persistence and talent in the secret arts impressed Professor Felix, who taught Bruce Ban a lot of secret arts knowledge in return for helping to repair the weathered secret book. Then came the Ulu College disaster plot. Bruce Ban discovered the Book of Disaster, and he purified Professor Felix's soul, took the Book of Disaster and the library for himself. He also used secret arts to summon the energy of the abyss through the Book of Disaster, and transformed himself into an abyss apostle. The disaster of 100 years ago was staged again at Ulu College, because there was only one abyss apostle this time, and players participated. The damage Bruce Ban caused to Ulu College was far less serious than the first disaster, but the reappearance of the Book of Disaster attracted the Abyss Temple, and then a series of subsequent plots were triggered for the fight for the Book of Disaster. Luke looked at the name Bruce Ban solemnly. Bruce Ban was able to use the information left by Felix alone, and use the Book of Disaster to stimulate the energy of the Abyss through a short period of research. He is definitely a genius in the secret arts. Let's go and see. The defense of Ulu College is tight outside and loose inside, and the main teaching building of the college is still in its usual state. Therefore, Luke wore the college professor's robe, a magic hat, and held the thick Book of Disaster in his arms, looking like a knowledgeable magic professor. Walking through the main teaching building of the college, he came to the alchemy department without any obstacles. He caught a student and asked, "Where is assistant teacher Bruce Ban?" After asking 4 students in a row, he finally found out Bruce Ban's location. He was in the 5th materials room, preparing the alchemical raw materials and props needed for the class. Luke came to the 5th materials room, knocked on the door and walked in. After seeing the face that was the same as the photo in the phone, he asked, "Does assistant teacher Ben have time? I have something to talk to you about." Bruce Ban was the only one in the 5th materials room of the alchemy department. He was using a scale to weigh the powder, and then put the powder into a glass bottle to prepare for class. Seeing the strange magic professor coming in, Bruce Ben immediately wiped his hands with a towel on the table and then performed the wizard salute. "Dear lady, who are you? What do you want to see me for?" Luke walked to the table, found a piece of paper, wrote a line of spells, and handed it to Bruce Ben. "Read the spell on it." Bruce Ben took the paper, looked at the spell on it, and asked in confusion, "I can't see what this spell is. Madam, can you explain it to me?" At this time, the door of the 5th material room suddenly closed. Luke took off his magic hat and said to Bruce Ben, "Read it if I ask you to. Before I decide to kill you, you'd better listen to me." Bruce Ben saw the face of the lady in front of him clearly. Short green hair. Elf. Very similar to that extremely dangerous killer. You are the elf Qi Kong?" The oppressive feeling pushed Bruce Ben, who felt like he was facing a death god. She was a strong person who could snatch the magic wand from Dean Wilred and destroyed the Thunder Tower yesterday. "Just know who I am. Read it." Bruce Ben, who received the death threat, had to do it. He picked up the note and read the spell on it. Then he disappeared from the spot. And when he appeared again, he found himself standing in an empty classroom. Then he saw Qi Kong also appeared here. Bruce Ben asked, "Where is this place?" Luke took out 2 chairs from his space backpack and placed them in the middle of the classroom. "This is one of the shelters of Ulu College. I'll borrow it for an interview. Sit down. Please answer my question seriously. Your answer will determine whether I kill you now or give you a trial period." Luke didn't need Wilred to know the location of all the shelters in Ulu College and how to enter. This is the shelter adjacent to the 5th material room. You can teleport here by reciting a spell nearby. Luke sat down on a chair like an interviewer. Bruce Ben also carefully sat on another chair. "Miss Qi Kong, I am just an ordinary alchemy assistant. Why did you bring me here and say you want to kill me?" Before this, we have never met, and I have never offended you. Whether to kill you or not, I have my own principles. It has nothing to do with you. Luke put the Book of Disaster on his knees and asked casually, "Now let's start the first question. Are you satisfied with your current work in life?" When Bruce Bann saw the name of the book on Shinkong's knees, his brain was instantly short-circuited. Original Encyclopedia of Mystic Arts. The Book of Disaster. The mysterious prop that almost destroyed the Ulu Academy. It's right in front of me. I can reach it with my hand. Chapter 94. You're hired. Luke observed Bruce Bann. He was in his 20s, with short dark blonde curly hair, and looked very introverted. In fact, Bruce Bann did have some autistic tendencies. He was not good at speaking and socializing, and often chose to retreat when encountering things, giving people the feeling of being weak and vulnerable. Honest man. This is Luke's definition of Bruce Bann. This kind of person usually looks timid and harmless. But once the negative emotions are squeezed to the limit, there will definitely be a big explosion. Should he kill him now to eliminate the hidden danger, or keep him to reshape him? Luke needs to make an assessment. In the face of life threats, he can focus all his attention on the Book of Disaster, just like a otaku seeing a PS5. So Luke gave him a point in his heart. Luke flicked an ice ball with his finger and hit Bruce Bann's forehead. He said, "This is a warning. If you ignore my questions again, I will shoot through your head." "I'm sorry." Bruce Bann finally realized what kind of dangerous person he was facing. He reluctantly looked away from the Book of Disaster. "I didn't expect you to take out this book so casually." "Yes. I'm sorry, Miss Chi-Kong. I didn't hear your question clearly. Can you please say it again?" "Yes. Are you satisfied with your current work in life? Please answer truthfully. Lying will only accelerate your death." The temperature in the secret room dropped, and an ice mist flower bloomed in front of Bruce Bann. The cold air spread over his eyelashes, and frost formed. Not satisfied? Feeling the chilling murderous intent, Bruce Bann nervously answered, "My colleagues don't like me, which is probably related to my personality. I can't fit in with their topics, and I will say some stupid things that embarrass everyone. I am often laughed at, but they are all good people. It's my fault." "Sorry. Is what I said irrelevant to your question?" Luke listened carefully and answered Bruce Bann, who asked him carefully, "You can continue. If I think it doesn't matter, I will stop you." "Thank you. You people listen to me like you do." Bruce Bann continued, "I feel that I have no sense of existence in Ulu College, and my work is boring. I want to have my own laboratory, but I am obviously not qualified. I am just an assistant teacher, and I will probably be an assistant teacher for the rest of my life. This is my complaint about my current life and work. Does this answer satisfy you? I am the only one asking you this interview. The next question is, what do you think of the mystic arts?" The mystic arts made Bruce Bann turn his attention to the Book of Disasters. In Ulu College, although there is no explicit prohibition on studying the mystic arts, it is a taboo that everyone tacitly accepts. Dean Wilred is respected by everyone, and no one is willing to provoke the dean in this academic field. And the mystic arts itself is an academic field with high input and low output. The uncertainty of the results makes it much more dangerous than other academic disciplines. I'm asking you about your opinion on the secret arts, not the attitude of the Ulu Academy towards the secret arts. Luke corrected Bruce Bann, shifted conversation direction. Another ice mist flower covered his face, causing Bruce Bann to quickly say, "Sorry. I'm not good at communication. My opinion on the secret arts is, it is a fascinating academic discipline. Mysterious props entrusted with mysterious energy produce magical changes in the activation of the secret language. Unlike other academic experiments that can predict the results, the mysterious and unpredictable is the charm of the secret arts. Maybe there is a secret art that can change my unsociable personality and make everyone like me. Maybe there is a secret technique that can make me smarter and become a professor respected by everyone." When talking about the secret technique, Bruce Bann's eyes are shining. Let Luke think that Bruce Bann is different from himself. He is not a speculator, but a person who truly loves the secret technique. A somewhat inferior assistant who hopes to be recognized. The last question. You are given an opportunity and conditions to study the secret technique, but you must obey the orders of a person who is considered dangerous by the Ulu Academy. And the orders may include attacking the Ulu Academy. What will you choose? Think carefully. If you make the wrong choice, I will really kill you. The temperature in the secret room dropped rapidly, and thick frost formed on the walls and ceiling. The cold penetrated Bruce Ban's thin clothes and penetrated into his flesh, making him feel that his blood was about to coagulate. Bruce Ban made a difficult choice. It was obvious that not accepting the recruitment of the elf Qi Kong would be a dead end. And if she accepted her recruitment, she would definitely do something bad to Ulu College. It was said that she had killed many people, stole the Book of Disaster from Ulu College, attacked Dean Wilred, and destroyed the Thunder Tower. She was rated as an extremely dangerous person by the City of Raging Waves, and the reward for her was as high as 1 billion imperial marks. The increasing cold made Bruce Ban feel that his body was becoming stiff, and his hands and feet were gradually losing consciousness. If you don't answer, you will be slowly frozen to death in this torture. I refuse. Bruce Ban trembled and used up his last bit of strength to say, although I am not satisfied with my current work in life, I love this place. I want to be accepted by it, not to destroy it. This is not the answer I want to hear. Do you really want to die? Luke felt like a villain now. No. I still have a lot to do. But I can't hurt the college. The coldness retreated at this moment, and warmth wrapped Bruce Ban in it. He found himself surrounded by a ball of white holy light, and his soul seemed to be purified and sublimated with a gentle temperature. Holy light came from the elf's right hand. A teasing smile emerged from her face. Your performance exceeded my expectations of you, and your answer changed part of my impression of you. You passed this interview, and you were admitted? Admitted? Admitted what? I said. I won't. Luke threw a book of occult arts to Bruce Ban. I won't let you do anything that harms Ulu College. Since you like occult arts so much, I declare that you are admitted to the occult arts department of Ulu College. Qi Kong, am the director of the occult arts department of Ulu College and a professor of occult arts. You will be an assistant teacher first, and I will promote you to professor later. I'll give you this book to repair. Remember to return it to me after reading it. Bruce Ban was holding the secret book in his hand with a confused look on his face. The secret department of Ulu College? Wasn't it disbanded more than 100 years ago? And who appointed you as the head of the secret department? Luke stood up and put on the magician's hat on his head. I established the secret department of Ulu College, and I appointed myself as the head. Now we have professors and teaching assistants, and we are still short of 3 students. Let's go and see the school district of the secret department. Chapter 95: The Establishment of the Department of Mystic Arts. Bruce Ban chanted a spell and left the secret room and returned to the 5th material room. Feeling as if he was dreaming, Luke appeared immediately and said, Let's go! Our Department of Mystic Arts is located in the Wind Hall. Miss Qi Kong, I don't understand why you do this. If you are found studying mystic arts at Ulu College, you will get into big trouble. No matter how big the trouble is. Is it bigger than my trouble? Anyway, I promise not to harm Ulu College. Why the Department of Mystic Arts was established here, I can't tell you for the time being. You only need to know that I am the head of the Department of Mystic Arts, and you are the assistant teacher. Just listen to me. If you don't listen, I will kill you. Okay. Fine. Bruce Ban had no choice. And he was indeed very interested in the secret arts. In the past, he studied secretly alone, and didn't dare to tell anyone, and didn't dare to ask questions. And the elf Qi Kong was a master of the secret arts, who used the secret arts to destroy the Thunder Tower. As her assistant, he would definitely learn a lot of secret arts knowledge. Bruce Ban looked at the book in his hand. The Origin of Sacrifice and the Early Cognition of the Secret Arts. And it was the original version annotated by the author, Professor Fahimia, which was too precious. Bruce Ban carefully put away the Origin of Sacrifice and the Early Cognition of the Secret Arts. And when he saw Qi Kong had walked out, he immediately chased after her. As soon as he went out, he saw Qi Kong standing there, and 3 college students stood opposite her. Seeing their surprised expressions, they seemed to recognize this dangerous elf. What should he do? Bruce Ban was thinking about how to protect the 3 innocent students, and then he heard Qi Kong say, What a coincidence. What are you 3 doing here? Luke met Hidexiko, Lydia, and a fat boy whose name he didn't know when he came to Ulu College last time. None of the 3 of them expected to meet the elf Qi Kong again here. They were all very nervous and wanted to turn around and run, but didn't dare. We, Hidexiko stammered, let's get the materials for the next alchemy class. Teacher Ban. When Hidexiko saw Bruce Ban, he immediately looked for help. Don't look at him. He can't save you. Luke pretended to be fierce. since you found me. How should I deal with you? Lydia was so scared that she was about to cry. Professor Qigong. Please don't kill us. Bruce Bann also said, Miss Qigong. You said you won't endanger the safety of the academy. Yes. I said I won't protect the safety of the academy. But if we let them go like this, they will definitely call the battle mages. Once the fight starts, we won't care about so much. Hidisiko hurriedly said, Professor Qigong. We won't tell anyone that we have seen you. Last time, we helped you. Yes, we helped you. Although we almost killed you. Luke did not continue to scare the 3 students, but said, since you still call me professor, my occult department is still short of 3 students. I will approve your joining as the head of the occult department. Ah! The 3 students were surprised. Even Bruce Bann was confused. Professor Qigong. It's not appropriate to do this. I have the final say on whether it is appropriate or not. Follow me. Don't think about running away. Your Dean Wilred can't beat me. So be honest, and you won't be in danger of your life. Professor Qigong. We won't run away. Wilred gave 5 places to the Department of Mystic Arts, plus the 3 apprentices of Hidisiko. There were exactly 5 people. As for the list, it was just a reference. Luke led all the members of the Department of Mystic Arts and walked all the way to the Wind Sound Hall. The Wind Sound Hall is a palace-like building without walls. There are exquisitely carved pillars around it to support the towering dome. Standing in the hall, you can hear the sound of the breeze. The special building structure and enchanted array allow the sound to resonate continuously inside. Whether it is a slight sound or a loud sound, it will be transmitted to the ears in a very soft and clear way. Luke led the 4 people to the 5th pillar on the west side of the Wind Sound Hall and taught them the spell. Now chant the spell and go see the school area of our occult department. Bruce Bann and the 3 students had no choice but to do so. After the 4 people entered the secret room, Luke smiled at a little monkey on a nearby tree and also entered the secret room. This secret room is different from the secret room near the 5th material room. There are a full range of teaching tools, tables, chairs, and bookshelves here. There is also an occult material room, occult laboratory, and conference room in the next small room. The area is not large, but there are rooms with various functions. Obviously, these are not things that Dean Wilred can arrange temporarily. He should have wanted to restart the occult department for a long time. And he has also made some arrangements for it. Dean Wilred's plan was to implement it secretly first, and then gradually make it public after the Department of Mystic Arts was formed. However, in the normal plot trajectory, the disaster caused by Bruce Bann's use of the Book of Disaster caused Dean Wilred's plan to fail. Although the player found this place after decrypting it, he did not know its function. In this changed plot, the appearance of the elf Qigong gave Dean Wilred the opportunity to restart the Department of Mystic Arts. Bruce Bann and the 3 students were stunned by this secret teaching area with such complete equipment. Where is this place? How do you know that the college has this secret room? Teacher Ben, this is not something you should ask. Everyone, take a seat. Luke walked to the blackboard, took out a pointer from the desk and knocked on the desk. After the 4 people sat down properly, he said, today, our Ulu College Mystic Department is officially established. I am the head of the Mystic Department and also a professor of Mystic. Bruce Bann is my teaching assistant. Hedisai, Lydia, and Fatty. Professor Qigong. My name is Marcellus Van Lentien. Fatty raised his hand to introduce himself. The name is too long, so you'll be called Fatty here. Luke showed his power and the majesty of the head of the Mystic Department. You 3 are students of the first class of the first term of the Mystic Department of Ulu College. Hedisai is the monitor. Lydia is the deputy monitor. And Fatty is the representative of the Mystic class. Our mission is to re-establish the occult discipline in Ulu College and restore the former glory of the occult department. Before that, you must keep the existence of the occult department strictly confidential and not tell anyone what happens here. As a reward, you will learn the most advanced occult knowledge in the world here. The occult can make you smarter, stronger, prettier, and more handsome. The occult has infinite possibilities and can do anything. The occult can make you, like me, have the power to destroy the Thunder Tower. Chapter 96 Unreliable Minister. Luke drew a big round pie on the blackboard for the teachers and students of the Department of Mystic Arts, and then wrote the word Mystic Arts in the middle. This pie is not empty for Bruce Bann and the 3 students. The strength of the elf Qigong is here. Who can refuse to become stronger, smarter, more beautiful and handsome? And Luke's masculine tone and behavior, after the performance of the elf Qi-Kong, exudes an oppressive queen style. Strength and momentum make it difficult for the 4 weak people to have the idea of resistance. Moreover, the fear of Qi-Kong by the 3 children of Heisei comes from the propaganda of the academy. They are more willing to believe in their own subjective judgment during their rebellious period, thinking of Qi-Kong's words that seemed like a threat but were actually concerned about them. They began to doubt the school's propaganda, and at the same time, they thought it was cool to have such a secret base. If the school's taboo secret arts were added, it would be even cooler. Bruce Ban's eyes lit up and asked, Miss Qi-Kong. Hadasiko whispered, Call Professor Qi-Kong. Professor Qi-Kong. When do we start the secret arts class? I haven't thought about it yet. Anyway, I don't know what to teach you today. Luke really didn't know how to start teaching secret arts. After all, she had just taken over this department. This place also needs to be well decorated. Adding some utensils, books, mysterious props. Assistant Teacher Ban is in charge of the supplies. It shouldn't be difficult for you to steal some of the Academy's teaching aids. Right? Steal? Bruce Ban suddenly felt that the Department of Mystic Arts was unreliable. But in order to learn advanced mystic arts from Qi-Kong, Bruce Ban said, Okay, I'll give it a try. We only have a few people, so the consumption of some materials shouldn't be much. It doesn't matter if you use a lot. If you need anything, can you make a list for me, and I'll arrange for someone to deliver it? Bruce Ban asked curiously, Professor Qi-Kong, is there anyone in the Academy who knows about the Department of Mystic Arts? Of course. Otherwise, how could I know such a secret place and get the Book of Disaster? In the future, not only will I teach you the secret arts, but there will be more powerful secret masters coming to teach you. You are so lucky. Luke kept the last secret for Wilred and continued, Just give me the books. 100 years ago, the Department of Secret Arts had a large number of secret books that were not destroyed. I have them in my hands. I will select some suitable ones for you to read. Your first job is to repair these books. They are very precious and were preserved by the last batch of secret masters of Ulu College with great effort. Bruce Ban took out the book The Origin of Sacrifice and the Early Cognition of Secret Arts and said very devoutly, Please rest assured, Professor Qi-Kong, I will do my best to restore these great secret books. They will be like new and become the most precious books of our mystic department. The rest are the mysterious props. According to the current situation of Ulu College, it is definitely not possible to purchase mysterious props publicly. This can only be solved by the mystic department itself. As Bruce Ban just said, the mystic department has only a few people and can't consume much. You can buy them from the Whisperer Mystic House. Leave the preparation of the mysterious props to me. Luke took over the 2 tasks and continued, Today is the first day of the establishment of our Ulu College Mystic Department. Let's get to know each other and get familiar with the future teaching area. Bruce Ban was responsible for a class on the origin of the mystic and sacrifice. And then school was over. I will let you know how to have classes tomorrow and in the future. I am leaving first. Remember, you must keep it a secret. Otherwise I will really kill you. The 4 people nodded dumbly under the fierce threat of the elf Qi-Kong. Luke then chanted a spell and left the Department of Mystic Arts. It's done. As for whether an assistant teacher and 3 students can keep it secret, or how long they can keep it secret, it is not something Luke needs to consider. If the Department of Mystic Arts is exposed, it will be Wilred who will clean up the mess. Find a secret room to change off the professor's robe. Then leave Ulu College along the secret passage you came from. And finally return to the city of raging waves through the space junction. After a day of turmoil, the city returned to silence. But the number of sheriffs and imperial spies patrolling the streets increased several times. Luke did not expose Qi-Kong's whereabouts to provoke the city, and was ready to wait until dawn to see the reactions of all parties before taking appropriate measures. The clever elf quickly shuttled between the shadows of buildings and houses, and then found an opportunity to sneak into the mysterious house of the Whisperer. Hello, Wanlisha. The clerk who was dozing off behind the counter was the little girl he met last time. Luke greeted her casually and walked into the store. Hello, miss. Wanlisha opened her hazy, sleepy eyes. But when she saw the figure of the customer entering the store, she immediately woke up completely. Qi-Kong. You are the elf Qi-Kong. Wanlisha was shocked when she recognized Qi-Kong. There were rumors all over the city that the elf Qi-Kong was a vicious criminal. She stole the heart of the red dragon Nirkalin and the Book of Disaster in order to cause a shocking disaster in the city of Raging Waves. She destroyed the Thunder Tower yesterday. The Public Security Bureau and the Secret Intelligence Bureau are searching for the elf Qi-Kong and require citizens to report to the city security department immediately if they find her trace. What should I do? When Lisa was panicked and didn't know what to do. Go out and ask the sheriff for help. Will I die before I push the door out? Who will save me? Luke walked between the shelves to see if there were any more mysterious props that interested him after not coming here for a few days. Seeing that the clerk didn't catch up, she urged, Ms. Winleisha, I bought more than 1 million mysterious props from you last time. And I am your big customer. If you want to get another large sales commission, come quickly and find what I want. Yes. 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 She wanted to escape in her heart. But her legs kept moving, and she ran to Luke with Winleisha, Dear Miss Qi-Kong. No. 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 I don't know you. Dear Miss Elf. You can take whatever you need. No. No money. Looking at Winleisha, who was stuttering and almost crying nervously, Luke smiled and said, I come from a civilized society, and I don't buy for free. You don't need to be afraid of me. As long as you don't do anything unnecessary, I will definitely not hurt you. As a clerk in this mysterious house, you should be familiar with the secret arts. If I want to purchase some mysterious props for beginners to practice, do you have any suggestions? At this point, Winleisha could only force herself to calm down. She asked, Ms. Elf, can I know what level the beginners of the secret arts you are talking about are? No foundation in the secret arts. While Luke and Winleisha were talking, the door rang. Chapter 97 Mrs. Michelle. When she heard someone coming in, Winleisha immediately held her breath. Who was it? Was it a customer who came to sell mysterious props? Or a patrolling sheriff or imperial spy? There was a wanted elf Qi-Kong here. If a fight broke out here, Winleisha felt like an ant that would die if it was touched lightly. The shelves filled with items blocked the view. A majestic female voice sounded at the entrance. Winleisha. Are you here? It's Mrs. Michelle. Winleisha covered her mouth and exclaimed softly. Luke immediately remembered the information of Mrs. Michelle. Hicks Michelle is one of the 9 members of the City Council of Raging Waves City and belongs to the technical faction. Her husband Wagner Michelle holds an important position in the City Alchemist Association of Raging Waves City. He also owns a private steam alchemy machinery research institute and has many profitable patent technologies. Although Mrs. Michelle was born into an old noble family, her husband's special status made it easy for her to integrate into the upper-class circle of Raging Waves City, especially in the circle of noble ladies. Her background makes her a representative of nobility. The women in the upper class of Raging Waves City all hope to learn from Mrs. Michelle how to be a real noble. The pursuit of the noble ladies in Raging Waves City has enabled Mrs. Michelle to gain strong political capital. With the support of her husband and her own knowledge, Mrs. Michelle, who is very interested in politics, successfully entered the city council. This Whisperer Mystery House is the mysterious prop shop opened by Mrs. Michelle. Winleisha. Are you here? Michelle continued to shout. Winleisha whispered to Luke, What should I do? I'm just a guest. Do what you usually do. Luke didn't care about Mrs. Michelle's sudden arrival. Winleisha. Mrs. Michelle's tone was still not impatient after not getting a response. Although she didn't see anyone, she could already feel the calmness formed by the long-standing family. Madam. I'm here. Winleisha agreed. And when she felt that Qi-Kong really didn't intend to use her as a hostage, she ran away quickly. Winleisha. You really scared me just now. I was still worried if you had any accidents. Mrs. Michelle's voice was full of concern. I came here to inform you that we will close early today. The elf Qi-Kong has put the city in serious danger. Winleisha. Why do you look so bad? Is there really something happening here? Madam. The elf Qi-Kong is here. The store door was closed heavily. The magic energy field filled the entire store. After a while, Mrs. Michelle's voice sounded, Miss Qi-Kong. If it is you, please show up. Luke walked out. Mr. Michelle. Good evening. Mrs. Michelle in front of her was wearing a black corset dress, a small round-top hat on her head, and a pair of lace gloves on her hands. The silk veil blocked her eyes, giving her a sense of nobility and mystery. She held a magic wand in her hand, facing the elf Qi-Kong who had tossed the city of Raging Waves into this state with her own strength. Mrs. Michelle did not dare to be careless. However, she closed the store and did not send out magic for help, indicating that she had other purposes. Miss Qi-Kong. Good evening. I didn't expect to see you here. And I didn't expect you to be so brave and dare to come out at this time. Luke walked towards Mrs. Michelle. And when Lisa hid behind Mrs. Michelle in fear. Thank you for your compliment. I think I am very courageous. Madam. Your courage also surprised me a little. What makes you confident to face me? At this distance? The magic wand in your hand is just a rotten stick in my eyes. The magic wand in Mrs. Michelle's hand emitted a bright light. And a magic beam shot out and hit the floor under Luke's feet. At the same time, some kind of power was activated in the room. And pieces of streams of light emerged in the air, flowing and rippling like water. Seeing the elf stop, Michelle said, Miss Chi Kong, this is my mysterious prop store. And there are secret words I set up. You'd better behave yourself. Or I'll have to use your body to exchange for the 10 billion Reichsmark reward. Wow. 100 billion Reichsmark. That's a lot of money. If I can get this money by turning myself in, I will definitely tie myself up and send myself to the government affairs office. Luke put his right hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Staring at Michelle. You said you set up the secret language here. I really want to see it. Mrs. Michelle also stared at Luke, alert with full concentration. It seems that I need to subdue you first. Secret language, dual field. The secret language preset in the mysterious house was activated. The space opened up, and the shelves moved rapidly around with the unfolding space. The floor was turned over and filled layer by layer. And soon a circular open dual field was expanded. A full body armor appeared in front of Mrs. Michelle, and the lines of the array outlined a hexagram array under her feet. A beam of light descended from the sky, and the fire, horse bones, slashing sword, book pad, and gems fell accurately on the array one by one. Secret language, blue flame knight, a warhorse neighed, and the full body armor stretched and combined into a human figure. And flames representing eyes burned in the gaps of the helmet that fully covered the eyes. The warhorse neighed again, and the knight's body rose, and a warhorse covered with flame armor appeared under his seat. The flame warhorse pawed its front hooves angrily. Sparks spewed out of its nostrils, and its eyes emitted incandescent light. The knight grabbed the flame reins of the warhorse with his left hand, looked down at the elf in front of him majestically, and a huge slashing sword appeared in his right hand. Mrs. Michelle waved her magic wand, and the light on the tip drew a spell in the air. A protective light wall rose up, protecting her and one Lisa. During the whole process of Michelle's spell, Luke stood still without any movement. The expansion of space stretched the distance between her and Michelle to 20 meters. 15 meters away from the blue flame knight. A charge was gone in an instant. After completing the release of the secret spell and the protective magic, Mrs. Michelle said to Luke, you still have one last chance. Give up resistance, and I will consider not handing you over to the city hall. Luke still did not draw his knife at this time, ignoring the aggressive blue flame knight. Just now, I was thinking about how to let you release this duel arena. I didn't expect it would be so easy. It's really an unexpected surprise. After hearing the elf's words, Mrs. Michelle immediately had a bad premonition. How did she know there was a secret duel arena here? What did she want to do? At this time, Mrs. Michelle heard the elf Chi Kong chanting, secret language, singing the Blood Barbarians. Chapter 98 Mysticism versus Mysticism. A clang 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 sound came from the shelf in the corner, and a small brass bell the size of a coconut flew over. It stopped in front of Luke, and swung slowly at a height of 1 meter from the ground. The hammer inside hit the bell wall, and made a rhythmic sound. Then several more mysterious props flew over from the shelf. There were orc shaman staffs carved with totems. There were maces. There were leather drums. There were large beast fangs. All the mysterious props that released the words of mysticism fell on the magic circle that was centered on Luke. It was as if the song from ancient times came from nothing, from small to big. The song had no lyrics, only the vicissitudes of the melody with infinite power bursting out after accumulation. A strong and tall orc appeared in front of Luke. He wore simple clothes made of animal skin, with a bronze bell hanging on his waist. Under his green skin were muscles full of fat. He held the shaman's staff high in his left hand. In the melody of the song, the totem emitted a bloody red light that enveloped him. This was the singing blood barbarian among the orcs. He inherited the power of blood from the songs passed down from generation to generation by his ancestors, and became an extremely powerful warrior. The orc raised his mace and pointed it at the blue flame knight, roaring to invite him to fight. But Mrs. Michelle did not attack. I can't understand why you know how to use the secret language in this dual field. Luke was not in a hurry to release the blood-singing barbarian. She replied, "What's there to not understand? Since it's a dual arena, there are naturally two secret language release points. There is one under your feet and another under my feet. This answer is equivalent to no answer." The two secret language release points of the dual arena were set up by the person who opened the secret language of the dual arena. Theoretically, the person who is pulled into the dual arena needs to go through constant attempts to find another secret language release point. But Luke stood directly on the secret language release point. This is a mysterious prop store. As long as you master enough secret language and have the corresponding mysterious props, you can use the mysterious props to quickly release the secret arts. This meant that the battle arena that Mrs. Michelle had carefully built for herself could not play the role of a home arena at all. It seems that you are a mystic who is beyond my expectations. I hope that the words of mysticism you have mastered are enough to make use of the mysterious props here. I know more than just the words of mysticism. After saying that, Luke drew out his scimitar and swung it. The scimitar turned into a rotating ice wheel in the air, drawing an arc and flying towards Mrs. Michelle. At the same time, it released the singing blood barbarian. The orcs, who had long been full of fighting spirit, rushed towards the blue flame knight. The bronze bells rang while running, and in the melody of the charge, the red light that enveloped the orcs condensed into the phantom of an ancient giant beast. The released blue flame knight also launched a charge, and the warhorse covered with flame started instantly, and the horse's hooves hit the ground heavily. Sparks flew everywhere. The knight carried the slashing sword on his shoulder armor, straightened his body, and locked his eyes firmly on the enemy. The flying ice wheel passed by the side of the knight and slashed fiercely on the protective light wall. The light wall emitted a strong light when it hit, concentrating on the attack point, and the magic energy continued to repair the damage. Soon the ice wheel consumed all its potential energy in the confrontation and shattered. The ice fell, and the scimitar returned to its original path. At this moment, Young Blood Barbarian and Blue Flame Knight clashed. The huge Blood Barbarian orc was not much shorter than the knight riding a warhorse. He held a totem in his left hand and a mace in his right hand. The power of his ancestors made him fearless. He roared at the knight's sword and the flames on the horse, and swung his mace with a bloody light like a heavy hammer. The heavy flames collided with the ancient power, and the circular ripples spread. The blue flame knight was stopped in the collision, and the horse stood up. The bloody orc turned over, got up and rushed towards the knight again. At this time, a hemp rope flew over like a snake, wrapped around the bloody orc's feet, and tripped him to the ground. The front hoof of the warhorse stomped on the head of the orc on the ground. But a group of goblins flew over like a swarm of bees. Some of them pulled the bloody orc away from the falling horse's hoof, and some surrounded the knight and screamed. Secret language, noisy goblins. Secret language, hallucinogenic pollen. A pollen bottle flew over from the shelf, followed by ice crystal particles, mercury pots, radix spathiphyllum, dragonfly specimens, and crescent jade pendants. A group of secret words were released around Luke, and the pollen bottle exploded in the air, and the pollen gathered into countless small balls and slowly fell. The noisy goblins untied the ropes that bound the blood barbarians and flew back. A goblin picked up a pollen ball and rushed towards the blue flame knight. The blue flame knight was being disturbed by the noises of the noisy goblins around him. He slashed at the goblins with his sword, but they were all dodged by the goblins cleverly. Instead, the flames from the warhorse burned several goblins to ashes. The noisy fairies with hallucinogenic pollen arrived, and when they threw the pollen at the blue flame knight, the whistling wind blew them all away. A group of air currents joined the battle, dispersing all the noisy fairies surrounding the blue flame knight, and then protecting the knight in the middle of the air currents. The blood barbarian orcs, who had regained their mobility, launched an attack, and the noisy fairies all went to deal with the rope that was about to wrap around them again. Around Luke, another group of secret words were in place. A string of fireballs was launched by Mrs. Michelle and had already attacked. Secret word, the weight of rock. The mysterious props made entirely of stone sank into the ground. After Luke threw the scimitar that flew back again, he drew out another scimitar at the same time. The upward blade drew a thick ice wall on Luke's side, blocking all the fireballs. In the field, the blue flame knight and the blood savage orc were fighting. Wrapped in the wind, the blue flame knight's speed increased a lot, and his movements were extremely fast. The warhorse covered with flames kept turning and sprinting within a distance of 4 steps, as flexible as a cat. Every collision made the blood-savage orc retreat continuously until a piece of rock protruded from the ground. The warhorse nimbly jumped over the rock protrusion. After the blood-savage orc touched the rock protrusion, the rock immediately wrapped up along his legs. In a blink of an eye, a layer of rock armor was attached to the orc, and his feet took root and connected to the floor. After a collision with the charging knight, the bloody orcs did not move at all. When they needed to move, the rocks under their feet automatically separated without affecting the orcs' movements. The blue flame knights and the bloody orcs fought evenly, and Michelle and Luke continued to release the words of secret arts to add combat power to the center of the battlefield. The surrounding magic and combat skills went back and forth, and it seemed that no one could determine the victory in a short time. But Mrs. Michelle felt more and more incredible as the fight went on. How could Qi Kong be so familiar with the mysterious props here? She did not hesitate or think when releasing the words of secret arts. As if she opened this door. Chapter 99 Spirit Mask. What is her origin? Mrs. Michelle couldn't guess. But her tactics had obviously failed. As long as Qi Kong had enough secret words, the mysterious props here would be enough for them to fight until dawn. And there was no need to wait until dawn. The followers waiting outside would soon rush in. If the secret duel field was destroyed from the outside, the scale of the battle would expand and attract all parties in the city of raging waves. Then the situation she created to face Qi Kong alone would be gone. The battle must be ended as soon as possible. Mrs. Michelle looked at the chaotic battlefield and decided to use her trump card. She stretched out her hand, and a purple tear stone floated in her palm. She took off her hat, and without the gauze covering her, she could clearly see a 3-centimeter long scar between her eyebrows. Mrs. Michelle held the tear stone close to her forehead, and the scar split open to reveal a groove, which was exactly the same shape as the tear stone. After the tear stone was embedded in the groove, it emitted a dazzling strong light, and a mask unfolded with the tear stone as the center. The mask covered the upper half of Mrs. Michelle's face, and the eyes were also covered underneath. The outline of the eyes appeared around the tear stone, like a single eye radiating purple light rhythmically. At this moment, powerful energy burst out from Mrs. Michelle, and her body floated up, with purple beams flashing around her like lightning. Waving the magic wand, an electric chain was thrown out, and the stone armor on the bloody orcs was broken with one blow. And Luke did not give Mrs. Michelle another chance to attack the bloody orcs. She was waiting for this moment. Luke pushed the level of Qi Kong down to 100, disappeared on the spot, and appeared in front of Mrs. Michelle after another space relay. He cut open the protective light wall with a knife, entered the release point of Mrs. Michelle's secret language, and then took the Book of Disaster in his hand. He threw out several mysterious props from the space backpack in succession. Secret language, spirit mask, seal. Mrs. Michelle, who was about to attack the close person, suddenly screamed at this time. She fell to the ground. Her magic wand fell to the side, and she covered her face with her hands in pain. Then a force pushed her hands away, and the mask was pulled away from her face by an invisible hand. Between the inner layer of the mask and Mrs. Michelle's face, the gelatinous energy line became thinner and thinner until it was forcibly torn apart. The removed mask flew to the floating Book of Disaster and drilled into the open pages. The Book of Disaster fell into Luke's hands. At this moment, all the things released by the secret language flew away and disappeared, and the shells were pulled back to their original positions in the contraction of space. Except for the loss of some mysterious props, the mysterious door did not change at all. Mrs. Michelle. When Lisa helped Michelle up and begged Luke, "Please, don't hurt us." Luke shook the Book of Disaster, and a mask fell out of it. Luke looked at the mask over and over again, and said with a smile, "I didn't intend to hurt you. I just wanted this spiritual mask. It can strengthen people's spiritual power, and improve their control over energy. But once you put on the spiritual mask, you can only take it off through the reverse secret language. And the most important spiritual jewelry box in this secret language is a very rare mysterious prop." Mrs. Michelle. How many years have you not taken off the spiritual mask? Mrs. Michelle, whose spirit mask was forcibly taken off, looked very weak under the support of one Lisa. The scar between her eyebrows disappeared, and her whole face looked more rosy than before. "It has been 3 years since I used up the last spirit jewelry box. I have never succeeded in making it again. The spirit mask brings me endless torture. Every night, I have to take a lot of sleeping pills to fall asleep. Thank you for taking it off. However, the spirit mask is a secret technique I developed myself, and I have never told anyone. How did you know it, Mrs. Michelle? The secret language is something that already exists. We just discovered it, not invented it. Just because you can find the spirit mask doesn't mean no one has found it before you. I relieved your pain. And as a reward, this spirit mask belongs to me. For Mrs. Michelle, this reward is a bit high. Ms. Qing Kong, please return the spirit mask to me. It took me more than 10 years to make it, and consumed countless wealth and materials. I can pay you with other things. Luke put the Book of Disaster and the spirit mask into the space backpack. Dean Wilred also asked me for his Ruewa wand. You can ask him if I gave it to him. I robbed the things with my own ability. If you want to take them back, you can take them with your own ability. But in your current state, don't lose your life. Mrs. Michelle can become a city councilor of the city of Raging Waves. And she knows what it means to be flexible. Some things are lost and lost. It is most important to stop the loss in time. Okay. I will find other ways to get the spirit mask back. Michelle, who has recovered a little strength, let when Lisa let go of her. She tidied her clothes and regained her calm demeanor. Can I know why Miss Qing Kong came to my mysterious shop at this time? You didn't know I would come at this time, so you shouldn't be waiting for me. When Lisa picked up Mrs. Michelle's hat and said, Madam, Miss Qing Kong came to buy some mysterious props, which are mysterious props for beginners of the secret arts to practice. A beginner in mystic arts? Mrs. Michelle took the hat and put it on. Miss Qing Kong can control the Book of Disaster, so she must be a great mystic. Are these mysterious items purchased for your disciples? I guess so. I have nothing to do, so I recruit a few disciples to play with. I think I can help you choose some mysterious items suitable for beginners. Please follow me. Mrs. Michelle walked towards the shelves, and when she passed by Luke, she showed no hostility or vigilance. Just like a clerk serving an ordinary customer, Luke followed Mrs. Michelle and walked between the shelves. Crystals are consumables for learning mystic arts. They allow beginners to quickly master how to make a mystical item and understand the connection between different mystical items. The most important thing about the mystical language is to find resonance between the mystical items, including the resonance between the mystic and the secret language. You need 300 crystals, right? Sure. Fire plays an important role in most mystical languages, whether it is for assistance or for creating atmosphere. Candles not only provide fire, but they can also easily become mystical items. You need 10 boxes of special candles. Sure. Drawing paper. Chapter 100 Tea Party. Mrs. Michelle walked between the shelves, introducing the mysterious props that beginners of the secret arts would use to Luke, while when Lisa was holding a small notebook behind her, recording the names and quantities of the goods. Before she knew it, she had written several pages of dozens of mysterious props. After spending some time, Michelle said to Luke after recommending the last item, Ms. Qing Kong, these are the mysterious props suitable for beginners that I have here. Do you have anything else to add? Luke's starting point in the field of secret arts was too high, and he had no say in the low-level secret arts. Anyway, Mrs. Michelle was very reasonable when she was selling, so she bought whatever she was told to buy, and she wouldn't suffer much loss. That's all. I will need a lot of mysterious props in the future, and I will definitely come to bother you. Mr. Congressman, you can call me Mrs. Michelle. The title of Congressman always reminds me of those annoying things. Ms. Qing Kong, the goods you want will take some time to prepare. There is a tea house on the roof of this store. May I have the honor of inviting you for a cup of tea? Please rest assured that I have no ill will towards you, and I promise that no one will prevent you from leaving here. Luke had long seen that Mrs. Michelle had other intentions for him. Otherwise, he would not have thought of playing a game of closing the door and beating the dog. The result was that she was beaten up and her spirit mask was stolen. Since Mrs. Michelle was generous and wanted to establish a good relationship, Luke also wanted to see what the congressman wanted to do. Okay, I'll have tea with the lady, Mrs. Michelle asked when Lisa to prepare the mysterious props, and then told the entourage outside to continue waiting, and then took Luke up the stairs. The Whisperer Mysterious House is a 3-story building. The first floor is a shop. The second floor is a warehouse. And the third floor is when Lisa's residence. On the roof is an open balcony with a pavilion built with brackets and morning glories. Sitting under the pavilion and enjoying the street view of the Raging Waves city is also a very pleasant thing. Mrs. Michelle invited Luke to sit down, and then took out a kettle and tea sets from the cabinet next to it. The hand swept across the middle of the table, and a fire started. Put the stove rack on. Then put the kettle on. Michelle made tea very seriously. Without saying a word, Luke also waited patiently. The night was very quiet, and you could hear the voices of people talking downstairs. Mrs. Michelle's entourage, and the patrolling sheriffs chatting. There was also the sound of carriages passing by. The water boiled quickly. "Do you need sugar?" Mrs. Michelle, who was pouring tea, asked Luke. "No, thank you." Luke took the tea that Mrs. Michelle handed to him and took a sip. "I don't know tea, but it tastes really good. Madam must have invited me to drink tea for something else. And now you can tell me." Mrs. Michelle added a small spoonful of sugar to her tea, then picked it up and stirred it slowly. "Before talking about my purpose, I have a few questions for Miss Chi Kong. Of course, you can choose to answer or not. Excuse me, are you a member of the Brotherhood of the Blade?" Luke took out the silver blade of the Brotherhood of the Blade and put it on the table. "This thing was forced on me by Viscount Iskelin. He said that this dagger can help me solve a lot of troubles. But he seems to overestimate the influence of the Brotherhood of the Blade." What Luke said made Mrs. Michelle laugh. "It should be said that the trouble you caused is beyond the scope of the Brotherhood of the Blade. Can I understand that you have no direct relationship with the Blade Brotherhood, but only a little personal relationship?" "A little bit," Luke corrected. "Viscount Iskelin only wants to use me. You should also want to use me." Luke said it so bluntly that Mrs. Michelle took a sip of tea to reorganize what she was going to say. Although the word use is not pleasant, it is indeed the most concise and appropriate word. "When the government office set the reward for you at 2 million Reichsmarks, we thought you were a criminal. When the government office set the reward for you at 100 million Reichsmarks, we thought you were an extremely dangerous criminal. When the government office raised the bounty on you to 1 billion Reichsmarks, everyone was in awe of you. Everyone wanted to find you, and extended an olive branch to you, compared to others who were still looking for you in the city. I was lucky." Luke drank tea and smiled and said, "Don't you think your thoughts are like making a deal with the devil?" Mrs. Michelle replied, "There is a devil in everyone's heart, especially in this city of wrath. Money, power, and vanity constantly impact people's moral bottom line and magnify desires. It's like a hand pushing you from behind, forcing you to do things that are despised by your conscience. You are very self-aware. That's why I can become a member of the Raging Waves City Council." The second question, "Are you going to create a disaster in this city?" Luke said very straightforwardly, "I don't have this idea. At least there is no reason to create a disaster at this moment. The Thunder Tower. That was an accident. Completely beyond my expectations." Mrs. Michelle did not question it and continued to ask. "The third question, will you leave Raging Waves City in the short term?" "No. I have finished asking questions. Thank you for your answers. You have already guessed the purpose of my invitation this time. I will cooperate with you. You will do some things for me that I am not convenient to solve, and I will provide you with convenience in Raging Wave City. I can even use my influence to get the City Hall to lift the wanted order against you." Luke said with a smile, "If I agree to you, why not agree to Iskelin? He is the Brotherhood of the Blade, and the price he offers is definitely higher than yours. He also has high demands on you. If you know me, you should know that although I am a member of the Council of Raging Waves, I have no real power. No matter how much a group of ignorant ladies listen to me, men still make the final decision at the critical moment. And my husband, he is not interested in politics, and all his energy is in his laboratory." Mrs. Michelle paused here for a moment, and after taking another sip of tea, she continued, "Something happened in the Parliament recently, and there has been a growing rift between the members, and the Brotherhood of the Blade has been biting like a group of flies. My father wrote to me and asked me to do something for them. There are also the crazy people in the Abyss Temple and the detective in the Cape District Secret Service, who doesn't know what he wants to do. I can foresee that a bigger disaster is about to befall the city. Compared with that disaster, the collapse of the Thunder Tower is just a child's play." Luke sighed and said, "I accept your evaluation." Mrs. Michelle knew that she said the wrong thing, and she quickly apologized. "I didn't belittle you, Miss Chi Kong. I can see that you seem to be collecting something, and I can't just collect mysterious props for you. My husband has an alchemical steam machinery research institute. I wonder if I can help you." Chapter 101, Mrs. Michelle's Commission. Luke began to seriously consider Mrs. Michelle's suggestion. Viscount Iskelin is backed by the entire Blade Brotherhood, and Chi Kong alone will definitely not be able to get entangled with them. And since his original body has already connected with this line, Chi Kong does not need to do such useless work. Mrs. Michelle's status in Nuteo's city comes more from her influence in the circle of urban socialites and noble ladies. Pillow talk may work in the decision-making of some things. Or it may not work. There is too much uncertainty. Her father is an old aristocratic force, and can't help much in Nuteo's city. Her husband is neither a businessman nor a politician. He is a real pure scientific researcher, and can't provide her with much substantial help. Now, the city of raging waves is in internal and external troubles due to his fierce operation. And all kinds of contradictions have come out at once. With Mrs. Michelle's political sense, it would be strange if she could not detect the danger inside. Without real power and foundation. If you don't want to be a spectator or a victim in this impending chaos, you must take the initiative to do something. Luke responded, if you want me to protect your safety, I'm afraid I can't do it. I am indeed collecting some things. So I want to make my own things the best option. The positive answer of the elf Chi Kong encouraged Mrs. Michelle. In the current city of raging waves, I can still guarantee my safety. Of course, I took a risk just now when I faced you. But it also proved that the risk I took brought me a proportional gain. I just want to establish an equal cooperative relationship with you. You have absolute freedom to choose what I entrust you to do. I will do my best to do what you entrust me with. Luke thinks this equal cooperation is good. Mrs. Michelle has a complete channel for purchasing mysterious props, since it is not suitable for him to leave the Raging Wave City now. Entrusting Mrs. Michelle to collect some rare mysterious props is a solution. And her husband also runs a world-class alchemical steam machinery research institute. Luke was very envious of Shelley's Thunder BU-953. Sure, having a member of the Raging Wave City Council as a partner will definitely provide great convenience for my activities here. Luke held a teacup and agreed to Michelle's cooperation proposal. Michelle and Luke clinked their glasses gently. Cooperating with a strong man like you may be the most correct decision I have made in my life. It's nice to compliment. I hope you don't think so in your heart. In my opinion, resigning from the position of counselor and being a qualified wife in peace and stability is your most correct decision. Michelle looked at the elf in front of him, shook his head and said with a smile, talking to you always makes me waver in what I have always insisted on. It is indeed the most correct decision to retreat from the peak of this tide. But I can't do it. I am no longer the little girl who first came to Raging Wave City. As I just said, in this city, people's desires will be magnified. Let's not talk about this. Can you tell me about my first commission? Yes. I don't have anything urgent to deal with recently. You should have seen the citywide parade that took place during the day. It seems to be a spontaneous demonstration by citizens because of the collapse of the Raging Waves Tower. But all signs indicate that someone is pushing it behind the scenes. The organizer is the newly appointed meteorite inspector of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. And he seems to have reached a cooperation agreement with Councillor Ibel. There is also intelligence that this meteorite inspector had a brief meeting with Viscount Iskelin. The former inspector of the Secret Service of the Cape District might still be worried about the expense bills in such a short time. The chaotic relationships between various parties in the Cape District are enough for him to spend a year to figure out. But this inspector not only gained a foothold in the Cape District, but also organized such a large-scale demonstration, so that Ibel and Iskelin put aside their status and took the initiative to contact him. He is definitely a very powerful person. But the Parliament has difficulty in conducting a comprehensive investigation of him for various reasons. If you have time, can you help me conduct an investigation on him? Luke didn't expect that Mrs. Michelle would give him this commission. Why did you choose me? Because you have a strong ability to hide. The whole city of Raging Waves has been searching for so many days. But no trace of you has been found. The discovery of you is either accidental or you deliberately exposed yourself. I believe you are absolutely capable of tracking Meteorite without being discovered by him. Even if you are discovered, you are capable of escaping unscathed. Is this a private commission? Or a commission from the Parliament? Mrs. Michelle said clearly, this is a private commission and has nothing to do with the Parliament. I must find out what the Princess' intention is in sending Meteorite to Raging Waves. And what is he plotting with Ibel and Iskelin? Luke knew very well that Madame Michelle was wavering in her stance in the city of Raging Waves, and could be described as a good dancer. In the correct course of the game, Viscount Iskelin would eventually enter the Parliament, and Madame Michelle played an important role in the process. Later, Madame Michelle got what she wanted, and became the Speaker of the Council of the City of Raging Waves by relying on the balance of power between the new and old nobles. But playing with power without a foundation is like walking on a tightrope between cliffs. And Madame Michelle was eventually backfired by power. The end was quite tragic. This is also the reason why Luke persuaded Michelle to retreat while he was ahead. But Michelle obviously didn't listen. Since Michelle insisted on playing this game, Luke took on this commission. How should I quote for such a simple task? Okay, I'll give it a try. The mysterious item I bought today. Free. I want a means of transportation. I'll let my husband design and build a steam locomotive for you. Wow! A steam locomotive designed and built by Wagner Michel himself. If it were in the game, I wonder how many players would envy it. This is definitely enough to pay for this task of monitoring yourself. But Luke thinks he can be a little bolder. Can I give the performance data and steam locomotive style I expect and let Master Michel design it? Mrs. Michel answered very confidently, no problem. My husband and his team are world-class in alchemical steam machinery technology. And they have some very deep cooperation with the Ulu Institute. And they can guarantee to build a steam locomotive that will satisfy Miss Chi Kong. I am very much looking forward to it. And it's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Chapter 102 continued to apply pressure. After Luke and Mrs. Michel finished a pot of tea, when Lisa came up to tell him that she had prepared all the mysterious props and packed them into several large boxes. Since it was free, Luke did not count them, and threw them all into the space backpack. After saying goodbye to Mrs. Michel, she found a deserted place to let Chi Kong go offline. As for the spirit mask, it must not be used directly by the main body, and the corresponding secret words need to be collected. Therefore, it was temporarily hidden. Anyway, it would be used sooner or later. The night passed in a relatively peaceful manner. The next day, the follow-up effects of the collapse of the Thunder Tower and the outbreak of the citywide parade began to erupt in the city of raging waves. Several influential newspapers used several pages to report yesterday's events in large print and length, coupled with several ironic cartoons. It was very inflammatory. A newspaper whose boss was Councillor Ibrahim almost pointed fingers at the city security department for its inaction. It even revealed the amount of money the city finances spent on public security, accusing the city security department officials of taking high salaries, but not doing their job. Although the criticism in other newspapers was not very obvious, anyone who used their brains could see that the city security department had an unshirkable responsibility for the collapse of the Thunder Tower. This pot was not only placed on Councillor Virgil, but also welded tightly. In addition, there were protesters gathering near the Thunder Tower in the Central Park. There were also people shouting slogans in other squares and in front of important buildings, demanding that the City Hall hold the relevant personnel accountable. There was a strong desire to pull down the city security officials from Councillor Virgil to the bottom. Compared with Councillor Virgil, who was already scolded by the public as worse than a pig, Councillor Ibel appeared in the newspapers with a very positive image. He stood up when Councillor Virgil was helpless, facing the angry tens of thousands of citizens of the city of raging fire. The brave Councillor Ibel did not retreat at all. He fulfilled his duties as a city councillor, and with an impassioned speech, he resolved the crisis of the city hall, maintained the dignity of the city, and prevented the situation from deteriorating. Some citizens even shed tears of emotion, realizing their reckless behavior under the light of Councillor Ibrahim. The accompanying cartoons are also very interesting. Councillor Ibrahim is a fat tiger wearing a top hat and holding a civilized cane, who is powerful but kind. Councillor Virgil is a monkey wearing baggy clothes, hiding behind the sheriff and shivering. Luke couldn't help but spit out the coffee in his mouth when he saw this. Don't say, it fits the situation at that time. Inspector, are you okay? Kalina, who was standing aside to report on morning affairs, took out a towel to wipe the coffee splashed everywhere. It's okay. It's okay. Luke also hurriedly helped to wipe it, and then said, you continue. Yes, Inspector. I have reviewed the case report submitted by Agent Thomas on the disappearance of the Hilm brothers. The entire case handling process is clear, and the evidence is authentic and reliable. Agent Thomas also showed the high quality of an Imperial spy during the rescue process. If we could have discovered earlier that Agent Thomas has such excellent case handling ability, perhaps we could have saved some of the reputation of our Cape District Secret Service. Although it was just a small missing person case, Kalina still did not hesitate to praise Thomas. Among those closed case files full of loopholes, this one is really unique and clear. I don't think that discovering Agent Thomas's ability earlier would have helped the reputation of the Cape District Secret Service. Thomas's talent needs someone who knows how to train and use him. Any news from Councillor Ibrahim? Kalina agreed with Luke's words. If Thomas was allowed to work under Shelley, the most likely possibility would be he would have closed the case before he even started investigating. Kaylina collected her somewhat divergent thoughts and answered the inspector's question. Agent Thomas sent someone to deliver the news that Councillor Ibrahim went to the Government Affairs Office early in the morning. He will submit a proposal to renovate Cape Harbor in Parliament. And several newspapers will have an exclusive interview with the councillor in the afternoon. If everything goes well, there will be information about the repair of Cape Harbor in tomorrow's newspaper. It seems that several major newspapers in Raging Wave City have received a lot of money from him. Kaylina asked, "Do we need to investigate?" "No. I'm just talking casually." Luke comforted Kaylina, who was a little bit motivated at work, and continued, "In view of Councillor Ibel's actions yesterday, the Parliament will not easily pass his agenda. We also need to continue to use the collapse of the Thunder Tower to put pressure on the Government Affairs Office and the Parliament. If Councillor Virgil wants to keep his position, he must compromise on this matter. And we must cooperate with Councillor Ibel. Let Black Mamba find some people to sit in the square in front of the Government Hall. Go in the morning and finish work in the evening. 300 Reichsmarks per day. If there are less than 2,000 people demonstrating in the central square, let our people make up for it. In other districts, where there are many people coming and going, we will put people there. Remember, don't have any conflicts with the sheriff. If they drive us away, let our people go. If they leave, our people will go back. Arrange food and water, and send some of our agents to guard them from a distance to protect them. Keep the heat up, and the newspapers will have topics to write about. They can't outlast us." "Yes, Inspector." Kaylina carefully recorded the order. At this time, Shelley pushed the door open and walked in. "Inspector, Mrs. Tasia came back last night, and now they are all in the commando headquarters." "How many Nagas did Mrs. Tasia bring?" 147 people. "Let them adapt to the land environment, and I will take them to kill people in a few days." Shelley became interested. "Inspector, there is no need for Nagas to kill people on land. You tell me who to kill, and I will take people there now." Luke stood up, put on his hat, and picked up his cane. "There are many people to kill, and the more people who can go, the better. You just send someone to the commando headquarters to report the news. Call Pisco, and we will go to Diagon Street." Hearing that the inspector was going to Diagon Street in person, Shelley changed his face and dissuaded him. "Diagon Street is a very special place, and the mechanical people there are very repulsive to us. If you have anything, you can leave it to me. I will go to negotiate with Wei Meng." Luke has already walked out. "In the Cape District, there is no place I can't go. No one in the Empire can exclude Imperial spies. No matter how much they dislike us, they have to endure it. I will go to Diagon Street today." Shelley saw that the inspector insisted on provoking those mechanical people, so she had to follow him. "Inspector, I will bring more people with you." "No, we are not going to wipe them out. You, Pisco, Kaylina will go too." Hearing the inspector call her name, Kaylina immediately stood up. "Yes, Inspector." Chapter 103 Diagonal Street Mechanic Clan. Mechanic Clan is not a race. It is a general term for a type of people who have a fanatical worship and profound research on machines. Pisco has a pair of mechanical arms because he lost both arms in a fight and had to replace them with mechanical ones. The Mechanic Clan is keen on replacing their limbs with mechanical ones, and they are a very special group of people. The common pursuit and belief make the Mechanic Clan like to gather together to discuss mechanical transformation. Their professional knowledge and technology have become their means of survival. After all, when you are in the world, you will inevitably get hurt. After losing an arm or a leg, find a skilled Mechanic Clan to replace it, and you will soon be able to continue to float around alive and kicking. The mechanical tribe settlement of Nuteo City is in the Cape District. Driving into Diagonal Street, what you see is a completely different style. This is a block filled with steam and steel. What you hear is the sound of various lathes hitting and rubbing, and you can see white steam spewing out from somewhere at any time. Some shops are making steel on the street, and iron flowers are flying towards the middle of the road. Some shops have huge machines parked in them, and several people are standing on the scaffolding to install parts for the unknown machines. Some shops display various mechanical items, parts, and a full range of tools. Most people here have undergone mechanical transformation to a greater or lesser extent. Some things that are difficult for ordinary people to move are as easy as drinking water in their hands. Luke sat in the car, looking at the situation of Diagonal Street. and Kalina introduced it to him. Diagonal Street consists of two X-shaped streets, with a permanent population of about 3,000 people, most of whom are mechanical people. They mainly engage in body modification, mechanical assembly, and maintenance, and a small number of them have independent research and development capabilities for mechanical products. Of course, there are also some other industries that are not allowed by imperial law. Diagonal Street has a high reputation within the empire and internationally. Many people come here to receive body modification. And there are also many special orders. The mighty Captain Black Mamba is talking about is the leader of the mechanical people in Diagonal Street. He runs a mechanical modification shop and an underground boxing gym. Luke knows this information. The mechanical race has a special influence in the Cape District with their technology, and everyone does not want to offend them for emergencies. The body modification makes their combat effectiveness generally strong and united. So the Cape District Security Bureau does not come here to provoke them. Not to mention the former Secret Service. The car with the Empire flag and the Secret Service flag on the front of the car quickly attracted the attention of the mechanical race as soon as it entered Diagonal Street. It drove less than 100 meters and was stopped by several people. The leader was wearing a jacket, and the front face was mechanically modified like a metal mask, and the eyes were a pair of telescopic lenses. He put his metal hand on the front of the car and shouted to the people inside, "You are not welcome here. Go back." Shelley walked down from the co-pilot seat, iron face. "The car is our Cape District Secret Service Inspector Meteorite. We are here to find Mighty. Go and inform him." Iron Face recognized Shelley, but still said in a disdainful tone, "Black Mamba, our mighty boss is watching a boxing match and has no time to see your inspector. Remember to let us know in advance next time you come, and see if our boss has time to see him. Our inspector wants to see Mighty now." Hearing Shelley's threatening tone, Iron Face and his people did not back down. "This is Diagonal Street. Anyone who wants to see our boss must make an appointment first." At the moment of tension, Luke got out of the car. "Black Mamba, since the mighty boss doesn't have time, let's not embarrass these people. I heard that your boxing matches are very exciting. It should be okay for us to watch the matches as tourists." "Yes, but you can't drive." Faced with Iron Face difficulties, Luke just knocked on the roof of the car to let Pisco and Kalina get out. Then he said, "Let's go. Take us to watch the boxing match." Iron Face thought he had embarrassed the detective of the Secret Service, and said proudly, "Come with us. Let you see what the passion of steel collision is." Luke led his men to follow Iron Face and several mechanical people along the street. After entering an alley, they went through a small door and entered the underground boxing ring. The shouts hit the eardrums, and countless spectators shouted at the ring from the sidelines and the stands. The ring was surrounded by a circle of iron nets, and in the middle were two people whose bodies had been mechanically modified, punching each other with iron fists. The sound of metal hitting metal echoed in the boxing ring, making the audience shout excitedly. Iron Face led people to make a way through the crowd, allowing Luke and others to come to the ring smoothly. "Inspector, the body of steel has a natural advantage over the flesh and blood body, and mechanical technology has created our great mechanical race. Look at their battle. You should be able to feel the powerful fighting power we have. Are you willing to take a gamble? The next match is between the mechanical man modified by our boss, Wei Ming himself, and the mechanical man from the sandpaper modification shop. Our boss has a high chance of winning. This boxing ring is not only for entertainment and gambling, but also a comprehensive test of the technology of many mechanical modification shops on Diagon Street. Winning in this ring will greatly improve the reputation and fees of the store. Okay. A small bet for fun." Luke looked at the two people fighting in the ring and said casually, "I bet 10 million Reichsmarks." 10 million? 10,000? Did I hear it right? Iron Face was frightened by Luke's bet. "Is this a small bet? Be more confident." "You heard it right. But I have a request. I want to fight you. If you beat me, you can take the 10 million. Luke's request was beyond everyone's expectation, and Shelley even whispered to dissuade him, "Inspector, Iron Face is very strong. If you want to teach him a lesson, let me do it." "No. He doesn't dare to fight you." Luke continued to say to Iron Face, "Think about it carefully. If you beat me, 10 million Reichsmarks will be yours. If you lose, you don't need to pay. Do you want to try your luck?" 10 million Reichsmarks hit Iron Face hard. He didn't know the strength of this meteorite inspector, but judging from the performance of Black Mamba and others, Meteorite's strength did not seem to be outstanding. If you win, you will have 10 million Reichsmarks. Losing doesn't seem to be a big loss. You can't use firearms. The excitement of getting rich overnight made Timian's breathing a little rapid. Luke took out his pistol and handed it to Kylina. Any other requests? No. Next game. I'll fight you. I'll arrange it now. Don't regret it. Hee hee. No regrets. Timian immediately went to find Wei Ming and reported that the Secret Service's meteorite detective was going to the ring. The 4 people in the Secret Service, except Luke, showed worry. Chapter 104 Iron Fist. When Luke handed his hat, pocket watch, cane and some odds and ends to Kylina, Ironface pushed through the crowd and returned. Wei Ming agreed to postpone the next match. Inspector, you have to control your subordinates. It is normal for people to die in this arena. After saying that, Ironface looked at Shelley, who glared back at him fiercely. Luke smiled and said, You still want to kill me? I am the inspector of the Secret Service of the Cape District of the Golden Shield Empire, a senior Imperial agent, and the personal soldier of His Majesty. Kill me, and this place will be razed to the ground. You'd better control yourself. 10 million Imperial marks are not so easy to get. Timian didn't expect that Inspector Meteorite would not only not be provoked by him, but also bring up his identity. In this way, he would inevitably have to be cautious in the ring, which was very disadvantageous. But 10 million Reichsmarks were too tempting. Moreover, this closed ring was very beneficial to the mechanical race. This inspector did not look physically enhanced, but probably a magician. Timian glanced at a box high in the stands, took out a contract from his trouser pocket behind him, and said to Luke, Inspector, if you have no objection to this match, please sign it. Luke signed the name Meteorite on the ring agreement, and Timian also signed his own name. In the ring surrounded by the iron net, the winner was decided at this moment. One person fell to the ground, bleeding and not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Another mechanical man, holding a mechanical thigh high in both hands, shouted to welcome the cheers of the audience. The door of the iron net opened. The winner was lifted up and sent off, and the loser was carried out to an unknown place. Several boxing ring service staff carried buckets and mops and cleaned the blood on the ring as quickly as possible. A host dressed in exaggerated and gorgeous clothes stood in the middle of the ring and shouted loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, I am now going to announce a very important news. The next match between Cold Executioner and Wild Boar Buck will be postponed by 1 round. Before the host finished speaking, there were cries of derision from the audience and the stands. The 2 strongest mechanical modification shops behind Cold Executioner and Wild Boar Buck are Diagon Street. It is a strong match and the most anticipated match of the day. Many people have placed heavy bets on the 2 of them. Now that this match is going to be postponed, people can't help but wonder if there is something shady going on. The host raised his voice and shouted in the face of the huge cheers, Please be quiet. We postponed the match between Cold Executioner and Wild Boar Buck because we want to arrange a more exciting match for everyone. The noisy voices dropped slightly, and it was obvious that the more exciting match aroused the interest of the audience. The host took the opportunity to shout, Now, please welcome Timian. Timian entered the ring through the iron mesh door. The venue suddenly became quiet. Everyone who often comes to Diagonal Street knows Timian. He is responsible for the daily patrol of Diagonal Street, handling disputes and people who come to make trouble. Being able to control the streets of Diagonal Street shows that Timian is very strong. Otherwise, he would have been demolished long ago. In fact, Timian is a boxer who walked down from this ring. He was appreciated by Wei Ming for his record and became the #1 figure in Diagonal Street. It is really exciting that the champion boxer Timian, who has not been on the ring for a long time, is going to have a boxing match. And who is his opponent? The host knows how to mobilize the audience's emotions. He stopped at this moment, waiting for the audience's curiosity to continue to grow. Then, at the point he thought was most appropriate, he said loudly, Today, the boxer who will challenge Ironface is the newly appointed Meteorite Inspector from the Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau. Please invite Meteorite Inspector to the stage, so that the mechanical people of Diagon Street and the audience who came to watch the boxing match can see the warrior who dares to challenge Ironface. Meteorite Inspector of the Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau. A stormy wave rolled in the hearts of all the audience. The current Meteorite Inspector can be less noticeable than the former Inspector of the Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau. During the time since he took office, he has done several big things that had shocked the entire city. On the dock side, although most of the territory is nominally controlled by the Public Security Bureau, most people who understand know that only the Public Security Bureau thinks they are still in control. At this time, the Cape District Secret Service Bureau is strong and powerful, with money and people, and its power is unparalleled. What is the Secret Service's meteorite detective doing at Diagon Street at this time? He even has to go on stage to have a boxing match with Iron Face. Many people can't guess, but those who watch the excitement never think it's a big deal. The detective of the Secret Service is a big shot that the city councilors have to face seriously. Watching such a big shot being beaten is exciting. Seeing blood and crippling is even more exciting. It's worth watching the boxing match today. What's the match between the Cold Executioner and the Wild Boar Buck? It's okay to postpone it to next year. Luke entered the ring surrounded by iron nets. He looked very stylish in a hand-cut and sewn suit, but it was obviously not suitable for this kind of boxing match. Rhythmic cheers were raised outside the venue, and the audience urged the match to start quickly. The host finally asked Luke, "Respected meteorite inspector, due to your special status, I need to give you a piece of advice. Now you withdraw from the competition, and the participation agreement you signed can be unconditionally invalidated. Go out." Luke's eyes swept across the excited audience outside, and then looked at the host, and his right eye emitted a purple-red light. The audience is waiting for the start of the match. Good luck. The host walked out of the ring and turned to close the iron gate. The game started. Luke glanced at Shelley, Pisco, and Kylina, then faced Iron Face. At this time, Iron Face had taken off his coat. The front chest and the waist below were all mechanical, and there were air holes on the back that rhythmically emitted white steam. The retractable eyes adjusted the focus. This was a pupil technique achieved through mechanical means. Luke's thunder and fire pupils were in an activated state, and the purple-red light separated and appeared alternately. He asked Iron Face, according to the rules of the game, close combat weapons should be allowed in the ring. Iron Face put his fists in front of him and took a fighting stance. In response to Luke's inquiry, he replied, "Of course. Weapons are also part of the mechanical transformation, and the competition does not restrict the use of melee weapons." "That's good." Luke stretched out his right hand, and the greedy red dragon spear appeared and was held in his palm. The dragon and snake tattoo on the back of his hand immediately resonated with the same source, and the flame flowed up along the spear body, and an inch-long sharp edge shot out from the tip of the dragon-tooth spear blade. Iron Face saw that the spear summoned by Luke was so powerful that he did not dare to be careless at all, and two 30-centimeter-long sword blades popped out from his two wrists. At this moment, the noise in the venue stopped, and everyone watched the battle that was about to break out intently. Chapter 105: The Power of a Gun. Luke doesn't have advanced gun skills yet, so he holds the gun with both hands in a conventional manner, lowers his center of gravity, and assumes a common gun-holding posture on the battlefield. The Rahua wand has a skill-enhancing effect on long-handled weapons, and the greedy red dragon spear still has this attribute. Luke, who has acquired gun skills through secret techniques, feels that the gun in his hand is a part of his body. The calm demeanor and the momentum from the gun skills on the battlefield give people the feeling of a reef on the sea, facing the waves, standing still. In his mind, the information about Iron Face is turned over. Iron Face, Mechanical Clan Strength Evaluation. 3.5 stars. Iron Face body was designed and modified by Weiming himself, and after each boxing match, he will carefully adjust and strengthen it. In a sense, Iron Face is a test subject of Weiming, and many of his new technologies are verified through Iron Face. Therefore, the degree of Iron Face body modification is very large, especially the head modification, which is not something that a mechanical modification engineer can do. Excellent strength, speed, and reaction ability make Iron Face impeccable in his strength zone, even when facing Shelley. If she does not use the full power of the Eye of Medusa, she cannot easily defeat Iron Face. On the ring, Iron Face looks at Luke intently, and his combat experience makes him know not to underestimate any opponent, especially since the opponent is a detective of the Secret Service. He cannot sit in this position without some ability. He must be a little confident in his own strength if he dared to go on stage. Iron Face did not attack recklessly, but moved left and right with small steps, trying to open up the gap and rush in. Once close, the power of this long weapon will be reduced by half, and the victory can basically be secured. However, The opponent's defense is meticulous, and the tip of the gun moves steadily with his movements. Even a fake move can't deceive the opponent at all. Ironface noticed Luke's right eye and guessed that it must have special functions like his own eyes. The caution of the two people in the field made the game seem very boring. Someone outside the field whistled and urged them to fight quickly. At this moment, Luke had read all the information about Iron Fist, and through some video strategies, he also recalled the fighting method of this small boss on Diagon Street. I haven't come to spawn this guy for a few years. After all, the things he drops are all garbage for late-stage players. Ironface's frontal defense ability is very high, and there is a small triangular area in the center of the lower edge of the front chest armor. A heavy blow there can destroy the center of his entire mechanical body. One blow will paralyze him. Luke challenged Ironface to establish his authority. If it turned into a tug-of-war, it would be too embarrassing. The thunder fire, I captured Ironface's movements. The seemingly sensitive displacement showed a slow feeling, allowing Luke to distinguish every detail of his movements. The gunmanship inherited from the secret art carries the perception of life and death on the high-intensity battlefield. The brain is bathed in the energy generated by the fusion of thunder and fire in the right eye. The mind is unprecedentedly focused, and the consciousness seems to be in a two-dimensional world. 2 points in a straight line. Luke fired his gun when he thought he should. The tip of the gun rushed forward like a spirit snake, and his right eye flashed with a strong light. Pressure. Tianyan's movements were captured and predicted, and the powerful pressure hit him like a wall, causing him to fly backwards and hit the iron net behind him. Seeing the tip of the gun stabbing at his chest, Tianyan jumped hard and wanted to jump up and climb up the iron net to avoid it. But a lightning bolt struck from above. Tianyan's whole body was paralyzed and stiff on the spot, and he immediately released the anti-static function to eliminate the impact of the current on his body. At this time, the tip of the gun was close to him. There was no way to avoid it. Tianyan punched the tip of the gun, and steam erupted from the position of his elbow to increase the power of this punch. Luke's spear was unstoppable, and at the same time, dragons and snakes flew up and entangled him, making his body take on a dragon shape. His strength increased, and the fire spread outward from his feet. The flames on the spearhead turned into a dragon head at this moment, and a dragon roar sounded in the venue, making everyone shudder. The moment the tip of the greedy red dragon spear touched the Iron Face's fist, it passed through the iron fist and iron arm like a broken bamboo, and stabbed the Iron Face's chest with a shot as the parts flew everywhere. The spearhead pierced through the armor and passed through the chest, and came out from the back. The dragon roar stopped at this moment, and the venue was extremely quiet. Everyone looked at the center of the ring with lingering fear. Inspector Meteorite stood there, holding the end of the spear in one hand. Ironface was nailed to the iron net by the spear, and could not move. Blood mixed with engine oil flowed out, and then ignited and dripped to the ground. What happened just now? Most people did not see the shot fired by the Meteorite Inspector because of the dragon roar just now. Now they saw the scene in front of them. Too fast. Too strong. As expected of the Inspector of the Imperial Secret Service, even a master like Ironface can only shoot in front of him. Belated applause rang out in the venue. Only the winner can enjoy the honor in this arena. Kalina on the sidelines clapped and jumped for joy. The introverted girl also cheered like everyone else. Shelley and Pisco looked at each other in bewilderment. Is the inspector so powerful? He is so strong. But he was so weak when we caught him. Could it be a test for us? Lucky. Lucky. I didn't do anything wrong at that time. Only such a powerful, charming and wise inspector can be worthy of Her Royal Highness the Princess. We followed the right person this time, and we will be rich in the future. On the ring, Luke released his dragon form. The gushing fire shrank, and the dragon snake retreated to the back of his right hand. He pulled out the greedy red dragon spear, and Ironface fell to the ground. Several venue staff rushed to the ring. They first put out the fire on Ironface, and then hurriedly dragged him away. Ironface's mechanical center was only destroyed. As long as he was rescued in time, his life could still be saved. After Ironface was carried away, Luke turned his gun with one hand and put it away, and said to the audience, "Today, this inspector came to Diagon Street to find Wei Ming." Ironface actually said that Wei Ming was watching the boxing match here, and had no time to see me. Ridiculous. Such a guy will bring disaster to your Diagon Street sooner or later. I will help you teach Ironface a lesson. Boss Wei Ming should have no objection. After speaking, Luke looked at the closed box on the stands. The huge venue fell into silence again. And then the sensible people began to leave. And soon most of them left. Most of the remaining people were mechanical people. And some people who were not afraid of death and wanted to see the excitement to the end. But what surprised Luke was a group of guys who were not good people gathered behind Shelley. Through several familiar faces, Luke recognized that they were all gang members who made a living at Cape Harbor Pier. They should be watching a boxing match here, and found that the Secret Service was looking for trouble with Wei Ming. So they automatically came over to help. Courageous. In the box of the stands, Wei Ming, who was fully mechanical, and a petite girl sat on the sofa respectively. They saw everything that happened in the venue. Our new detective is a powerful character. Sandpaper. I'm afraid our diagonal street will no longer be peaceful in the future. The girl called Sandpaper picked up the drink bottle on the table and sucked the straw. And said in a special voice with a mechanical feel, Diagonal Street belongs to you mechanical people. I only take care of my store. Don't look for me if you have any trouble. Chapter 106, Mighty and Sandpaper. The voice of Sandpaper is in stark contrast to her image. The cute look of her with pink pigtails and a drink bottle and her mature tone are another difference. In comparison, Mighty is in line with his name in both his body and his aura. When the Iron Man sits there, he looks like a powerful person. In order to separate themselves from their past selves, the Mechanic clan usually no longer uses their previous names, but names themselves after some of their own characteristics. For example, Mighty, Iron Face. What puzzles the Mechanic clan of Diagon Street is that Sandpaper mingles in Diagon Street and abides by the rules of the Mechanic clan, but never admits that he is a Mechanic clan. No one knows her past, but they know that she is a very powerful mechanical modification technician, whose level is comparable to that of Wei Ming. The mechanical modification shop she opened is the strongest competitor of Wei Ming's mechanical modification shop. Wei Ming has great respect for the little girl who is not even as tall as his legs, and has always wanted to pull her into the mechanical tribe of Diagon Street. Since your shop is located in Diagon Street, the troubles of Diagon Street are your troubles. Come with me to meet this meteorite detective. He is so respected by those people at the dock, and we can't offend him casually. Okay. Sandpaper, who drank a little drink, sounded a little more normal, but still had a strong sense of machinery. He controls the entire dock. From now on, our goods will be in and out of his hands. It makes people uncomfortable to think about it. Can we kill him? If you want to do it, I won't stop you. But not here. Wang Ming then said to his men behind him, Go. Ask Inspector Meteorite to come here. Yes. Boss Wang Ming. Sandpaper raised his eyebrows and stopped talking, as if he was really thinking about how to assassinate a senior Imperial agent. Not long after, Luke walked in with Shelley. Wang Ming stood up and saluted Luke, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Inspector. The people below were ignorant and offended you. Please forgive him. He has also received the punishment he deserves. Luke did not return the greeting to Wei Ming. Instead, he said in an arrogant tone, I know that the people below are ignorant, so I usually take care of them. Luckily, I came today. If someone from the Imperial Army came, it would definitely not end like this. Wei Ming controlled his temper. Everyone in the entire venue knew that the detective from the Cape District Secret Service came to see him. If he made any mistakes here, the Imperial Army would definitely rush in. Endure. Must endure. Apologies again. Inspector, please take a seat. If there is anything I can do for you, please instruct me. Luke handed his hat and cane to Kalina and sat down on the sofa. He looked up and saw Sandpaper sitting next to him. Sandpaper is here too. Great. I heard that your mechanical modification technology is top-notch. My subordinate's pair of mechanical arms should be eliminated. You can design and modify a pair for him. Pixar, who had just stood behind Luke, looked at Kalina and then at Shelley, and then quickly understood from Shelley's eyes. He quickly bent down and asked, Inspector, I am the only one with a mechanical arm here. Do you want to replace it with a new one for me? Nonsense. Go, let Sandpaper show you. Yes, Inspector. Pisco saluted Luke happily. This is the famous Sandpaper mechanical modification master on Diagon Street. Thinking that he would soon be able to replace a pair of mechanical arms modified by Master Sandpaper, Pisco walked toward Sandpaper with a happy face. But at this time, Sandpaper said, I didn't agree to take this job. Pisco stopped halfway and looked at Luke with some grievance. He was no longer as fierce as usual. Luke said, "Did I ask for your opinion? Your shop is operated in the Golden Shield Empire, so I have the right to recruit you to serve as an Imperial official. And of course, I will pay you accordingly. Pisco, go. All the expenses of your 2 arms will be reimbursed by the Secret Service." "There is such a good thing." Pisco shouted, "Yes, Detective. Thank you, Detective." And Sandpaper still said, "Detective Meteorite. Don't mess with me. I won't take this job." Wei Ming felt the murderous intent from Sandpaper at this moment. And thinking of what she had just said about killing Meteor, he quickly tried to smooth things over. "Inspector, I will give Brother Pisco's arms to me. I will design and modify a pair of mechanical arms for him for free." Pisco thought it was okay. Wei Ming's skills were comparable to Sandpaper's, and it was free. But Luke stared at Sandpaper and said, "This job must be done by Sandpaper himself. If you don't want to do it, come back to the Secret Service with us." "Wei Ming, she is not from your mechanical family. You won't stop me, will you?" Wei Ming didn't know why Inspector Meteor targeted Sandpaper so much. But Sandpaper didn't admit that he was from the mechanical family. And he really had no reason to offend such a powerful Secret Service for this. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense, as if a fight was about to break out. Shelley put his hand on the handle of the gun. And Kalina also noticed something was wrong and secretly held the magic wand in her sleeve. Several mechanical tribes looked at Wei Ming, waiting for his instructions. Sandpaper tightly held the drink bottle, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Wei Ming could only persuade Inspector. But before Wei Ming finished speaking, Sandpaper suddenly said, "Okay, I'll take this job. Big guy, come with me. Go to my shop." Sandpaper stood up from the sofa and walked out with her ponytail swinging. Before leaving, she turned back and complained to Wei Ming, "You insisted on keeping me here, and you got me in trouble this time?" Pisco was a little scared, worried that if he followed Sandpaper, he would be cut on the operating table. But under the stern gaze of Inspector Meteorite, he could only follow Sandpaper and leave nervously. After the door was closed, Luke lit a cigarette for himself to ease the tense atmosphere. This little girl is still fierce on the surface, but a group of cowards in her heart. It's time to talk about business. Wenyan, I came to Diagonal Street this time to recruit you mechanical people. Name a price. Wenyan, who was just glad that the crisis was resolved, felt depressed again because of Luke's words. Why didn't this inspector play by the rules? How could he talk about such things right away? Inspector Meteorite, the business we run here should have nothing to do with the Secret Service. Right? If you need mechanical transformation, you can come here to find us at any time. Recruit, we don't want to become Imperial spies. I didn't ask you to join the Secret Service, but to recruit you on behalf of the Yen Yang Group. I will soon take over Cape Port, and your import and export routes are in my hands. I am very optimistic about the technology mastered by your mechanical race, as well as your own combat effectiveness and discipline. The mechanical race will become an important pillar of the Yen Yang Group. Inspector, are you threatening us? Chapter 107 Mechanical Tribe. You can see this as a threat, or you can see this as cooperation. Luke flicked the ash off his cigarette and continued. You mechanical tribes in Diagon Street are all doing your own thing. The cooperation between small workshops is not a big deal at all. The business is just a small profit that large machinery factories don't care about. Even if there are some commendable technologies, you have no way to apply them on a large scale. And your strengths are in steam machinery. Alchemy technology and parts are very dependent on external supply. Follow me. I will help you solve all these problems. Wei Ming thought seriously. The Yen Yang Group is in the limelight these days in the Cape District because its leader is the meteorite detective of the Secret Service. The powerful violent potion they smuggled and sold not only made money, but also brought them huge invisible capital. The reason why Inspector Meteorite was able to quickly expand his power at Cape Harbor was because he relied on the Yen Yang Group to gather a group of scattered gang members. Give money to people, instead of asking them to pay tribute. Cape Harbor was in his hands, and the lifeline of import and export of Diagonal Street was in his hands. As for the others, Inspector Meteorite, there are many people in Raging Wave City who can help us solve the problems you can solve for us. We mechanical people don't like to be constrained, and we think the current life is quite suitable for us. Suitable for you? Luke chuckled. Sandpaper must drink special engine oil every day to speak normally. Your shell is all metal, but some organs inside are still flesh and blood. to keep them alive. Not only does it cost a lot of money, but you also have to endure great pain to replace body fluids regularly. You call yourselves mechanical race, but no one can completely replace their bodies with machines. Luke's words hit the mechanical race's sore spot. Wei Ming said in a bad tone, the mechanical race has only been rising for a few decades. We all believe that as long as we keep going on this road, sooner or later we will get a perfect body. Well, Luke nodded in agreement. When magicians and alchemists were cultivating extraordinary species, they thought so too. In the first few decades, the research progress of extraordinary species cultivation was very fast. At that time, some people asserted that perfect extraordinary creatures could be artificially cultivated within 100 years. But now, hundreds of years have passed, and the cultivation of extraordinary species has been progressing. But the ultimate goal is getting farther and farther away. Luke's words undoubtedly poured cold water on Wei Ming's enthusiasm for the future. With the precedent of cultivating extraordinary species, Wei Ming had to admit that what Luke said made sense. Human body mechanical transformation has indeed entered a stagnant period after rapid development. Replacing arms, legs and heads is not a difficult task. Can it be solved by cooperating with you? Your promise is different, and there is no expectation. I didn't promise to help you complete the full mechanical transformation of your body. I just want you to realize, for your ultimate goal, you should not pursue it with interest, but treat it as your career, with the determination to spend hundreds of years and invest a lot of money, materials and manpower into it. Do you know how much the Empire invests in the cultivation and research of extraordinary species every year? I don't know. I don't know either. But it is definitely not comparable to the resources obtained by your street in such a lazy way. Mighty Diagonal Street is in the city of Raging Waves, which connects the entire Empire and the world. And the Ulu Academy is in the subspace. The world's most advanced technology and ideas are gathered here. You, the mechanical race, have resources that other mechanical races dare not even think about. And what have you done? Enjoy life. When you die, I will carve this sentence on your tombstone. At this moment, Wei Ming felt like a heavy hammer hit his head. He suddenly hated his past self. It would be terrible if the words "enjoy life" were engraved on his tombstone after his death. Yeah. What are we doing? What have we done? Looking at Wei Ming's appearance, Luke was very satisfied with the effect of his mouth cannon. Under such a powerful attack, the head must be buzzing. Looking at the other mechanical people in the room, who bowed their heads in thought and annoyance, they must have resonated with the buzzing. It's not too late to repent now. Luke continued, the city council will pass a resolution to repair Cape Harbor in the near future, and my Yinon group will get this project. A large number of machines are needed to repair Cape Harbor. I hope you can participate, which can bring you a very huge income. The mechanical tribes in Diagonal Street can also be integrated through this project, and detailed division of labor can be made according to the strengths of each person and each store to form a complete mechanical research and development and production chain. The increased throughput of Cape Harbor after the renovation will attract more ships to dock. In this booming era, the world has always been hungry for machinery. You can obtain huge funds, materials, and technology through Cape Harbor. And when you invest these things in the research of human mechanical transformation, the speed of your pursuit of dreams will definitely be much higher than now. Wei Ming couldn't stand it anymore, so he quickly drank a bottle of condensate to reduce his rapidly rising body temperature and intracranial pressure. Inspector Meteorite, you are a prophet who points the way for our mechanical race. At this time, Wei Ming had completely lost his previous momentum, and he was like a devout little fan in front of Luke. I apologize to you for all my offenses to you. This is a sincere apology. I have never been so happy as I am now. You knocked down the high wall I have been facing for me, and let me see the direction I want to go. The goal is far away, but I know it is there. As long as I run towards it with all my strength, I will get closer and closer to it. The Diagonal Street Mechanical Tribe is yours from now on. I firmly believe, under the guidance of your wisdom and will, the Mechanical Tribe will become a real Mechanical Tribe one day. Done! The Mechanical Tribe of Diagonal Street has engineers, skilled workers, equipment, and technology, but they are scattered and not on a large scale. If you take down the Mechanical Tribe of Diagonal Street, you can rely on the opportunity of repairing Cape Port to build your own heavy industry. It is equivalent to adding a layer of steel plate to your own rabbit nest. Then, I can talk about the second purpose of coming here. I sincerely wish the Mechanical Tribe, mighty boss, I have been troubled by a case recently. In the mines in the north of Nuteo City. Some mines are involved in human trafficking and slave labor. And these mines are backed by high-ranking officials in the Nuteo City government office, and even parliamentarians. The Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau is preparing to launch surprise operations against these mines in the near future to rescue the slave workers who are being treated inhumanely. However, if we request cooperation from the city's security department, the mines will be prepared. Therefore, Chapter 108 skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 109 Sandpaper. Wei Ming slapped his thigh. As long as the inspector needs us, the mechanical tribe is willing to send troops to help the inspector seize the mine. No. To help the inspector punish the mine owners who traffic in people and keep slaves. These people are too hateful. The mine must be operated under the supervision of the Cape District Secret Service. Luke smiled. Wei Ming is very smart and knows how to judge the situation. Expanding the scale of Diagon Street and forming heavy industrialization will inevitably require a huge demand for ore. If you can have a mine under your control, the price and supply can be guaranteed. Before, Luke was still worried about how to start with the northern mining area. But they handed the knife to him. The case of Thomas Chihilm's son's disappearance was actually traced to the northern mining area. Good deeds are really rewarded. However, the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau has a large number of people, but the quality is uneven. It's okay to pull them out to scare people at ordinary times, but they may suffer losses when they are used to deal with the northern mining area. After all, the miners have private soldiers, and they are all very good at fighting. Now that Mrs. Tasia has brought the Naga to the place, she will recruit a group of mechanical tribes from Diagon Street as the main force. This time, the mine owners in the northern mining area will all give this inspector a piece of meat. Next, Luke and Mighty discussed a plan to send troops. The mechanical tribe sent 200 soldiers and provided a batch of heavy combat machinery and protective gear. Mighty personally led the team to the battle. After dealing with the mechanical tribe, Luke said goodbye to Wei Ming. He found the Doc gang members who had dared to stand up and help in the heart of the mechanical tribe. He thanked them first, and then recruited them all into the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. Luke just likes these ruthless people who can be relied on at critical moments. Then, he brought Shelley, Kalina, and the new Empire spies all the way to Sandpaper's mechanical modification shop. Unlike the rough style of other mechanical tribe shops, Sandpaper's shop is much cleaner and more refined. The painted and decorated exterior looks like a beauty shop. Inside is a spacious workshop, with an operating table in the middle, and processing lathes and assembly workbenches with different functions around it. Everything was planned neatly, and there was no heavy smell of engine oil in the air. At this time, Pisco was lying on the operating table, and the original mechanical arm was removed. Sandpaper was sitting on a chair with adjustable height, with a searchlight on his head, looking at the structure inside through the hole of the broken arm interface. Pisco's whole body was tightly bound, and his face was pale with tension. When he saw Luke coming in, he shouted as if for help. "Inspector! Inspector!" Sandpaper shouted with a bad face. "Don't move. Don't shout. If you don't listen, I will cut you with a saw." Pisco immediately shut up, his body motionless, and his eyes still showed fear. Luke thought of an inappropriate metaphor. No matter how fierce a dog is, it is just a chihuahua in front of a veterinarian. Luke walked to the operating table, and Sandpaper used tools to carefully hit the metal hoop of Pisco's broken arm. No one spoke, and there was only the sound of jingling in the workshop. After a while, Sandpaper put away the tools. Luke said, "Wem promised that Diagonal Street will be under my control in the future." Sandpaper paused when he heard this, and then said nonchalantly, "You are amazing. You can actually convince Wem. These mechanical people don't look as strong as their bodies. Are you moving away again? Who are you?" Sandpaper turned to face Luke, with metal lines on his face, and his twin ponytails fluttered in the windless air, and the pink hair turned into metal from the roots. "Don't be so nervous. Your brain is deceiving you. Grey Farley is dead." Sandpaper's eyes suddenly showed fear. She looked around nervously and said nervously, "No. Professor Grey Farley will not die. He is dead. You killed him. I killed him. But he will not die. He completed the eternal life secret. He will be resurrected. He will come to me. You are Grey Farley." Powerful energy burst out from Sandpaper's body. Luke stopped Shelley and Kalina, who came in with him, and patiently explained to Sandpaper, The eternal life secret failed on you. Gray Farley did not complete this secret. He is dead. You killed him with your own hands. He cannot be resurrected. You know it very well. But your fear of Gray Farley created a false him for you. You are lying to me. I am not lying to you. Gray Farley is related to many cases of missing girls. The Imperial Secret Service has been hunting him down. We found him 3 years ago. He died in a cellar laboratory in Minklik County. According to the rescue girl, we learned the whole process. I know what you have experienced. Forced memory indoctrination has made you inherit the memories of all the girls killed by him in the experiment. And their fear of Gray Farley has also been inherited by you. In the past few years, you have been avoiding the pursuit of Gray Farley, who was created by your imagination. Sandpaper's emotions stabilized a little. Is Gray Farley really dead? What I saw of him was all my illusion. Why is he so real? You need to find the answers to these questions yourself. I can help you by telling you the facts. And someone is indeed looking for you. Sandpaper's hair, which had just been let down, fluttered again. Who? Is it you? Luke recalled the relevant plot and said to Sandpaper, after the surviving girls were rescued, it was found that they had undergone body modification and memory infusion. And they all had very strong combat power. Then you will be sent to a special department for training. And this special department is looking for you. It seems that I really need to leave. You won't stop me. I will really kill you. Looking at the sandpaper that threatened him viciously, Luke smiled and said, escape can't solve your problem. And you have stayed in Diagon Street for more than a year and run such a big store. Which means you like it here. If you want to stay, the Cape District Secret Service can give you shelter. No matter how domineering those people are, they have to give face to the princess. I will give you the identity of an Imperial spy. Which means you are requisitioned by the Secret Service. You only need to serve me when I need you. And the rest of the time is yours. Sandpaper snorted. We all work for the Empire. What's the difference between you and those who came to me? They may not work for the Empire, and they are very interested in Dr. Gray Farley's eternal life secret. The eternal life secret made Sandpaper angry. You are not interested in the eternal life secret? Luke said meaningfully. I am not interested in Gray Farley's eternal life secret. It is not much less difficult than full body mechanization. I kept you because Diagon Street needs you. What is needed is your mechanical transformation technology, not your military strength. Chapter 110 The Princess Purpose. Luke patiently waited for Sandpaper's answer. Although Professor Gray Farley's eternal life secret technique is not feasible, the girls transformed by the secret technique experiment are really good at fighting. After professional training, their comprehensive combat power can generally reach the level of 4 stars. And because their spirits have been greatly damaged after the brain transformation, they have all become efficient killing machines. This time when I met Sandpaper on Diagon Street, of course, I couldn't let her run away. Sandpaper was able to kill Professor Gray Farley while he was under mental control. She is the strongest one among this group of transformed girls. The comprehensive strength is 4 stars in the early stage, and the strength can reach 5 stars in the later stage. It's just that Sandpaper's personality is to talk, but not to do anything. She may talk a lot, but she usually won't really do anything. She is a relatively likable character. According to the normal plot, Sandpaper will be caught, and then lose herself after the brain transformation. How can players tolerate this? The plot starts. Save the cold and emotionless beautiful girl killer. Is it exciting? I have to admit that the game planner really understands the hearts of players. This time Luke is going to intercept and change the plot of Sandpaper. It's not bad to not let her become a 5-star combat girl, but to be a 4-star technical girl steadily. How can you make me trust you? Sandpaper's vigilance did not decrease. Luke said, time and thinking can make you trust me. It will take some time to replace Pisco's arm. He will stay with you. You can think about it carefully. After the arm is replaced, it will not be too late to make a decision when you go to the Cape District Secret Service to settle the fee. We are leaving. Pisco on the operating table shouted reluctantly, goodbye. Detective. Luke did not stay in the Sandpaper shop for long. If he wanted to cut a piece of meat in the northern mining area, he still needed a lot of work to do. Assassin's Tavern. It was very deserted here during the day. The lizard man Barry was wiping the bar very seriously. In the corner, Viscount Iskalin and a man wearing a windbreaker and a hood sat opposite each other. And there were 2 glasses of beer on the table. Sir, today the Secret Service of the Cape District organized another demonstration. Although the scale was smaller than yesterday, it was spread all over the city. In addition, there were thousands of people sitting in the square of the city hall. And there were also many people in the Central Park. Inspector Meteor even sent out Imperial spies to protect the demonstrators. Viscount Iskalin said, Meteor can come up with such a disgusting idea. He is really a talent. Her Royal Highness sent such a capable senior agent to the Cape District. And there must be some purpose. What is the reaction of the government office and the parliament? The government office has no way to deal with these non-violent demonstrations. They will leave after sending sheriffs. They will come back or move to another place after the sheriffs leave. There were many newspaper reporters waiting in the City Hall Square and the Central Park, waiting for the sheriff to take action. In the parliament, Councillor Ibra asked for the establishment of an investigation team on the misconduct of the city security department, and also proposed a motion to repair Cape Harbor. Capitalist councillors all expressed support. Establishment councillors all expressed opposition. Technical councillors did not express any opinions. Both motions are under discussion. For such a large project as the renovation of Cape Harbor, Councillor Ibra can easily convince the other two councillors of the capital faction. Technical councillors generally do not interfere in such issues. So if Councillor Ibra wants to pass the motion, he needs to win over establishment councillor. The demonstration is to put pressure on Senator Virgil to make him bow his head. Sir, will Senator Virgil bow his head? Does he have any choice? In the face of this crisis, ending it early can reduce the losses. There are many people in the government office eyeing his position. What he can do is to control the repaired Cape Port in his own hands, so that he can provide blood transfusion to the new nobles of the empire. I can probably figure out the purpose of the princess sending meteorite to the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. Control Cape Port? In recent years, the new nobles in the imperial capital have been very active, thinking about promoting the establishment of a national parliament. After all, there are only a few cabinet ministers, and there are not enough for the new nobles who want to get promoted. A large part of the money from smuggling in Nuteo City was used for bribery and lobbying, which also made the competition for the crown prince more intense. This money was originally supposed to belong to the empire. The empire is so large, and there are frequent wars on the border. The taxes paid by Nuteo City have not increased for 5 consecutive years. These parasites have betrayed the trust of the royal family. Hereditary nobles like you are the backbone of the empire. We can report what happened here to His Majesty, and His Majesty will definitely punish them. Do you think His Majesty doesn't know? Nuteo City is under the control of the new nobles. Even the Secret Service has been bought off by them, and they can't get the key evidence of their smuggling. Sir, Inspector Meteorite has come to Cape District to take up his post at this time, and his target is Cape Port. Is the eldest princess going to investigate the smuggling in Nuteo City? The tavern fell into silence. Viscount Iskalin picked up the wine glass and drank slowly. The competition for the crown prince of the empire seems to be a choice between the eldest prince and the second prince. But the ability shown by the eldest princess has made some people turn to her. It's just that the eldest princess has never expressed her attitude of competing for the crown prince. Now that the eldest princess has played such a chess piece in the Cape District, what good will it do for her to control Cape Port? The new nobles in the imperial capital are betting on both sides, and the money in Nuteo City is flowing into the pockets of the two princes at the same time. Investigating the smuggling case is equivalent to putting herself on the opposite side of the new noble forces and offending the two princes together. Don't investigate the smuggling case. Control Cape Harbor to restrict smuggling and increase the empire's fiscal revenue? I'm afraid it will only work for 1 or 2 years, and the smuggling channels can be gradually transferred to other places. Smuggling yourself. Can you do this yourself? The princess sent Meteor to Cape District to control Cape Harbor. But what is her real purpose? This princess is really unfathomable. Have you found out any information about the gold lost by the Clover? Reporting to the Lord, there is no information. However, because of the demonstration, the conflict between Senator Ibel and Senator Virgil has intensified. Senator Virgil said that Senator Ibel was responsible for the lost gold. Senator Ibel said that Senator Virgil was a traitor. The parliament and their two representative factions are very divided, which provides us with a lot of sources of information. After thinking for a moment, Viscount Iskalin said, after the parliament passes the issue of repairing Cape Harbor, you find someone to assassinate Councillor Ibel. Sir, you don't want to win over Councillor Ibel. The assassination is to win him over. I understand. Also, mobilize all our connections and informants to collect evidence of smuggling in Raging Wave City. I will help Inspector Meteorite and Her Royal Highness the Princess to present a great gift to His Majesty. Yes, sir. Chapter 111 Preparing to grab the mine. For Senator Virgil, these few days are like a nightmare that he can't wake up from. The neat and elegant office, the rich and fragrant coffee, and the pretty and charming female secretary can't bring him a good mood. Step down. Step down. Step down. Step down. Senator Virgil scratched his head in frustration behind the desk. He really wanted to pull out his magic wand and bombard the people in the square outside with a round of fireballs. Now, he is the clown of the whole Raging Wave City, and everyone is laughing at him. On the table is today's newspaper. You don't need to read it to know what is written on it. Damn Ibber. Damn Ibber. The Cape District Security Bureau has already investigated it clearly. That citywide demonstration was organized by the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau with the money paid by Ibber, the fat pig. The meteorite of the Cape District is a guy who dares to do anything with money. There are many untouchables in the Cape District who will do anything for money. Mr. Congressman. The secretary knocked on the half-open door outside and said carefully to Virgil, who was in a bad mood, "It's time to attend the parliamentary meeting." "I know," Virgil said unhappily. He just made a decision. As long as Ibber removes these farces that are more punctual than going to work every day, he agrees to the proposal to repair Cape Port. Ibber has the support of the Secret Service in Cape District, and I have the Security Bureau of Cape District. The power of the Security Bureau is much stronger than that of the Secret Service that has been suppressed. Even if Cape Port is repaired, the control is still mine. After 5 days of competition, the Council of Nuteo City finally passed the proposal to repair Cape Port. For this repair project, the city government office of Nuteo City will outsource it to a private company. The private company will raise funds on its own to complete the repair of Cape Port and obtain the management rights of Cape Port for 30 years. As soon as the news came out, a large number of companies and individuals flocked to it, using various relationships to get the project. Among them was the unknown Yin Yang Trading Group. Luke received the good news from Councillor Ibble as soon as possible, and he immediately mobilized manpower and ships to prepare for the mine in the north of the city of Raging Waves. All operatives, go to the headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Service Rangers. Luke and the backbones of this mission were in the conference room, surrounding a map to make pre-war arrangements. The mountains in the north of the city of Raging Waves are very rich in mineral resources, and the iron ore is famous for its high iron content and large reserves. There are many other rare minerals. The mine that Luke targeted this time was a fire crystal mine. The steam technology in the epic world is very advanced. In addition to the contributions made by magic and alchemy, it is also inseparable from the important heat source of fire crystal. The use of fire crystals has made steam engines miniaturized, and has made it one of the most important energy sources in the world. However, the mining of fire crystals is very dangerous, and miners must endure high temperatures to work in the mines. Lack of oxygen, water and burning can take the lives of miners at any time. Some mine owners will attract miners to mine fire crystals with high salaries and provide safety equipment to protect the miners' safety. However, some mine owners will buy cheap slaves from slave traders in order to make more profits. The missing Helm brothers were deceived to go out to sea and then sold to the fire crystal mine as slaves to mine fire crystals. When Thomas found them, the elder brother was dead and the younger brother was only half alive. Thomas's investigation revealed that the entire northern mining area was not only home to the fire crystal mine, but other mines also used slave labor. Luke pointed to a circle on the map. This is the target of our operation, the Lawson Fire Crystal Mine. The mine owner is Alino Lawson. In addition to this fire crystal mine, he also has 2 iron mines in the Kama Mountains. He is a wealthy man. The Lawson Fire Crystal Mine is 5 kilometers away from the coast by mountain roads. A fortress has been built there, with about 500 private soldiers guarding the mine. These private soldiers are not only fierce, but also have about 10 war machines and a small number of artillery. We dispatched 800 troops and 48 war machines this time. Here I would like to thank Wei Ming and his mechanical warriors. Most of the war machines were provided by them, as well as the armor. The 2-meter-tall Wei Ming said modestly, "It is an honor for us, the mechanical tribe of Diagon Street, to serve the meteorite inspector. I will remember your efforts and contributions in this operation." Luke continued, "With enough war machines, we can transport the artillery on the ship to the Lawson Fire Crystal Mine. First, use long-range firepower to destroy the fortress's fortifications, and then the war machines will attack and all personnel will attack the interior of the fortress. End the battle in the shortest time and with the least loss. Yes, Detective. Luke continued to arrange the details of the attack on the Lawson Fire Crystal Mine. He had photos of the mine, and knew clearly what weapons were deployed on the fortress protecting the mine. Targeted arrangements could also be made for the powerful figures among the guards. After the meeting, the castle was closed, and all personnel waited for dark to go to the dock to board the ship. Tomorrow morning, we will land and march towards the Lawson Fire Crystal Mine. At night, Pisco arrived. Sandpaper also came with him. At this time, Luke was having dinner in the restaurant, and Pisco showed off his new arm. Detective, Master Sandpaper is worthy of being the top mechanical modification engineer on Diagon Street. Look at my biceps. They can bulge. Look. Sandpaper sat at the dining table very familiarly. Take a piece of bread from the bread basket. Break it open. Scrape a piece of butter with a table knife. And then put 2 slices of bacon. Close the bread. Put it in your mouth and take a bite. I used a soft metal cortex for Pisco, which can be filled with more alchemical muscle fibers, and is also conducive to the burst of power. The bone parts inside are made of P3I21 alloy, and all the lines and pipes are in the bone cavity. The electricity generated by the built-in steam engine can fully meet the needs of alchemical muscle fibers for bioelectricity during the burst, using the bioelectricity produced by the body in daily life. All actions can be completed. 800,000 Reichsmarks for 2 arms. How to pay? Hearing the price, Pisco stood up immediately and waited for the inspector's answer. So expensive? Hearing the price, Luke was also a little shocked. Too expensive? I'll take it apart and replace it with the original arm. No need. I'll pay for it. Kylina, write a check. Luke didn't care much about the money. Once it comes to alchemy, nothing is cheap. Besides, the appearance of these 2 arms is much more pleasing to the eye than before. Just based on the design and alignment level, the price is worth it. Taking the check from Kylina and handing it to Sandpaper, Luke asked, have you thought about it? Do you accept my kindness and stay? Or continue to go into exile? Chapter 112 Promise to Sandpaper. Sandpaper looked at the check and put it in his pocket. You know a lot of things you shouldn't know. In Sandpaper's mechanical modification shop, Luke did say some things he shouldn't know, which were information obtained by the player in the later plot. I know it means I know it. And it has nothing to do with what you think it should be. You are not the only victim of Greyfairy's secret experiment. How are they now? Luke waved his hand, and everyone in the restaurant walked out. In a sense, they forgot that horrible experience and started a new life. If we compare the efficiency of killing, they are much better than you. Cool freshman. If you want this kind of freshman, I can arrange. Luke looked at Sandpaper. A stubborn little girl. Sandpaper avoided his gaze, but I don't like people modifying my memory. No matter how scared it makes me. It is a part of me after all. Let me hear your decision. I respect your choice. Sandpaper suddenly turned to look at Luke, with her twin ponytails flying. If I follow you, can you help me rescue them? Your attitude change is a bit too fast. Why? Sandpaper's eyes showed regret. That day, I should have rescued them. But I was scared. I was so scared. I saw him stand up, pick up his head, and the head smiled at me. I ran. I kept running, leaving them imprisoned. I was really too scared. Tears flowed from the corners of Sandpaper's eyes. Fear, annoyance, excitement. Various emotions kept changing on her face. Luke knew that her mind was beginning to be confused, so he put his hand on her head. Damn game planner. Okay, I'll do my best to help you rescue them. But the opponent's power is very large. Don't be impatient. Everything is up to my arrangement. The plot begins. Save the cold and emotionless beautiful girl killers. Are you excited? Luke's comfort made Sandpaper's emotions quickly stabilized, and she even unconsciously touched Luke's palm with her head, like a kitten enjoying being stroked. But Sandpaper immediately felt that his action was a bit out of control, and used a harsh tone to cover up his embarrassment. Don't touch people's heads casually with your hands. You won't grow taller. Next time you dare to touch my head, I will chop it off. Luke retracted his hand. Don't be so fierce. I'll let Kylina handle the entry procedures for you, and you will be a glorious Imperial spy in the future. All the machinery of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau will be handed over to you, and you will work hard for this inspector. Got it. Add inspector? Got it. Inspector? Having been avoiding his own fictional Grey Farley, Sandpaper actually longs for settlement and care. She liked life on Diagon Street. So she kept overcoming the idea of running away and opened a store on Diagon Street. This time, she was ready to try trust to make up for the regret in her heart. Rescue the sisters who were abandoned by her from confinement. Sandpaper looked at Luke again. And in her eyes, Gray Farley was standing next to the inspector. You can't escape. Sandpaper lowered his head and continued to eat. After dinner, the team set off. The Imperial spies blocked all the relevant roads to cover the team's passage. At the dock, the Yanyang group organized more than 1,000 people to serve as laborers for this operation. They transported war machinery and supplies to the ship, and would also follow the army to be responsible for the transportation of supplies on the mountain roads. In order to transport combat personnel, laborers, war machinery and war consumption, in addition to the 4 merchant ships under the Cave Secret Intelligence Bureau, Luke requisitioned 6 merchant ships to form a 10-ship fleet. After all personnel and supplies were on board, Luke boarded the bridge of the flagship Princess Luck and announced the departure of the fleet. At the top of the mast, red signal lights flashed alternately. The sails were raised. The steamer started, and 10 ships left the dock. High-power searchlights illuminated the sea ahead, and the Black Fleet sailed north under the moonlight. Before dawn, the fleet arrived at the landing point. At dawn, the team completed the landing, and the entire army marched towards the Lawson Fire Crystal Mine. Mighty led the mechanical tribe in front, followed by Lady Tasia with the Nagas. Luke led the Imperial spies in the middle, and the war machines carried the artillery unloaded from the ship and walked with the rear team. The whole team advanced very quickly, and the soldiers arrived at the city before the people in the Lawson Fire Crystal Mine had finished breakfast. The alarm sounded above the fortress that surrounded the mine in the middle. The private soldiers guarding the mine rushed to the walls and towers, and then looked at the army outside in a daze. There was also a sturdy man with a bare upper body walking towards the fortress, his mechanical arm steadily holding a flag flying in the wind. It was the Imperial Secret Service. What did they want to do? The army outside the fortress used their actions to show their purpose for coming here. The war machines put down the artillery on their shoulders, and the gun crew members quickly dug pits with shovels to set up artillery positions. The mechanical tribe used their powerful strength to lift the armor plates used for ships and set up a series of anti-artillery walls in front of the starting position. There are also the Naga tribe in the sea, although I don't know if they have mixed with the Imperial Secret Service. Their entire tribe is a powerful warrior. A large number of uniformed Imperial spies lined up and took an offensive posture. The private soldiers guarding the Fire Crystal Mine encountered the most battles, which were firefights with other mines. Where have they seen such a battle? And the opponent is the Imperial Secret Service. Before the fight started, I was a little scared. Pisco walked to the gate of the fortress holding the flag of the Imperial Secret Service and shouted to the private soldiers on top, "We are the Special Operations Team of the Secret Service of the Cape District. Inspector Meteor orders you to lay down your weapons and surrender to us immediately. If you dare to resist stubbornly, you will be charged with treason." The hat of treason was put on, which immediately shook the morale of the private soldiers in the fortress. The information in the mining area was relatively closed, and they didn't know what happened. How could the defenders of a mine fight against the entire empire? Even facing the Secret Service special forces outside, they couldn't beat it. At this time, a mine supervisor appeared on the wall and shouted, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Mr. Lawson and Congressman Wolf are good friends, and the Congressman also has shares in this mine. If the Secret Service attacks us, there will definitely be news from the City of Raging Waves. They must be pretending. Do you see those Nagas? They are pirates. Shoot them." After saying that, the supervisor took out a revolver and fired at Pisco continuously. Pisco was a little stupid, but he had strong fighting nerves. He used his arms to protect his head and rushed forward at full speed, hitting the gate of the wall like an angry bull. "You damn things. You don't recognize me after changing your arms." Chapter 113, Attack the City. When Pisco hit the gate, the roar of artillery sounded at the same time. 30 smoothbore cannons were brought from the ship and lined up in a row. Fireworks sprayed, the cannon body jumped, and black projectiles flew across the sky and shot at several turrets on the wall. After falling, the broken stones were scattered and screams continued. The mechanical family pushed the anti-artillery wall forward, and the Naga and the Imperial spies drew their swords together and pressed forward with the front line. The war machines took their legs and rushed forward from both wings. attracting the firepower of the defenders for the main attack in the middle. However, the counterattack of the defenders was very sparse. Only 2 of the cannons arranged on the turrets fired, and the crossbows and earth guns on the wall also fired sporadically. Even if a few die-hard supervisors said that the Secret Service outside was an imposter, it still couldn't save the chaotic morale of the army. Pirates robbed at sea. What did they need so many war machines for land warfare? And those mechanical tribes? Their gathering area was inside the city of Raging Waves, impersonating the Secret Service. Aren't they afraid that the Secret Service will raid their homes? Although being a private soldier is to sell your life for money. What's the use of money if you lose your life? The supervisors offered a high bounty, but the counterattack on the city wall became increasingly powerless. The turret was destroyed by the concentrated artillery shells in silence. The war machines that arrived helped Pisco break open the city gate and rushed in together. The mechanical tribe, Naga, and the Imperial spies charged at full speed. Hundreds of people entered the fortress and quickly occupied important positions. The fire crystal mine defenders surrendered. The war went smoothly beyond Luke's imagination. The team occupied the entire mine without suffering any losses. This should be attributed to the suddenness of the attack. The defenders were not prepared at all. Facing the attack of the Empire's regular violent institutions, it was difficult to have the determination to fight to the death without mobilization. After thinking through the key points, Luke couldn't help but have a bolder idea. He did not enter the fire crystal mine, but left a group of Empire spies here to guard the prisoners, and reorganized the main force, and quickly marched to another mine near the mine along the mining area railway. 2 hours later, another mine was captured. Continue. Luke led the team he had assembled, under the banner of the Imperial Secret Service, and pushed forward along the Kama Mountains mining railway from east to west. Everywhere they passed, the guards of the mine surrendered, and no one dared to fight head-on with the ferocious Imperial spies. Luke made great progress in the mining area, and the news soon spread back to the city of Raging Waves. The entire city government hall was shaken. The crisis caused by the collapse of the Thunder Tower was calmed down, and the officials had not yet breathed a sigh of relief. And a big thing happened in the northern mining area again. The meteorite inspector of the Cape District Secret Service led the Imperial spies to attack the mines one by one. What does he want to do? Is he going to rebel? Senator Virgil immediately mobilized the sheriffs to form an army to go to the northern mining area, and at the same time invited the Navy to send the Marines to jointly rescue the mines occupied by the Cape District Secret Service. When Senator Virgil led his troops to the northern mining area, it was already night. At this time, Luke led his troops to attack the railway station in the northern mining area of Raging Waves City. 7 mines were captured in one day, and the stations entering and leaving the mining area were taken. The spies of the Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District requisitioned the railway station, stopped the trains transporting ore, and all the carriages were used to transport miners, supervisors, private soldiers, and related personnel in the occupied mines. Hundreds of Imperial spies controlled tens of thousands of mining personnel with thundering force and transferred them to the railway station in batches. Senator Virgil entered the railway station under the protection of the sheriff and the Marines. In an open area, there were dark heads under the light. All the miners were ordered to sit on the ground and divided into several areas according to their different duties. Dozens of war machines driven by Imperial spies stood in the middle of the crowd, and the long swords held by the mechanical arms reflected the cold light. A train arrived at the station, and the newly transported miners were driven off the train, and then walked to the area corresponding to their duties under the command of the Imperial spies, squatted down. Everyone's face was confused. Don't know what happened. Honest cooperation is probably their only choice. Meteor. Senator Virgil saw Luke sitting on the platform seat and immediately rushed over with full anger. What are you doing? You attacked the mining area and cut off the railway. Do you know how much damage your behavior has caused to the city of Raging Waves? You are committing treason. Luke snorted and laughed. Virgil, you have been causing trouble for me again and again. Are you dissatisfied with the Imperial Secret Service? As the chief of the security department of Fury City, you came here without asking about the case and actively assisting the Secret Service in handling the case, but instead slandered a loyal senior Imperial agent for treason. Is there something wrong with your position? Or are you going to shield the criminal? Luke's question made Virgil lose his initial arrogance. He realized that he had been tormented by Ibble and Meteorite these days. The current situation shows that the Cape District Secret Service came prepared, and he must not fall into their trap. Then please explain your behavior. Major Malkin of the Marine Corps is here. And you should not slander an upright noble casually. Major Malkin saluted Luke, Inspector Meteorite. The Raging Fleet has the duty to protect the safety and stability of Raging City. Your attack in the northern mining area has indeed endangered the normal order of the city. Luke stood up and nodded to the Major in return. I will try the case on the spot now. You will know what happened if you listen. I hope the Marines can help me maintain order here. I have a few people, and I am afraid that I can't suppress the possible riots here. I am willing to serve you. The Major ordered the Marines he brought to assist the Imperial spies in maintaining order. And the pressure on the Imperial spies was immediately reduced a lot. Luke walked to the microphone. I am Inspector Meteorite of the Cape District Secret Service. We asked you to come here so late because we want you to cooperate with us in handling some cases. Please come to the front if your name is called. After that, Luke nodded to Kylena beside him. There was also a microphone in front of Kylena. She held a document and read the names on it. Lawson Fire Crystal Mine Hazlitt Vault. Wycliffe Ulysses. The 5 people whose names were called stood up and walked to the front. Inspector. We are all law-abiding citizens of the Empire. We are hired workers working for Mr. Lawson. Luke ignored them and said to Kylena, Continue. Kylena read out loud Agent Thomas's investigation report on the illegal human trafficking, illegal use of slave labor, and tortured death of slave labor at Lawson Fire Crystal Mine. It included the entire investigation process of the disappearance of the Hilm brothers. The younger brother of Hilm was brought out to testify. The disappearance of the Hilm brothers was the first case that Inspector Meteorite took over when he took office at the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. The inspector said, After a thorough investigation, all those involved will receive the appropriate punishment. Please ask Inspector Meteorite to sentence the 5 main culprits in this case. The whole audience was silent, and everyone looked at Luke. Kill! Chapter 114. The inspector solved the case. Inspector Meteor gave the order, and a group of Imperial agents rushed forward. The 5 people did not react when they were pinned to the ground. Why? Why did they want to kill us? You can't do this. We demand a fair trial. We demand to see Mr. Lawson. Woohoo! The Imperial agents found rags from somewhere to gag the 5 people, and then dragged them aside like pigs. The 5 people struggled and wailed desperately, but were beaten and kicked in return. Counselor Virgil could not bear it, and he said to Luke, No matter what crime they have committed, they should be handed over to the city court along with the evidence you have collected. They have the right to hire a lawyer to defend themselves, and they have the right to demand a fair trial. Before Senator Virgil finished speaking, the Imperial spies had already completed the execution. The long knife passed through the back, cleanly and neatly, and the 5 people fell to the ground without a sound. In the night wind, everyone felt a piercing cold. Killed. Really killed. The people in the mining area are very familiar with each other. Lawson Fire Crystal Mine is a well-known large mine. These 5 people are usually very arrogant, and everyone knows them. I didn't expect that they would be killed just like that. Just like killing 5 chickens. The venue with more than 10,000 people was silent, and everyone looked at the meteorite inspector with fear. The Imperial spy who had completed the execution reported to Luke. Luke waved his hand and asked them to stand aside. Then he said to Virgil, Mr. Congressman, we are all senior civil servants of the Empire. Don't tell me lies that you don't believe. According to my investigation, the use of slave labor in the northern mining area of Raging Wave City is very serious, and it is used blatantly. I have found so much evidence in such a short time since I came to Angry Wave City. Don't tell me that the security department of Angry Wave City is incompetent and doesn't know about the crimes that happened here? Virgil immediately said, Your evidence is all one-sided statements from your secret service. 5 Imperial citizens were killed by you without making any excuses. You are abusing the power given to you by His Majesty. I advise you to stop as soon as possible and hand this place over to me. The city security department will investigate what happened here. Evidence? Luke chuckled. The evidence is in front of you. You just can't see it. Luke ignored Virgil and said to the microphone, Imperial spies from the Cape District Secret Service. All the spies in the field shouted, Please give a lecture. Inspector, from now on, anyone who dares to escape in the field will be killed on the spot. Yes. Inspector, anyone who dares to resist will be killed on the spot. Yes. Inspector. Very good. Very good. Keep an eye on everyone. Yes. Inspector. The Marines took over the surrounding guards, and more Imperial spies entered the field. The mechanical tribe and the Naga patrolled among the squatting crowd. and the oppressive feeling of power made the people in the mining area dare not move. Senator Virgil, who wanted to take the initiative from the Secret Intelligence Bureau, finally noticed these Nagas. Sea tribe? When did the Secret Intelligence Bureau of Cape District have sea tribes? Could it be? It turned out that Ibel stole the gold. Luke glanced at Senator Virgil, and seeing him staring at the Nagas, he showed a barely detectable smile. Let's make things here come to a good end first. Luke said to the microphone, I know that in the mining area in the north of the City of Rage, it is not only the Lawson Fire Crystal Mine that uses slaves. Since our Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau has come here, let's check other mines together. I'd like to make it clear in advance that our Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau only punishes the main culprit. How to judge and sentence the accomplices and accessories is up to Senator Virgil and the Public Security Bureau. And our Secret Intelligence Bureau has no say. Therefore, whether you are a victim or an accomplice, you can expose it. Today I will use the power given to me by His Majesty to seek justice for the Hill brothers and all the Imperial citizens who died in the mines. Luke's words landed loudly, and everyone was moved. The detained mine workers became restless, and many of them burst into tears. Some people stood up and pointed at the people in the supervisor group and cursed. Some took off their tattered clothes to show the scars on their bodies. The overseers and private soldiers who used to show off their power were all trembling there. Suddenly, a man who looked like an overseer jumped up, knocked aside an Imperial spy beside him, and tried to escape. But a snake's tail was faster than him, and his ankle was entangled. Before he fell to the ground, a flash of knife light tore him into pieces, and blood and flesh were scattered all over the ground. Madame Tasha drew and put away her 6 arms at the same time. Before many people could see clearly, 4 of her arms were hidden under the blanket she was wearing. A gunshot shifted people's attention. Shelley turned the gun and put it back into the holster. Not far in front of her, another person who wanted to escape was shot in the head. Run! Keep running! Shelley shouted. No one dared to move. Inspector Meteor said that only the main culprit would be held accountable. There were only a few main culprits, so there was no need to rush to die. After a short period of commotion, order was restored in the field. Luke sat back in his chair with satisfaction, and Kylena sat next to him, recording the confession on a mechanical typewriter. Next, it was time for Inspector Meteor to sit in court and make a judgment. A witness was brought to Luke by the Imperial spy, including miners, slave workers, mine supervisors, and private soldiers. Because the use of slave labor in the northern mining area was blatant, the process of collecting evidence was also simple. The confessions were signed and sealed, and all the identified criminals were tied up and brought to Luke. Some people escaped during the period, but they were beheaded on the spot in an instant under the heavy siege. Some people wanted to encourage their men to resist, but no one dared to respond, and they were also cut into pieces by knives. Luke kept his promise and only punished the main criminals. Even the criminals brought to him were mostly handed over to the sheriffs. This made the order in the field more stable, and the most heinous people were isolated and very conspicuous. One night passed like this. More than 30 people were arrested, and only 7 of them were executed on the spot. The harvest was a thick stack of confessions, and several boxes of bills and receipts searched from various mines. At dawn, Luke yawned and stood up. He said to Virgil, who had been with him all night, I have finished my work, and I will leave it to you, the senator. As for the other mines that I have not visited, I will rely on you to rescue the slaves in them. Goodbye. Let's retreat. After that, Luke walked out of the station with his cane. Pisco, holding the Secret Service's flag, shouted loudly. The inspector ordered the Cape District Secret Service to withdraw. Yes, Inspector. The Imperial spies retreated completely, leaving Senator Virgil to face tens of thousands of miners and more than a dozen corpses. Chapter 115 The Suspicious Council. Did the Cape District Secret Service withdraw? Yes and no. Luke led his men away from the train station, but they still occupied the robbed mine. Miners and mining-related personnel can enter, but the Cape District Secret Service is responsible for supervision and mine defense. The meteorite inspector did not give the mine owner any reason. He only said, the production needs of the City of Raging Waves cannot be delayed. For the relevant mine owners, this is simply a knife on their necks. The Cape District Secret Service can find trouble with them at any time under various pretexts. The corpse? They all saw it. The Cape District Secret Service has a large number of confessions, bills, and receipts. They can really charge them according to the charges they want. The mine owners were worried about sleeping and eating at home, fearing that the Imperial spies would suddenly rush in and drag them away. Those mines that were not visited by the Cape District Secret Service were also in danger. The originally harmonious relationship between the Northern Mining District and the City of Raging Waves was made heavy-hearted by the killing of the meteorite inspector. The mine owners did not dare to go to the meteorite inspector, fearing that they would be attacked, so they could only ask the Parliament for help. But the Parliament was busy with one thing. Councillor Eibel was assassinated. On his way home from a cocktail party, he encountered an assassin's ambush. Fortunately, with the protection of the Imperial spies, Councillor Eibel was spared from the assassination. But the shock still made him sick. The assassination of the councillor was no less serious to the officials of the City of Raging Waves than the destruction of the Thunder Tower. What was even more serious was that Councillor Eibel was extremely popular because of the city demonstrations and the resolution to repair Cape Harbor. Citizens spontaneously expressed their concern for Councillor Eibel's health in various ways and condemned the incompetence of the city government office and the security department. The destruction of the Thunder Tower, which had cooled down a bit, also stirred up. Councillor Virgil was once again put on the stove, and this time no one organized it. Coupled with the pressure from the northern mining area, Councillor Virgil decided to fight back. If he didn't fight back, he would really die. Councillor Virgil convened an emergency meeting of the City Council. In the parliamentary meeting room, Senator Eibel was absent due to illness, and the Speaker was absent due to something else. Mrs. Michelle acted as the abbot of the meeting. After Mrs. Michelle announced the start of the meeting, Virgil stood up immediately. He had not had a good rest since the destruction of the Thunder Tower. His eyes were dark, his face was dry, and his beard stubble made him look extremely haggard. I think I now have sufficient reason to prove that Eibel embezzled our gold. There are a large number of Sea Tribe Nagas under the command of Meteor, the Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District. It must be that Eibel colluded with Meteor to cause the crash of the Clover. They deliberately let the Navy appear there, so that Eibel had an excuse to push the gold into the sea, and then let the Nagas transfer the gold away. Eibel betrayed us. We should respond immediately. Faced with Senator Virgil's accusation, the members of each faction had a brief internal discussion. Then a member of the capitalist faction said, "Senator Virgil, you can't accuse Senator Eibel of stealing gold just because there are sea Nagas in the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. Nagas are sea creatures, and they are very common in the sea. Many fleets will hire Nagas as navigators, and there are many Naga sailors in my fleet. I admit that Senator Eibel's behavior during this period has been a bit excessive. But if you accuse Senator Eibel of stealing gold just because there are Nagas under the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau, I think it is still too rash." Another capitalist congressman said, "If we deal with Eibel, and Eibel is not the one who stole the gold, will you accuse us because there are Nagas in our fleet? Based on our understanding of Eibel, he will not risk his life for the gold. Who can guarantee that he will be safe on an airship that falls from a height of 1,000 meters? I am more inclined to Eibel's judgment that there is a traitor among us." The assassination attempt on Congressman Eibel seems to confirm his guess. Virgil knew that it was too far-fetched to say that Eibel colluded with the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau to steal the gold just based on the Nagas he saw. But the development of the situation made it impossible for him to collect evidence patiently. Especially the words of the two counselors just now made him feel creepy. Traitor. They suspected that I was a traitor, and that I sent someone to assassinate Eibel. Damn it. Hey! Two counselors. Think about it. When Meteorite of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau slaughtered your people in the northern mining area, who protected them? It has been less than a month since Meteorite took office, and he has the ability to organize an army to attack the northern mining area. Now he has a large number of Nagas in his hands, and the mechanical tribe of Diagon Street has also surrendered to him. The number of spies of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau has expanded to 3,000. What do you think he wants to do? Without the support of the princess, would he dare to do this? Eibel suddenly got so close to Meteorite, and he worked hard to get the issue of repairing Cape Harbor passed. After it was passed, Meteorite immediately took action against the northern mining area. Can't you see it? Eibel returned to the princess. He stole the gold not for the value of the gold, but as a political gift. He was willing to risk his life for this political gift. Virgil's words made the meeting room silent, and all the members were thinking. At this time, Mrs. Michelle said, It is not appropriate to draw conclusions about whether Ibra betrayed us. Each of the counselors present here has considerable influence in their respective fields. Any rash treatment of any counselor will damage the status and prestige of other counselors. It will make the City Council of Nuteo City lose its credibility. I think it is not important who has the gold now. The gold is there. It will not disappear. And we will find it. The most important thing now is to find out the purpose of the meteorite from the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau to come to Nuteo City. And what kind of mission he is carrying out for the princess. My people have already started investigating the meteorite. And I believe there will be news soon. Mrs. Michelle's words caused most counselors to nod. Dealing with a counselor is not just a matter within the parliament. The whole city is watching. If there is no reason that convinces the public, it will be a heavy blow to the dignity and credibility of the parliament. Counselor Ibra is so popular that even if he really stole the gold, he cannot be dealt with now. Besides, there is no solid evidence to prove anything. Instead, it is Counselor Virgil. It is not an exaggeration to say that his prestige has been destroyed. He can still sit here at this moment because he still has influence in the city security department. And it is limited to the city security department. Counselor Virgil did not expect that he convened this parliamentary meeting. Not only did he fail to bring down Ibra, but made his position more precarious. We must take action against the Cape District as soon as possible. Chapter 116 Accelerated Progress. Congressman Virgil quickly shifted the focus. Congressman Michel, you are a technical counselor, and the people you send may not be able to approach meteorite. According to my understanding of meteorite, he is a very meticulous person, and there are a large number of spies protecting him when he goes in and out. What we need to do now is to limit the expansion of the Cape District Secret Service as soon as possible. If the Cape District is controlled by the princess, we will have to adjust our strategies in many places. The adults in the imperial capital will doubt our ability. Virgil's suggestion did not receive an immediate response from the counselors. If meteorite is just an ordinary inspector, or has just taken office, then things will be easy to handle. But meteorite's current performance is obviously inconsistent with that of an ordinary detective, and it has become a trend. Behind this drastic operation is the shadow of the eldest princess. Now in the imperial court, there are voices supporting the eldest princess as the crown prince. Although the eldest princess has not expressed her position, and her gender is her natural disadvantage, her ability and the emperor's favor for her have added another variable to the competition for the crown prince. The new nobles in the imperial capital are already walking on thin ice, and they are all cautious, fearing that they will accidentally offend the eldest prince and the second prince at the same time and get themselves into trouble. Adding the eldest princess, it is really difficult to balance the micromanagement. Therefore, the mainstream is to exclude the eldest princess from joining the competition for the crown prince. One more option means one more risk. But the eldest princess is definitely not someone who can be suppressed by them. She controls the Secret Intelligence Bureau, which is equivalent to having an independent judicial system. She plays such a pawn in the Cape District of Nuteo City at this time. What do you want to do? But no matter what the eldest princess's purpose is, it is a destruction of the original smooth operation system of Nuteo City. It must be restricted. Mrs. Michelle said, what Inspector Meteorite did in the northern mining area did cross the line. But it was also because the northern mining area did go too far. If it weren't for the attack on the northern mining area by the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau, I didn't know that such inhumane things were happening in a civilized society. My father responded to the new laws of the empire and gave freedom to serfs. You are too arrogant. And something bad will happen sooner or later. Meteor has such great power just after arriving in Raging Waves City. First of all, it is our internal problem. And the internal problem is very serious. Someone betrayed our group. This is a consensus of everyone. Counselor Ibel did these abnormal things. Is it because he betrayed long ago? Or is he a stress reaction to the threat of the inner ghost? We must find out. Counselor Virgil, the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau has expanded from 400 to 3,000 people within your restrictions. Even the mechanical people in Diagonal Street are willing to be thugs for Meteor. We all hope that your restrictive measures on the Cape District Secret Service will have a restrictive effect this time. This is your chance to prove yourself. Second, the two capital factions raised their hands to express their opinions first. Second, even the two establishment members expressed their reconsideration, which means that this opportunity is really the last chance. Virgil stood up angrily. You idiots are being played by the real insider. Virgil, who wanted to vent, saw the eyes of other members looking at him, and knew that it would be useless to say anything. This time, he would not get the support of the Parliament to deal with the Cape District Secret Service. So he could only do it himself. He could only sigh and say helplessly, "Okay. Okay. I will prove myself." Virgil pushed his chair away and left the meeting room angrily. The remaining 6 members sat in their respective seats. Mrs. Michelle said, "Members, we need unity now." All the members were shocked. When unity is needed, it is time to be disunited. Looking at the 3 vacant seats in the Parliament, each member has different thoughts. Luke from the Detective Office of the Cape District Secret Service was also very surprised when he heard the news that Member Eibel was assassinated. Who did it? Kalina on the side reported the assassination in detail. The assassin used a strong crossbow. According to the analysis of the crossbow arrows found at the scene, it should be a specially made precision crossbow. At that time, Agent Thomas discovered the lurking assassin and made interference and protection actions, which caused the crossbow arrow to deviate from the direction. Now Congressman Eibel is frightened and recuperating at home. We have sent spies to strengthen the protection of Congressman Eibel. It has not yet been found out who did this assassination. Luke tapped the table slowly with his fingers, and quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. As the person who planned it, Luke knew that there were no werewolves in the Parliament. So naturally there was no necessary reason to assassinate Eibel. It was done by an outsider. And the time of assassinating Congressman Eibel was similar to the attack on the northern mining area led by himself. And it was even more radical. After the Parliament passed the issue of repairing Cape Harbor, the internal conflicts in the Parliament, which were supposed to be eased, became tense again. Whoever benefits is the most suspicious. Luke confirmed that he did not do it. The people in the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau could not play such a professional level of assassination without assassination and make people unable to see the flaws. The only ones who have this ability are the professional assassins of the Blade Brotherhood. Luke is 80% sure that Viscount Iskelin wants to use this method to force Eibel to get closer to him. This disrupts his original plan. In the northern mining area, Luke deliberately showed Nanda in front of Senator Virgil to make him more suspicious of Eibel, in order to maintain the enthusiasm of the congressman to play werewolf and find the traitor. Luke does not mind being suspected. Just play slowly. After playing for a long time, he moved out the batch of gold and said that this is what I robbed. No problem. And Viscount Iskelin's involvement will undoubtedly speed up the progress of this werewolf. Iskelin, you did this without asking in advance. You are not righteous. Just when Luke was thinking about how to deal with this sudden change, a spy came in and reported, "Inspector, Congressman Eibel sent someone to invite you to his mansion." Alas, I wanted to hide behind the scenes, but I didn't expect to be pushed to the front. I was calculated by Iskelin. Go prepare a car for me. I'll go right away. When the spy received the order and went out, Luke said to Kylina, "Cancel all staff's vacations, and those who are on vacation should return to work immediately. Tell the brothers at the dock to be careful and be alert when sleeping at night, so as not to be killed. The sheriff's office has sent people to watch all day, and they will also watch if they are discovered. Report any unusual movements to me immediately. Let the mighty mechanical clan come here to inspect all equipment. All members of the Rangers are ready for battle, ready to strike and suppress violent incidents at any time." Kylina took notes carefully and asked worriedly, "Inspector, is something going to happen?" "I don't know yet. It's better to be prepared." "Has Sandpaper reported in?" "Agent Sandpaper has reported in. She is now an intern agent of our Cape District Secret Service, responsible for mechanical maintenance. Let her accompany me to Counselor Iber." "Ah, she is so young. I will inform Captain Black Mamba. Black Mamba stays here. Let Sandpaper accompany me. Her strength is not lower than Black Mamba." "Yes, Inspector. I will convey your instructions immediately." Chapter 117 Politics is not business. When Luke walked out of the Secret Service, the motorcade had already stopped outside the door, and the Imperial agents who accompanied him blocked the road. Sandpaper stood next to the inspector's car. She wore a canvas mechanic jacket and hot pants of the same material, and a pair of big boots on her feet. She carried a tool bag with wrenches, pliers, and other maintenance tools on it. "I thought my job in the Secret Service was to repair machinery." Sandpaper was a little dissatisfied with being sent on field missions. Luke walked to the car and said, "Your requirements for me have increased, and naturally my requirements for you have increased. Open the car door." and I will leave my safety on this journey to you. Sandpaper opened the car door. Okay. Get in, Inspector. Luke got in the car, and Sandpaper followed him in. All the guards and spies got in the car, and the convoy headed towards the central city. In the car, Sandpaper looked outside first, then asked Luke, "Is anyone trying to kill you? In the city of raging waves, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Especially in my position. I don't know what I did to block others' way. Last night, Counselor Eibel was assassinated, and we're going to see him now." Sandpaper turned his head to look at Luke, and asked again, "I can't understand why you chose me to protect you. You have so many loyal subordinates. And at most you just picked up a little girl." Hearing Sandpaper's analogy, Luke couldn't help but laugh. The Secret Service has expanded too fast, and it needs manpower everywhere. The situation in Raging Waves City may change greatly recently, and they all need to deal with emergencies in their own positions. I have to use you. A little girl I just picked up. I don't know if you can be as reliable as your sisters. Sandpaper took out a small bottle of special oil from the toolkit and took a sip, then adjusted his voice. Well, I'll try. But you don't look like a good person. What does it matter? In this world, pure good people may not be unable to survive, but they will definitely not live comfortably. The smile on Luke's face made Sandpaper curl her lips and turn her head back. Then she saw that there was a person sitting in the passenger seat, which should be empty. He turned his head and saw that it was Gray Farley. "You can't escape." Sandpaper quickly lowered his head to organize his tool bag, repeatedly taking out the wrench and putting it in. At this time, Luke said, "You should look directly at him." Sandpaper looked at Luke in horror. "Who? You can see him? I saw him in your eyes. A master once said, the best way to eliminate fear is to face it. I think it makes sense." The convoy arrived at the Eibel mansion, and the reinforcement of the Imperial spies had surrounded and protected it. Thomas immediately went out to greet the inspector upon hearing that he had arrived, and then reported to Luke about the assassination attempt last night and the current condition of Counselor Eibel. As Luke walked into the courtyard, he said to Thomas, "You did a great job. You must protect the safety of Counselor Eibel and his family. Some people who may affect the mood and condition of the counselor should not be allowed to see the counselor." Thomas replied with understanding, "Yes, Inspector. We will keep an eye on Counselor Eibel, and will not let irrelevant people disturb him." "Very good." After entering the mansion, Luke waited in the living room for a while, and Counselor Eibel came out with the help of servants. Seeing Luke, Eibel shook hands with him gratefully. "I was so scared. If Agent Thomas hadn't pulled me, I wouldn't have seen you. Now my mind is still full of the image of the arrow flying past my nose. That will be a nightmare I will never forget. Thank you, Inspector. You saved my life again." As he spoke, tears flowed from Senator Eibel's eyes. In less than a month, brushing shoulders with death twice in a row is not something that ordinary people can bear. "Please sit down, Senator." Luke helped Eibel sit down. "I will send my most capable agent to investigate this incident, find the assassin as soon as possible, and resolve the crisis. You sit down too." After Luke sat down, Eibel couldn't help cursing. It was Virgil who did it. He stole the gold. He must be framing me in the Parliament now. Damn Virgil. I shouldn't let him go so easily. Luke comforted the increasingly emotional Eibel. "Mr. Senator, your body can't continue to get angry now. If it is really Senator Virgil who wants to harm you, I will make him pay the price. Do you have any evidence now?" Eibel calmed down his emotions, rubbed his chest, and said to Luke, "I don't have evidence, but this does not require evidence. The citizens and officials of the entire Raging Waves City respect me. I give them work, bring them wealth, bring them honor. I am keen on charity. Even beggars have eaten the bread I give out. Only Virgil. He stole our gold. He wanted to kill me and frame me. I have seen through him a long time ago. He is a villain with no moral bottom line." And Luke said in embarrassment, "I would like to believe that Virgil sent someone to assassinate you. But our Secret Service has its own rules. We cannot judge an Imperial official without solid evidence. Virgil has a noble status, and is a member of the Council of Raging Waves. Let's find evidence first." No. We can't wait." Eibel looked out the window nervously, and then said to Luke, "I know Virgil. He knows that I already know that he wants to kill me. If this assassination fails, he will never stop. He must have convened an emergency council now, and framed me while I can't refute it. If I leave here and go to the council, the assassins he sent will do it again. I don't want to experience another assassination. Assassination? Yes. 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 The Blade Brotherhood has professional assassins. Last time you said that Viscount Iskelin wanted to see me. It seems that the plot is strictly played out according to Iskelin's script. Luke can only follow the plot that has been set. Mr. Counselor, as your friend, I need to remind you, Viscount Iskelin has a very special identity. He is the head of the Blade Brotherhood in Raging Waves City, and the representative of the interests of the hereditary nobles in Raging Waves City. Cooperating with him means that even if you are not regarded as an enemy by other counselors, you will be rejected by them. Luke's words made Ibel hesitate. After thinking for a long time, he asked, I can explain to other counselors that they need me if they misunderstand me. I can no longer let Virgil attack me recklessly without paying any price. Will you stand with me? Iskelin was right. Ibel was a good businessman, but not a good politician. Politics is not business. I promised you that I stand with you. Chapter 118 New Script. Infuriated by the assassination, Senator Ibel decided to fight back. So Luke sent someone to invite Viscount Iskelin. Viscount Iskelin, who had been prepared, came very quickly. A meeting that brought a major turning point to the situation in Raging Waves City was held in an elegant small room in the Ibel mansion. All irrelevant personnel left. Senator Ibel, Luke, Inspector Meteor, Viscount Iskelin, new nobles, royal representatives, hereditary nobles. The three of them sat around a crystal round table, and outside the bay window next to them were a large number of imperial spies guarding the mansion. Viscount Iskelin first expressed his condolences to Senator Ibel. I have been worried about the safety of the senator since I heard about what happened last night. If I were not afraid that my identity would cause trouble to you, I would definitely take the initiative to visit you. Now that I see that you are in good health, I am relieved. Viscount Iskelin has a deep acting background, and it is hard to tell that he was the mastermind behind the assassination. Thank you for your concern, Viscount. In front of a hereditary noble, Ibel imitated the noble's manners and words. I have always admired the ancient Iskelin family. You and your ancestors witnessed the process of the city of Raging Waves from nothing to something, from small to large. The greatness of the city of Raging Waves is due to the contribution of the Iskelin family. But this contribution has been forgotten by the current managers of the city of Raging Waves. I think the purpose of my invitation to the Viscount, Inspector Meteorite, will tell you. Ibel wanted to show the elegance and composure of a noble, but he was still a little unconfident and timid in front of Iskelin. Luke didn't have those messy ideas of Ibel. Member Ibel thought that it was Virgil who sent someone to assassinate him last night. Virgil stole the gold, so he wanted to kill people and frame them. Member Ibel wanted to fight back, but our Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau does not have the strength to do so. So I would like to ask you and the Brotherhood of the Blade for help. Iskelin pondered for a while. Although I really want to help the counselor, it is not in the interests of the Brotherhood of the Blade. Virgil is a member of the City Council of Fury City. If we deal with him, it will cause great trouble for the Brotherhood. Seeing that Viscount Iskelin was still pretending to be reserved, Luke said, Yes. The position of the Brotherhood of Blades in Raging Waves City is very sensitive, and we have indeed embarrassed the Viscount. I think it is better to let Counselor Ibel continue to rest at home under our protection, and wait until Virgil relaxes, and then we will find an opportunity to counterattack. Viscount Iskelin looked at Luke, thinking, You are deliberately sabotaging. I have spent so much effort to create such a situation. Can't you let me sell it at a high price? Iskelin knew that he could no longer play the game of retreating to advance. Inspector Meteor said a solution. But this would damage the prestige of Counselor Ibel and give Virgil the initiative. I heard that Virgil just convened an emergency parliamentary meeting, and then left in a hurry after the meeting. You should know that the bounty offered by the Government Affairs Office for the Elf Clear Sky attracted some dangerous bounty hunters, and some of them were summoned by Virgil. Hearing this, Ibel couldn't help but shout, He must be offering a bounty to kill me. Damn Virgil. He is deliberately messing up the City of Rage. What Elf Clear Sky? The Heart of the Red Dragon Nirkalin, the Book of Disaster, even the destruction of the Thunder Tower, are all Virgil's conspiracies. He betrayed the Empire. He is a gap in the enemy country, and his goal is to destroy the City of Rage. The fact that Virgil had called for bounty hunters really frightened Counselor Ibel, who incoherently attributed everything that had happened in Raging Waves City to Virgil's conspiracy. This made Luke and Iskelin look at each other. This accusation was very interesting, and had a lot of room for maneuver. Iskelin responded very quickly and said, Mr. Counselor, you said that all the recent crises in Raging Wave City were Virgil's conspiracy? Yes. All of this was Virgil's conspiracy. It must be his conspiracy. Otherwise, why hasn't he found the elf Qi Kong yet? Not even a hair has been found. I don't know if the elf Qi Kong was arranged by Virgil. But we all saw that he allowed the elf Qi Kong to commit crimes continuously and create crises in Raging Wave City. Inspector Meteor had once accused Virgil of his position, but it did not attract enough attention. At that time, we all trusted Virgil's loyalty to the Empire. Now, Virgil used the bounty on the elf Clear Sky to find the most famous bounty hunters in the world, who are also the most deadly criminals. Virgil stole the gold and framed me. Is that all explained? He betrayed the Empire. He wanted to destroy the richest city in the Empire, and throw the most shining pearl on His Majesty's crown into the sea. Ibel frantically imagined Virgil's treason, and forced an explanation for Virgil's behavior. This new script made Iskelin immediately overturn his original plan against Virgil. He echoed Ibel's accusation, I admire your intuition about the security crisis of the Empire. Of course, Inspector Meteor discovered Virgil's treason earlier, and he is worthy of being a senior agent of the Imperial Secret Service. In comparison, our Blade Brotherhood's response was too poor. But our Blade Brotherhood is as loyal to the Empire as anyone else. And my family exists to protect the Empire. The Iskelin family and the Blade Brotherhood have an obligation to assist the Fury City Council and the Imperial Secret Service to capture enemy spies who occupy important positions in the Empire. Luke thought, I said Virgil was crooked just to get more money from him. Are you really going to charge him with treason and beat him to death? Not only beat him to death, but also kill him? Luke said, as an Imperial spy, I judged that Senator Virgil's position was problematic. It was my intuition as an Imperial spy. And I have set people to investigate Virgil's identity. But the evidence I have is not enough to prove that he betrayed the Empire. Senator Virgil's identity makes it difficult for us to conduct a deeper investigation into him. Iskelin looked at Luke at this time with a look of mutual respect. How shameless. Iskelin waited for Luke to finish speaking, and immediately continued, I think we should not start our investigation of Virgil with treason, which will easily arouse his vigilance. If we start with smuggling, he will certainly relax his vigilance. Relying on his position as a counselor and the support of the entire smuggling group, as long as we can control Virgil, I think with the ability of Inspector Meteorite and the Cape District Secret Service, we can definitely find evidence of Virgil's treason. Counselor Ibel and Viscount Escalane looked at Luke together. They didn't dare to really frame Virgil for treason. It's better for the royal family to do this. Luke said straightforwardly, leave the rest to me. My people, professional. Chapter 119, What do you want? At this time, Luke is in a dilemma. All parties in the whole city of Nuteo were stimulated by the assassination of Viscount Iskelin. There is no need to think about standing aside and watching the show. It is good to have a tiger rider now. The three people in the room have already concluded that Senator Virgil has committed treason. The rest is to solve the problem around this result. Viscount Iskelin suggested to investigate Virgil from the direction of smuggling first. Smuggling has a complete system in Nuteo City, under the protection of interest groups. It is not easy to get conclusive evidence of Virgil's involvement in smuggling. But Senator Ibel is the chief officer in charge of the finance and taxation of Nuteo City. Asking him to produce evidence of Senator Virgil's smuggling is just a matter of opening and closing the safe. But Ibel said worriedly, if I produce evidence, not only Virgil, but also I will be implicated. The entire government office of Nuteo City, the parliament, the imperial court, and members of the royal family. This is a huge case. Can you control it? While speaking, Senator Ibel looked at Iskelin with a vigilant look. He knew what terrible consequences might occur when the evidence in his hand fell into the hands of these old nobles. Iskelin immediately said sincerely, Sir, our purpose is not to investigate the smuggling case. I also know that once this case is investigated, it will affect the foundation of the Empire, which is not what we want to see. You can give the evidence of your involvement in smuggling to Inspector Meteorite, so that the Cape District Secret Service can have an excuse to detain Virgil and investigate him. As long as we find evidence of Virgil's treason, we will stop the investigation of the smuggling case. Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe Inspector Meteorite and the princess, and believe how important the stability of Fury City is to the Empire. Luke didn't want to end up with a smuggling case because of it. This Count Iskelin is right. The smuggling case is connected to the royal family, and we can't just go deeper into it. This case stops at Virgil's position, and we can close it after we get the evidence of his treason. Counselor Eibel thought about it. Now, if he wanted to get rid of Virgil cleanly, he could only use treason against him, so that other counselors in Fury City would not dare to protect Virgil casually. Even if Virgil could not be convicted in the end, he would not be able to stay in the position of counselor if he was involved in treason. Without the identity of counselor, the people around Virgil would leave him immediately. There would be plenty of ways to take revenge at that time. Okay, I will give the evidence related to Virgil to Inspector Meteorite. Counselor Eibel passed this level, and Viscount Iskelin said, the bounty hunter summoned by Virgil will be dealt with by our Blade Brotherhood. Eliminate the people around Virgil, and then Inspector Meteorite can start. Luke nodded. I know what to do. At this time, Counselor Eibel said, thank you for helping me in this critical moment. Is there anything I can do for you? Viscount Iskelin looked at Luke first, and when he didn't answer, he stated his request. I hope to fill the gap left by Virgil in the Parliament. Counselor Eibel didn't expect Viscount Iskelin to be so arrogant and want to be a counselor. To become a member of the Raging Waves City Council, you must get the consent of more than half of the counselors. Even if I support you, you only get one vote. I'm afraid your identity won't bring you a second vote. Viscount Iskelin said confidently. The first vote is the most difficult. I don't expect the Parliament to make me a member of Parliament with one vote, and to make them start to consider changing the structure of the Parliament. Even if I succeed in taking a step, I don't think that the vacancy of Counselor Virgil will be filled soon. No, Counselor Eibel said with certainty. Electing members of Parliament is not a game, and it is impossible for just anyone to fill the position. Every member of Parliament is the result of a compromise of interests among all parties. Viscount Iskelin said, I can prove to the Parliament and the nobles of Raging Wave City that the old nobles in your eyes can also accept new ideas and become a progressive force in society. Many businesses of the Brotherhood of Blades are highly complementary to your business. Mr. Counselor. Member Eibel was convinced. He didn't know if Viscount Iskelin's joining the Parliament would benefit other members, but it would definitely benefit him. I'll give you my vote. Inspector Meteor. Do you have any requests? Member Eibel asked Luke. After Virgil was ousted, there was only one vacant seat in the Parliament. Viscount Iskelin was determined to win this seat, and Luke didn't want to snatch it from him. And things were moving too fast, and his foundation in Raging Waves was unstable, so it was not easy for him to climb too high. I want to limit the size of the Cape District Security Bureau to less than 400 people. The Security Bureau has been reduced to less than 400 people, just like the former Cape District Secret Service Bureau. It's even worse than the Secret Service Bureau. It really only exists for a reason. Eibel understood what Luke meant. This is to swallow up the Cape District. In addition, by obtaining the operating rights of Cape Port in the name of Yenong Trade Group. Is the princess going to cut a piece of cake directly in Fury City? Give it. The princess must give it. Eibel said, Virgil's incompetence has caused the incompetence of the entire security department of Fury City, and it should be properly rectified. Especially the Cape District. The better the Meteorite Inspector does, the more it proves how the Cape District Security Bureau was negligent in the past. The Cape District Security Bureau should be handed over to the Cape District Secret Service Bureau for supervision, and let them learn from Inspector Meteorite. Luke was shocked. Is this okay? I just want the Cape District Security Bureau to have no sense of existence, and you are just making it non-existent, since it is delivered to my mouth. There is no reason not to eat it. That's good. The sheriffs of the Cape District Security Bureau have poor professional skills, and they should learn from our Secret Service Bureau. The three people divided the benefits generated after the fall of Senator Virgil, and continued to discuss the specific steps to bring Virgil down. Then it was implemented. Luke was going to hand over the evidence of smuggling to Senator Eibel. Viscount Iskelin left first. He wanted to arrange the Blades of the Brotherhood of Blades and the part-time assassins of the Assassin's Tavern to assassinate the bounty hunters and his followers summoned by Virgil. Tonight is a bloody night starring the assassins. The Brotherhood of Blades used this method to announce its return to the city of Raging Waves. Luke, who got the evidence, was not in a hurry to leave. Eibel thought that Virgil summoned bounty hunters to kill him, but Luke knew it was not. Virgil did not steal the gold, did not commit treason, and did not send anyone to assassinate Eibel. He always thought that Eibel stole the gold. Now that the gold has not been found, how could he be in a hurry to kill people? He summoned the bounty hunters, He must have other purposes. It is not easy to run around outside at this time. So Luke stayed here on the pretext of personally protecting Senator Eibel. Chapter 120, A Piece of Gold. Senator Eibel was very touched when he knew that Luke wanted to protect him personally. At night, he specially arranged a comfortable guest room for Luke and called several beautiful maids, asking Luke to choose one to stay and serve him at night. All of them stay, that's fine. Looking at the pretty maids standing in a row, Luke struggled for a while, but finally refused. A lot of things will happen tonight, and your safety is the most important thing. Under the protection of our Imperial spies, you can rest assured. Yes, safety is important. The main thing is that you are here, so I can relax. I haven't slept since last night, which makes me feel sleepy. I'll go back to my room to rest. And the safety here is in your hands. Member Eibel came to his senses. Don't worry. Good night, Counselor. Good night, Inspector. Member Eibel yawned and left with the maids. Luke and Sandpaper were left in the room. As if infected, Sandpaper also yawned. Anything else? If not, I'll go to sleep next door. Luke walked to the window, lifted the closed curtains a little and looked out. The lights were on in the courtyard of the mansion, and the secret agents on duty were all in their respective positions. Leave the guard outside to Thomas. He can still be trusted. Luke turned around and looked at Sandpaper, who was already sleepy and staggering, and couldn't help but smile and said, I asked you to protect me, but you were so sleepy that you couldn't open your eyes first. Sandpaper half closed his eyes and turned the wrench with his fingertips. I have installed a lot of small alarm devices nearby. I invented them when I was on the run. Although he can find me without touching these devices every time, they are definitely useful against real people. I also checked this room. There should be no problem. I'm next door. I'll come over if there's anything. You can't stay up late anymore. You won't grow taller. Go to bed. I'll call you if there's anything. Sandpaper put the wrench back into his backpack and walked out of the room. Luke turned off the light and lay down on the bed without taking off his clothes. Wow! The spacious and soft bed is so comfortable. Rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. And I am destined to work hard. Luke closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was in a towering attic. Since your real location is in the central area of the Golden Shield Empire's Raging Wave City, the map of the area is lit up for you. And the character you created can use the 18 virtual teleportation anchors in the central area. Luke, who landed in the clear sky, opened the map. All the virtual teleportation anchors in the central city area were lit up, and the virtual teleportation anchors in the Cape area were unusable. What to do now? According to the fixed schedule of the past few days, it is now the class time for the Mystic Department of Ulu College. Dean Wilred will hide his appearance, teach a class for the Mystic Department according to his own schedule, and then teach Chinkong a class. The rest of the time is free for the Mystic Department to arrange. I will definitely skip classes today. The tense atmosphere is permeating this quiet city. Go to find Mrs. Michelle. She should know what Virgil wants to do. Find the nearest virtual teleportation anchor point and teleport to the direction of the Whisperer Mysterious house. Enter the store. Let Lisa find Mrs. Michelle. And Luke went to the roof of the 3rd floor alone. Take out the tea set and sit under the pavilion to make tea for yourself. The sea breeze is blowing, and the tea fragrance is overflowing. When a pot of tea is brewed, with the sound of a door being pushed behind, Mrs. Michelle is sitting on the other side of the tea table. It seems that you have noticed something strange about raging waves tonight. Miss Clear Sky. Luke poured a cup of tea for Mrs. Michelle. Yes. Raging waves tonight is very abnormal. There are fewer sheriffs and Imperial spies patrolling at night. I thought I had been caught by them. Thank you. Mrs. Michelle scooped a spoonful of sugar into the teacup, stirred it and said, Senator Virgil summoned them for other things. You asked me to meet you. Do you have any news to tell me? Convening so many sheriffs and Imperial spies. What does Senator Virgil want to do? Michelle felt that Virgil's action was about to begin, and there was nothing to hide. So she answered truthfully. The Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau expanded too fast, and Virgil felt that some restrictions should be imposed on them. This is an internal matter of the City Security Department. I am not in a position to say more. Please understand. Virgil is indeed going to take action against the Cape District. I wonder if Shelley and the others can handle it. Luke was a little worried about the situation in the Cape District. She said to Mrs. Michelle, Inspector Meteor of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau is now at the home of Counselor Eibel. I know that after Inspector Meteor arrived, Viscount Iskalin also went there soon. I just don't know what they talked about. The whole Raging Waves city wants to know. Mrs. Michelle showed her intelligence ability, and was looking forward to Qingkong bringing her more useful information. Luke analyzed Mrs. Michelle's position based on his understanding of her in the game and now. Although Mrs. Michelle has integrated into the circle of the new nobility of the city of Raging Waves, she still has the arrogance of the old nobility in her nature, and thinks that the new nobility's life now is just an imitation of the old. A group of nouveau riche who have caught up with the changing times. Therefore, in the plot of the game, Mrs. Michelle helped Iskalin enter the council of the city of Raging Waves. At the same time, Mrs. Michelle has a strong ambition for power, but it is now hidden more deeply. She lacks an opportunity. Did you lose a sum of gold? Mrs. Michelle asked Luke vigilantly. You? How do you know? Luke took out a piece of gold from the space backpack of the clear sky and put it on the table. I found this in his office when I was investigating the meteorite. There should be more of this batch of gold, and I haven't found the exact location yet. Mrs. Michelle picked up the gold nugget. The mark on the gold nugget means that it is one of the lost gold. Virgil guessed correctly. This batch of gold was indeed taken away by meteorite. It seems that Ibel really colluded with meteorite to create a flying boat accident. No! Meteorite has been in office in the Cape District for too short a time. And Ibel and him cannot have reached trust in such a short time. Unless all this was arranged by the princess. Ibel had already surrendered to the princess. And then the princess sent meteorite to the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau to cooperate. Their purpose is definitely not for this batch of gold, but to make the parliament suspicious of each other, so that the princess can insert her own power into the city of Wrath. Mrs. Michelle looked at the gold in her hand, and the clues in her heart were connected by a chain. Ibel, Meteor, and Iskalin are plotting something, and I can roughly guess it. They want to overthrow Virgil, and let Iskalin or one of the meteors enter the parliament. The princess can ask the Brotherhood of Blades, and the seat left by Virgil should be given to Iskalin. I can know their plan in advance. What should I do to profit from it? Chapter 121 Big Winner. Mrs. Michelle quietly looked at the elf beside her. She was holding a cup and blowing away the hot air on it, slowly sipping tea. She was beautiful without any flaws from all angles, and she was calm as if she would not be moved even if the sky fell. What was she looking for in the city of Raging Waves? Which side did she belong to? Miss Clear Sky, thank you for the news you brought me. It is very important to me. After this night, the city of Raging Waves will become another look, and I have to make my choice immediately. Do you want to be a hero respected by the city? A respected hero? Luke felt that he could not keep up with Mrs. Michelle's thinking. She just wanted to drag this counselor into the water, so that Viscount Iskalin could get this counselor's vote in advance. With 2 counselors' votes, his path to the parliament would definitely be much easier. If Ibel, Michelle, and Iskalin could form a triangle in the parliament, he wouldn't need to show up in public, and it would be great to be the underground emperor in the Cape District. What puzzled Luke was why Michelle suddenly changed the topic to himself. Qingkong? He had a bad feeling. Mrs. Michelle answered in an exciting tone, yes. As long as you implement my plan, you will become a city hero respected and worshipped by all the citizens of Raging Waves. Luke reminded, I am now a wanted criminal worth 1 billion Reichsmarks. As long as the operation is done properly, and with the necessary publicity, a wanted criminal can also become a hero of justice. Luke said curiously, I killed many people in the Cape District, in Windward Alley, and in the Mad Axe Party. The government office of the city of Raging Waves described me as a bloodthirsty killer. In Windward Alley, you killed a group of damned criminals who smuggled and trafficked in people. The Mad Axe Party is a vicious gang, and killing them is justice. Luke thought this explanation was reasonable. I stole the heart of the Red Dragon Neil Cologne. This is the key point. Mrs. Michelle said, you found someone who wanted to steal the heart of the Red Dragon Neil Cologne, and he will summon the Red Dragon in the center of the city of Raging Waves to create a terrorist attack. It's just that the person is of noble status and holds an important position in the city government hall. You can't get the trust of others, so you can only steal the heart of the Red Dragon Nirkalog in advance. You bear the crime, but prevent the disaster from happening. You save countless lives, even if they didn't know how close they were to death. Can the story be made up like this? And who is the person of noble status, and who holds an important position in the city government hall? Mrs. Michelle is ready to add insult to injury so soon. Luke asked again, how should the Book of Disaster be explained? I fought with Dean Wilred. in order to snatch the heart of the red dragon Nirkalon from you. That person led his men to chase you. You hid in Ulu College, and he chased you to Ulu College. During the chase, you found the Book of Disaster together. You knew that if the Book of Disaster was obtained by that person, it would bring a greater disaster to the city of raging waves than the red dragon. You could only snatch the Book of Disaster. But you happened to meet Dean Wilred. But Dean Wilred and the entire Ulu College were deceived by that person. And you were forced to fight Dean Wilred and risk your life to protect the Book of Disaster from that person's clutches. You saved the city of raging waves again. Luke admired Mrs. Michelle's ability to make up stories. And the standard villain in the story was naturally Senator Virgil. Of course, the original script may not be Virgil, and Mrs. Michelle should have just invented a villain. But after she realized that Virgil's position was no longer secure, she materialized this villain. Anyway, more deaths are better than more crimes. And Virgil should not care about more charges. Luke asked again, will this big man be responsible for the destruction of the Thunder Tower? No. If I predict correctly, this big man will be in trouble tomorrow. And you still need to continue to save the city from crisis. Michelle took a sip of tea and continued her script. The Abyss Temple is a very mysterious organization. And crazy Abyss mages will even use blood sacrifices to release secret arts. People have a natural fear of them. And the appearance of the Abyss Mage in recent days has caused a great panic. The Thunder Tower was actually destroyed by the Abyss Mage. These crazy Abyss Mage wanted to use the Thunder Tower to perform secret arts to complete the evil secret language. If they succeed, half of the city of raging waves will become their sacrifice. When the elf Qi-Kong was framed and wanted by the whole city, she still stood up and used her body to block the secret arts for the innocent citizens of raging waves. Although the Thunder Tower was destroyed, raging waves was saved. The elf Qi-Kong, who once again saved raging waves and countless citizens, left quietly again after killing 4 Abyss Mage, who held the secret arts. She was charged with crimes, and the city she saved offered a bounty of 1 billion Reichsmarks. But she still did not give up protecting the city. She used her own way to stop the evil, just so that the citizens could spend a peaceful night. At this point, Michelle was intoxicated by her own story. Luke shuddered. It really turned black into white. A very evil elf killer turned into a city guardian, who saved the city 3 times in a row. Batman, Green Arrow, Flash, Spider-Man, all stood up and applauded me. Is it really a problem to write like this? Absolutely no problem. Michelle said confidently. The grievances you have endured and the justice and kindness you insist on will be discovered. And a counselor will clear your name and clear all the slander and false accusations against you. I am very influential in the celebrity circle of this city. Ladies and celebrities like to listen to me and are willing to believe me. Their mouths can turn your image from negative to positive overnight. And look at your appearance. It's like you have been kissed by the gods. As long as you stand in the public eye, people will automatically doubt the charges against you, and they will take the initiative to defend you. Believe me, even if the Thunder Tower is rebuilt, it cannot cover up your brilliance. You will become the symbol of this city, and you will become the goddess of the city in the hearts of all the citizens of Raging Waves. Luke asked Michelle, what can you gain? My greatest gain is to be friends with the goddess of the city, the spirit Qi-Kong. Mrs. Michelle persuaded, I can be sure. Ibel, Meteor and Iskelen are planning to overthrow Virgil. And Virgil's actions against the Cape District this time have not been supported by the Parliament. He is no match for the princess. He is finished. This is our chance. Let Virgil take all the blame. And all the negative influence on you can be washed away. We will be the big winners of this incident. Chapter 122 The Glory of the Republic. Luke couldn't help but sigh that Mrs. Michelle was a woman with very strong political ambitions, and her ability to grasp opportunities was also admirable. At the same time, she was very clear about her areas of expertise. Shape the elf Qi-Kong into a city hero, or further packaged into a national goddess with super high popularity. The force and influence of the elf Qi-Kong were added to her, greatly improving her status. In the great changes in the redistribution of power in the city of Raging Waves, this would undoubtedly put her in a very good position. And for Luke, it would definitely be a good thing to be able to whitewash Qi-Kong. After all, carrying a bounty of 1 billion Reichsmarks is just bragging. But there is no practical benefit, unless Luke is willing to pull out another criminal group in the name of Qi-Kong. But he really doesn't have the energy. Qi-Kong can be public after being whitewashed, and he doesn't have to be on guard against bounty hunters all the time. It's just that the progress of the main body has been a bit superspan, and it is being dragged forward by events. Qin Kong's side is not a problem of superspan. This is a cross version. Can it be stable? Luke felt a little guilty, but he was helpless. Madam, let me make it clear in advance that I don't have that much time to act with you. I understand that you don't need to show up in public too much. Mystery can make people crazy about you. Leave the rest to me. From the perspective of Mrs. Michelle's interests, she doesn't need Qin Kong to appear in public too often. She needs the halo that Qin Kong gives her. But if the halo is too bright, she will be illuminated by the halo. Luke considered the pros and cons of his choice again. Anyway, it doesn't matter what Qin Kong does. So it's better to clean up first and move freely before talking about the future. Okay. It's quite interesting. I agree to this cooperation. Mrs. Hill. Thank you. Miss Qin Kong. Luke clinked glasses with Mrs. Michelle, and an idle group was officially established. After drinking a cup of tea, Mrs. Michelle said to Luke, Virgil's action against the Cape should begin. If you can go to the Cape District to support the Secret Service, I can communicate with Inspector Meteorite tomorrow. To add a crime to Virgil, Inspector Meteorite's cooperation is also needed. Luke originally planned to go to the Cape District to see the situation there after the meeting. This time he has an excuse to publicly support the Secret Service of the Cape District. I also want to see the disciples I have accepted. But since this is your request, I will go to the Cape District. Let's stop here for today's meeting. I am looking forward to the changes in this city tomorrow. Luke stood up and was about to leave, but Mrs. Michelle stopped her. A city hero should have a city hero's appearance. Your customized steam locomotive has been assembled. It is downstairs. I will take you to see it. So fast? Luke was a little surprised at the speed of the locomotive assembly. Michelle took Luke downstairs and said with a smile, This is the steam locomotive customized by Miss Qin Kong. Of course. We will do our best to make it. And this is not a difficult job for my husband. It is not difficult to do it. It is made by Master Michelle. Luke is looking forward to his steam locomotive. Downstairs, when Lisa has pushed the steam locomotive from the warehouse to the hall, the body is red. The most eye-catching thing is the two large and exaggerated wheels at the front and back. The wheels with a width of 30 centimeters allow this steam locomotive to stand steadily without support. The length of the vehicle should reach 2.4 meters. The vehicle body is wrapped with red curved steel plates, and there are two exhaust pipes on each side of the wheels behind the rear end. The round headlights and the dense pipes in the gaps of the vehicle shell fully demonstrate the rough style of steam technology. Very beautiful. Luke walked around the steam locomotive and couldn't help but sigh. It's exactly the same as I imagined. No. The details are handled better. I like this waistline very much. It looks heavy at the head and light at the tail, which is full of impact. Steam locomotives are a major feature of the Anno game. Owning a steam locomotive that takes into account both appearance and performance is the pursuit of all players in the game. Luke has several steam locomotives in his collection, but they are all in the warehouse. Now that she has a steam locomotive again, she sits on it without hesitation. Leaning forward, holding the handle with both hands, she turns on the engine. The power responds instantly. White steam is discharged from the exhaust pipe at the rear of the car, and the sound of the engine is full of power. Great. Experience has taught Luke that this is a good car. Seeing the performance of the elf Qin Kong, Mrs. Michelle knew that she really liked this car, which was to cater to her preferences. Miss Qin Kong, time is tight, and we can only make this car to this extent. But we still have a long time to cooperate, and we can slowly upgrade this car. I think many new technologies in our laboratory can be added to this steam locomotive. Do you like red? If not, I can have it repainted. Xiaoguang. Luke said he liked it very much. No need to change. I like this car very much. It just appeared for me. Can I drive it out now? Mrs. Michelle asked when Lisa to open the door of the shop. Of course. It belongs to you. Give it a name, and then let this city see the elegance of the elf sky. Name? It's called the Glory of the Republic. Luke turned the boost valve on the right handle, stepped on the clutch, and the forward momentum pushed the front wheel of the steam locomotive up. Luke pressed down the front of the locomotive, and the whole locomotive roared, pulling out white smoke and rushing out of the door of the shop. Drifting out, the car body turned sideways, and then sped along the road. Mrs. Michelle walked out the door, looking at the disappeared figure of Elf Clear Sky and the traces of steam scattered on the road, muttering and repeating the name that Elf Clear Sky gave to the steam locomotive. The glory of the Republic. Republic? Who is she? The Republic is a concept that has emerged in this era of rapid development. Some countries abroad have already implemented the Republican system. The current parliament of the City of Rage was established under the influence of the Republican ideas of the outside world. It is obviously a challenge to the imperial system of the Golden Shield Empire. But the royal family, which has been challenged by the Blade Brotherhood for a long time, seems to have a strong ability to accept new challenges. Therefore, the royal family adapted to this era faster than those old-fashioned nobles. The current raging city is a representative example. But this city ultimately belongs to the Empire. The elf Qi Kong named her steam locomotive Glory of the Republic, which simply put her political stance on her forehead. At this moment, Mrs. Michelle felt like a lump in her throat. In the future, she can use Qi Kong to increase her political capital, but she cannot use it wantonly. The sense of distance must be properly grasped. Otherwise it will fall flat on its face. Mrs. Michelle's originally happy heart suddenly felt uncomfortable. Chapter 123 Battle of the Cape. Luke drove the steam locomotive she named Glory of the Republic and sped along the city roads. The reason for this name, in addition to commemorating another world, was to disgust Mrs. Michelle. Let her know that the elf Qi Kong is not a chess piece she can control. You can't afford to play with it. The beam of light from the headlights illuminated half of the street, and the red steam locomotive roared and sped. There were 2 patrolling sheriffs standing on the street smoking in front. The roar of the steam locomotive attracted their attention. And then, they were dazzled by the light shining over them, and couldn't open their eyes. The steam locomotive passed by in a flash. And at the moment of crossing, they saw the rider on the steam locomotive. Short green hair, pointed ears, and elf. She was lying on the seat of the motorcycle, with 2 iconic scimitars inserted on the left and right of her curved waistline. The elf turned her head and looked over, with green eyes and a playful smile on her face. It was Qi Kong. The 2 sheriffs immediately blew the copper whistles on their chests. And then, they saw the red steam locomotive drifting around the corner in front of them. And the sound of the engine was getting farther and farther away. The sheriffs did not chase after it. They could not catch up. And most of the sheriffs were transferred by Congressman Virgil. At this time, Congressman Virgil was in the courtyard of the Cape District Security Bureau, directing the operation against the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. The sheriffs from all the districts of Raging Waves City are gathered here. Behind Virgil stood more than a dozen people who were obviously not sheriffs. Their bodies were very different from those of ordinary people. They were all bounty hunters who came to Raging Waves City for the 1 billion bounty. Holt, the director of the Cape District Security Bureau, took off his big hat and wiped the sweat on his head with a towel. He lowered his head and said to Senator Virgil, "Sir, do we really want to attack the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau?" The continuous mental pressure made Senator Virgil present an unusual state of excitement. He said sternly to Director Holt, "Holt, you should know better than me what the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau is like now. How many real Imperial spies are there? There are only 248 registered Imperial spies, and the rest are all gangsters, villains, pirates, thieves, and smugglers recruited by Meteorite, relying on his identity as the detective of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. Meteorite abuses his power for personal gain, organizes crimes, and attacks the minds of legitimate merchants. He has become a cancer that the Empire and Raging Waves City must eliminate. As the security department of Raging Waves City, we have the obligation to eliminate these illegal Imperial spies. Holt, you are responsible for the rapid growth of Meteorite." Holt immediately stood up. "I'm sorry, Congressman. I know what to do. The Cape District Security Bureau will correct the mistakes we made." "It's good that you know." Virgil knew that if he wanted to deal with the Secret Service in the Cape District, he would need to rely on the local Public Security Bureau. So he did not continue to scold Holt. At this time, all the public security officers participating in this operation had assembled. Under the illumination of the surrounding lights, tens of thousands of public security officers lined up under the leadership of their respective captains. Virgil walked onto the swearing and ceremony platform, took out a speech, and read the manifesto of this operation. The manifesto listed the major crimes of the Secret Service in the Cape District, and noted the justice of this operation, so as to dispel the public security officers' rejection of attacking the Imperial Secret Service. Virgil even specifically stated that the Secret Service was not within the attack range of this operation. The main attack points are the former Mad Axe Party headquarters and Cape Harbor Pier. We are loyal to the Empire, and to Raging Wave City. I believe that the former Empire spies were deceived and coerced by Meteorite, and they are waiting for our rescue. We want to eliminate the criminals and pirates who have infiltrated the Secret Service. They are all concentrated in the so-called Secret Service Rangers headquarters and the port pier. Sheriffs, guardians of Raging Wave City, draw your swords. Honor is with us. All the sheriffs drew their swords and raised them above their heads. Under the flashing silver light, thousands of people shouted in unison, "Honor is with us." Virgil was very satisfied with the morale of the sheriff's army. I order, attack the enemy. Attack! The sheriffs of each department left one by one under the leadership of their captains, and then rushed to various locations in the Cape District. First block the city, then concentrate on the attack. As Virgil watched his subordinates leave, a subordinate ran to his ear and said, "Meteor is still in Counselor Ibel's house." Virgil nodded, with a triumphant smile on his face. If Meteor is not in the Cape District, how can Black Mamba, Pisco, and a group of rabble resist the sheriff's army? If we eliminate these fake spies tonight, we can find all the evidence of Meteor's crimes. Even if it comes to the eldest princess, she can't protect a guy who has lost his value. Dealing with the meteorite. I just happened to check Ibel at the same time. Let those idiots in the parliament see my ability. The bounty hunters prepared for the meteorite have nothing to do. But the money has been spent. So let them all participate in the attack. Virgil sent out all the bounty hunters he had summoned. With these powerful people attacking, the two places can be cleared up quickly. The army assembled in front of the Cape District Security Office building dispersed into the night, leaving only a small number of sheriffs to protect the place. Counselor Virgil walked into the building accompanied by Holt. He was going to drink a cup of coffee to refresh himself and wait for the news of the victory. Tomorrow, Raging Wave City will be a completely different place. But before they could enter the building, an explosion sounded in a nearby neighborhood. Then a large fire rose up and illuminated the night, and the sound of fighting could be heard faintly. Then, another explosion occurred in another direction. Then more and more explosions appeared, and flames shot up from all directions. What happened? Counselor Virgil was very puzzled. According to the action plan, the sheriff's team should block the city first, and then concentrate their forces to attack the former Mad Axe Party headquarters and the docks. Why did they fight now? And the location of the battle was obviously wrong. At this time, a sheriff came running in. "Mr. Congressman, we were ambushed by unknown persons on Joyle Street." What happened? Before the sheriff could answer, 5 more sheriffs ran back. "Mr. Congressman, we were ambushed by unknown persons on Stone Street." "Mr. Congressman, we were ambushed by unknown persons on Campbelltown Street." "Mr. Congressman." All the reports were that the sheriff's team was ambushed. Virgil roared angrily. These criminals dared to attack the sheriff. Go back and tell the captains of each unit to wipe them out. Wipe them all out. Anyone who stops me, Virgil, will perish. Chapter 124. The advantage is mine. At the headquarters of the Secret Service Rangers in the Cape District, Shelley led the backbones of the Rangers and friendly people to gather in front of a map of the Cape District. The map clearly marked the positions of the two warring parties. Shelley held a command pole and stood in front of the map and said seriously, "Virgil's intention is very clear. First, block the Cape District to cut off our contact with the outside world, and at the same time use superior forces to cut off the Secret Service headquarters, the dock, Diagonal Street and us, and finally eat them one by one." Now our ambush team should have launched an attack, but the number disadvantage is not enough to achieve results, so we can only delay their time. I don't think the sheriff dares to attack the Secret Service headquarters directly, so we don't need to support them. Diagonal Street should not be the enemy's attack focus. Without the military's participation, they can't take Diagonal Street. Therefore, we can focus on defending the dock and here. Albert immediately replied, "I'm here, Captain." "What's the situation at the dock now?" Albert replied, "Because the inspector anticipated that something would happen tonight. The dock had already prepared for war, and Holt thought that most of the gangs on the dock were still under his control, and sent orders for his men to cooperate in the occupation of the dock." After a brief thought, Shelley said to Albert, "You go to the dock immediately and let our people try to get on the boat and go to the sea. Those who can't get on the boat should hide. Let the people of Holt cooperate with the sheriff to occupy the dock and wait for my next order." "Yes, Captain." Albert received the order and left immediately. Shelley looked at the manpower he could mobilize. The Secret Service Rangers, pirates, mechanical tribes, and some gang members. The personnel who can participate in the battle can only gather more than 4,000 people at most, which is absolutely inferior to the sheriff. The number and quality of senior combatants are also not as good. The dockside gave up saving a fresh force first, and the Ranger headquarters would face the enemy's full-scale attack. Simply defending. With only an ancient castle, it is impossible to defend. We must attack. Everyone was puzzled by Shelley's intention. Pisco was a simple thug. Mrs. Tasia was a pirate. Wei Meng was a boxing gym owner. And the others were scattered gang members. But they could see that the enemy was numerous, and we were few. So we should use the ancient castle for defense instead of actively attacking. Isn't this using one's own weaknesses to attack the enemy's strengths? Mrs. Tasia, who had rich combat experience, asked. Captain Black Mamba, none of our people had experience in such large-scale wars. And we didn't know how to cooperate with each other. We should gather together to defend so that we can hold on until dawn, and wait for the support of the inspector. If we rush out like this, I'm afraid we won't be the match of the sheriff. Shelley said, our people have no experience in large-scale wars. And neither does the sheriff. If we concentrate our forces to defend here, the sheriff can safely use their superior forces to attack us. The castle is so small, and the enemy's organizational ability is better than ours. We can't defend it. If we attack out, it will be a street fight. The gap between our organizational ability and the enemy's will be shortened in street fighting, and our understanding of the terrain will be transformed into our advantage. We don't fight with the sheriffs for the main streets, but fight them house by house around the complex alleys. This can not only reduce our own losses, but also disrupt the enemy's offensive rhythm and delay their offensive time. When the day dawned, when the enemy was exhausted after a night of fighting, the people at the dock rushed in. I think we don't need to wait for the inspector to find support. We can completely counterattack the Cape District Security Office. Seeing that everyone was still confused, Shelley showed the courage of a commander. I have been in the army since I was 18 years old, and I have participated in more wars than you have fought on the streets. Defense does not necessarily mean holding a point, and a disadvantage in military strength does not mean that you cannot attack and win. Since the inspector has handed this place over to me, please trust me. Pisco, who was most impressed by Shelley, said first, I listen to the big sister. If the big sister says we can win, we will definitely win. Although the others were skeptical, they had no choice but to listen to Shelley. After all, Shelley was right in one thing. She had the most experience in war. What they were facing now was a real war, not the street fights or naval battles they were familiar with. Mrs. Tasia, Wei Ming and other parties expressed their views together. We will follow the command of Captain Black Mamba, with the command of each department. Shelley immediately made arrangements for street fighting. The troops stationed in the commando headquarters left one by one as they were dispatched, radiating to the surrounding blocks with the castle as the center. In front, the sheriff's team suffered multiple ambushes. Although the losses were not large, their marching speed was greatly slowed down. Moreover, because they were afraid of being ambushed again, the sheriffs became more cautious in their actions, which slowed down the entire process of blocking the city. Fortunately, there was a good news from the direction of the dock. The dock gangs that were close to the police department sent news that they had taken over the dock. The gangs of the Secret Intelligence Bureau were either eliminated or fled to the sea. This was the credit of the Cape District Police Department. Director Holt immediately reported the victory to Congressman Virgil, who was waiting in the director's office. Congressman Virgil was very happy that the dock was taken over so quickly. It was not surprising. After all, the Cape District Police Department had been deeply involved in the dock for so long and had an absolute advantage over the Secret Intelligence Bureau. It was a surprise that they could not take it down. The dock was solved. And then Diagonal Street and the headquarters of the Secret Service were blocked. The only thing left was the castle of the former Mad Axe Party. The elite of the entire Fury City Security Department were concentrated to besiege an isolated castle. The advantage was on me. Virgil ordered an all-out attack, and all battles must be ended before dawn. The war broke out in more than 10 blocks centered on the headquarters of the Cape Range Special Forces. All the intersections leading to the battle area were blocked by roadblocks set up by the sheriff. A red steam locomotive was running on the street with a whistling sound. Under the light projected by the headlights, the sheriffs on both sides of the roadblock waved flags and ordered the approaching riders to stop immediately. But the speed of the steam locomotive did not slow down at all. Instead, it shot out 2 ice wheels from both sides. The ice wheels spun rapidly, overtaking the motorcycle and rolling forward, smashing the roadblocks to pieces on the left and right. The red motorcycle rushed over, and the ice cone formed a sharp collision angle on the front of the motorcycle, sending the broken roadblocks flying everywhere. The sheriffs on both sides hurriedly dodged the flying debris, and some sharp-eyed people recognized the rider on the red motorcycle. It's King Kong. It's the elf King Kong. All the sheriffs present were shocked. What is she doing here? Remembering that the elf King Kong has the heart of the red dragon Nirkelin and the Book of Disaster in his hand, she can snatch Dean Willard's magic wand, destroy the Thunder Tower, and kill 4 abyss mages. The sheriffs felt as cold as if they were frozen. Chapter 125 Clear Sky appears. Luke drove the steam locomotive through 4 roadblocks in a row. When he saw a large number of sheriffs gathered at an intersection ahead, he stopped the locomotive in the middle of the road. Clear sky. One sheriff recognized the elf, who was wanted by the whole city, and his voice attracted the attention of other sheriffs. However, when these sheriffs saw clear sky, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they retreated one by one from more than 50 meters away. A billion bounty is a temptation for some people, but it is a source of fear for more people. Not everyone can match this bounty, and not everyone is qualified to challenge this bounty. These sheriffs had the courage to fight against the thugs, but at this time, facing the elf King Kong, they couldn't even hold their swords steadily. Luke turned over and jumped off the seat, opened the space backpack, and put the motorcycle in. Then he drew out his double swords and walked towards the sheriff in front. Under his footsteps, the ice layer spread forward. As you can see, I am the elf King Kong. I advise you to go back to where you came from. You have all been deceived by Virgil tonight. Don't stop me. Don't die in vain. The ice mist flowers bloomed in the air, and the drizzle fell, turning into snowflakes and ice crystals. The elf King Kong in the ice and snow stunned most of the sheriffs. The beauty of the interaction made them forget for a moment that the person coming was a terrible killer. Miss King Kong. The captain of the team didn't know why he used honorifics to address a wanted criminal. He said, "What do you mean by these words? We have been deceived by Senator Virgil. Can you explain it to us clearly?" Luke walked up to the captain of the sheriff. "I have no obligation to explain to you. If you want to know the truth, you can wait until tomorrow's sun. I want to go over. Are you going to stop me, or get out of the way?" The cold intensified, and most of the weak sheriffs were frozen, and had no time to appreciate the beautiful elves. They felt their blood coagulating, and they could lose consciousness at any time. The captain of the sheriff waved his hand, and asked his men to make way. After watching the elf King Kong walk away, he mustered up the courage to say, "Miss King Kong, thank you." I don't know if he was thanking her for not killing him, or for the information he got. Luke continued to walk forward, and waved his hand without looking back. "You're welcome. Bye." The cold dissipated, and the relaxed sheriffs immediately moved their numb hands and feet. Someone asked the captain, "Captain, is what King Kong said true? Were we deceived by Senator Virgil?" The captain still looked at King Kong, who had disappeared in the night, and answered, "I don't know. Senator Virgil's sudden attack on the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau is obviously a bit against the rules, even though the Cape District Secret Service has gathered many criminals and pirates. If they want to launch this attack, they must at least get the approval of the city council. But this action was only ordered by Senator Virgil, the chief of the City of Fury, and other councilors did not seem to express their attitude. Captain, what should we do? If we disobey Senator Virgil's order and nothing happens tomorrow, we will all be held accountable. First, notify our people to withdraw from the front. If anyone asks, just say that we suffered some losses from the elf clear sky and can only rest temporarily." "Yes, Captain. Do we need to notify other teams?" "No. Don't make any unnecessary moves until things are clear. You wait here. I'll follow and see. Go. Help me find some clothes." Then the sheriff captain took off his hat and his uniform jacket. A sheriff pulled a piece of clothes that a resident had hung outside from the roadside and warned worriedly, "Captain, this is too dangerous." The captain changed his clothes and looked at the direction where King Kong disappeared. I don't know if he asked himself or others, "Do you believe that King Kong is an unforgivable criminal?" I don't think so. Although beauty does make people feel good. If she is really like what the wanted poster says, we should have died. She snatched the Ruewa wand from Dean Wilred. It would be too easy for her to kill us. I don't think so either. The captain's eyes had a strange look. I must see with my own eyes that she is as flawless as I thought. If she is really the unforgivable criminal described in the wanted poster, I will die under her knife. Captain. The subordinates were surprised that the captain said such words. Don't persuade me. I haven't done such an exciting thing for many years. The captain, who had changed his clothes, drew his sword and chased Chi Kong along the street. Luke walked in the middle of the street. She didn't release the steam locomotive. This was already a war zone, and it was not suitable to use fragile items to show off. Moreover, the road was full of rubble from collapsed houses, and the fire spread, with tongues of flame spurting out from time to time. It is better to leave your car in a safe place. Walking silently, Luke could feel countless eyes looking at him from the houses on both sides. There were citizens of the Cape District, the attacking sheriff, and the defending spies. They all found the elf Chi Kong, and after a month of searching the whole city, everyone knew what Chi Kong represented. A walking billion imperial marks. But everyone kept quiet tacitly. No one wanted to drag this extreme combat power into their battle, whether she was an enemy or a friend. Being swept could kill her. If we put aside the danger represented by the elf Chi Kong, it is indeed pleasing to watch her walking on the road in the dark. At the same time, the news of the appearance of the elf Chi Kong also spread quickly from here to other places. Luke revealed Chi Kong's whereabouts and shared the pressure for the Secret Service in his own way. At the same time, she also noticed that the battle situation here was different from what she expected. The Secret Service of the Cape District should be stationed at the Rangers' headquarters, where there are complete fortifications. But why did they attack? And they fought very well. Street fighting. Luke couldn't help but admire the boldness and ingenuity of this tactic, which limited the advantages of the sheriff while playing to his own advantages. This should be Shelley's work. At this moment, Luke's impression of Shelley changed greatly, and he also figured out why Shelley had so many strange behaviors when he became an imperial spy. Military and solving cases are two different thinking processes. Military is to formulate the results first, and then add details around the goals to be achieved. On the contrary, solving cases is to infer the results through countless details. Shelley's military resume is quite brilliant. If it weren't for her background, she should be a famous general now. But coming to the Cape District Secret Service, she only achieved the reputation of Black Mamba. If Shelley can make the best use of everything, she is a treasure hero. Chapter 126 Boda Square. Walking through a street on fire, Luke arrived at Boda Square. The sheriff's team had not yet attacked here, and the agents of the Cape District Secret Service did not guard this open area. Therefore, there was no one in the square surrounded by warring blocks. Luke walked to the middle of the square. There were 8 entrances and exits around the rectangular square, and a circle of statues surrounded the edge of the square. Due to years of disrepair, the square looked very dilapidated, and some floor tiles were broken and missing. The statues were also severely damaged, and some birds and beasts lived in them. This place is quite suitable for a battlefield, and it will not disturb others. Luke looked at the power of the clear sky. 92%. Level 80 can last for 92 minutes. Level 100 can last for a little over 9 minutes. Level 120 probably won't be needed. According to Shelley's tactics, it should be no problem for the Cape District to drag on until dawn. I'll attract some experts here to help relieve some pressure on the Secret Service. Kill as many as you can. Use up the power as soon as possible and finish the work as soon as possible. Miss Clear Sky. Hearing the call, Luke turned around and saw the sheriff captain he had just met standing not far away. Are you here alone? You don't have the ability to earn the 1 billion Reichsmarks. Go back, don't die. Luke tried to persuade her kindly, but the sheriff captain changed his mind when he heard it. Thank you for your concern, Miss Chi Kong. Your kindness makes me feel that the charges imposed on you may be slander. My name is Priestley Caesar, the captain of the 3rd Patrol Team of the Zeta District Security Department in Nuteo City. My father is Trevican Caesar, who runs a rum distillery in Zeta District. Stop. Stop. Luke stopped Caesar from introducing himself. There is a war here. Be serious. I know who you are. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. It will be very dangerous here in a while. Faced with such a situation, Luke was a little unable to adapt. This sheriff captain named Caesar simply had "I want to be Miss Chi Kong's liquor" written on his face. To deal with such people, Luke would rather kill a few more bounty hunters. Caesar did not leave. He seemed to have made a major decision and asked with courage, Miss Chi Kong, Please answer me truthfully. Did you steal the heart of the red dragon Nierkelin? Yes. Luke agreed happily according to the script designed by Mrs. Michel for him. But when Caesar heard it, it was as if his heart was stabbed. Caesar continued to ask, what about the Book of Disaster? Did you really steal the Book of Disaster from Ulu College? Yes. Dean Wilred saw it with his own eyes. I also took his wand away. Any other questions? Caesar felt like his heart was stabbed again. But he still stubbornly asked the last question. Did you really destroy the Thunder Tower? I guess so. Although Caesar knew from the beginning that he would probably get this answer. He still had a fluke mentality. Now, Caesar could only hold the sword and take a fighting stance. Miss Qi Kong, I admit that my heart was captured by you the first time I saw you. I couldn't control myself and chased after you. Just to prove that you are not what the wanted poster said. I wanted to believe that you are kind. But it seems that I was wrong. As the sheriff of the city of Raging Waves, I have the obligation to protect the city. I will stop you from destroying my city. Even if you kill me. Draw your sword. Luke pulled out a scimitar and threw it out. And the ice under his feet quickly spread out. In the blooming of large pieces of ice mist flowers. The scimitar turned into a huge ice wheel. Spinning and flying towards Caesar. Sais held the sword and accumulated power. Ready to use all his strength to resist the incoming ice wheel. He felt the cold air sweeping under his feet. And snowflakes flying around him at some point. And the elf he had been thinking about disappeared in the ice flowers. As the ice wheel approached, Caesar felt an unmatched pressure. He didn't know if he could block it. And there was a high probability that he couldn't. Is he really going to die? Shiza exploded his accumulated energy. And his sword was covered with a layer of golden light film. He chanted a spell. And layers of magic light waves erupted from his body. Get out of the way! Shiza heard Qingkong's voice ringing in his ears. And he subconsciously obeyed to dodge. But Bingluan was already in front of his face. How could he dodge? What Shiza didn't expect was, when he dodged, Bingluan, who had already rushed in front of him, actually retreated 3 meters, and then rushed over again. At this time, Shiza had already dodged. And Bingluan rushed past him. And then he felt that Bingluan hit something. Someone is behind me. Before Shiza turned around to see who was hiding behind him, he felt his body shake and returned to the original place. What happened? Then, Shiza saw Qi Kong appear from where he was just now, with a shadow under his feet. He drew out another scimitar, and the blade flashed, cutting the shadow on the ground into 2 pieces. It was really cut into 2 pieces. The shadow of an unknown person was cut off from the position of the knife mark and disappeared in the twist. Blood oozes out from the gaps in the floor tiles, and a part of the ground rises and falls and moves outward quickly, as if something is escaping from underground. At this time, the 1-meter-long ice cones, like staggered wolf teeth, drilled out from the ground one after another, chasing the bulge and stabbing continuously. When the 13th ice cone broke through the floor tiles and jumped up, a man in black was seen being pushed out. His chest was pierced by an ice cone. His hands and feet struggled helplessly. Blood flowed down the ice surface. Luke put the scimitar back into the scabbard, reached out to grab the other scimitar that flew back, and put it into the scabbard as well. With a shake in his hand, the Tiangong Juexian bow appeared. Pull the string and open the bow. And the ice arrow condenses. The arrow was released in an instant. The arrow shot forward like a meteor. And a black feather arrow shot towards it. And the 2 arrows collided in the air. Luke opened the bow again. Her eyes had turned into ice crystal color. And green lines appeared on her cheeks. The elves have a high bonus in archery. And 10 years of game time is enough for Luke to raise Qingkong's archery to the maximum level. Now Luke landed on the character of Qi Kong. And archery has become her instinctive combat skill. In the vision of the ice crystal eye, an elf stood on the roof of a house at the edge of the square 100 meters away. He was wearing a dark green hunter outfit, with silver gray hair, holding a forest elf horn bow in his hand, and carrying a pot of feather arrows and a sword on his back. The elf pulled the horn bow to its full length, but was not in a hurry to shoot the arrow. His eyes were fixed on the elf Qi Kong in the middle of the square. And he was amazed at the archery she had just demonstrated. It was not something that any elf could do casually to shoot an arrow in the air. And she could actually find the shadow hider and kill him so cleanly. The elf Qi Kong was really strong. Chapter 127 Crazy Poaching Group. Luke was also not in a hurry to shoot the arrow. The bounty hunter came a little too fast, leaving him no time to make some arrangements that would be beneficial to him. The other party was the Crazy Poaching Group. The Crazy Poaching Group was an internationally renowned bounty hunting group with 3 members. Shadow Hider, comprehensive strength 3.5 stars. Good at stealth, able to hide himself in the shadows and approach the target silently. Although his combat ability was low, he was an indispensable reconnaissance member of a bounty hunting team. After all, only by finding someone first can you catch him and get the bounty. Just now, the Shadow Hider was hiding in Caesar's shadow and was detected by the Ice Crystal Eye. Luke used time reversal and continuous time difference to separate the Shadow Hunter. First seriously injured, then stabbed to death. The elf who launched the sneak attack was the Secret Hunter. He came from the Forest Elves and used the secret technique to obtain extraordinary archery skills. With a comprehensive strength of 4.5 stars, he was guarding the periphery, and he would be shot by his arrows if he was not careful. In addition to the Shadow Hunter and the Secret Hunter, there was another member in the poaching group. The leader was boiling wildly. He also arrived. The ice surface spread under Luke's feet, and ice and snow fell from the sky above the square. The ice mist flowers in the air bloomed one by one, and then dispersed into cold air to form groups of ice mist. Luke, holding a bough, slid back, and a steel rope net dropped from the sky and landed on the ground where she had just stood. The inside of the steel net is full of barbs, and there are electric currents flashing on it. The capture failed, and the steel net was pulled back by a rope. A bloated war machine walked step by step. With every step, white steam leaked around the body. In the open-head cockpit, a goblin wearing goggles sat inside. The rope of the steel net connected the left arm of the war machine and quickly retracted into the launch slot in the left arm. Goblin means crazy, and boiling is the name of the war machine he drives. Together, it means crazy boiling. The comprehensive strength can reach 5 stars. This is a strength evaluation that is difficult to achieve in the mechanical power system, mainly because boiling is a mechanical creature. In the process of being frantically created by the goblins, it was affected by an unknown mysterious force and gained life. Perhaps the goblin boiling accidentally activated an unknown secret technique, which created the current boiling. Later, the goblins frantically tried to replicate this process, but all failed. In a sense, boiling is the full mechanical body that the mechanical family dreams of. It's just that boiling's perception of the outside world is relatively weak, and it must have a driver to exert its full combat power. Boiling, which retracted the steel rope net, suddenly accelerated. Its steps were rapid, powerful and steady, and there was no sense of sluggishness when ordinary war machines tried to find balance. The 4 tiles were crushed under its feet and burst out, and a 1-meter-long sword blade popped out from its right wrist. Behind it, a cannon-shaped weapon stretched forward. A beam of energy shot out from it, cutting a deep groove in the ground like a plow, and swept towards Luke. At the same time, an arrow fluttered and swayed irregularly, and shot towards Luke. Luke shot an arrow back at the Secret Hunter, and immediately teleported to avoid it regardless of whether he hit it or not. When he appeared again, he was already in midair, stepping on the condensed ice plate. The body climbed up again, pulled the bow to its full length, and shot an arrow at the Secret Hunter. The moment this arrow left the bow, it continued to expand, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a spear. The Secret Hunter dodged nimbly, and the ice spear penetrated the roof and drilled in. The Secret Hunter fired back a series of arrows to counterattack. The arrows whistled in the air and flew in different arcs. Crazy Boiling on the ground raised his right wrist and aimed the long blade at Luke. Under the thrust of the steam, the long blade dragged the chain and shot at Luke in the air. Luke still controlled the level of the clear sky at 80. He also pretended to dodge the incoming arrows. She used short-distance teleportation and ice plate to gain leverage to gain mobility in the air. Used the Ice Crystal Eye to gain insight into the battlefield environment. While fighting with the Secret Hunter and Crazy Boiling, every dodge was like dancing on the tip of a knife, as if she would be beaten down and captured at any time. The Secret Hunter quickly moved on the house to avoid the arrows, and kept shooting arrows, limiting Qingkong's space with a dense arrow net. After shooting the arrows, he used magic arrows. The elf Qingkong is very strong, but it seems not as strong as described in the wanted poster. She snatched the Ruehua magic wand from Dean Wilred. But Dean Wilred is almost 200 years old. Who knows what his strength is now? Destroy the Thunder Tower. That should be the credit of the Book of Disaster. At present, it seems that the elf Qingkong is only slightly stronger than me. but under the joint attack of me and crazy boiling. She can't hold on for too long. These 1 billion belong to us. However, just when the secret hunter was shooting more happily, he felt a pain in his heart. Looking down, she saw a withered hand extending from her chest, with a heart beating in it. Damn! The shadow hider is not here. And she was ambushed. The body of the secret hunter fell from the roof. Luke saw the yellow bird appear after the mantis stalked the cicada, and immediately pushed Qin Kong's level down to 100. She swooped down from the sky, took back the Tiangong Juexian, and took out the Sangu Panyin. With the help of the Holy Spirit, the armor condensed by the sacred energy attached to the right half of her body. White light burst out from her body, and the holy flame gathered on the blade, condensing into a 2-meter-long blade light. Crazy boiling below half crouched on the ground, with the muzzle behind him aimed at the swooping Luke. And the strong light gathered at the muzzle, and formed a thick energy beam and shot up, facing the crazy and boiling full-strength attack. Luke did not dodge. The elemental fusion reactor heart overclocked to output energy, making Luke's whole body wrapped in white holy light. Even a light track that looked like light wings was pulled out behind her. She was like an angel descending from the sky, executing the final judgment on the sinful creatures on the ground. The slashed light blade hit the upward energy beam, and the dazzling light was like an exploding flash bomb, illuminating the square with a blazing white. After a deafening explosion, a strong shock wave brought the rubble to the surroundings of the square violently. Smoke and dust rolled up. The center of the square collapsed. In the center of the explosion, boiling knelt there, steam leaking and white smoke everywhere. In the middle of it, a knife mark split it apart. The goblin was burned to ashes in the holy fire. The battle is over. Luke, in the state of holy blessing, stood in front of the war machine with a knife. Around the square, several figures surrounded her from all sides, but no one dared to attack her. The bounty hunters who came over saw the attack just now. None of them thought they could block the knife with a huge force, and they were not sure whether they would be attacked from behind when they attacked the elf Qin Kong. They also saw how the secret hunter died. Chapter 128, Waiting for the Dawn. After the shock wave roared, the dust settled. In the square, people with different positions stood in different positions. No one spoke, and no one moved. Outside, the war continued, and the lights that illuminated the night could be seen on all sides. The ice and floor tiles in the square were almost all shattered, and a pile of rubble bulged, and a person came out from it. Cough, cough, cough. Caesar, who was covered in dust, coughed continuously because of choking. He shook off the dust and bricks on his body, and then froze in the scene in front of him. He had seen these bounty hunters around Senator Virgil, and he had also seen their criminal records. All of them are difficult to deal with. Shize wanted to speak, but then he was forced to shut up by the cold eyes of the elf. He could feel that the elf Qin Kong at this moment was more powerful than he had seen before. That kind of pressure made it impossible to resist. The ice surface was unfolded again, and the snow continued to fall, and a layer of snowflakes accumulated on everyone's body. Luke, in the state of holy blessing, confronted these bounty hunters. She held the ancient rock machete, and the whole right arm burst out white holy light. The eyes were ice crystals, and the patterns on the cheeks were flowing. In the vision of the ice crystal eye, an octopus flew up from the roof of a house, as if it was in the sea. He was spewing black smoke, hiding himself against the backdrop of the night sky. An eye that was disproportionately large on his head stared at the people in the square. When he found that the elf saw him, he waved his tentacles to show his friendliness. Evil Eye Tess. He was the doorman of the Assassin's Tavern in Fury City. His coming meant that the Assassin's Tavern had been fully mobilized. Not only the amateur assassins that Luke had seen in the Assassin's Tavern, but also the blades of the Blade Brotherhood. In order to bring down Senator Virgil tomorrow, Viscount Iskalin sent out all his assets this time. Then I will cooperate with you. Caesar. Is your name Caesar? Sheriff. Seeing that the bounty hunters were wary of each other, and no one dared to attack, Luke took out a cardboard box from his space backpack and put it on the ground. Caesar immediately responded, "My name is Priestly Caesar. Miss Clear Sky. Would you like to do me a favor? I am willing to serve you. Thank you for saving me just now. I owe you my life." Luke kicked the cardboard box at his feet in front of Caesar. "I saw that you can use magic, so you should be able to set up a magic circle. In the box are all the mysterious props needed for a secret technique. You follow my instructions and set up the secret words." Okay. Caesar looked at the bounty hunters around him vigilantly, then quickly opened the cardboard box and asked, "What should I do?" The formation is the 42nd chart of the Maha horoscope, and the 6 stars are Aries and water. The order is bear, earth, monkey, fire, eagle, air, dagger, blood, cloak, shadow. Shiza followed Luke's instructions and drew the formation on the ground with his sword. This action made the bounty hunters around nervous. The elf Qi used the secret technique to destroy the Thunder Tower, and now she is actually setting up the secret language in the siege. Once she completes it, it will be more difficult to catch her. The bounty hunters who arrived at Boda Square are 7 people in total, divided into 3 hunter teams. One of them, who covered his whole body with a cloak, spoke first. 1 billion imperial marks. That is 200,000 gold coupons. I think it's enough for us to share. On the other side, a burly man wearing full body armor with steam coming out of the armor snorted, "If you hadn't killed the secret hunter, these 200,000 gold coupons would have been enough for us to share. But you misjudged the strength of the elf Qi and wanted to snatch the money from the crazy poaching group. Kugu, you are talking about sharing the money now. Have you necromancers seen too many brainless skeletons and think that people are brainless? It was indeed my fault to kill the secret hunter. But the current situation, when the elf Qi completes the secret language, she is very likely to escape from here. This is 200,000 gold coupons. Not every city can offer such a high reward. Even the city of Raging Waves may just be a temporary impulse. They may cancel this reward at any time. Maybe tomorrow. We will work together to capture Qi and then divide the reward." The leader of another group of bounty hunters is a woman with a pair of black bird wings behind her, bird claws on her feet, and a whip in her hand. She is an eagle claw banshee. "I want the Book of Disasters. You can share the gold vouchers." The armored man couldn't help laughing. "I think the value of the Book of Disasters is more than 200,000 gold vouchers. But there is only one Book of Disasters. There is no point in staying here. No matter how much money you have to live to spend it. I'm out, you guys continue." Faced with the temptation of the Book of Disaster and 200,000 gold coupons, the armored man chose to retreat. He led his men to slowly withdraw from the square and disappeared into the night. The eagle claw banshee said to the bones, "You are a necromancer, and the death magic is enough for you to study until you die. Give me the Book of Disaster, and the 200,000 gold coupons are yours." On the other side, Caesar had already drawn the array map. When he saw that there were only 2 teams left of the bounty hunters, he asked anxiously, "Miss Qi, how should the secret words be placed?" The compass is the subject, placed on the 4 positions above the main star position. The other 3 positions in the same direction of the other star positions are telescope, pencil, rabbit leg, resin, crystal flower. Luke said the arrangement of the secret language, his eyes looking at the evil eye Tess in the air. His body swelled like a balloon, and his tentacles danced to convey information. Although Luke could not understand all of Tess's words, he was sure that the assassins around him were in place and were about to launch an attack. The Eagle Claw Banshee and the undead mage Cuckoo were still negotiating. It was obvious that Cuckoo was unwilling to give up the fight for the Book of Disaster. Seeing that the secret language was about to be deployed, the Eagle Claw Banshee cursed, "Greedy Cuckoos! You idiot! Do you want to watch 200,000 gold coupons and the Book of Disaster run away?" Cuckoos also became anxious. "We can join forces to capture Qi first, and then talk about how to divide the bounty and the Book of Disaster." "Damn it! Steel Armor Henry is right. Staying here will not achieve anything. The fairy sky is yours. I want to see how you catch her." When the Eagle Claw Banshee decided to give up the capture operation, a person fell from the shadows on a statue behind her. It was a thief from the hidden bounty hunter group, and someone attacked him. Immediately afterwards, countless silk threads shot out from all directions of the square. The silver light reflected by these silk threads was as sharp as a blade when stretched straight. Afterwards, more than a dozen assassins rushed out from their respective hiding places, targeting bounty hunters. The siege began. After seeing Caesar complete the secret words, Luke teleported to the middle of the formation. Secret word, escape. Emergency escape. Randomly teleported to a place with a lower risk factor. A huge virtual image of a compass appeared above Luke and Caesar's heads, and the needle on it rotated irregularly, and finally stopped at one direction. Then the entire formation raised a light curtain, and when the light curtain fell, Luke and Caesar disappeared inside. When they appeared again, They were on a quiet street. The battle in the Cape District did not affect here. But there were roadblocks set up by the sheriffs at both ends of the street to block the city. The sudden appearance of two people aroused the vigilance of the sheriffs. Luke summoned a steam locomotive, turned over and sat on it, and said to Caesar, "The deployment of the secret language was completed very timely. Goodbye. I hope you can live until dawn." After saying that, Luke started the motorcycle and accelerated suddenly. After breaking through the roadblocks skillfully, he left with a trail of white smoke. Only Caesar was left standing there blankly. The sheriffs blew their whistles, and the appearance of the elf Chi-Kong caused a lot of panic. But it was only a short panic. The battle in the Cape District continued. Although the sheriffs had an advantage in manpower, they had few ways to deal with unfamiliar street fighting. The Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau did not have many ways to deal with street fighting. But most of the spies were gang members. They were familiar with the terrain and were good at throwing black bricks. The home advantage allowed them to calmly choose to attack and transfer, and beat the sheriffs dizzy. The war situation is optimistic. After Luke felt that he had nothing to do here, he found a secluded place and exited the roll of clear sky. It happened that the news of the battle in the Cape District also reached the home of Counselor Eibel. The Imperial spies who strengthened the alert defense woke up Counselor Eibel. He comforted his family and went to the first-floor hall, where he saw that the hall was full of spies. Inspector Meteor was listening to the report of a spy. "What happened?" Sensing the tense atmosphere, Counselor Eibel asked, sitting on the sofa, drinking refreshing coffee. Luke replied, "Virgil mobilized the city's elite sheriffs to attack the Cape District. It seems that he has also noticed the crisis and is thinking of a last-ditch struggle." Counselor Eibel realized the seriousness of the situation. The foundation of the Secret Service in the Cape District could not withstand investigation. Once Virgil took over the Cape District, not only would the troops needed to overthrow him be eliminated, but evidence against Detective Meteorite would also be obtained. What should we do? Where can we find some people to support the Cape District? Luke, who had been to the Cape District and had just learned about the battle situation in the Cape District from the messenger, said to Counselor Eibel easily, "No one will support us at this time. It is the best situation that other secret services did not follow Virgil. Don't worry. My people sent a message that the Cape District can be defended. We have to prepare for the dawn now." Luke's confidence helped Eibel calm down. Now is the most critical moment. Whether he will become a prisoner and die, or overthrow Virgil to resolve the crisis, depends on the situation in the next few hours. What do you need me to do? Send someone to inform other members of Parliament to convene an emergency Parliament at dawn. Before Luke finished speaking, a spy came in to report. Viscount Iskelin is here. It's very timely. Chapter 129, The Crime is a Mouth. Viscount Iskelin arrived, bringing with him more than 200 family private soldiers, and the results of the battles of the Blade Brotherhood. Our assassins ambushed 2 bounty hunter teams in Boda Square in the Cape District, and successfully eliminated them all. In addition, my people also saw the elf Chi-Kong, but she ran away. For the time being, I don't know what her purpose is for appearing this time, and whether it will affect our plan. Now Virgil is in the Cape District Security Bureau, and my people are nearby." Luke asked someone to spread a map of the City of Fury on the coffee table, and circle the locations of the known enemy and our own forces on it with a pen. Several people sat around. Luke said first, after dawn, "Counselor Eibel will convene a parliamentary meeting. We must control the situation before then. Let the Parliament see our strength. Use fists and evidence to convince them to give up Virgil." Viscount Iskelin agreed with Luke's idea. "In this situation, we can show our strength appropriately. Let the members of the Parliament understand that the former Raging Wave City is a thing of the past. Even if they don't accept what the future Raging Wave City will look like, they can only adapt to it." Viscount Iskelin wanted to take the opportunity to expand his influence, which seemed a bit more radical than Luke. On the contrary, Counselor Eibel has no backbone in this regard. His core interest is to preserve his life and status. He does not have the soldiers in Luke's hands, nor the political demands of Viscount Iskelin. Therefore, Counselor Eibel said with some concern, "If we make things too big, I am afraid it will not end well. If the battle in the Cape District spreads to other urban areas, it will cause the intervention of the Raging Navy." Counselor Eibel's concerns are not unreasonable. Luke looked at the map and thought. He now knows Shelley's plan, but he is not sure whether a group of rabble can form a counterattack at dawn, and what effect the counterattack can achieve. The outcome of a war cannot be considered in the direction that is most favorable to oneself. The only support that he can provide to the Cape District is the executive order issued by the city government office after dawn. Luke said, "We should not consider the reaction of the Navy at this time. If Virgil cannot be controlled as soon as possible, the situation may change in a direction that is unfavorable to us at any time. I think we should decisively control the city government office building when the city government office is operating. Issue an executive order to the police stations in each district, requiring each police station to hand over their command to the city government office on the grounds that Councillor Virgil is suspected of smuggling. I think that except for the police station in the central district, which may disobey the order, other police stations will order their people to keep a distance from Virgil even if they do not withdraw their sheriffs from the Cape District." Viscount Iskalon immediately expressed his support. "Virgil has taken away most of the sheriffs in the central city. My people and the Imperial spies here are enough to attack the government office building." Member Eibel did not expect Luke to come up with such a bold plan. He hesitated again and again. Now that the three of them were tied to one boat, he had to agree. The plan was completed, and they just had to wait for dawn. Luke, Member Eibel, and Viscount Iskalon sat in their respective seats. No one spoke, and they were all waiting silently. Only the occasional messenger came in to convey the battle situation in the Cape District. The battle there was still intense. The sheriffs were still tied up in the street fighting. The complex residential areas made it impossible for them to organize an effective attack, and they dared not drive straight into the Cape District Mobile Force headquarters. Captain Black Mamba has already set a time for the counterattack, and the mechanical tribes in the direction of the dock and Diagonal Street are ready. The general attack will be launched at 7 o'clock in the morning, when the sun shines into the city of Raging Waves from the east. Most of the citizens of Raging Waves do not know that a war has been fought in the Cape District for a night. The sheriff's blockade of the Cape District is very effective. People start their day according to their usual habits, and buses run on the road to take people to their workplaces. The prosperous city is full of vitality. Everyone is proud to live in the city of Raging Waves, even though there are all kinds of problems and many unpleasant things here. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the city government hall started to operate, and the city officials were planning their work for the day. Everything was in order. The parliament was convened in the parliament hall of the city government hall building under the call of Councillor Eibel. Councillor Eibel asked the parliament to immediately order the termination of Councillor Virgil's actions in the Cape District. "Virgil is absolutely crazy. Are you crazy with him? Raging Waves City has no autonomy, let alone independence. It belongs to the Imperial family, and the Imperial Secret Service is His Majesty's personal guard. Now Virgil is actually taking the city sheriff to attack the Imperial Secret Service. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? I ask the Parliament to immediately order the revoke of all Virgil's power and control this madman before the Imperial stick falls on our heads." Facing the loud rebuke from Councillor Iber, Mrs. Michelle, who was in charge of the Parliament, said, "Member Iber, please control your emotions. We are all concerned about your assassination and understand your current mood. You suspect that the assassination was ordered by Virgil, and Virgil also accused you of betraying the group. Virgil's actions were not authorized by the Parliament, and he just wanted to prove his judgment in his own way. And there are indeed many unidentified people in the Cape District Secret Service, and the meteorite inspector of the Cape District did a lot of things that were inconsistent with his identity. If you are innocent, why don't you wait for Virgil to finish what he wants to do? We are all waiting for his results to find the person who betrayed us." The wrongly accused Senator Eibel couldn't control his anger. "I knew that Virgil said a lot of slanderous words about me yesterday. You are like blind and deaf people, letting him perform here like a monkey. It is not Virgil's turn to manage, who is in the Secret Intelligence Bureau of Cape District. He is challenging the majesty of the eldest princess and making trouble for us. Can't you see it? Virgil is the one who stole the gold." Mrs. Michelle looked at the angry Senator Eibel and felt his acting skills in her heart. If it weren't for the piece of gold that Qin Kong gave her last night, she really couldn't believe that Senator Eibel dared to board a crashing airship in order to cooperate with Meteor to steal the gold. He is really acting with his own life. Looking at the other bewildered counselors, Mrs. Michelle feels that she can see the current situation as clearly as a pool of clear water. "I don't know how Inspector Meteor and Viscount Iskalon will start their plan. I am looking forward to it." Mrs. Michelle, who thinks she has already sat on the fishing boat, is very calm and composed. She said to the furious Councillor Eibel, "Member Eibel, this is the Council of Raging Waves. Please respect its sanctity and authority, and do not do anything that will damage your status. We don't know the truth of the matter, but the insider seems to be one of you and Virgil. Virgil has already proved himself with his actions. Should you also do something to make us believe you? Before Mrs. Michelle finished her words, the door of the Parliament was violently pushed open, and a group of Imperial spies rushed in. Then Luke walked in with a civilized stick, escorted by Sandpaper and Thomas. Viscount Iskelin walked in last, standing aside very low-key. Mrs. Michelle did not wait for other members to speak, and said in cooperation, "Inspector Meteorite, this is the City Council of Raging Waves. You brought people in without permission. Is there something urgent? And Viscount Iskelin, you are not a government official. Why are you here?" Luke felt that Mrs. Michelle was a really good supporting actor, and all her questions were on point. As a good citizen and a responsible Imperial noble, Viscount Iskelin is offering his best help to the Cape District Secret Service at my invitation. I came to the City Council this time because there is a smuggling case that requires Councillor Virgil's cooperation in our investigation. Excuse me, where is Councillor Virgil? The councillors looked at each other. You're asking us? Isn't Virgil leading his troops to attack your Cape District? Mrs. Michelle quickly snatched the line that should have belonged to Councillor Eibel. Councillor Virgil is now in the Cape District, investigating the case of the Cape District Secret Service colluding with gangs and pirates. Inspector Meteorite, you accuse Senator Virgil of smuggling. Do you have any evidence? Luke waved his hand, and the Imperial spy accompanying him put a pile of documents on the table. These are all evidence of Senator Virgil's involvement in smuggling. What he is doing in the Cape District is to destroy more evidence. I hope the Parliament will immediately order the City Government Office to issue a decree to revoke all of Senator Virgil's positions in Fury City and cooperate with us in conducting a comprehensive investigation of Virgil's smuggling case. Mrs. Michelle looked at Senator Eibel. These evidences were definitely given to Meteorite by him. He really devoted himself to the princess. The princess was so deliberate about this plan, and blocking it would only crush her to pieces. Now we can only follow the development of the situation, show our goodwill to the princess, and seek a good position in this change in the city of Wrath. Members of the Parliament, Virgil, as an Imperial official, dared to participate in smuggling. This is a betrayal of his position, and I have other evidence of Virgil's crimes. He has been trying to destroy the city, but fortunately they were all stopped. I agree to temporarily revoke all Virgil's positions and hand him over to the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. Inspector Meteor will investigate the case. Now start voting. Mrs. Michelle's counterattack caught everyone in the Parliament Hall off guard except Luke. What is going on? Seeing Michelle raise her hand to agree, the other members have not yet woken up from their confusion. Member Eibel is even more depressed. You said it. What do you want me to say? Chapter 130, Capturing Virgil. Member Eibel raised his hand to show his agreement. No matter what the reason was for Mrs. Michelle's attitude to change so much, it was right to raise her hand at this time. Among the 9 city councillors, except for the speaker who had not appeared for a long time and the absent Councillor Virgil, there were 5 councillors who did not indicate their attitude. In front of them, Inspector Meteor led the Imperial spies of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau with the assistance of Viscount Iskelin, and they should have controlled the entire government office building. Councillor Virgil pulled away most of the sheriffs in the central city and got stuck in the street fighting in the Cape District. Even if he knew the situation here, he had no way to counterattack quickly. And the attitude of Mrs. Michelle. She just said bad things about the Secret Service of Cape District. But now she saw the arrival of Inspector Meteor. She turned to him without hesitation. Clean and neat, without any drag. It is obvious that she has received some information and has been prepared. The eldest princess is behind Inspector Meteor. Viscount Iskelin is backed by the Brotherhood of Blades, with the support of Councillor Eibel and Mrs. Michelle. Is the situation in Raging Wave City about to change? Without knowing what happened, the remaining 5 councillors raised their hands one by one to agree to temporarily revoke Councillor Virgil's position. Protect yourself first. The Parliament passed it unanimously, and it was smoother than Luke expected. The Parliament issued an order to the Government Office, and the Government Office immediately issued a notice to all districts to revoke all the positions of Councillor Virgil. After receiving the executive order, Luke and Viscount Escalane drove their subordinates to the Cape District. At this time, Virgil did not know that he had been stabbed in the back by the Parliament. The bad situation made him sleepless all night. In the director's office of the Cape District Security Bureau building, the morning sun shone through the window on Virgil's pale face. A group of senior sheriffs stood around the desk. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out all night. You are all strictly trained sheriffs. You are paid high salaries and respected. You promised me that you can take over the Cape District. But you fought for a whole night, and didn't even see the top of the highest tower of the castle. Idiot. Trash. You made me embarrassed. Embarrassed? And embarrassed all the time in this month. I took all the responsibility for your failure to catch the elf King Kong. Now you can't even beat a group of thieves, smugglers, rogues, and pirates. What the hell are you doing? You and I will become the most ridiculous clowns since the construction of the city of raging waves. Laughed at by the world. Forever laughed at. Bastard. Bastard. Virgil became more and more excited, slapping the table and swearing, with a crazy look on his face. Director Holt whispered, Mr. Congressman, our enemies are too cunning. They hide in the houses on both sides of the road to attack us. We can only rush in if we want to pass smoothly. We don't know the terrain. So, excuses. All excuses. Virgil yelled at Holt. What's going on at the dock? You told me that the dock has been occupied by your people. But now the untouchables on the dock are almost here. Holt, you and your people are full of shit in your brains. You don't even know that Meteor has taken control of the dock. I shouldn't trust you. I shouldn't trust all of you. You rubbish have ruined me. Director Holt was sprayed with saliva in his face, and dared not speak again. He couldn't figure out what happened at the dock, and why those gangs who flattered him would so easily turn to the Secret Service. How long has it been since Meteorite took office? How could the Cape District have changed so much? Holt suddenly felt that his police station had become an isolated island in the Cape District, and he had lost all perception of the changes in the Cape District. Thinking of this, Holt felt numb all over and his neck was cold. The sound of fighting outside was very close. Not only the gang members and coolies on the dock, but also the mechanical people on Diagon Street rushed over here. Now it is impossible to count the number of enemies, as if the entire Cape District is full of enemies. What should I do? Will I die here? Everyone in the office was at a loss. They didn't want a battle that should have been a crushing victory. But how could it turn out like this? Mr. Congressman, let's retreat. Congressman Virgil looked at the person who suggested retreat with murderous eyes. Retreat? Where to retreat? This is a riot. This is rebellion. If these mobs rush into the central city, we will all be hanged. You cowards. I tell you, we have no way out. We must destroy them. I order. Attack. Attack. Kill all those who block the sheriff. Kill. When Virgil was furious, a sheriff rushed in. Report. The Parliament just issued an executive order through the Government Affairs Office to revoke all the positions of Congressman Virgil, except the investigation of the Cape District Secret Service. Virgil shut up instantly, and the office was extremely quiet. After a while, Virgil's expression became ferocious, and he roared, "This is impossible. This must be a fake executive order issued by Meteorite. The Parliament cannot betray me at this time, and the parliamentarians are threatened. We must end the battle here as soon as possible and concentrate our forces to rescue the government office controlled by the rebels. Come on. Go find those bounty hunters. I need them." No one moved in the room. Virgil looked at the people around him and scolded, "Holt. Gask. Nigel. Didn't you hear my order? Where is your loyalty to me?" Virgil stared at these subordinates who usually obeyed him, and could feel that their minds were changing rapidly. He hoped that someone would stand up and at least protect him from leaving. Holt observed the other senior sheriffs, and mustered up the courage to say to Virgil, "Sir, our loyalty made us choose to follow you to attack the subordinate departments of the Cape District Secret Service without the authorization of the Parliament. But the current war is obviously beyond our expectations. The Cape District Secret Service and Detective Meteor are stronger than we thought. We lost. We hope that you can accept the executive order of the Parliament so that we don't have to bear the crime of rebellion. We all have families." Virgil stared at Holt, then looked at the others, then shook his head and laughed. "You guys, do you really think I'm done? I was only dismissed from my position, but I'm still a member of Parliament and an imperial noble. They don't dare to do anything to me. I'm sorry, Mr. Virgil. After this incident, I will resign and take my family away from here." Holt knew that there was no place for him in the Cape District, so he waved his hand. "Come on. Arrest Senator Virgil." Several sheriffs rushed in from outside the office, pressed Virgil on the table together, and tied him up with ropes. Luke led the convoy into the Cape District, with his own detective car leading the way. When they encountered a roadblock, they just rushed through it. According to the latest news, the pier in Diagon Street launched a counterattack at the agreed time. But a mob is a mob after all. The attack was disorganized, and there was no real result. If they continue to fight like this, they might not be able to surround Virgil even if they fought for another day. The person who delivered the executive order had already gone, and Luke chose to rush directly without giving any variables time to appear. When approaching the Cape District Security Office, the sheriff's order to withdraw from the battle came out. After receiving this news, Luke ordered the convoy to speed up again. The motorcade rushed into the Cape District Security Office with horns honking all the way. The Imperial spies and Viscount Iskelin's private soldiers quickly took control of the situation. After receiving the already tied Virgil from the sheriff, Luke finally breathed a sigh of relief. The dust settled. Virgil was escorted to Luke by 2 Imperial spies. The senior sheriffs followed. They all wanted to know what the Raging Wave City had become after a night. Luke first thanked Director Holt. "Thank you very much, Director. Your righteous act saved countless lives in the Raging Wave City and stopped the expansion of a disaster. I will report your contribution truthfully, and you will definitely get the reward you deserve." Director Holt had no joy in making a contribution, no matter what the reason was. Ordering the arrest of Virgil had definitely brought him bad reputation, and he no longer had a place in the officialdom of Raging Wave City. "I just did something I thought I should do. Since the victory or defeat has been decided, there is no need to continue making unnecessary sacrifices. I will submit my resignation letter to the Government Affairs Office, and I hope that the inspector can ensure that my family and I can leave safely." Luke said with some regret. "Your departure is a loss for Raging Wave City, but I respect your choice. You, your family, and your property will leave safely under the protection of the Imperial spies in the Cape District. All deceived sheriffs will be forgiven." "Thank you, Inspector. If you appease Holt and show your attitude of not escalating the situation, the sheriffs present will not take risky actions again." Luke took out the executive order and said to Virgil, "Congressman Virgil, I am Inspector Meteorite of the Cape District Secret Service. I am investigating you for suspected smuggling. The Raging Wave City Council has approved my investigation application and temporarily revoked all your positions in Raging Wave City. You have the right to hire a lawyer to defend you, the right to collect evidence of innocence on your own, and the right to appeal to the council. During the investigation, you will be detained by the Cape District Secret Service and your assets will be frozen. Do you understand everything?" "Smuggling?" Virgil said with a smile. "A smuggling case in Fury City. Do you, a small detective of the Secret Service, have the courage to investigate it? Don't think you have one. This matter is not over yet." "No, this matter is over. Take him away." The Imperial spy rudely stuffed Virgil into the car. Luke said to the senior sheriffs present, "Thank you again. Please order your subordinates to withdraw from the battle as soon as possible and end this misunderstanding. Before noon. I don't want to see any sheriffs who do not belong to the Cape District in my city." Chapter 131: The Swirling Vortex. In one night and one morning, the poetry collection of Raging Wave City turned over the old chapter and began a new narrative poem. The city remained, and the protagonists took turns to appear. Major newspapers urgently printed supplements to send the explosive news they had tried their best to find out to the whole city. The newspapers sold like crazy, and they kept printing more and even raised the price. They were still sold out before the ink dried. Senator Virgil gathered the elite sheriffs of the city to attack the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau, on the grounds that the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau accommodated criminals and pirates. After withstanding the sheriff's attack for a whole night, the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau actually organized a large-scale counterattack. With the assistance of Viscount Iskelin, Inspector Meteor of the Cape District Secret Service took over the defense of the city government hall in the morning. Inspector Meteor of the Cape District Secret Service applied to the city council to investigate Councillor Virgil on suspicion of smuggling. The city council approved Inspector Meteor's application and temporarily relieved Councillor Virgil of all his duties in the city of Raging Waves. Director Holt of the Cape District Security Department ordered the arrest of Councillor Virgil and handed him over to Inspector Meteor. The sheriff retreated from the Cape District and the battle ended. Councillor Michel condemned Virgil for arbitrarily mobilizing the sheriff to launch an illegal attack on the Imperial Secret Service without the authorization of the Parliament. Councillor Eibel condemned Virgil for arbitrarily mobilizing the sheriff to launch an illegal attack on the Imperial Secret Service without the authorization of the Parliament. Councillor Michel revealed to reporters that Councillor Virgil was not only suspected of participating in smuggling, but also did things that seriously endangered the safety of the city of raging waves. At the same time, Counselor Michelle also revealed that this matter was related to the elf Clear Sky. The counselor said that he needed to seek the opinion of the elf Clear Sky before he could tell the outside world more information. Counselor Ibel revealed to reporters that Counselor Virgil was not only suspected of participating in smuggling, but also did things that seriously endangered the safety of the city of raging waves. Captain Priestley Caesar from the 3rd Patrol Team of the West Tower District Security Bureau said that he had an encounter with the elf Clear Sky. Captain Caesar said that he was saved by Chi Kong, and he firmly believed that Chi Kong was beautiful and kind, and that there must be reasons unknown to outsiders for the things she did. At the request of Counselor Michelle, the city government office temporarily withdrew the wanted bounty for the elf Chi Kong. Inspector Meteor of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau ordered the seizure of all industries and assets related to Counselor Virgil. Viscount Iskelin believed that this incident proved that there were major omissions in the city's security, and it needed truly capable people to be responsible. Inspector Meteor publicly praised Viscount Iskelin for his important role in this incident, and said that the Iskelin family truly understood the city of raging waves and wanted to see the city prosper and stabilize more than anyone else. The tide of public opinion in the city of raging waves was stirred over and over again by Luke, Ibel, Michelle, Iskelin, and the elf Chi Kong. It formed a turbulent vortex, and those who did not understand what was going on inside did not even dare to touch it, for fear of being dragged into it and ruining their reputation. The entrance of the Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District was blocked by reporters from all walks of life. When they came, they all saw the scenes left over from the battle. The collapsed houses, corpses, blood, made most reporters who had never seen the war feel the excitement of the war. Moreover, the Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District relied on its own strength to fight against the elite of the entire Security Bureau of the City of Raging Waves, which cast a veil of mystery over this battle. There is also the smuggling case of Counselor Virgil. If any newspaper can interview Inspector Meteor and get first-hand exclusive reports, it will definitely soar to the sky in the newspaper industry of Raging Waves City. At this time, Luke was in the conference room on the 3rd floor of the Secret Intelligence Bureau of Cape District, convening the first employee representative meeting of Yin Yang Smuggling Group. The not-so-small conference room was full of people, and everyone's face was filled with joy. Yes, they defeated the elite sheriffs of Raging Waves City and spit back all the anger they had suffered from the sheriff's bureau for many years. Refreshing. Refreshing. Now Inspector Meteor has even arrested the members of the city council, and everyone is proud of it. Our Yin Yang Smuggling Group is awesome, and following Inspector Meteorite is a good start. Inspector is here. With a shout from outside the door, everyone in the room immediately stood up, saluted the inspector who came in, and shouted in unison, "Hello, Inspector. Hello. 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 Everyone. Sit down. Sit down." Luke walked in happily, without any airs of an inspector. After everyone sat down, Luke patted his left hand and said to Shelley, who came in with him, "Black Mamba, sit here." Shelley, who was already standing behind Luke, replied, "Yes, Inspector." After waiting for Shelley to sit down, Luke opened the conversation by saying, "What made me most happy about the battle that just ended was the unity shown by the Yin Yang Smuggling Group, facing the attack of the sheriff. No one was afraid. Everyone dared to fight to the death, showing our prestige and momentum. In the past, in the description of those rich people, the Cape District was a poor, dirty, and lowly place, and the people living here were the lowest class of the city. They looked down on us and mocked us with their ugliest faces. But after this battle, everything was different. We let those who stood above us hear our roar, and we hit them hard in the face with our fists. In the future, they will still look down on us and insult us with vicious words. But the voice of Cape District will no longer be ignored. They must listen to what we say. Thank you. Everyone in Cape District should thank you." Everyone in the meeting room was stunned. Just now, their joy was just the joy of winning a fight. But they didn't expect that this victory could be lifted to such a high level in the mouth of Meteorite Inspector. Yes, in the past, when facing a Cape District Security Bureau, everyone was servile and respectful, fearing that they would anger the sheriff and smash their jobs. Now he dared to go to war with the elite sheriffs of the entire Nuteo city. Where did this courage come from? It was everyone present, the Yin Yang Smuggling Group, and the Meteorite Inspector who brought these people together. Just as Inspector Meteor said, everyone formed a fist and punched those upper-class people in the face, recalling the embarrassed retreat of those sheriffs. The conference room was soon drowned in fierce applause. Everyone's face was full of pride. They all felt the responsibility on their shoulders, and the significance of Inspector Meteor to themselves. He brought dignity to the Cape District, and he will lead the Cape District to gain more dignity. This district, which was once the core of the city of Raging Waves, has its glory, and every resident of the Cape District keeps that glory in his heart. Chapter 132 Staff Conference. Luke is very satisfied with the current corporate atmosphere of Yin Yang Group. Previously, this group of complex members were able to unite to resist the attack of the sheriff because of common interests and temporary courage. As the head of the group, he is their material leader, and countless historical records have proved that the position of material leaders is not stable. If someone gives them better material, they will be bought. Only spiritual leaders are difficult to shake. In Nuteo City, there is a boundary between the Cape District and other urban areas. The residents of the Cape District recognize this relationship between superiors and subordinates, and they all think that one day they will become prosperous and leave the Cape District to become upper-class people. It is a surrender to this kind of relationship. Now Luke has quantified this boundary, turning this relationship between the upper and the lower into opposing classes. When the residents of the Cape District accept this setting and regard the change of the Cape District as their own belief, this district will become a city in a city with a spiritual barrier from other districts. At that time, if the Empire wants to destroy its own rabbit nest, it will bury the city of Raging Waves with it. Of course, Luke still has a lot to do to complete this indestructible rabbit nest. This is just the beginning. Luke pressed his hand, and the meeting room immediately became quiet. In the next period of time, the Government Affairs Office and the Parliament of the City of Raging Waves will undergo very big changes, and the power of the Public Security Bureau will be greatly restricted and weakened. This is a great opportunity for our Yin Yang Group to develop rapidly. We need to build our own fleet under the group. Albert is responsible for contacting the docks and trying to get as many ships as possible to join. Mrs. Tasia is responsible for establishing the route from Fishbone Island to Cape District and making the Fishbone Island area a safe maritime zone and armed port. In the future, the Yin Yang fleet will be managed by Mrs. Tasia, and the Cape Port Wharf will be managed by Albert. You can make a plan and give it to me. Mrs. Tasia and Albert stood up and saluted Luke. Please rest assured. Inspector, sit down. Black Mamba's command ability was excellent in the battle against the sheriff. What probably limits your ability is that we don't have a professional army. As our business continues to expand, we will definitely encounter many business disputes that have to be resolved by force. The Rangers can no longer be so lazy and must take on more responsibilities. Luke saw the lazy state of the secret agents of the Cape District Secret Service on his first day in office. The reason why they were able to defeat the sheriffs was that these sheriffs were even more lazy on weekdays. The essence of the battle in the Cape District, to put it bluntly, is that the rogues fight the rogues, and both sides have exposed their own problems. Shelley is very interested in training the army, Inspector. I have wanted to train them for a long time. It's just that the training consumes a lot of materials, and there was no money for training before. When there is money in the future, it is a natural thing for Yin Yang Group to take over the major project of repairing Cape Port, which makes Luke very confident in the funds. You can train according to the standards of the army you once served in. Tell me if you need anything. We must have an elite force to support us when we go out to sea to make money. The army Shelley once served in was the Steam Fortress, which was the elite among the trump cards of the Golden Shield Empire. Hearing that the inspector actually supported him so much, Shelley patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, Inspector. I will train these guys well. As long as it's not a case, you can rest assured to leave the military to Shelley." Luke turned away Ming and said, "The project of repairing Cape Harbor will soon be in our hands. Last time, I told you to take advantage of this opportunity to build a heavy machinery factory. You should prepare as soon as possible. I have a very good relationship with Counselor Ibel. Please make a list of the equipment you need, and I will give you everything you want. You are responsible for building the factory I want." Wei Ming replied, "Yes, Inspector. The mechanical tribe is looking forward to this heavy machinery factory. Then there is the aftermath of the war. The war has caused great damage to our Cape District. I will try my best to ask for compensation from the Government Affairs Office. Before the compensation from the Government Affairs Office comes, Our Yin-Yang group will provide compensation to the affected residents. If the house is damaged, we will build a new one. If there are casualties, we will pay them and treat them. Roads need to be rebuilt and infrastructure needs to be built. Kalina will be responsible for statistics to see how much money will be spent. Our Yin-Yang group can consider a large infrastructure project in the first phase of the city. Kalina, who is responsible for taking minutes, replied, yes. Detective, the Yin-Yang group employee representative conference is in progress. After formulating the group's next stage of development plan, Luke also listened carefully to the opinions of employee representatives. The group is expanding. The number of employees is increasing. Salaries, welfare distribution, re-education, job promotion. All kinds of problems follow. And Luke tries his best to solve all the problems of employees. The meeting lasted for a day. After the meeting ended in the evening, Luke led a large group of Imperial spies to the central city without stopping. It was time to search Virgil's house. Virgil's house was far from being as luxurious as the Ibel mansion, but it was also extremely gorgeous in the central city of Nuteo's city, where every inch of land was worth a lot of money. There was an open courtyard, a palace-style building, a swimming pool, and a horse training ground. When Virgil was arrested, the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau sealed off this place. The servants and family members were all detained in another place, waiting for interrogation. Luke came this time to conduct a thorough search of this luxurious courtyard and find more evidence of Senator Virgil's crimes. But when Luke arrived here and ordered Shelley to lead the search, two expected visitors arrived. Viscount Escalane and Lady Michelle. The two arrived almost at the same time. Luke invited them to the living room, asked his subordinates to make 3 cups of tea, and then said, I am extremely amazed at the wealth of the parliamentarians. It is reasonable that Parliamentarian Ibel's home is so luxurious. After all, he has many factories. But as a city official, Parliamentarian Virgil can live in such a big and beautiful house, which fully proves his income is definitely not just the salary he receives. I am looking forward to what I can find here. Viscount Iscalan said with approval. Unregulated power can easily breed corruption. The Parliament of Raging Waves City is controlled by the new nobles, and a large amount of wealth has flowed into unknown places. This is a loss for the Empire, and for all citizens of Raging Waves City. As a member of the Parliament, Mrs. Michelle should have very deep feelings. What do you think of the current Parliament and the future Parliament? Are you worried about the future situation of Raging Waves City? Mrs. Michelle prepared her tea, thinking about how to deal with the pit that Viscount Iscalan had dug for herself. Chapter 133. Each has its own needs. My Lord Viscount, you must know that although I am a member of the Raging Waves City Council, I am only a member. I do not have a specific position in the city government office. I am more like a vase that was selected to deal with various banquets. Mrs. Michelle was not in a hurry to express her attitude. I came this time for the wife and children of Councillor Virgil, and those poor servants. They were all imprisoned. This is a difficult life that they have never experienced before. Inspector Meteorite, can I take them away? Councillor Virgil has committed a crime, and innocent people should not be implicated. If Luke didn't know about Mrs. Michelle's plan, he might really think she was begging for mercy. Luke decided to do her a favor. Yes, ma'am, you can take them all away. But during the investigation of Senator Virgil's case, you must ensure that they cannot leave the city of Raging Waves and are always available for investigation and interrogation. I promise. Thank you, Inspector. Rescuing Senator Virgil's family from the hands of the Imperial Secret Service will definitely increase Mrs. Michelle's prestige in the socialite circle, no matter how other things are discussed. This achievement alone is worth this appearance. Luke said to Michelle, I don't want this case to implicate too many innocent people, but the things behind the smuggling case that Virgil participated in are too complicated. If I investigate further, I am afraid I will lose control. If I don't investigate further, it will be difficult to convict him. Madam, you said that Virgil has done other things that seriously endanger the safety of Fury City. Can you tell me? Of course. This is the main purpose of Mrs. Michelle coming here. This matter is buried in my heart, which makes me feel very depressed during this period. But Virgil's power is too great, and I don't know who I can trust. So I didn't dare to say it. I can see that you are an upright person, and you are also a senior agent that Her Royal Highness the Princess relies on. You will definitely protect me. Michelle was acting, and Luke cooperated and said, It is my responsibility to protect every citizen of the Empire. Viscount Iscalan, who was left aside by Madame Michel, was also waiting for her revelations. Madame Michel took a sip of tea and said, as if she had made a major decision, "The elf Qi is innocent." Madame Michel told Luke and Viscount Iskelin the script she had designed. "Although Miss Qi and I have some disagreements on some concepts, we are very good friends in private. It pains me to see the injustice she has suffered. But she still chose to protect the city when she was wanted, which moved and impressed me. Miss Qi is a noble elf. I have the obligation to clear her grievances and let her get the respect she deserves." "This is very surprising." Luke pretended to be surprised and said, "Madam, you said that Elf Clear Sky is innocent. Do you have any evidence?" Mrs. Michel said calmly, "No. I hope the inspector can find evidence when investigating the Virgil smuggling case." This time, Iskelin could hear that Mrs. Michel was very likely to take advantage of Virgil's investigation to frame the crime committed by Elf Clear Sky on Virgil and the Abyss Temple. She knew that it would take charges to bring down Virgil. The more the better. Viscount Iskelin asked, "Madam, is Elf Clear Sky working for you?" "No." Elf Clear Sky's position made Michel's answer very cautious. "The relationship between Elf Clear Sky and I is equal. And everything I do is from the perspective of a private friend. I hope she can stand in the sun. And with her protection, our raging city will definitely be safer." Iskelin didn't completely believe what Mrs. Michel said. But for his own benefit, he said to Luke, "Although I have no direct contact with the Elf Clear Sky, my men have seen her many times. And she is not as evil as Virgil said. For such a strong person, it is far more beneficial to the city to win her over than to push her to the opposite side. And now, except for the Thunder Tower, she doesn't seem to have done anything that endangers the safety of the city." Mrs. Michel added, "The Thunder Tower was an accident caused by the Elf Clear Sky stopping the Abyss Mage." Iskelin said, "Yes. It is very likely an accident. Can we meet the Elf Qi? Mrs. Michel would certainly not let the Elf Qi meet outsiders. I need to ask Miss Qi opinion. But according to her character, I hope you don't have too high expectations." Luke felt that the time was right, and Qi could be left with Mrs. Michel, without having to deal too much with the Blade Brotherhood. If the Elf Qi is willing to protect the city of raging waves, then her actual significance to the city is far greater than a Thunder Tower. The Empire would also very much like to maintain a friendship with a strong man who can rival Dean Wilred. I think Mrs. Michel will be able to convince the Elf Qi to stand in front of all the citizens of Raging Waves with a friendly attitude. I guarantee that Miss Qi is a kind elf, and the citizens of Raging Waves will like her very much. I am looking forward to it. Leave it to me to clear Miss Qi grievances. I will find evidence of Virgil's crimes against Raging Waves. I will find all his evidence." Luke made a decision. Although Iskelin was a little unwilling, he had to accept it. He then told the purpose of his visit. And Mrs. Michel happened to be there. "I believe in the fairness of Inspector Meteorite. I am very worried about the safety of the city now. The government office temporarily withdrew the bounty for the Elf Qi, which made the bounty hunters who came for the bounty very dissatisfied. There is also the Abyss Temple. There has been an increasing trend of missing persons cases in recent times. Although it cannot be proved that the Abyss Temple did it, they have a criminal record. Virgil's investigation has caused unrest in the city's security department, and even a sheriff has escaped. If the security department is allowed to continue in such chaos, a major turmoil is imminent. I hope to do my part for this city. Since Virgil was arrested, the city security department is leaderless, and the security of the city government hall is still under the control of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau." Luke's words during this period of time are very important. Viscount Iskelin has long been eyeing the position of the city's security chief. Sitting in this position is equivalent to stepping into the parliament. As long as the Cape District Secret Service arrests a few more people in the city's security department, they will compromise and let themselves in. If they can get the public support of Inspector Meteor, Councillor Ibra and Councillor Michel, and then through the operation of the Blade Brotherhood, it will not be a problem to be quickly promoted to the head of the city security department in a short period of time. Chapter 134 Wave of Public Opinion. Luke, Ibra, and Viscount Iskelin had already agreed on the division of interests after overthrowing Virgil. Therefore, when Viscount Iskelin wanted to join the city security department, Luke said, "I think the governance of Raging Waves City must not be without the participation of the Iskelin family. Since the Viscount is concerned about the city's safety, I will meet with the officials of the city's security department and recommend Viscount Iskelin to them. If I can get the recommendation of Mrs. Michel, it will definitely be smoother." Mrs. Michel agreed readily. I look forward to working with the Viscount in the city government office. For the chief of the Central City Police Department, I would like to recommend Priestley Caesar, the captain of the 3rd Patrol Team of the West Tower District Police Department. He is a very responsible sheriff, with a good family background and excellent education. He is a young man worth cultivating. Luke smiled and asked, Priestley Caesar? Is he the sheriff who said in the newspaper that he was saved by the elf King Kong? He also said that King Kong was wronged. Mrs. Michelle replied, Yes. I went to see Captain Caesar today. I recommended him. Not because of King Kong, but because he is really excellent. Well, Madam said that Captain Caesar is excellent. He must be very excellent. The chief of the Central City Police Department should indeed be replaced. Are you both satisfied? Satisfied. Very satisfied. While Luke, Lady Michelle, and Viscount Escalane were talking, the spies kept placing the things they found in the hall. Among them were a large amount of cash, precious metals, jewelry, valuable crafts, and many books, documents, and letters. Several civil servants looked through all the text items they found, and put together the suspicious ones related to foreign countries, especially the letters, which were carefully scrutinized and analyzed word by word. Seeing that the imperial spies were so attentive in finding evidence of Virgil's crime, Lady Michelle and Viscount Escalane couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness in their hearts. Will these spies one day find their own evidence in the same way? Looking at the meteorite inspector drinking tea leisurely, it seems that the princess is standing behind him. She is looking at him with an unfathomable smile. The princess is really amazing. She only sent a detective to change the world of Nuteo City. I wonder what plans His Highness has in the future. Who will the Empire fall into? The joy in their hearts was diluted, and Mrs. Michelle and Viscount Escalane said goodbye and left one after another. Luke concentrated on checking the evidence he found. Direct evidence is definitely not found, and we can only quote out of context, splice and filter to confuse the audience. I don't really want to sentence Virgil to death, but just throwing dirty water on him and using the time of investigation to plant people in the city security department will make him unable to turn over, suspected of treason. Plus a congressman accused him of framing the elf King Kong. Wait until King Kong's fan club swells up, and let you all experience what it means to have brain-dead fans rushing to the tower and exploding on the internet. Mrs. Michelle even put Caesar in the position of the director of the Central City Security Department. Interesting. Interesting. You want to create a traffic star, but your understanding of traffic stars is too shallow. The next day, the public opinion offensive led by newspapers once again set the pace. Day 1. During the investigation of Senator Virgil's smuggling case, Inspector Meteor of the Cape District Secret Service discovered that Senator Virgil had hidden a large number of letters with foreign forces. The letters contained secret codes, and the agents of the Imperial Secret Service are working hard to decipher them. According to an insider who did not want to disclose his name, these letters may involve many Imperial secrets, and Senator Virgil's true identity is questionable. Day 2. The Cape District Secret Service arrested a large number of city security officials. According to insiders, some officials have fled for fear of crime. Inspector Meteor said that the city security department of Fury City is no longer trustworthy, and invited Viscount Escalane to help deal with city security issues. The third day, the Cape District Secret Service continues to arrest people. Waters Archibald, the chief of the Central City Police Department, was arrested, and Priestley Caesar, the captain of the 3rd Patrol Team of the West Tower District Police Department, was appointed as the acting chief of the Central City Police Department. Mrs. Michelle publicly declared that she was a good friend of the elf Clear Sky. The elf Clear Sky stole the heart of the red dragon Neerkelin and the Book of Disaster in order to prevent Senator Virgil from obtaining them. The destruction of the Thunder Tower was caused by the elf Clear Sky preventing the Abyss Mage from releasing the evil secrets. The fourth day, the Cape District Secret Service continues to arrest people and discloses some of the evidence of Senator Virgil and the arrested officials. The city government office dropped all charges against Elf Clear Sky and officially abolished the bounty on Elf Clear Sky. Mrs. Michelle proposed to award Elf Clear Sky a medal. Day 5. Viscount Escalane was appointed as the city's safety inspector. Priestley Caesar arrived at the Central City Police Department to take office. Director Holt of the Cape District Police Department resigned. Before the new director took office, the Cape District Police Department was supervised by the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. Mrs. Michelle's handwritten long article was published, which detailed the process of Elf Clear Sky blocking the disaster from happening in the city of Raging Waves 3 times. Day 6. The order from the imperial capital was delivered. The princess order, in addition to the Cape District. The detectives of the Secret Intelligence Bureau in the other 5 districts of Nuteo City will return to the imperial capital to report on their work. What happened in Nuteo City in recent days is a major event that can shock the entire empire. From the first day of the incident, various information was transmitted to the imperial capital through various channels, including the Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District. Luke personally issued more than 10 official documents to mobilize the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau. In the past few days, Luke has been waiting for the response from the imperial capital. It is estimated that everyone, including the princess, is a little confused about the sudden change in Nuteo City. The imperial court must have also erupted in a fierce power struggle because of the Nuteo City incident. The princess was inexplicably pushed to the forefront. The order she issued to Nuteo City also showed her attitude. Except for the 5 detectives of the Secret Service Bureau in Cape District. They were recalled to the imperial capital, which was equivalent to letting the Secret Service Bureau of Cape District have free hands. Inspector Meteorite is now the highest-ranking detective of the Secret Service Bureau in Nuteo City. Other branches will not be called by him, nor will they mess with him. In addition, the princess did not give any instructions to the Secret Service Bureau of Cape District. It means that the princess has left a way out for herself. If the mess made by the Secret Service Bureau of Cape District cannot be cleaned up in the end, the princess can also shirk the main responsibility. Her subtext to the Secret Service Bureau of Cape District is, "This is all the help I can give you. It depends on your ability to go as far as you can. If you go wrong, this princess will not only pull you, but also step on you. Be at ease and be brave. Do it yourself." Chapter 135 Dragon Blood. With the departure of the 5 detectives from the Secret Service Bureau branches in each district of Nuteo City, there is no one in Nuteo City who can restrain Luke in terms of status. However, Luke did not abuse his power because of the release of power. Instead, he handed over the security of the Government Affairs Office to the Public Security Bureau of the Central District, and the tentacles of the Secret Service Bureau in the Cape District were gradually withdrawn. Since the preset goal has been achieved, it should be stopped in time. If you want to swallow an elephant, you will only eat yourself to death. Moreover, since the order of the princess has arrived, the orders of other bigwigs in the imperial capital should have been sent to Nuteo City. The reason why this group of people can jump so much during this period is because other forces in Nuteo City are waiting for instructions from the imperial capital. Those people are not easy to deal with. Let Mrs. Michelle, Councillor Eber and Viscount Iskelin face them head-on. My Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau is resting and making money in a low-key manner, keeping a tight corner, and watching the changes in the City of Wrath. Luke, who has a little free time, found that he has been absent from class for almost 10 days. So after finishing all the things for the day early, he logged into the clear sky at night, enter the subspace, sneak into the Ulu Academy, and quietly come to the Department of Mysticism. It was too early, and no one was there. Luke went to the laboratory of the department to try to make some reagents. After this period of development, with the secret help of Dean Wilred, the Department of Mysticism has begun to take shape. Although the number of staff has not increased, the various functional facilities and teaching equipment are very complete. If the proportion of teaching resources owned by a single person is used, the Department of Mysticism is definitely the highest department in the college. Luke first took out some dragon blood and poured it into a glass, then placed it on the alcohol stove and heated it with a low fire. Dragon blood is indeed a good thing. It has remained active after such a long time, and there is no sign of coagulation. After a short period of heating, some golden threads appeared in the red dragon blood. Luke used a mesh stirring rod to take out the golden threads and continued to heat the dragon blood. While Luke was observing the changes in the dragon blood, Bruce Ban pushed open the door of the laboratory and walked in. Professor Chi Kong. Bruce Ban was very happy. I saw the newspapers these days. You are indeed wronged. Although you seem very fierce, I can feel that you are a kind spirit. Luke glanced at Bruce Ban and continued to stare at his experiment. She picked up a reagent bottle and added a few drops of catalytic liquid to the dragon blood with a pipette. Some golden threads appeared again. Hello, Assistant Teacher Ban. You came very early today. Bruce Ban put some sundries aside and walked to Luke's side, answering, there is less work in the alchemy department today, so I came here early to prepare the props. The secret arts are really a very magical academic discipline. Once you get in touch with it, you can feel its infinite charm. The secret arts we have discovered now are just the tip of the iceberg. Professor Qi. What experiment are you doing? Do you need my help? Luke took out the golden thread produced in the dragon's blood again, and then said to Bruce Bann, "Okay. Since you are so enthusiastic, help me keep an eye on this cup of blood. Keep the heat, and then drip the coagulant into it. No more than 4 drops at a time. Take out all the impurities produced in the blood, and you can extinguish the fire until there are no impurities. The processed blood is sealed and placed in the refrigerator at a temperature of -5 degrees. Do you understand? This kind of experiment is very easy for Bruce Bann." "I understand, Professor Qi." Bruce Bann dripped 3 drops of coagulant into the heated blood. When he saw the golden threads appearing in the blood, his eyes immediately straightened. Looking at the vessel beside him, that was already filled with a lot of golden threads, he stammered, Golden blood coagulation? The book says that this is something that can only be extracted from dragon blood. What are you cooking in this cup?" Luke was mixing another additive on the side and replied, "You said that golden blood coagulation can only be extracted from dragon blood. What do you think I'm cooking?" "Dragon blood." Bruce Bann's hand holding the stirring stick trembled violently. This was definitely the most precious and rare material he had ever personally handled since he grew up. Professor Qi actually gave me the dragon blood to refine so casually. Bruce Bann tried his best to control his hands, carefully fished out the golden silk threads in the blood, and then slowly took them off and put them in the vessel containing the blood coagulation. These dragon blood coagulations are also top-quality alchemical materials. Professor Qi, where did you get the dragon blood? There is a small amount of dragon blood in the alchemical material warehouse of Ulu College, but it is preserved very carefully. Bruce Bann was worried that these dragon bloods were stolen by Qi from Ulu College. Teacher Bann, please focus on your work. The dragon blood is mine, and has nothing to do with Ulu College. As for its origin, isn't it very obvious? Is it obvious? Bruce Bann suddenly remembered an accusation made by the Government Affairs Office of Raging Waves against the elf Clear Sky, stealing the heart of the red dragon Nirkalong. Then this dragon blood. Bruce Bann thought of something terrible. He looked at the elf Clear Sky with horror in his eyes. You summoned the red dragon Nirkalong and drew its blood. The red dragon is not a good dragon. It will not let me draw blood obediently. You can be more imaginative, more bold. Bruce Bann felt that his imagination was not enough. At this time, there was a sound of playfulness outside. The students came. Luke also finished making the additives in her hand. She put the reagents in the refrigerator, and then said to Bruce Bann, who was standing there, "Concentrate on doing the work I gave you. Don't drink secretly." Yes, Professor Qi. Luke left Bruce Bann and walked out of the laboratory. When she walked into the classroom, she was immediately greeted by the cheers of the children. Professor Qi, I knew you were wronged. Hedasika was very excited. I have said that Virgil is a criminal and a villain. He wants to catch Professor Qi. So Professor Qi must be a good elf. You are also good friends with Mrs. Michelle. My mother admires Mrs. Michelle the most. She will be happy all day long if she can talk to Mrs. Michelle. I really want to tell my mother that I am Miss Qingkong's secret disciple, but I hold back. This is a secret between me and Professor Qingkong. Qingkong's grievances were vindicated, and the children were happier than Luke. Luke said, "Yes, this is our secret. You will need to keep this secret in the future. Many dangerous people are looking for me, and exposing our relationship will bring danger to you." "I understand. We will keep the secret." Professor Qi. At this time, a figure appeared in the classroom. He was wearing an ordinary magic robe and a hood. The inside of the hood was shrouded in a black mist, so that his appearance could not be seen. Children, class begins. Chapter 136, The Dean's Commission. Even though he didn't reveal his appearance and changed his voice, Willred still had the power to easily get students into a learning state. The apprentices of the secret arts quickly sat down at their respective seats, and a new day of classes began. Today we will first learn a secret language, and then understand the secret arts from the source of the secret language. Now you go to the material cabinet at the back of the classroom and take the green crystal, chicken bloodstone, scorpion tail, clover, and all the tools for drawing the array diagram. When the students went to get the props, Dean Willred continued, before magic was discovered, the secret arts were the original means for all races to fight against nature. The ancestors collected mysterious props from the wild, and then gradually mastered some methods of making mysterious props. Now I will teach you the secret language called Tail Needle. And its secret language is divided into two parts. One is to make Tail Needle, and the other is to release Tail Needle. This is an offensive secret art. And the Tail Needle has a poison attack, which presents different toxin effects according to the auxiliary words. Therefore, in non-dangerous situations, use this kind of secret art on others with caution. After getting the necessary props, the students returned to their seats and answered together, yes. Professor Mystery. The Professor Mystery is the name that Dean Willred gave himself in the Department of Mystery. Then he drew a battle formation diagram on the blackboard and described the layout of the secret language. Luke also listened very carefully. The secret language Tail Needle is a very low-level secret art. But it is also a type of secret art with many variations, depending on the type of the subject's scorpion tail and the different combinations of auxiliary words. The final effect it presents will have countless variations. Paralysis, hallucination, weakening, recovery, poison, exorcism, and it is a multi-segment secret language, making and releasing mysterious props separately. You can make the Tail Needle first and store it, and then release it when you need to attack. There are also Tail Needle series secret languages in the secret art stored in Luke's mobile phone. But they have all gone beyond the low-level category. The power is great, and the mysterious props needed are naturally difficult to collect. At least for Luke now. It is not a secret language that can be used casually. The secret language mastered is too advanced, which is also a problem. Dean Willred said that Tail Needle is the most basic combination, even if it extends to other changes. The props required are very ordinary, easy to make and easy to use. After the first secret language is completed, a 1-inch long needle is placed on the desk in front of the students. The color of the needle is light gray, which means it has a slight paralysis effect. Dean Willred asked Bruce Band to distribute mice to the students. After completing the second secret language, the Tail Needle shot the mice and paralyzed them all. Dean Willred then talked about some extensions of the Tail Needle and some summarized extension combination theories. Some dangers are looming over the city of Raging Waves and the Ulu Academy. When you encounter something, the preset secret technique is a very good supplement to magic. Next, a class assistant will guide you to make some tail needles. This class is over. Professor Chi Kong. Come with me. Dean Willred teleported out of the classroom after he finished speaking. Luke also teleported out. In the dean's office, Luke teased the little monkey, who was bold enough to climb on Luke. A lot of things happened in the city of Raging Waves in the few days you didn't come to class. Honorable Senator Virgil became a prisoner, and Viscount Iskelen joined the city security department, and the meteorite inspector of the Cape District Secret Service. It is obvious that the princess is behind everything. Are you working for Mrs. Michelle? Ulu College and her husband's laboratory have a deep cooperation, and Mr. Michelle is an outstanding student who graduated from here. Luke sat opposite the desk. She took the little monkey off her body and put it on the table, and then covered it with the magic hat. In a sense, Mrs. Michelle and I are in a mutually beneficial relationship. She wants to use me to increase her influence in the City of Rage, and I need her to help me clear those charges and facilitate my future activities. Dean, you asked me to come here, not just to ask this question, right? At this time, Luke saw the little monkey crawling out from behind Willred. She opened the magic hat, and it was empty. Dean Willred took out a document from the drawer and pushed it in front of Luke. This is a letter sent to me by the Public Security Department of the Central District of Fury City. There are several cases of missing persons in the Central District, and 2 sheriffs have died in order to investigate this case. The newly appointed Director Priestley Caesar is facing many difficulties, and he hopes that our Ulu College can send a battle mage to assist in the investigation of this case. Luke threw a candy under the hat, and then picked up the document to read it. Caesar was also a student who graduated from Ulu College and received guidance from Dean Willred. Although Caesar's wording in the correspondence was very euphemistic, it can be seen that his process of taking office as the director of the Central City Security Bureau was not smooth. Without understanding his subordinates, it is difficult to execute orders. In short, he was excluded. However, the Central City is the core of the City of Raging Waves, where many big figures live. During this period, there were cases of missing people in various districts of the City of Raging Waves, but the pressure on the Central City Security Bureau was far greater than that in other districts. Therefore, Caesar could only ask for help from the Ulu College. After all, these missing people were most likely related to the Abyss Mage, and the Ulu College and the Abyss Temple were enemies. You called me here to agree to Director Caesar? Dean Wilred replied. The Abyss Mage and the Abyss Temple are the mistakes made by the Ulu Academy. The Ulu Academy has the obligation and responsibility to protect the city of Raging Waves from the harm of the Abyss Mage. I want to cooperate with the security department of the city of Raging Waves to eliminate or expel these Abyss Mage. If you are willing to help, I would like to formally hire you as a professor at the Ulu Academy, and as an Ulu Combat Mage to assist Director Caesar in investigating the missing persons case, as long as their location is determined. The Ulu Academy will do its best to encircle and suppress them. Dean Wilred took out another letter of employment from the drawer. The Dean was not as kind as before, and his whole body exuded the fighting spirit for the Abyss Temple. As a witness of the disaster, he knew the Abyss Mage. This was a battle without the possibility of negotiation. If we could actively eliminate the Abyss Mage in the city of Raging Waves, we would never give them the opportunity to attack the Ulu Academy. Luke signed his name on the letter of appointment without hesitation, and then picked up the mage hat on the table. The little monkey was hiding under the hat and eating candy. The Abyss Mage is our common enemy. I will take this task. Chapter 137 Director Caesar. Because Luke got the Book of Disaster first. The plot of the Abyss Temple entering the City of Rage on a large scale was opened in advance. If this were a game, players would not have much feelings about the actions of the Abyss Mage. They are all NPCs, and those so-called evil secrets are child's play compared to what the players do. But when you really enter this world, especially after living here for a while and integrating into it, you can no longer completely look at what happens here from the perspective of the players. Luke believes that he cannot accept the secrets studied by the Abyss Mage according to his own moral standards, whether it is out of public morality or the selfish desire to protect the Book of Disaster. Luke feels it is necessary to have a face-to-face confrontation with the Abyss Temple. After receiving the task of contacting the new director of the Central City Security Bureau, Caesar, from Dean Wilred, Luke left Ulu College and returned to Raging Waves City. Day and night alternate. The Central City Security Bureau of Raging Waves City. Priestley Caesar sat in his director's office, with all kinds of documents piled on his desk. All the buttons of his uniform jacket were unbuttoned, and several buttons on his shirt were also unbuttoned. His hair was messy, and he looked tired. A cup of high-concentration coffee was placed next to him. He had not slept well since he took office. This appointment was too sudden and greatly violated the normal promotion process of the sheriff. A few days ago, he was just a patrol captain in the Zeta City Security Bureau, and he was still the third patrol team. As a result, he directly skipped several levels and became the director of the Central City Public Security Bureau. The former director was arrested, and no one handed over his work to him. His colleagues were also very repulsive to the new director. A lot of affairs came. In order to start work as soon as possible, Caesar could only read documents here all night, hoping that he could adapt to the new position as soon as possible. It was really incredible. Caesar looked out the window. The central city at night was very beautiful. Much more beautiful than the West Tower City. It is worthy of being the core of the City of Raging Waves. It gathers most of the rich and famous people in the city, and is one of the centers of world science and fashion. Everything is like a dream. After expressing his feelings in his heart, Caesar picked up the coffee on the table and drank it all in one gulp, and then continued to devote himself to work. After a while, a sheriff knocked on the door of the director's office. He said in an incredible tone, "Director, very Chi Kong. She is in the lobby on the first floor. She said she wants to see you. Miss Chi Kong." Hearing Chi Kong's name refreshed Caesar more than a cup of coffee. "She's here. Ask her to come here." "No. I'll go to greet her." Caesar stood up incoherently. He buttoned up his clothes in a hurry, and then put on the sheriff's hat on his head. Then he walked out of the office quickly. After leaving Ulu College, Luke came to the Central City Security Bureau as Chi Kong. This is a more imposing building than the Cape District Security Bureau. The lobby on the first floor was very open, with counters on both sides for handling affairs. And some night shift sheriffs were still working. Now the city government office has withdrawn all charges against Elf Chi Kong, and the reward has been invalidated. However, as a dangerous person who was once worth 10 billion Reichsmarks, the sudden appearance of Elf Chi Kong still made the sheriffs nervous. Luke stated his purpose, and then sat down on a chair next to a counter and waited. Behind the counter sat a pretty female sheriff. The pressure brought by Elf Chi Kong made her almost unable to breathe. But after a while, Seeing that Chi Kong did not seem as dangerous as the rumors, she could not help but look at the appearance of the elf in front of her. I secretly compared myself with her. I was amazed. How can there be such a flawless face in this world? Her facial features make people feel extremely comfortable no matter from which angle. As if any slight change would be a kind of destruction. Her skin is white and delicate. And the color of her hair is like the tender buds of early spring. With vigorous vitality. Her eyes are also green. Like a clean pool of water. So clear that it seems to reflect a person's soul. Looking at the elf in front of me, I can't associate her with any crime. Although there is not enough evidence to prove that Mrs. Michelle defended the elf Chi Kong. But in the heart of the female sheriff, the elf Chi Kong must have been framed. This is also the style of Counselor Virgil. After seeing Chi Kong in person, the female sheriff completed her self-tactics in a short time. She took out a snack for midnight snack and put it on the counter. And said to Chi Kong, "Miss Chi Kong, I am very happy to see you. This is the pumpkin cookie I made. Please taste it." Luke could feel that the sheriffs in the whole hall were looking at him, which was completely different from the feeling of being watched as the meteorite inspector. But there was nothing he could do. He could only blame himself for making the model for his wife too perfect, and did not consider the possible accidents of time travel. "Thank you." Luke picked up a cookie and put it in his mouth. "It tastes good." A lot of milk was added, and the milk flavor was very strong. Yes, I didn't add water, and all I added to the flour was milk. I also added sugar, egg yolks, and a small amount of jam. By the way, the cocoa-flavored cookies I made are also very delicious. The female sheriff was very talkative, and took out another kind of biscuit for Luke to eat. Luke was also happy to chat with the beauty. And there were only the two of them in the whole hall, until Caesar ran down from upstairs. "Miss Chi Kong. Thank you. I'll come back another day to taste the cookies you made." Luke said goodbye to the female sheriff, stood up and walked to Caesar. "Hello, Director Caesar. I am the elf Chi Kong, the magic professor of Ulu College. Dean Wilred has received your letter, and believes that it is the duty of Ulu College to eliminate the hidden dangers of the Abyss Temple in Fury City. As a battle mage of Ulu College, I am entrusted by Dean Wilred to establish a cooperation mechanism between the Central City Public Security Bureau and Ulu College with you. Please give me more advice in the future." Luke performed a mage salute to Caesar. And Caesar, even all the sheriffs in the hall were stunned. How did Elf Chi Kong become a magic professor at Ulu College? Now that Mrs. Michelle and Dean Wilred have endorsed it, it is enough to prove that the previous accusations against Elf Chi Kong were all wrong. She stole the heart of the Red Dragon Nirkalog and the Book of Disaster in order to prevent Senator Virgil from obtaining them. Then, it's true that Senator Virgil tried to create a disaster in Raging Waves City. And it's probably true that Inspector Meteor accused him of treason. Caesar became even more delighted and excited. "I knew you were wronged a long time ago. I knew at the moment you saved me. But even if you are considered a criminal by the whole city, you still protect us. Miss Clear Sky, your heart is as beautiful as your appearance. You..." "Stop. Stop. Stop." Luke stopped Caesar from praising himself. "I am here to discuss cooperation on behalf of Ulu College. Can we find a suitable place to discuss in detail?" Chapter 138 Background. When he arrived at the director's office, Luke first went to the window to see what was happening outside. Caesar thanked her. "I know that with my qualifications and abilities, I am far from being qualified to be the director of the Central City Police Department. This is all because of Mrs. Michelle's influence. She must have done this because of you. Thank you, Miss Chi Kong. I will definitely not let you down. I will protect the city with you." After noticing anything unusual outside, Luke turned to Caesar and said, "No. Your promotion has nothing to do with me. Just as I don't think I have anything to do with you. It was Madame Michelle who wanted to place one of her own here. Her choice of you may not necessarily be a good thing for you. I understand. I know that the city of Raging Waves is going through a huge change these days. You don't want me to get involved in this danger. Thank you for your concern for me. But as a sheriff, I am ready to devote myself to the city." Luke admired Caesar's ability to interpret. "Well, it's your freedom to choose. Let's talk about the missing persons case. Are you sure these cases are related to the Abyss Temple?" "Yes. Yes. Please sit down." Caesar did not look like a sheriff in front of Chi Kong. He quickly found the recent missing persons case files from the messy documents on the table. "Miss Chi Kong, these are the missing persons cases that occurred in the Central City in the past 20 days. A total of 7 people. 2 sheriffs died, while investigating these cases. Here are the scene records and autopsy reports. Luke flipped through the files. Based on experience, it can be basically confirmed that these are all related to the Abyss Temple. The secret arts originated from ancient sacrifices, in which there were human sacrifices and blood sacrifices. The ancestors were able to create many powerful mysterious props and secret arts through these methods. Now some primitive tribes still continue human sacrifices and blood sacrifices. In the mainstream world, formal mystical research does not allow such inhumane mystical experiments to exist. But just as other disciplines have dark sides, mystics also have those who break the bottom line of conscience. The Abyss Temple encourages its own Abyss mages to actively study the sacrificial materials of the ancestors and gain power from the secret language through a method similar to blood sacrifice. The competition among various parties in the city of Raging Tide a few days ago has somewhat ignored the existence of the Abyss Temple. The Abyss mages have started their evil mystical arts again. There are 7 missing people found in the central city alone. If we count those who have not been found and the missing people in other cities, it is hard to imagine how many people have been killed by the Abyss Temple. After reading all the files, Luke said to Caesar, "Dean Wilred said you have encountered some difficulties here. I can't help with your Public Security Bureau's affairs. Just leave the investigation of the Abyss Temple to me. I will inform you when there is news. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye." Caesar was a little reluctant, but the elf had already jumped out of the window in his sight. And then the sound of the steam locomotive quickly went away. During the day, Luke was in his detective's office, sorting out the plot of the Abyss Temple in the City of Rage through the information in his mobile phone. According to the normal timeline, Bruce Bann obtained the Book of Disaster and released the power of the Abyss in the Book of Disaster through self-study, thus causing the disaster of Ulu College. The official plot begins 5 years after the epic game. At that time, the characters of early players have been cultivated and have the strength to go deep into the big plot of the entire game world. The version update has officially entered a turbulent period in the game world. Various forces gradually came to the fore, and various characters appeared on the stage. The Abyss Temple is one of the many powerful forces. Their tentacles are all over the world, but their headquarters are hidden in the Tadega Hills. And the Tadega Hills is the fief of the Celtic Duke. It is precisely because of the secret protection of Duke Celtic that this notorious secret group has been able to grow and develop. Duke Celtic is the leader of the barbarians living in the Tadega Hills, and one of the 5 dukes of the Golden Shield Empire. Duke Celtic's barbarian army has always been a military force that the Empire relies on. With the advent of a new era, the outbreak of various technologies has also made the barbarians, with invincible physical strength, face many challenges. Coupled with the suppression of the old aristocratic forces by the royal family, Duke Celtic no longer has the glory of the past. This deepened Duke Celtic's resentment towards the Empire, and his hatred of emerging technologies and new aristocrats. Therefore, Duke Celtic is an extreme conservative in the Brotherhood of Blades, and the entire Tadega Hill has become more closed from its previous closed state. However, the natural strength of the barbarians has lost its superiority in the face of new technologies, which is a fact that cannot be ignored. In order to improve the military strength of the barbarians, Duke Celtic, who rejects emerging technologies, chose ancient secrets. Barbarians do not reject human sacrifice and blood sacrifice. So Tadega Hill and the Abyss Temple cater to each other and become symbiotic. Therefore, behind these Abyss mages in the City of Fury is the Abyss Temple. Behind the Abyss Temple is Duke Celtic. And behind Duke Celtic is the conservatives of the Brotherhood of Blades. The conservative faction is quite powerful in the Blade Brotherhood. During the game, the actions of the Abyss Temple in the City of Rage angered the new nobles. The Golden Shield Empire asked the Celtic Duke to hand over part of the rights of the autonomous region to the Empire. And the Celtic Duke, who had long been dissatisfied with the Empire, chose to rebel. The grudges between the Golden Shield royal family and the old nobles broke out. And more old nobles raised the banner of overthrowing the royal family and restoring the old system. Civil wars broke out, and foreign enemies also waited for an opportunity to invade. The Golden Shield Empire entered the most dangerous moment in history. In the process of sorting out the plot of the Abyss Temple, Luke went through the entire historical plot of the last 5 years of the entire epic game. It seems that everything started because of the Book of Disaster, and then broke out because of the Abyss Temple's snatching of the Book of Disaster. It further confirmed the name of the Book of Disaster. But in fact, all the contradictions had already occurred. Even if there was no Book of Disaster, It would naturally break out when it reached the critical point of breaking out. At this time, Luke had a stronger sense of mission. Kill the Abyss Wizards, who entered the City of Raging Waves as soon as possible to prevent the civil war in the Empire from breaking out in advance. After all, he could thrive in the City of Raging Waves because he was eating the eldest princess's soft rice and borrowing the prestige of the Empire. If the prestige of the Empire was gone, the new nobles in the City of Raging Waves would jump up and eat him alive. In the end, the City of Raging Waves forced the Emperor of the Empire to recognize autonomy under the manipulation of the new nobles, while the Empire was busy. As an Imperial spy, this history must not be repeated. Where is the Abyss Wizard at this moment? Chapter 139 Clues. Last night, Luke controlled Qi Kong to follow the plot to find the hiding place of the Abyss Master, but found nothing. Obviously, the changed plot made these Abyss Masters not choose the hiding place 5 years later. How to find them from the huge Raging Wave City has become the primary matter. And did the Abyss Master change the hiding place because of the plot change? Or was the original hiding place randomly selected? Luke analyzed and tried to find clues from the information. Inspector Kalina walked in with a stack of documents. This is the recent disappearance incidents in the Cape District that you asked me to sort out. I'm sorry. I can't tell which of these disappearances is related to the Abyss Mage. Please forgive me. Inspector Kalina blamed herself for not completing the task assigned by the inspector. Luke took the document and flipped through it, and found that he couldn't see anything at all. The original purpose of the Cape District Security Bureau and the Secret Service was not to serve the residents of the city. The Cape District has its own way of operation. In addition, a large number of people are engaged in illegal industries and go out to sea to make a living. So the so-called missing people are normal here. The Secret Service spent a lot of effort to help him find his missing son, which can only be an exception. It will take time to govern this city. Do we need to use the Book of Disaster to attract these Abyss Mages? This is the last resort. And it is easy to alert the enemy. It is best to find their lair without alerting them, and then concentrate our efforts to catch them all. Luke said to Kalina, don't blame yourself. Since the appearance of the Abyss Mages, many people in Fury City have been looking for them, but none of them have been found. They must have been protected by someone. Someone can provide them with shelter and food, and can block the outside search. Such people do not exist in the Cape District. Hearing that the Abyss Mages were not hiding in the Cape District, Kalina felt much more relaxed. Yes, there are no such big shots in the Cape District. Just like the elf Qi Kong was protected by Mrs. Michelle, so she escaped the city's search for her. These Abyss Wizards must be hiding in the home of a big shot in the central city. But why does this lord want to protect the evil Abyss Wizards? I don't know, Luke answered casually, but he seemed to have grasped some small details in his heart. In the normal plot, the activities of the Abyss Wizards in the City of Rage are not as secretive as they are now. They even dare to expose the relationship between the Abyss Temple and the Duke of Celtic. It was the wanton destruction of the Abyss Wizards that made the new nobles so angry and prompted the Empire to take action against the Duke of Celtic. When I was following the plot, I felt that the Abyss Mages were too rampant. But now, looking at the actions of these Abyss Mages, they seem to be very cautious. And the outside world does not know the relationship between the Abyss Temple and the Celtic Duke. So it seems, the civil war in the game plot was actually directed by the Celtic Duke. He forced the Empire to break its promise first, and let most of the old nobles stand on his side. Since he was deliberately making trouble, the Abyss Mages could be very casual when choosing a hiding place. Now the plot has changed, and the Abyss Mages are hiding deep, which means that the Celtic Duke is not ready to rebel. If the Abyss Mages want to avoid exposing themselves, they must choose their hiding places carefully. Those who are willing to protect the Abyss Mage must have a vested interest, so this circle can be narrowed down a lot. Seeing Luke fall into thought again, Kalina said shyly, Inspector, do you still remember the meditation method you taught me last time? Luke browsed the mobile phone information in his consciousness and answered casually, Remember. Is it effective? It worked. Kalina's tone was a little excited. That feeling is really amazing. Although I still can't violate the loyalty command, I can already distinguish my true thoughts. Loyalty to you is my true thoughts. Inspector, I want to treat you to lunch. As a thank you to you. It's just a small trick. Eating. No need. Kalina said sincerely, Inspector, this is a small trick for you. But for me, it means a lot. Because I have undergone brain transformation. I can't confirm the authenticity of my thoughts. Sometimes I even doubt whether my memory is false. I miss my father and mother. Although they did something wrong. They were punished. I just want to be able to recall them. To have a memory that I don't doubt. You have fulfilled my wish. And I want to express my gratitude to you. Luke looked up at Kylina. And when he saw Kylina blushing, he asked, "Is your father a member of the Brotherhood of the Blade?" Kylina was very sensitive and panicked. "Inspector. My father is a member of the Brotherhood of the Blade. But I have no relationship with them anymore. Even if they have approached me. Have people from the Brotherhood of the Blade approached you?" Kylina answered truthfully, "When I was just sent to the Cape District, someone from the Brotherhood of the Blade approached me. But he left after he knew I was a cyborg. And I never saw him again." "Is it Viscount Iskalin?" "No." Kylina's father was a conservative of the Brotherhood of the Blade. And was executed for participating in the persecution of cyborgs. A victim of political struggle. It is a cognitive misunderstanding to think that the Blade Brotherhood's Raging Waves branch is also open-minded just because Viscount Iskalin is open-minded. "Kylina, are you going to treat me to lunch?" "Yes, Inspector. I want to express my gratitude." "Just gratitude?" "No. There is no other meaning." Kylina stammered in response. Luke stood up and said, "Then let's go to the Sassis Palace in the central city." "Ah?" Kylina didn't expect the inspector to go to that kind of place. "A what?" "Let's go!" Yes, Inspector. The Sassis Palace at Raging Waves was originally a palace-style castle of the Iskalin family, and was later transformed into an entertainment hotel. This place provides the best services for the upper class of Nuteo City. There are large-scale opera performances every day, and there are fine wines and beauties everywhere. It is a veritable cave for spending money. When ordinary people mention the Zixisai Palace, they always think of a life of luxury and fat breasts and buttocks. Therefore, when Kylina heard that the inspector was going to take her to the Zixisai Palace, she immediately had fantasies. But she also followed him with a stiff upper lip, who asked her to treat him to a meal. But just after she walked out of the office, Kylina heard the inspector say, "Go. Call Sandpaper too." "Ah? A what?" "Go quickly." Yes, Inspector." Kylina found Sandpaper, and the three of them got on the inspector's special car, and under the escort of the motorcade, they honked all the way to the central city. These days, the Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau is very popular in Nuteo City, and the Imperial spies who travel with the Meteorite Inspector are very arrogant. Chapter 140 Zixisai Palace. Sandpaper sat next to Luke, with some motor oil on her face. She was very dissatisfied with being forced out. "There are so many people in the bureau. Why do you have to let me out? I am a technician, not your bodyguard." Luke handed Sandpaper a towel and asked her to wipe the oil stains on her face, and then replied, "I see that you work so hard every day, so I took you out for a good meal. I will pay for all the consumption of Zixisai Palace today." Kylina, who was sitting in the co-pilot, said anxiously, "I want to treat you to lunch. I have money. It's your treat. But someone else will pay for it." Luke turned to Sandpaper and asked, "I heard that you took away the boiling wreckage of the war machine. Can that thing be repaired?" Speaking of machinery, Sandpaper became excited. Boiling, as a mechanical life form, is very different from our natural life form. Its entire body is active. Although the elf Qigong split boiling in the middle, it did not cause much damage to its body. I am confident that it can be repaired, but it will take some time. The repaired boiling belongs to me. You can't snatch it from me." Luke laughed. "Only you can sit in the cockpit of boiling. What's the point of me snatching it? Are you mocking my short stature? I'm telling a fact. I will kill you." The Palace of Sassis is a romantic palace-style building, belonging to the Iskalin family, and is the headquarters of the Blade Brotherhood's branch in the city of Raging Waves. This place brought a lot of wealth to Viscount Iskalin, and it was also a very good place to gather intelligence. After Luke arrived, he took Kylina, Sandpaper, and several Imperial spies to break in. But the welcoming attendants outside the gate stopped them. "Sirs, ladies, you need to make an appointment in advance to enter the Zixisai Palace. Please show your appointment letter." Luke raised his cane and pushed the attendant aside, and walked straight in. The spy following behind said arrogantly, "This is the Meteorite Inspector of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. In this Raging Wave City, our inspectors don't need to make an appointment anywhere. Go away." A group of spies rushed in. Entering the Sissy's palace is a very spacious corridor with white painted walls, oil paintings hanging on them, and statues placed at intervals. The ground is covered with a red carpet, extending forward to the bottom of a large spiral building. There are corridors leading to other areas on both sides of the corridor, and many beautiful waitresses stand in a row waiting to receive the guests. Seeing Luke rushing in with so many imperial spies, a woman with a very good temperament came up and said, "Sir, do you have a reserved room?" "No," Luke answered very straightforwardly. The woman said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, sir. All the rooms in our Sissy's palace are already full. Could you please go to the lobby and wait for a while? I will ask someone to arrange a room for you immediately." Luke asked, "Room 216 should be empty." The woman answered in embarrassment, "This is the room that Viscount Iskelin has reserved for himself. It is not open to the public. All our expenses today are recorded in the Viscount's account. Doesn't that mean it is not open to the public? This inspector and his subordinates are hungry. Let's go up and wait. You guys hurry up and send the food and drinks up." After that, Luke ignored the woman and walked up the building with a group of his men through the corridor. The woman saw this group of aggressive imperial spies and was afraid of causing trouble and didn't dare to stop them. "I could only send someone to serve carefully while sending someone to find Viscount Iskelin." At this time, Viscount Iskelin was in a secret room under the Zixisai palace, meeting a man who was completely covered in a cloak. There were several masked thorn blades standing around them. Iskelin said first, "Mr. Urguia, I have my plan, and the Raging Waves City branch also has its own action plan. I hope the Brotherhood can help us instead of interfering or even commanding us to do anything. The elf Chi Kong is a member of Councillor Michelle, and Councillor Michelle's attitude affects whether I can enter the Raging Waves City Council. This is related to the overall interests of the Blade Brotherhood. I can't do anything to Lady Michelle for the Duke of Celtic. Please forgive me." The man called Urguia said in a low voice, "My Lord Viscount, many people in the Brotherhood think that you are doing something very dangerous and useless. The new nobles will never let you enter the Council of Raging Waves City. Your acceptance of their rules can only be seen as weakness. The original intention of the Brotherhood of Blades was to make the Golden Shield royal family respect those families who created this empire with him. When the Golden Shield royal family violates the ancestral agreement, the Brotherhood of Blades will use the sword in their hands to ensure the fulfillment of the contract. It's just, there are too many compromisers like you in the Brotherhood now. And when you put down your sword, it's the time for the Golden Shield royal family to pierce your heart with his sword. You can live comfortably at this time, and even enter the government hall of Raging Waves City. Not because of your strong ability. It is because there are many Brotherhood members, like Duke Celtic, who have not put down the swords passed down by their ancestors. Iskelin, no matter what your plan is, you must recognize your position. Without the Brotherhood, you are nothing." Urguia's words made Viscount Iskelin fall into silence. He had to admit that these words made sense. The Golden Shield royal family and the hereditary nobles have been fighting since the establishment of the empire. It is precisely because of the Blade Brotherhood that has brought together the weak noble forces that these families have continued to this day. Holding the blade and brothers are the core ideas of the Brotherhood of Blades. I don't understand why the Duke of Celtic wants to find the elf Chi Kong. If you only want to deal with Chi Kong and leave Madame Michelle alone, I can help," Urguia said. "The Duke's intentions are not something we can speculate at will. You just need to find Chi Kong's trace, and someone will naturally deal with her." Last night, the elf Chi Kong appeared at the Central City Security Bureau and talked to Director Caesar about some things about the Abyss Temple. As the inspector of the City Security Department, you should be able to ask Caesar to arrange a meeting between you and Chi Kong. "Okay, I'll try." Viscount Iskelin could only agree. He now needed the support of the Blade Brotherhood. At this time, a thorn blade walked into the room. "My Lord Viscount, the meteorite inspector of the Cape District is here." Viscount Iskelin was very surprised by this visit. "Where is he? How many people did he bring?" "The inspector is in your room 216. He is accompanied by his important secretary Kalina and the mechanical transformation engineer Sandpaper he recruited, and 9 other Imperial spies," Urguia said, "since there are guests visiting." "My Lord Viscount, please go and entertain your guests. I'm leaving." Urguia stood up. His body was extremely strong. Iskelin saluted him. "Goodbye, Lord Urguia. I will arrange the Duke's affairs as soon as possible." Chapter 141. Who are you loyal to? Luke and his men ate and drank in the exclusive room of Iskelin. One wall of the room led to the performance hall on the first floor outside, from which one could clearly see the opera being performed on the stage. The hall was full of people. Both men and women were dressed in formal clothes, watching the performance on the stage quietly. It was just that the Imperial spies obviously did not know how to appreciate the opera. Except for Kylina, who was lying on the fence and was fascinated by the story in the play. Everyone else focused on the food and drinks. Sandpaper even grabbed a large piece of barbecue with both hands and started to eat it directly, as if she had not eaten for several days. That unbearable experience had a great impact on her behavior and mind. The other spies didn't know any dining etiquette, and it was their first time to come to the Sissy's palace, faced with exquisite food and fine wine. Of course, they had to eat and drink enough before going back to brag. So when Viscount Iskelin walked in, he saw the scene in front of him and deliberately retreated to see if he had walked into the wrong room. That's right. Seeing Iskelin coming, Luke said to his men, "You go to another place to eat. I have something to discuss with the Viscount." Sandpaper. "You ate too much. Go out and move around." "I haven't eaten yet." Sandpaper saw the inspector winking at him, so he grabbed a towel and wiped the oil stains on his hands and face, then jumped off the chair and said like a child, "I'm going out to play." The spies moved the food on the table outside. Viscount Iskelin sat down opposite Luke, and the waiter replaced the red wine and some fruits. Then he left and closed the door. Iskelin said to Luke, "I have informed the people here. In the future, the inspector does not need to make any reservations to come to the Sissy's palace. If there is no room, come here. All your expenses here today will be paid by me." Luke grabbed a bunch of grapes and put them into his mouth. "Thank you, Viscount. Is your work in the government affairs office going well?" Iskelin didn't know why Luke came here suddenly, so he answered truthfully, "I just took office, and many tasks are still being handed over and familiarized. I believe that the city security department will be able to operate normally soon, thanks to the inspector for his help. The smooth transfer of the government affairs office's defense has made it much easier for me to integrate into the city security department." Iskelin's thanks were sincere. He did not expect that the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau would withdraw from the Government Affairs Office so easily, without any additional conditions. They all left, given enough face to the City Security Department. Viscount Iskelin was able to join the job smoothly. Luke said, "I work for the princess and only want to maintain the stability of the City of Wrath. I don't have any extravagant demands. I have done what I should do, so there is no need to discuss others. I came here this time to discuss the Abyss Temple with the Viscount. Many people have gone missing in the Cape District recently, and the number of missing people in other urban areas has also increased. I suspect it is related to the Abyss Mage. Your Excellency is now the City Security Inspector. If the Abyss Temple can be eradicated from the City of Raging Waves under your command, it will definitely be of great help to your next promotion." Speaking of the Abyss Temple, Viscount Iskelin couldn't help but frown. The Virgil incident caused great damage to the security department of the City of Raging Waves. Some senior sheriffs escaped, and the other 5 Secret Service detectives were transferred by Her Royal Highness the Princess. Many streets cannot maintain normal night patrols, even if the Ulu Academy expressed its willingness to help. We must find these Abyss Mages ourselves. Did the inspector find anything? Luke ate grapes and did not answer immediately. Kylina was still immersed in the opera and did not notice the arrival of Viscount Iskelin. Perhaps she was enjoying the good memories. After a while, Luke suddenly asked, "Do you love this city?" Viscount Iskelin did not know why Inspector Meteorite asked such a question. He replied, "Of course. This is my home. Will you give your life for this city?" "Inspector, why do you suddenly ask these questions?" Such a heavy question made Iskelin very confused. "Answer me first." Iskelin replied, "Of course. This city was built on the land guarded by my ancestors. It is the duty of the Iskelin family to protect it." "Inspector, what do you mean by asking these questions? What does it mean to protect it?" Viscount Iskelin thought for a moment, and found that he could not give a complete answer. Luke said, "This land existed before the Iskelin family came, and it will still exist when the Iskelin family perishes. It does not need anyone's protection. This city belongs to the Empire. If the Iskelin family wants to protect this city, they must first protect the Empire. The Iskelin family is loyal to the Empire. This is the promise made by the ancestors of the Iskelin family to the ancestors of the Golden Shield royal family. Then let me see the loyalty of the Iskelin family to the Empire. The headquarters of the Abyss Temple is hidden in the Tadega Hills, and the Abyss Mage has been protected by the Duke of Celtic. Now the Abyss Mage has set up a blood sacrifice secret somewhere in the City of Raging Waves. And at least hundreds or more citizens of the City of Raging Waves have been killed by them. As long as they are not found and eliminated, this number will increase. Viscount, do you have any clues to tell me? This is a false accusation, Viscount Iskelin said angrily. Iskelin's voice disturbed Kylina. She turned around and saw the inspector talking to Viscount Iskelin, and immediately came behind Luke in a panic. I'm sorry, Inspector. Luke casually waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, and said to Iskelin across the table, we couldn't find the elf Qi for so many days because she was protected by Mrs. Michelle. There are more Abyss Mages, but there is still no trace of them, proving that they are protected by some bigwigs. Don't doubt the intelligence-gathering ability of the Secret Service. The main body of the Abyss Temple is in the Tadega Hills, and the Abyss Mages are hiding in the City of Rage under the protection of the Duke of Celtic. The Duke wants to get the Book of Disaster. He wants to embrace the Abyss and gain the power of the Abyss. What evidence do you have? Luke looked at the pale face of Viscount Iskelin and said with a smile, your expression is the evidence. What made our Viscount so out of control? At this moment, who are you loyal to? Who are you going to protect? As a member of the Blade Brotherhood, who are you going to point your sword at? The sudden blow and the difficult decision made Viscount Iskelin's eyes bloodshot and red, and the uncontrolled magic power rippled in the room, causing the airflow to surge. Kylina pulled out her magic wand and pointed it at Iskelin, her hand shaking violently due to nervousness. Iskelin asked Luke, who are you? Who are you? Luke replied calmly, I am the Detective Meteorite of the Cape District Secret Service. Your Majesty's personal soldier. The subordinate of the eldest princess. My Lord Viscount. What is your answer to me? Chapter 142 The Viscount's Choice. On the stage, the actress brought the whole play to a climax with her high notes. Amidst the thunder and rain, the gods were punishing the ignorant mortals with divine punishment. In room 216, the turbulent air currents showed the complex inner struggle of Viscount Iskelin at this time. He was unwilling to believe what Inspector Meteor said, but he could not explain some abnormal things in the Brotherhood recently. There was also the sudden visit of Erguia, the special envoy of the Duke of Celtic, and the order, capturing Qi Kong. The Book of Disaster, the Abyss Temple, seemed to be connected into a logical loop. So what choice should I make at this time? Ignore the evil deeds of the Abyss Mage to keep the support of the Brotherhood? Or strike the Abyss Mage? If there is no support from the Brotherhood, how will the Emperor of the Empire and the City of Raging Waves treat the Iskelin family? The situation of the Imperial spies raiding the Virgil family is still vivid in my mind. Will this scene be staged here soon? Inspector Meteor, I think our interests are mostly the same. Regarding Iskelin's exploration of his bottom line, Luke said, this is what you think. What does the interest here have to do with me? The interests you are pursuing now are like a bridle that ties you up, makes you weak, makes you surrender, pulls you on a path you don't like to take, since you don't know what will happen in the future. Why not follow your heart? Leave everything to history, and leave it to future generations to judge. The chaotic atmosphere around Viscount Iskelin calmed down instantly. He looked at Luke and asked after a while, are you really an Imperial spy? If I am not an Imperial spy, then who am I? Viscount Iskelin smiled. Her Royal Highness has your assistance, so I should consider my position. However, the important thing now is to get rid of these Abyss Mages first. I just met with the special envoy of the Duke of Celtic, and he asked me to find a way to meet with the elf Qi Kong. Viscount Iskelin, who made the decision, told Luke what he had talked about with Erguia. Luke did not have too many doubts about Viscount Iskelin's side with him. In the normal game process, he broke with the Brotherhood because he was dissatisfied with the tragedy caused by the Abyss Mages in the City of Rage. But his actions did not make him accepted by the new nobles. After the autonomy of the City of Raging Waves, the first thing the new nobles did was to confiscate all the property of the Iskelin family in the City of Raging Waves and expel Viscount Iskelin from the country. Alas, Mrs. Michelle failed and died in the political struggle, and Viscount Iskelin ended up leaving the house with nothing. Ibel's ending was better, but he was also squeezed out of the parliament. His assets shrank significantly, and he finally became an ordinary businessman. Can such a teammate be led? I have to lead him even if I have to bite the bullet. You are responsible for finding the hiding place of the Abyss Mage. I remind you that the people of the Raging Waves City branch of the Blade Brotherhood cannot be trusted. You better know who can be used and who can't be used. Viscount Iskelin nodded in agreement, quickly filtering the people who can be used in his mind, And then answered Luke, "Don't worry. I know who is truly loyal to me. Find their hiding place." "What should we do?" Luke said, "I will go to Madame Michelle and let the elf Qigong play a play with us. I think if the elf Qigong agrees to meet you, her strength will definitely make the Abyss Mage concentrate all their forces in the City of Rage to deal with it. As long as we know their gathering location. Ulu College, the Secret Intelligence Bureau, the Public Security Bureau, and you, we will join forces to surround and eliminate them. How to do it specifically, I will discuss it in detail after I contact someone." Okay. This Count Iskelin knew that it was impossible for two people to make a detailed plan here for such a big thing. So they had to find the hiding place of the Abyss Mage first. Then Iskelin remembered something and said to Luke, the cabinet chief. "What, Gabriel?" said a group of people to the City of Raging Waves. "The leader is Voight Yomington." "Who is the chief's staff?" "He came for Virgil's case." Hearing the name Voight Yomington, Luke was first worried about the sandpaper. The plot was changed too much by himself. The City of Raging Waves is still full of demons. After being kicked out of the private room by Luke, Sandpaper wandered around the Sisi Palace. According to the instructions of the inspector when she came, she looked around to see if there were any suspicious people. She was wearing a mechanic's work clothes, carrying a tool bag, and looked like a harmless girl, which did not arouse the vigilance of people she met. Everyone thought she was a mechanical apprentice repairing equipment. The inspector only asked me to find suspicious people. What exactly is a suspicious person? Is it suspicious for a man and a woman to hug each other and get into a room? Do you want to go and see? Just as Sandpaper was walking aimlessly, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. You can't escape. Here it comes again. Sandpaper saw the man standing in front of her, and fear made her instinctively avoid his gaze, wanting to do something to divert her attention. She knew that the man was an illusion created by her mind. But this illusion was too real, and she couldn't help but think of the terrible memory. Not just her own memories. She didn't know how many memories of young girls were mixed in her mind, and each one was a bit of fear. The inspector said, the best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Sandpaper knew that this was right, but she couldn't do it. She didn't dare to look into the man's eyes. Sandpaper took out a beverage bottle from the tool bag and took a deep sip of special engine oil. Alice, come on. It's your turn. Complete this secret technique, and you will have the most beautiful voice in the world. Sandpaper couldn't help but reply, no. I'm not Alice. My name is Sandpaper. I'm Sandpaper from Diagon Street. Whether you're called Sandpaper or Cronin. Tessie, you're my Alice. You're the best among your sisters. But you abandoned them. You ran away. I'll find them. No matter where they are, I'll find them. Sandpaper yelled, and the sound echoed in the empty corridor. The man disappeared. But in the aftermath of fear, she felt an inexplicable throbbing rising in her heart. The ends of her long hair swayed towards the window beside her. Sandpaper looked out the window, and outside was a small square facing the main entrance of the Sisi's palace. 3 luxurious carriages drove up and stopped in the small square, and then a group of people got out of the carriages. One of the familiar figures appeared in Sandpaper's sight. The sudden excitement made Sandpaper jump out of the window. 3 floors high. He landed steadily and rushed forward without any pause. The group of people who just arrived and got off the car found Sandpaper running. A voice of Protect the Adult sounded. A petite figure rushed out of the crowd. She was about the same age as Sandpaper, and her slightly immature face was filled with cold, murderous intent. She held a rapier and stabbed Sandpaper. Chapter 143, Prime Minister's Staff. At this time, Luke was talking to Viscount Iskelin about the Prime Minister's staff who had just arrived in the City of Raging Waves. And then a servant knocked on the door and came in. Sir, the little girl who came with Inspector Meteorite had a fight with someone outside. Viscount Iskelin looked at Luke and asked his men, who is the other party? I don't know him. It seems to be an official from the Imperial capital. Luke thought to himself, an official from the Imperial capital. It can't be such a coincidence. Fearing that Sandpaper would suffer a loss, Luke immediately said, Sir, don't show up for this matter. Our Secret Service can solve it ourselves. Thank you, Inspector. When Luke led Kylina and the spies out of the Sisi's palace, they saw Sandpaper fighting with another girl with red hair. There were several other people standing outside, and 3 magicians jointly released a protective barrier to block the flying debris. Under strict protection was a middle-aged man with a big hooked nose. He had a thin face and sharp eyes. He wore a tuxedo and a top hat. In the field, facing the fierce attack of the red-haired girl, Sandpaper was just defending. She entered the combat mode. Her feet were suspended. Her hair turned metallic, and she held a wrench in her hand. The red-haired girl also had her feet suspended. Although she was not high from the ground, her movements were very agile. The rapier in his hand was charged with electricity, and it kept hitting Sandpaper's vital points at various tricky angles. Sandpaper flexibly dodged the opponent's attack, blocked the rapidly stabbing rapier with a wrench, and kept shouting loudly, "Hanny! Hanny! I'm Alice! Look at me! I'm Alice!" Sandpaper's call did not cause any reaction from the red-haired girl, and she still looked like she wanted to kill her. Luke walked out of the main gate without stopping. He walked to the middle of the venue, and summoned the greedy red dragon spear in his hand. "Kalina, help me separate them." "Yes, Inspector." Kalina took out her magic wand, and after chanting a spell, a sharp-angled air wall was pushed towards Sandpaper and the red-haired girl. At the same time, she also shot several buff magic at the Sandpaper. Luke continued to walk into the field with the greedy red dragon spear in hand. He glanced at the hooked nose, and the dragon snake on the back of his right hand flew out and circled around him. Thunderfire eyes activated. The air wall released by Kalina pushed over and separated the Sandpaper and the red-haired girl. Luke stretched out his spear to block the Sandpaper, swept the spear across to force the approaching red-haired girl back, and released the pressure to force the red-haired girl, who was about to rush back again. Finally, the spear pointed at the hooked nose. "If you don't stop her, I will kill you." Flames erupted from the tip of the spear, and the Imperial spies drew their swords to outflank them. A thunderbolt struck the protective shield released by the wizard in front of the hooked nose. A strong light gathered on the magic wand in Kalina's hand, and a powerful magic was ready to be launched. Red Falcon. Hook-nosed man stopped the red-haired girl, who was about to fight again, and asked his magician to remove the protective shield. He walked forward again and looked at the detective badge on Luke's chest. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Voight Yomington, and I am the advisor to Lord White Gabriel, the Prime Minister of the Imperial Cabinet." Yomington has a strong Imperial accent and a full sense of nobility. He saluted Luke and continued, "The only detective of the Imperial Secret Service who is still in the City of Raging Waves is the Meteorite Inspector of the Cape District Secret Service." "Good afternoon, Meteorite Inspector." Luke took back the greedy red dragon spear, and the dragon snake returned to the back of his hand. Jiang Leihua stared at Yu Mingdun in his eyes, the advisor of the Prime Minister of the Empire. What a high-ranking official. What a great official power. As soon as he came to Nuteo's city, he ordered his men to attack the Imperial spies. "It's noon. Come to my place for lunch." Before coming to Nuteo's city, Yu Mingdun knew that the Meteorite Inspector of the Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District was an extremely difficult character to deal with. It can be said that the current chaos in Nuteo's city was caused by Meteorite. The attitude of the Secret Intelligence Bureau headquarters was ambiguous. They did not make any explanation for the Nuteo City incident, and they also transferred the other 5 Secret Intelligence Bureau inspectors away. I wonder what the ultimate purpose of the princess letting Meteorite take a gamble in Nuteo City is. The struggle in the Imperial Court is becoming more and more complicated, and anything involving the royal family must be cautious. A slight mistake. The staff of the capital of the Empire. "What's that?" Yomington forced a smile on his face and saluted Luke again. "I apologize to the inspector and the agent for the recklessness of my subordinates. It's all a misunderstanding. My daughter thought that the agent was going to attack me and was eager to protect me. Please forgive me." Sandpaper stepped forward and said anxiously, "Give me Hanny." "Who is Hanny?" "It's her. She's my sister?" Yomington smiled and said, "Miss, you recognize the wrong person. Her name is Hongshun, and she is my adopted daughter." "Hongshun? Do you know this lady?" "No, father." Hongshun's tone was very cold, without any emotion. "She is obviously." Luke stopped Sandpaper from continuing. "I will find out whether she is Hanny or not. There is no point in you making a fuss here." Then Luke said to Yomington, "Sir, in the eyes of our Imperial spies, there are no misunderstandings, only facts. Since my subordinates have identified your daughter, Miss Red Falcon, as her sister Hanny, I will open a case for investigation. If we find evidence to prove that you are lying, you will face multiple criminal charges. Even if you are an aide to the Prime Minister of the Empire, you must accept the punishment of the Imperial law. Please answer my question carefully. Was your adopted daughter Miss Red Falcon called. Sandpaper said, Hanny Marjorie? Hanny Marjorie. Yomington smiled and said, Inspector. When I adopted Hong Fong, she was shocked and forgot everything in the past. As for whether she is Hanny Marjorie, that's your business. Don't think you can scare me with such a trick. In the Imperial capital, I have seen many people like you. People who can roll in the quagmire of the Imperial capital are indeed not the kind of characters who will lose their footing if they are easily scared. Mr. Yomington, this is not the Imperial capital. There are too many people here that you have never seen. Let's stop here. I will invite you to my place for dinner next time. Team up. Luke pulled the sandpaper reluctantly and left with the Imperial spies. Yomington looked at the convoy in the distance with a fierce look in his eyes. Sir, that was Alice we have never found. She is the survivor who has experienced the most experiments of Professor Greyfairy's eternal life secret technique. I know, but how did she get found by the meteorite? Sir, what should we do? Should we quietly capture Alice and take her away? No. Our mission is to stabilize the situation in the city of Raging Waves and find out what the princess intends here. Dealing with the two princes has exhausted the Prime Minister. If no one is allowed to cause trouble for me before the situation here is understood. Yes, sir. Chapter 144 Contact. You promised me that you would save them. After being dragged into the car by Luke, Sandpaper could not help but ask loudly, She is Hanny. The chaotic memories came back again. Sandpaper clenched her fists, and her long metallic hair floated. She looked at her sister who was moving away through the window, and she wanted to rush back and pull her to her side. Luke pushed Sandpaper down and said, I didn't say she wasn't. Nor did I say I wouldn't save them. But why did you pull me away? She was obviously controlled. I know. More than you know. We are Imperial spies, and we must rely on evidence for everything we do. We cannot arrest people publicly without evidence. But, steady up. Let's find someone to help rescue Hanny. If you keep making noise, I won't care. After hearing Luke's words, Sandpaper immediately turned from anger to joy. Really? Sit down. Yes, Inspector. Remove your combat state. Don't let your hair fly. It hurts me. Yes, Inspector. Where are we going? To the City Hall. In the City Hall, Luke met Mrs. Michelle and told her the plan he had discussed with Viscount Iskelin. There were only two of them in the office. Mrs. Michelle asked in surprise, Are you sure that the Duke of Celtic is supporting the Abyss Temple behind the scenes? Why did he do this? Luke sat across from the desk, crossed his legs, picked up a pen from the desk, and turned it between his fingers. We don't know what the Duke of Celtic wants to do for the time being. But the envoy he sent told Viscount Iskelin that the Duke wanted to capture the elf Qin Kong. The Abyss Temple also wants to capture the elf Qin Kong. Madam, the closer your relationship with Qin Kong is, the greater the danger you face. Only by actively eliminating these Abyss mages can you ensure your safety. Mrs. Michelle agreed with Luke's statement. Since she made public her relationship with the elf Qin Kong, she has strengthened her protection and reduced unnecessary outings. But there is a thief who can do things for 1,000 days. And there is no thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Mrs. Michelle is also afraid that she will be attacked by the Abyss Temple if she relaxes for a while. I can contact Miss Qin Kong and ask her to help us set up this ambush. After all, these Abyss mages came for the Book of Disaster, and Miss Qin Kong must want to swat these annoying flies. As for the Joint Security Bureau, Director Caesar has just taken office, and it may be difficult for him to provide effective support. But this is another rare achievement for him. Luke said, This is indeed a rare achievement, which will help Director Caesar control the Central City Security Bureau. Madam should have known that his staff was sent by Prime Minister Gabriel, and Caesar's position as acting director is very unstable. The position of Caesar as the director of the Central City Security Bureau is an important handle for Madame Michelle in the government affairs of Raging Waves City. If she loses this position, she will only gain fame in this Virgil incident, but will not get any real power. Mrs. Michelle thought for a while and replied to Luke, I will talk to Caesar. If the sheriffs in the Central City cannot be used, perhaps some sheriffs can be secretly transferred from the West Tower City to help in the Central City Security Bureau. He also needs some reliable confidants. Although Luke did not say it explicitly, Mrs. Michelle knew very well that the main force to deal with this group of Abyss mages was the battle mages of the Elf Qin Kong and Ulu Academy. Others being able to participate is equivalent to gilding. If Caesar can pull a group of people from the West Tower Security Bureau to get a merit, he can naturally make a big change in the Central City Security Bureau. Seeing that the matter was settled, Luke whispered, the matter of contacting Miss Chi Kong and Director Caesar will be handed over to Madam. In addition, I would like to ask Miss Chi Kong to do me a favor. Mrs. Michelle asked, what is it? Today I met with Prime Minister Gabriel's aide Yomington. His so-called adopted daughter has a lot to do with the case I have. If Miss Chi Kong can help me catch the girl named Red Falcon, I think it will be of great help to us in facing Yomington next. Mrs. Michelle thought for a while and said, if Yomington is not harmed, I can tell Miss Chi Kong about this commission. But I'm not sure if she will accept the commission. Miss Chi Kong is a very independent spirit. Luke wrote an address on a piece of paper with a pen in his hand and handed it to Mrs. Michelle. Thank you, ma'am. If Miss Chi Kong is willing to help, she can meet my people at this place. She will provide Miss Chi Kong with the necessary information and can also provide cooperation. Mrs. Michelle put away the note. Okay. I will pass it on. Thank you for your help. I will come again if I have news. Goodbye, Inspector. After saying goodbye, Mrs. Michelle immediately went out to the Central City Public Security Bureau. Luke took his people back to the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. Professional spies were sent out to monitor the movements of the group of people coming from the imperial capital around the clock. At the same time, they hurried to handle Virgil's case and try to find more black pots to put on him. They worked until the evening. The elf Chi Kong came online. The full moon was in the sky, and Luke stood on a tall tower. He stretched out his hand, and 6 crystals of different colors popped up. Secret language, wind whisper. Leave the sound in the wind. And the sound can be released through the same combination of secret words. Can be used for medium and short distance encrypted communication. A gust of wind blew from the direction of the central city. Miss Chi Kong, I have something to see you. It was Mrs. Michelle's voice. Luke jumped down from the tower, summoned the Republic Glory steam locomotive, and rode it towards the central city. On the roof of the Whisperer's mysterious shop, Mrs. Michelle had already brewed a pot of tea. Outside the pavilion, a large mechanical spider lay there with its claws folded, and many gargoyles were perched on the surrounding roofs. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the pavilion, and the mechanical spider on the ground suddenly jumped up, revealing 8 spear-like claws. Mrs. Michelle ordered, lie down. This is Miss Chi Kong, my friend. The mechanical spider lay down again, and some steam leaked out of its body. Luke, who was invited, sat down, picked up the teacup and took a sip, and then said, the protection here is much stricter than before. I was just in spectator counselor before, and no one wanted to harm me. It's different now. The Book of Disaster in your hand is a big trouble. If I didn't have so many mechanical puppets to protect me, the Abyss Mage would have found me. Have you considered handing over the Book of Disaster? Giving it to the Abyss Temple, or returning it to the Ulu Academy, will make you and me much safer. Luke said, no. The Book of Disaster is mine, and I won't give it to anyone. What do you want to ask me for? Chapter 145 Mish. Mrs. Michelle told Luke. Now Chi Kong. What Luke had said to her during the day. This is the plan of Inspector Meteorite. He believes that Viscount Iskalon will stand on our side. I can only choose to believe it. It will be good for all of us to eliminate these Abyss Mages. Luke replied, okay. After you find the person, make a plan and notify me when to act. Anything else? Seeing Chi Kong wanted to leave, Mrs. Michelle asked, how did you become the magic professor of Ulu College? We all know that you had a battle with Dean Wilred. Was that a show you put on to deceive Virgil? It's true that I had a fight with Dean Wilred, and it was later that he hired me to teach magic to the Ulu Academy. As for the inside story, we have an agreement, and I can't tell you without the Dean's permission. You can rest assured that the Dean has no idea about the City of Raging Waves. If he covets power, he doesn't need to go through me. He can just sit in the position of speaker. Yes, if Dean Wilred wants to go into politics, everyone in the city will welcome it, including me. I just want to ask, after wiping out this group of Abyss Mages, is it possible to convince the Ulu Academy to set up a Battle Mage department in the city government hall? Luke considered Mrs. Michelle's proposal seriously. I can convey your proposal to Dean Wilred, but I don't think he will agree. The consistent purpose of Ulu College is to remain politically neutral, which is also a self-protection measure of the college. Mrs. Michelle knew that her proposal would be difficult to be passed by Ulu College, so she turned to express her other idea. I want to set up a secret club. Are you interested in joining? Secret club? It's probably difficult for a private secret club to scale up. You're right. Due to the strong privacy of secret arts, it is difficult for a private secret club to scale up unless it is supported by a big force. I didn't intend to make my secret house achieve too much success. But some ladies are very interested in the secret arts, especially when they know that you have mastered many secret arts and have the most precious treasure in the secret arts. The Book of Disaster. Luke took a sip of tea and almost spit it out. She thought Michelle had some ambitions to create a secret house to compete with the Abyss Temple. I didn't expect. Isn't this just a sisterhood in disguise? Don't say it. Women are very interested in such mysterious things. The secret art itself is full of extremely strong mystery. Potential unknown stimulation, which will definitely attract those celebrities who have been idol sick. I'm not good at dealing with this kind of occasion. It doesn't matter. Believe me, there is no one in the world who is easier to deal with than these women. All you need to attend is a gathering held in the name of the occult. Okay, I'll try. If you want to make the name of Chi Kong famous, you need a certain exposure. Luke doesn't know if he can handle those ordinary gatherings. But the occult gatherings, maybe he can give it a try. Mrs. Michelle is very happy. Welcome to join the Chi Kong secret house. This is really a very unorthodox secret house. Luke's words made Mrs. Michelle laugh. It is indeed a very unorthodox secret house. Oh, I remember. Inspector Meteor has a commission. Hoping you can help him catch someone. After Mrs. Michelle finished speaking about the commission, Luke asked, "This commission seems to be beyond the scope of our cooperation?" "Yes, it is indeed beyond the scope of our cooperation. But now Inspector Meteor and our interests are the same. And Yomington is obviously targeting the Virgil incident. If Virgil is released, everything we have done will be reversed by him. You are the strongest force on our side. And only you can complete this commission. My husband made some interesting accessories for your steam locomotive, which can strengthen the glory of the Republic." Michelle knew that Chi Kong liked her steam locomotive very much, so she catered to his preferences. Luke also agreed. "I will accept this commission. And you can give me some mysterious props. You can take whatever you want. I got a few of the mysterious props you asked me to collect last time. And they are all with one Lisa." At this time, Sandpaper was sitting on the edge of a building, with her legs stretched out and shaking alternately. Under the moonlight, there was a hint of weirdness in her cuteness. A mechanical voice sang, "She is the most beautiful girl in the stone castle. She sleeps alone every night. Any sound that can wake up the dead cannot wake her up." The singing stopped abruptly. Sandpaper turned over and jumped up. A long leg and black silk stockings swept past the place where she had just sat. Sandpaper in the air instantly entered combat mode. Her hair fluttered and turned metallic. Invisible ripples spread outward from the ends of her hair. No need to look back. Her strong perception allowed her to accurately know the attacker's position. She took out a large wrench from her tool bag with one hand, and took out a few steel nails with the other hand, and shot them at the attacker's position. Missed. Perception told her that the attacker disappeared directly from the position just now. Turning around, there was indeed no one at that position. Where? Behind him. The coldness had already touched her back, but her perception still allowed Sandpaper to detect the attacker's position in advance and dodge in time. She rushed forward in midair, then lowered her body and turned forward, trying to see who the attacker was. Gone again! Sandpaper was scared. She had never experienced such a situation before. The attacker had attacked her twice, and she didn't even know what the attacker looked like. Behind her again. Sandpaper turned and retreated, but she was pulled back to her original position by a force just after she moved half a meter, and a knife was placed on her shoulder. This time Sandpaper finally saw the attacker clearly. Female elf. Short green hair. Space movement. Time reversal. It was Chi Kong. Sandpaper asked calmly, "Are you the helper that Inspector Meteorite found for me?" Luke put the knife back into the scabbard and said to Sandpaper, who was only as tall as Chi Kong's chest, "High perception, fast reaction, agile action, and very strong combat awareness. If I hadn't used the time and space skill, it would have taken me a little longer to defeat you. All your bones have been replaced with alchemical metals." "Right?" Sandpaper floated back and asked alertly, "How did you know?" "Because I also know the secret technique of replacing bones. But I have never used it. I can't imagine the pain of pulling bones out of the body bit by bit. You can survive? In addition to luck, it also means that you have a strong soul. I like you very much. You can't use all your strength now. Do you want to become stronger?" Don't let the tragedy happen to you again. And protect the people you want to protect. Chapter 146 First Cooperation. Sandpaper looked up at the elf in front of him. She stood in the moonlight, as if she was the only focus of the world, and the surrounding scenery lost its color because of her. Recalling the thrilling confrontation just now, Sandpaper still maintained a great vigilance due to long-term habit. I don't know you well. If you are here to help me, I thank you. If you want to do anything to me, please go back. Luke realized that he had expressed too much kindness to Sandpaper, which could only have a reverse effect on this girl who had experienced too much. She spread her hands and said, I have no ill intentions. I just accepted the commission of the meteorite inspector to catch someone. You should be my assistant. What's your name? Sandpaper knows the ability of the elf Chi Kong. With her help, Hanny can be rescued to a great extent. So Sandpaper cancelled the combat mode and fell back to the ground. My name is AI. My name is Sandpaper, an intern agent of the Cape District Secret Service. Hello, Miss Chi Kong. Thank you for coming. Tell me the details of the commission. Yes, Miss Chi Kong. Since noon today, the Cape District Secret Service has been keeping track of Yomington's whereabouts. He first went to the Sissy's palace to visit Viscount Iskalin, and then met some officials from the city of Raging Waves, and finally arrived at the home of Counselor Noyce Randolph, and stayed there. Randolph is one of the 3 establishment counselors. The Virgil incident dealt a heavy blow to the establishment in the city of Raging Waves. The Secret Service of the Cape District was obsessed with smuggling and arrested many people in the Government Affairs Office, making the city officials feel insecure. The arrival of the Prime Minister's aide, Yomington, can be said to have put a ballast stone in the hearts of the establishment in the city of Raging Waves. Counselor Randolph took the initiative to invite Yomington to live in his home. Miss Chi Kong, the person we are going to save this time is called Hanny. Sandpaper remembered the inspector's instructions to himself and corrected him. She is now called Hong Ku, and she is Yomington's adopted daughter. We suspect that she was abducted and her memory was inhumanely erased and modified. After rescuing the Red Falcon, we can investigate Yomington for this case. Luke was quite satisfied with Sandpaper's performance in his first solo mission. At least he didn't reveal everything to Clear Sky, whom he met for the first time. Do you know what the Red Falcon looks like? Sandpaper replied, I know. We have spies monitoring nearby. For details, you can go to Senator Randolph's residence and ask them. Then let's go. Luke jumped off the roof. Sandpaper jumped down immediately, and then saw the elf Clear Sky summon a red steam locomotive. Wow! It's beautiful, Sandpaper exclaimed sincerely. With her professional eyes, she could see many exquisite and ingenious designs that ordinary people could not see. Is this made by Mr. Michel himself? Luke started the engine and said to Sandpaper, who was circling the glory of the Republic, it should be. Get in the car quickly. Finish the work early, and rest early. Yes, yes, Miss Chi Kong. Sandpaper jumped to the back seat. The red steam locomotive roared and carried the 2 people along the night road. On a roof across the street from Randolph's residence, 2 secret agents from the Cape District Secret Service faithfully carried out the orders of the inspector. They didn't even notice that Chi Kong and Sandpaper came behind them. Sandpaper patted their shoulders and revealed their identity when they were startled and ready to draw their swords. It's me, Sandpaper. Both agents knew Sandpaper, and knew that although she was an intern agent, she was also a master of mechanical modification. So they used honorifics to say, Miss Sandpaper, why are you here? Does the inspector have any new orders? We are here to carry out the task assigned by the inspector. This is Miss Chi Kong. You should know her. The 2 agents then realized that there was another person around them, although they had never seen Chi Kong. The name Chi Kong made them respect her. Miss Chi Kong, it's a great honor to meet you here. These 2 were both formal Imperial agents who had received formal training, and their behavior was very different from those recruited temporary workers. Luke nodded as a greeting, and then said, We are here to catch Red Falcon. Is she inside? Sandpaper added, She is a girl about my height, with red hair, should be easy to identify. She is. One of the spies answered, We saw this girl following Yomington, and they went into the house opposite together. But we don't know which room she is in. Luke looked at the house across the road. A single-family 4-story building with spacious courtyards in front, back, left and right. There are trained bodyguards inside, as well as some alchemical magic warning devices. It is difficult to sneak in without alerting the guards. but for players who like to steal. How to sneak into the heavily guarded mansion as quickly as possible has always been a popular competitive event. You stay here. Sandpaper. Follow me. Luke took Sandpaper around to the back of the house and passed through the blind spot of the alchemical alarm device into the courtyard. A bush about 30 meters away from the main building was just enough for the two of them to hide in. Luke browsed the video on how to sneak into the congressman's house on his mobile phone again, and then said to Sandpaper, "Do you see that statue?" "I see it." Following Luke's direction, Sandpaper saw the statue of a knight standing with a sword. "When you see me coming out of the building, smash it as fast as you can. Then place these mysterious props in the correct position according to the array." Luke took out a cardboard box and handed it to Sandpaper, and gave her an array diagram. Sandpaper said with some repulsion, "Is this the word of the secret technique? I know the secret technique has caused you a lot of pain, but if you want to rescue Red Falcon, you must do as I say." Luke said to Sandpaper very seriously, "If I bring Red Falcon out and don't see the secret technique activated, this commission will be terminated immediately." After that, Luke disappeared from Sandpaper's presence and reached the corner of the main building after a short distance space movement relay. The timing was perfect, and no one was alarmed. She took out a coil of silk thread from her space backpack, fixed one end of the thread to the ground at the corner with a nail, and then pulled the thread upstairs deftly along the wall. The thread was fixed with nails at intervals. In this way, hiding from the bodyguards and the alchemy magic warning devices in the courtyard, Luke pulled the thread up and down, and laid out a secret code based on the entire main building. After the secret code was completed, she went into the building through a window. The wall lamps with soft light illuminated the corridor, and the soft carpet was very comfortable to step on. There was also a fat maid holding a basket of sundries, looking at the elf, who suddenly flipped in from the outside in front of her in horror. Chapter 147 Stealing. Before the fat maid could shout, a scimitar was already at her throat. "Which room is Mr. Yomington's daughter?" "Hong Koo." "In?" The fat maid answered as quickly as possible. "In the guest room on the east side of the 3rd floor. The 3rd room on the left of the stairs. Mr. Yomington lives in the 4th room. And the people who came with Mr. Yomington live in the other rooms. They are all big shots from the imperial capital. Please don't kill me. I have 3 children. 2 daughters and a son. My son is called Finch. He is just 3 years old. You can sleep now." Luke used a hypnotic spell to make the frightened maid fall asleep. At the same time, he put away his knife and took the basket of sundries from the maid's hand, which was filled with some washed servants' clothes. Luke opened a room next to him and saw that there was no one inside, so he pulled the sleeping maid in. When she came out again, she had changed into a barely fitting maid uniform, with a white hood covering her hair and ears. After closing the door, Luke walked forward along the corridor, holding the sundries basket. The defense of this kind of residence is tight on the outside and loose on the inside. There will not be a large number of bodyguards in the building to affect the rest and privacy of the owners. As long as you are careful to avoid the fixed sentries marked in the guide, you don't have to worry too much about being discovered. The only uncontrollable thing is the servants who work at night. If you encounter it, lower your head and use the basket to cover your face, and you will most likely not be discovered. Luke arrived at the guest room area on the east side of the 3rd floor smoothly. A magician who had seen Yomington during the day was sitting on a bench by the wall. He was reading a newspaper in his hand, acting as a night guard. Seeing a maid coming over with a large basket of sundries, the magician put down the newspaper and stood up. Just as he was about to ask, he saw the maid, who was clearly several meters away from him, suddenly appear in front of him. Before he could give a warning, a whisper came to his ear. Secret language, tail needle. The magician felt a sharp object prick his neck, and then his body fell uncontrollably. He could see the maid grabbing his body that was about to fall to the ground, and then slowly putting it back on the chair. Then she walked past him. The magician struggled hard to resist the effect of anesthesia, but a heavy blow made him faint completely. Luke felt that the anesthetic effect of the tail needle was not ideal, so he punched the magician on the head again. After confirming that the magician really couldn't move, he checked the door to the 3rd room. Found it. The dark red wooden door was inlaid with silver metal strips, and there was a golden door knocker in the middle of the door. Luke grabbed the door knocker and knocked twice. "Who is it?" A cold voice came from the room. Since his throat was not injured, Hong Falcon's voice was much more normal than Sandpaper. "Miss Hong Falcon, I am the maid Natasha. Raging Wave City is by the sea. and the temperature will drop significantly at night. My master asked me to get you a blanket. There was no response from the room. After a while, the door opened, and Hong Falcon looked at the maid outside the door, and the frame she was holding with a vigilant look. Hong Falcon did not let Luke in, but said, "Just give me the things." Luke showed a charming smile. "You are my master's distinguished guest. If the master knew that I asked you to do such rough work, I would definitely be punished. Please let me help you spread the blanket. It won't take you too much time." After a brief thought, Falcon opened the door. "Come in." "Excuse me." Luke walked in. After hearing the door slam shut, Luke immediately moved sideways to avoid the sword stabbing from behind. When he turned around, he saw Falcon had entered a fighting stance, holding a rapier and coming at him with murderous intent. "Who are you?" Luke didn't expect his disguise to be so easily seen through, and he had to sigh at the high perception of these fighting girls. "Catch your people." Luke threw away the basket of sundries, and took out a complete Rubik's Cube. Secret language. Secret realm of Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube exploded from Luke's hand, and the cube became a virtual image that rapidly grew larger and rushed out of the room through the wall. Then the space inside the entire building was constantly changing like a moving Rubik's Cube. The frightened Hong Falcon opened the door, and across the corridor were rooms that kept changing. She knew that she and her father had been separated by this secret technique, and she didn't know which of the hundreds of rooms in this building was next door, not knowing if anyone else would attack her father. Hong Falcon knew that only by killing the unidentified maid in front of her could she find a way to go out and rescue. Hong Falcon stabbed Luke with a sword. Luke knew that the secret language released could only last for about 20 seconds. Hong Falcon's strength was 4 stars. As a cold fighting machine, it could exert the strength of 4.5 stars. Then let the 100 level clear sky meet you. When the level reaches 100, the body and spirit enter another realm. In the ice crystal eye, the speed of the rapier that pierced quickly was just SOSO. To catch a living person, Luke did not use weapons. She slightly sidestepped to dodge the stab, and then level crushed and used time to pull the Red Falcon back. First punched the head, teleported to the back of the Red Falcon, took out a tail needle, and released it at the back of the Red Falcon's head. The paralysis toxin directly paralyzed the Red Falcon's brain, and the pierced tail needle hit the alchemical control body in the brain. The Red Falcon's body collapsed limply, and Luke immediately picked her up. She kicked the window to pieces and jumped out. Sandpaper, who was waiting outside, opened the cardboard box, counted the mysterious items inside according to the array diagram, and carefully remembered the locations of different mysterious items. Not long after, an alarm sounded in the main building, and then a window on the 3rd floor was destroyed. Sandpaper saw the elf Chi Kong jumping out of the window holding Hong Kusanagi, and immediately rushed out from her hiding place. She jumped high with one hand holding the cardboard box, and with the other hand holding a large wrench. She smashed the knight statue with a heavy blow. After landing, she took the mysterious items out of the cardboard box as quickly as possible and placed them according to the array diagram. Secret language, puppet prison. At this time, Luke was already holding the unconscious Falcon and ran over. She threw Falcon to the fragments of the statue. Falcon's body was lifted up by an invisible force, and the fragments of the statue flew up and reassembled outside her body. In an instant, a knight statue was restored to its original state. "Let's go!" Luke shouted and ran outside with Sandpaper. Sandpaper hadn't figured out what happened and how Falcon was sealed in the statue. At this time, the statue moved. It took heavy steps and ran, and jumped over the courtyard wall. Sandpaper finally reacted and quickly chased after the knight statue before it ran out of his sight. At this time, the interior of the building had just recovered from the Magic Cube's secret realm, and no one knew that Falcon was no longer in her room. Chapter 148 Sisters. On Diagonal Street in Cape District, Sandpaper turned on the light to illuminate his workshop. "Come in." When Luke came in with the knight statue, Sandpaper immediately closed the door and quickly closed the curtains of all the windows. Then he came to the side of the statue anxiously, looked at the statue without any gaps and asked Miss Chi Kong how to let Hanfeng out. "Will she be suffocated in there?" "No." Luke snapped his fingers at the statue. Cracks appeared and spread from the surface of the statue, and then large pieces of fragments peeled off. Hanfeng, who was in a coma, appeared and fell down without support. Sandpaper quickly hugged Hanfeng and lifted her onto the operating table. First, he simply cleaned the gravel and dust on her body. then took out the tools from the cabinet on the wall to check the Red Falcon. Luke walked towards a war machine standing in a bracket in the corner. Boiling. The mysterious mechanical creature with polarized strengths and weaknesses did not die even after being split in the middle. It was picked up by sandpaper for repair, and the cracks were no longer visible. The sandpaper's craftsmanship was still good. However, when Luke approached, Boiling's poor perception ability still realized that in front of him was the creature that cut him in half with a knife. Boiling moved in fear, and the metal rod that fixed its body was deformed by the pull. Boiling. Be quiet. Miss Qigong is one of us now. Your body has not been fully repaired yet. Don't move. Boiling stopped moving. Luke did not move closer. She could feel that the war machine was very nervous. After the initial repair by sandpaper, Boiling's form did not change much. A round body, human-like arms and legs, and an open cockpit at the head. But all the external components have been removed, and it looks much thinner than the first time. There is a standing board next to the bracket, with a lot of drawings pinned on it, which is obviously the modification plan made by Sandpaper for Boiling. Luke looked at the drawings and asked Sandpaper, "Do you want to connect with Boiling mentally?" At this time, Sandpaper was carefully pulling out a needle from the back of Hong Falcon's head. There was a small piece of metal at that location, which was the brain transformation alchemy component. Kalina also had this thing on her head. There was a small hole where the needle passed through, which was the connection point of the external jack. Sandpaper put the needle in a tray, then laid Hong Falcon flat, opened her eyes, and observed the situation inside the pupil. At the same time, he answered, "My perception ability is very strong, and my spirit is also very strong. If it can establish a spiritual connection with Boiling, it can obtain my perception through my spirit. At that time, it can see this world. Miss Qigong, Hong Falcon's memory has been tampered with, and I have no way to safely remove this brain transformation device. Do you have any ideas?" Luke came over and looked at the Red Falcon lying on the operating table. She lay quietly with her eyes closed, and the dust from the statue was still on her face and body. "I am not good at alchemy and mechanics, so I can only give you some advice. This kind of brain-affecting transformation device usually has a loyalty valve to ensure the loyalty of the person who receives the transformation. But the threshold of the loyalty valve varies from person to person. The confidential secretaries of the Secret Service are all brain-transformed people, because they all actively accept the transformation. So the function of the brain transformation device to suppress personal thoughts and memories will be reduced, and the function of ensuring loyalty can be strengthened. Moreover, if it is coerced, the brain transformation device will strengthen its ability to suppress personal thoughts and disrupt memory, and its ability to control loyalty will be reduced. Yomington's control over Falcon should be more about lies, plus the influence of some brain transformation devices. If you really have a deep sisterly relationship, you can be patient and defeat the lies with the truth." Sandpaper looked at the elf beside him. "How do you know the relationship between Falcon and me? I don't think I have ever told you." Luke smiled and said, "A blind person can see that your relationship is not ordinary. Be careful. She is about to wake up. You should think about how to prevent her from running away." Although Sandpaper was still a little suspicious of Luke, she also felt that Falcon was waking up from her coma. She took a reagent from the surgical tool tray and injected it into Hong Jian's shoulder, and then took out a collar from the accessories cabinet and put it on Hong Jian's neck. About 5 minutes later, Hong Jian woke up. She sat up suddenly, saw the sandpaper beside her, and punched it. But before her fist touched the sandpaper, the collar pulled her neck back. "Let me go!" Hong Jian threw a few more punches, but still didn't hit the sandpaper. "Hanny, look at me, Hanny," Sandpaper shouted loudly, trying to awaken the sister's memories. "I'm not Hanny. I'm Hong Jian. Let me go! Don't try to hurt my father. I will kill you all." Okay. I'll call you Red Falcon." Sandpaper compromised and said, "Can you calm down first and listen to my explanation? Give me a chance. Let me tell you the truth." Red Falcon raised her legs and kicked a few more times, but still couldn't touch Sandpaper. She struggled a little crazy and shouted, "Let me go! Let me go!" Red Falcon. Sandpaper patiently persuaded, "You can't break free. I know the composition of your alchemical bones, and I know how to make it unable to function. If you want to be free, stop and listen to me." Red Falcon finally stopped. She stared at Sandpaper, her red eyes as crystal clear as gems. Who are you? Sandpaper looked at the elf Qi-Kong, who moved a chair and sat behind him. This is Miss Qi-Kong. My name is Sandpaper. My real name is Alice. Sandpaper told Hunkui what they had experienced at that time. We didn't know when we would die, and we could only encourage each other to gain hope of living. We lived in fear every day, and could only snuggle together to get through the difficult time. Fortunately, my body developed resistance to the medicine he injected, which I just injected into you. If I didn't know who you were, I wouldn't have prepared the medicine in advance. What I can't forgive myself for is, I ran away after killing him. I abandoned you. I'm sorry for you. Hanny, please forgive me. Tears flowed from Sandpaper's eyes. She rushed forward and hugged Hongyun regardless of the danger, as if she would never be separated from her. Sandpaper's words made Hongyun's eyes dazed. She even instinctively wanted to hug Sandpaper, but her eyes became firm in an instant. She grabbed a sharp tweezer from the tool tray next to her and stabbed it at Sandpaper's neck. But her hand was grabbed by another hand. Luke pulled Sandpaper back, who was crying, and took the tweezers from Hongyun's hand. Then he said to Sandpaper, "Who is the he you keep talking about? Doesn't he have a name?" Chapter 149 Nightmare. Sandpaper stopped crying immediately and looked around in horror. No. His name cannot be said. Why can't you say it? Didn't you kill him? Why are you still so afraid of him that you dare not even say his name? He is immortal. Sandpaper's mind was stimulated and confused. No. He is dead. I killed him. The inspector also said he was dead. But I can still see him. He appears every day. At any time. He is here. Luke induced Sandpaper, who was a little dazed. Is he here? If he is, I will kill him. You? Can you kill him? He has completed the secret of eternal life. He is immortal. Sandpaper, you know my strength. I defeated Dean Wilred, destroyed the Tower of Wrath, and even killed the red dragon Nirkalin. Luke took out a dragon scale and put it in Sandpaper's hand. Can he be stronger than a red dragon? Are you stronger than Dean Wilred? I promise you. As long as he is here, I can kill him. If he resurrects, I will kill him again. If he resurrects 100 times, I will kill him 100 times. If he resurrects 10,000 times, I will kill him 10,000 times. Tell me his name. Sandpaper spread out his hand, which was a red scale much larger than his palm. It also emitted a scorching temperature, which burned his palm very painfully. This is a dragon scale. You killed a dragon. Yes, I killed a dragon. And now I'm going to kill another person. Tell me. Where is he? Tell me. His name. Sandpaper looked to one side of the room, pointed at the person standing there and said, "He's there. His name is Gray Farley." Sandpaper turned his head quickly after saying that, not daring to look over there. When Sandpaper said the name Gray Farley, the red falcon sitting on the operating table instantly stiffened. She looked in the direction of Sandpaper's finger, and it seemed that there was a figure standing there that made her whole body tremble. Gray Farley. Professor Gray Farley. Countless fragmented images flashed through Hong Jian's mind. She fell to the ground in fear and instinctively hid behind Sandpaper. No. Don't come over, please. At this moment, Hong Jian no longer looked like a cold fighting girl. She was as scared as a kitten that had just left its mother. Sandpaper was not much better. She half knelt and hugged Hong Jian, not even daring to open her eyes. Hong Jian also hugged her, and the two seemed to be back in that place full of fear. At this time, the temperature in the room dropped rapidly, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Okay. I have killed Gray Farley. It will take some time for him to revive, and he will not come to harass you in the short term. Hearing Qi-Kong's voice, Sandpaper glanced in that direction quietly. As expected, he was gone. Only the steel pipe with both ends cut off fell to the ground. Miss Qi-Kong killed him? Miss Qi-Kong, who is powerful enough to slay dragons, can certainly kill him, even if he will appear again. As long as Miss Qi-Kong is there, he will only be killed again. Sandpaper has never felt so relaxed as now, although reason lets her know what the truth is. Just like she can't overcome the psychological obstacles, she is willing to believe in her own imagination. She only needs to know, no matter what form he appears in, the powerful Miss Qi-Kong can defeat him. Sandpaper pulled Red Falcon up from the ground and said to Luke sincerely, "Thank you, Miss Clear Sky. It's just a small favor." "You're welcome." Luke knew that Sandpaper could not overcome the demons in her heart by her own will, so she could only use this method to help her relieve them and stimulate the poor girl. The fear of Grey Farley recorded in her bones could not be suppressed by the brain transformation device. Red Falcon was supported by Sandpaper and sat on the operating table. She covered her head with both hands and seemed to be in great pain. Sandpaper asked Luke worriedly, "What's wrong with her?" "She just remembered Grey, remembered that person." "Did she remember me too?" Luke replied, "Don't be so optimistic. Brain modification is a mature technology for the Imperial Alchemy Machinery Research Institute and the Extraordinary Biology Research Institute. It cannot be reversed in a few words. Her current situation is that the brain modification device suppresses the deep memories she remembered. I can tell you that part of her brain has been replaced with brain tissue cultivated by the Extraordinary. Even if you try hard to help her, Hanny will not be able to come back intact. Most of her is still Red Falcon." "Yes, I am Red Falcon." Red Falcon raised his head and returned to his previous cold state. "What did you do to me? Why am I missing part of my memory?" Sandpaper was about to explain, but Luke stopped her. "Let me explain." Luke turned to Red Falcon and said, "You should know what the piece of metal behind your head is. Yomington said that your brain was seriously injured, and the brain modification device allowed you to survive, but also made you lose your memory. We just awakened a memory of yours, but it was erased by the brain modification device. So you found that you were missing a small part of your memory. Do you think I will believe you? You want me to betray my father? Don't dream. This is impossible." Luke took a tin cup from the table next to him, used Aquarius to condense a cup of water, and handed it to Red Falcon, saying, "We never asked you to betray Yomington. If I want to kill him, I can do it myself. After all, he lives next door to you, and his strength is about the same as yours." Hong Kusuo stared at the elf in front of him and admitted that she was telling the truth. She easily controlled him. If she wanted to kill her adoptive father, there was no chance that he would survive. This elf is very strong. It is so strong that it is difficult for people to resist. Hong Kusuo took the water cup and took a sip. The sweetness and thirst made her drink the whole glass of water in one breath. "What do you want to do by bringing me here?" Luke said, "It's very simple. Just to recognize my relatives. No matter what problems you have with your memory. She is your sister. Just now we helped you recover some memories. And then this memory disappeared. This is a fact. You can feel it. It is not made up by us." Hong Sun tried hard to recall. "I did lose a small part of my memory. And I actually felt more familiar with the girl who was about the same age as me. I had never seen her before coming to Fury City. Is she really my sister? I forgot her because I lost my memory? I need to calm down." Hong Sun's mind was very confused. She wanted to recall, but there was always something stopping her. Luke comforted, "You really need to calm down. During this period, you better not go back. If Yomington knew that you were looking for your memory, he would definitely take you back to the Imperial capital and repair your memory. He may do this for your own good, but you also have the right to regain your memory. Look at your sister. You once depended on each other during the most difficult time, and that memory is worth cherishing." Chapter 150 Rotation between the present and the future. Hong Kusuo fell into thought. Yomington's order to her was not to leave at will, but her curiosity about the lost memory made her hesitate in the face of this order. "Can you really make me remember the past?" Luke replied, "This is not guaranteed. If you want to regain your memory, it depends on your will to resist the brain transformation device. You can also entrust the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau to find your life information and understand the truth of the matter." After a period of consideration, Hong Kusuo replied, "Okay. I will stay here. But you must promise not to hurt my father." "I promise." Luke readily agreed in the identity of Qi Kong. "Now my work is done. We will have a chance to cooperate again. Bye." And Sandpaper said in a very dependent manner, "Miss Qi Kong, when he appears again, can I come to find you?" Of course. Luke knew that Sandpaper was talking about Grey Farley, so he gave her an address. "If you have something to find me, come here and turn on all the lights in the house. I will come to find you when I see it. Remember, if it is not important, don't go to that place." Sandpaper happily took the note. "Thank you, Miss Qi Kong. I won't bother you too. Bye." Luke and Qi Kong met in the secret room by the Lime River. Qi Kong took out the mysterious props that would be used to release the secret arts from the space backpack, as well as gold and several bundles of cash. Another important reason why the secret arts cannot be popularized is, it costs too much money. There are only 5 people in the secret arts department, and each class needs to consume mysterious props worth thousands of imperial marks. In the future, learning more advanced secret arts may cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. The Thunder Fire Eye that Luke got for himself. The value of just one Thunder Tower is hundreds of millions. Fortunately, the Abyss Temple was framed. Otherwise Qi Kong would have to be sold to lose money. But this kind of good thing is not always available. And most of the mysterious props still need to be sold for money. Even some rare props require not only money, but also channels and connections. This is one of the reasons why Luke took the risk to run a rabbit nest in Fury City. Fury City connects the world, can make money, and has a wide range of channels. Collecting mysterious props here is much faster than searching one by one in the north and south. The secret words that Luke wants to release this time are, rotating between the present and the future. Subject, the golden door in the cracks of time. As a mysterious prop, the golden door needs to be made by hand. And Luke prepared about 1 ton of gold for this. First melt the gold, use a mold to cast it into a door, and then use the dragon tooth to carve the corresponding array on the door. Making the golden door is very simple. The next step is to put it into the crack of time and transform it into a mysterious prop that can be used to release the secret technique. This requires Luke to control 2 bodies at the same time to cooperate. Qi Kong releases the time skill of the wings of time and space on one wall of the secret room, and a layer of rippling film is attached to a large area of the wall. In the shaking of the film, you can see the appearance of the wall when the secret room was first built, and you can also see the decayed appearance of the wall in the future. The appearance of the wall in different time periods is presented in fragments. Of course, this is just a mirror image, not the real past and future, but the deduction of time on this wall without adding external interference. Predicting the future and reproducing the past are not what Qi Kong can do with his current energy. Qi Kong faced the wall and stretched out his hand to maintain a stable output of energy. On the side, Luke stood up the golden door against the wall and slowly pushed it towards the center of the time energy. When the golden door entered the range of the time energy, the mirror fragments in the threshold became consistent. The stability of gold makes the golden door on the time axis spanning 100 years before and after the same state. Time cannot leave a mark on gold. When Luke pushed the golden door into the time energy irradiation area, the circular array he engraved on the door began to rotate. It rotated clockwise at first, and the closer it was to the center, the slower the rotation speed. When the array turns into a reversal, it means that it has been pushed too far and needs to be pulled back a little. Only when the array does not move at all can it be considered to be in the right position. And there cannot be any mistakes. Luke controls 2 bodies at the same time. Qi Kong opens the ice crystal eye to closely watch the changes in the array, while the main body pushes the golden door to adjust left and right. This is a very patient job, because the slight difference here is a few days on the timeline, and the quality of the mysterious props made is very different. In order to complete a perfect secret language, the preliminary preparations must be as perfect as possible. After more than an hour of fine-tuning, in Qi Kong's eyes, the golden door was finally placed in the most appropriate position. The time energy irradiates with more power, and the different patterns in the magic circle on the golden door rotate in different directions and speeds, and finally combine into a clock pattern with only one pointer. The pointer points to the direction of 12 o'clock. Qi Kong cancels the irradiation of time energy, and the golden door merges with the wall without a connecting gap. The golden door in the gap of time is made and placed. Luke controls Qi Kong to take the mysterious props purchased from the Whisperer store and other channels to lay out the secret language. Hourglass, land boundary monument, 10 pencil heads, amberstone, branches of a century-old tree, dream crystal. The Book of Disaster replaces the dream crystal, saves some money. These mysterious props formed a circle, and Qi Kong stood in the middle of the circle, facing the golden door integrated into the wall. Luke placed the gold coupons with a total face value of 10,000 in front of the golden door, then exited the secret language formation and stood in a safer position. His mind was focused on Qi Kong. This secret technique is somewhat dangerous and must be handled with caution. Secret language. Rotate between the present and the future. Players can obtain items randomly from the future by laying out the secret language and sacrificing a large number of gold coupons. The more gold coupons sacrificed, the greater the chance of randomly obtaining good items. And the minimum gold coupon is 10,000. Qing Kong's elemental fusion reactor heart was obtained from the future through this secret technique. This time, Luke gathered all the gold coupons he could collect and prepared to make a big bet in this golden door leading to the future. Even if he didn't expect to get lucky and get an item of the level of an element fusion reactor, it would not be a loss to get a steam engine of the future. If he got a salted fish from 100 years later, how could he have such a depressing idea before the bet started? Take a chance, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. The door is ready. Open! Qi Kong, who stood in the center of the secret language, activated the secret. Around her, the auxiliary words that made up the secret language disappeared one by one. In front of her, the golden door rotated from the middle, and there was a black hole inside without any light coming out. As the golden door rotated, the gold coupons on the ground flew up layer by layer, and were sucked into the black hole behind the door from the right side. In an instant, there was not a single one left. The door continued to rotate, and closed after turning 180 degrees. The golden door disappeared, and the wall of the secret room returned to its original state. Then, there was an egg under the corner of the wall, which looked like a quail egg. Play with me. A ton of gold. 10,000 gold coupons. And those mysterious props as auxiliary words. I gave them all to you. And you gave me an egg. Nonsense. Luke controlled the clear sky to walk over, squatted down and picked up the egg. It looked like a quail egg in size and pattern, but under the identification of Qing Kong's ice crystal eye, Luke found that it was an egg. But what kind of egg? Although the pattern on the egg looked like a quail egg, those patterns were obviously spell-like patterns. This was not an ordinary egg. Luke's frustrated heart rekindled hope. He took the egg from Qing Kong, held it in both hands, and sat down at the workbench. He turned on the desk lamp, took out the magnifying glass, and turned on the thunder fire eye to observe the spell on the egg. At the same time, he called up the database in the consciousness mobile phone and compared the egg and the spell in the massive graphic files. However, until dawn, Luke still couldn't identify what the egg was. It shouldn't be an egg laid by creatures in the known world. Players have never obtained similar eggs through the rotation secrets of the present and the future. This is a headache. Did I make a profit? Or did I lose money? I don't know. I just want to hatch it. But I don't know how to hatch it. This kind of strange species is not like chickens, where hens can hatch chicks by sitting on it for a few days. Just when Luke was holding the egg at a loss, the dragon snake on the back of his hand emerged. The dragon head gently touched the egg, and then opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow it. Do you want to eat? In response to Luke's inquiry, the dragon snake nodded. Then eat it. The dragon snake had never asked for food on its own initiative, but this time it was attracted by the egg and came out on its own initiative. There must be a reason. Since I don't know how to deal with this egg, it's better to let the dragon snake try it instead of letting it go bad after being left for a long time. With Luke's permission, the dragon snake opened its mouth and swallowed the whole egg in one bite. Then it climbed down from the back of Luke's hand and coiled up on the workbench. Its head was buried under its wings. Chapter 151 Ancient Civilization. The orange-red fire burned from the dragon snake, giving Luke the feeling that it was making an elixir. After waiting for about an hour, the fire did not change at all, and the dragon snake seemed to be asleep. Luke had never seen such a phenomenon before, and there was nothing he could do but wait. He looked at his pocket watch. It was time to go to work. But Inspector Ben decided to skip work. Luke let his main body guard the burning dragon snake on the table in the secret room, and his main consciousness controlled the spirit Qi Kong to leave and enter the Ulu Academy in the subspace. It was the early morning of the City of Rage, and the Ulu Academy had just entered the night. The Academy buildings were strange and magnificent in the night, and the magic lights lit up everywhere added a layer of magic color to the place. The Ulu battle mages strengthened the defense of the Academy. Warning devices can be seen everywhere, as well as patrolling Abyss leopards. The Ulu Academy has encountered several invasions by the Abyss mages, all of which were repelled, and the Academy also suffered some losses. However, these invasions were more like tests. Dean Wilred could feel that the Abyss Temple must be planning a large-scale attack against the Ulu Academy, especially after publicly admitting that the elf Qi Kong was hired as the magic professor of the Academy. The frequency of invasions by the Abyss mages increased. When Luke came to the Dean's office, Dean Wilred was still working. Teacher. Luke came in and called softly. Wilred saw his disciple and pointed to the chair opposite him and said, Sit down. I didn't see you during the day, But you came at night. Is there something important? After Luke sat down, the little monkey poured her a cup of tea. Luke gave the little monkey a candy, and then said to Wilred, I think I can find where the Abyss Master is hiding soon. Dean Wilred was very happy to hear the news. Very good. Very good. These Abyss Masters have a huge impact on the college. Many outdoor practice courses have to be cut or cancelled. Find them, and you can take the initiative to launch an offensive. What preparations do you need the Academy to make? Don't let too many people know before taking action. Everything will be planned in detail after Viscount Iskalin finds them. Luke told Dean Wilred about his meeting with Mrs. Michelle. After learning that the Abyss Temple had the support of the Duke of Celtic, Wilred was also surprised and asked, Are you sure that the headquarters of the Abyss Temple is in the Tadega Hills? This is the information given by the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau, and it is likely to be true. Teacher, as for the group of Abyss Mages in the City of Rage, as long as they are found, the Ulu Academy can easily eliminate them. But facing the Abyss Temple, which is supported by a Duke, we must be prepared for a long-term battle. Mrs. Michelle proposed to set up a combat mage department in the city government hall, which means that the college has a standing military force. Wilred thought seriously about Mrs. Michelle's proposal. In the end, he refused as Luke expected. Staying away from politics is the principle that Ulu College has adhered to since its establishment. The Abyss Temple is the enemy of the college, but it is not the whole of the college. If we set up a combat mage department in the city government hall, many things will not be under our control. Please reject Mrs. Michelle's kindness on my behalf. Ulu College will still strengthen technical and commercial cooperation with Michelle Laboratory. Luke replied, I will convey your words to Mrs. Michelle. It's just that the Abyss Temple will be a major threat to the Academy for a long time in the future, and it is very likely to evolve into a protracted war. You need to prepare early. The Academy will increase its investment in military strength. Wilred nodded in approval, and then asked, You have missed a lot of classes. Do you have any questions? I can answer them for you now. Facing Wilred, Luke suddenly thought of the egg from the future. This old dean is nearly 200 years old, and he is really knowledgeable. Can you see something? Teacher, I saw a special set of spells recently. I have looked for a lot of information, but I can't figure out its origin. Can you help me analyze it? Luke picked up a pen and paper from the table, and copied out a spell based on the pattern on the egg. Then he gave it to Wilred. Dean Wilred only took a glance at it, and his entire mind was focused on this spell. Where did you see this spell? In a book. Wilred knew that his secret disciple was unwilling to say it, but he still expressed his opinion. The text that makes up this spell is the ancient Shining Gold language, and you should know the Shining Gold civilization. Luke is still very clear about the background of this game. No. Shining Gold civilization, Angel civilization, Shadow civilization, Purgatory civilization, and Dragon civilization are the 5 ancient civilizations that have continued to this day. The gold and silver certificates that are now used in the world are issued by the Shuojin civilization. I know some of the Shuojin characters, but these spells seem to have nothing to do with the Shuojin characters. Wilred replied, This is the ancient Shuojin language, which is very different from the secular Shuojin language now. I am afraid that most Shuojin people cannot recognize these characters. I can't recognize all of them either. I can only roughly guess. This is a sealing spell. The original individuals of these ancient civilizations were very powerful, and they are the gods we know. And these ancient characters are the phonetic notations of pure energy by those powerful individuals. The energy that can be mobilized by a combination of spells is unimaginable to us now. As Dean Wilred told the story, Luke also recalled the background of the era. The 5 ancient civilizations of Shining Gold, Angel, Shadow, Purgatory, and Dragon led the world into the first civilization era. All races and countries in the world now develop based on these 5 ancient civilizations. But like most game settings, wars broke out between these 5 civilizations and destroyed the foundation of civilization. Now these 5 civilizations, strictly speaking, are 5 powerful races that continue the afterglow of the 5 ancient civilizations. They either integrate into the secular world or open up independent spaces to avoid the world. And they no longer have the glory they once had. The time point when the era game is opened is when civilization and technology explode again, and the world enters a new peak era. As for the origin of the egg, Luke realized that his inquiries were all focused on the future items that players won by lottery, and ignored the ancient relics. But rotation of the present and the future is not to draw future items. How come an ancient egg was drawn out? This is the second time that the secret technique has an abnormal situation. The last time was to destroy the Thunder Tower. And this time, it was a direct timeline flip. Chapter 152 Mutation. Teacher, can you tell what this spell is used to seal? Wilred shook his head helplessly. The writing of ancient civilizations includes shapes, pronunciations, and spiritual perceptions. I can't even recognize these articles. So it's impossible to tell what it is used to seal. If you can find a scholar of the shining gold, maybe he can interpret part of it for you. What I want to remind you is, if you get something sealed by this spell, don't try to unseal it easily. I can see that this spell is just a fragment. And the thing that requires the ancient shining gold civilization to spend a lot of effort to seal is definitely an extremely difficult guy. Luke also felt that it was a bit reckless to let the dragon snake eat the egg. However, such a powerful seal should not be broken by such a small dragon snake. In response to Wilred's reminder, Luke replied, "Please rest assured. I know what to do. I have a few questions about the secret arts, and I hope to get your answers." Wilred didn't know how much of his words this disciple would listen to, since she was so confident in dealing with it. He couldn't persuade her anymore. The two began to teach. In the secret room on the other side, Luke's body continued to guard the dragon snake on the table. He was now able to control the two bodies more and more freely, especially after obtaining the Thunder Fire Eye. The sudden increase in mental power allowed him to control the two bodies to do different things. This seems to be a new function of the Thunder Fire Eye. If necessary, he can make the main body and Qigong appear at the same time. A bit like a shadow clone? One Luke, one Qigong, the same soul. After his thoughts diverged slightly, and then gathered again, the dragon snake on the table finally changed. The rising orange-red flames turned into light purple, and the scales on the body became more crystal clear after being smelted by the fierce fire. The red dragon scales gave off a gem-like color. At the same time, its length shortened, its body became thicker, and its limbs became stronger. The waves of dragon power emanated, making Luke feel like he was facing the red dragon Nirgalon. Is he going to become a dragon? The secret technique of generating dragon snakes was named Tautai by players, because whatever this thing eats can gain power. This guy swallowed the egg and turned into this appearance. Could it be that the egg is related to the ancient dragon civilization? Is it a dragon egg? It is a little bit small. Now I can only wait patiently and see what kind of surprise it will bring me in the end. The dragon snake is still changing at a very slow speed, and golden flames appear in the light purple flames. The edge of the red dragon scales turned into gold, as if it was inlaid with a layer of gold edges, making the whole dragon majestic and magnificent. At this time, it can no longer be called a dragon snake, except that its body is slightly longer than a real dragon. It can no longer look like a snake. It should have a formal name. Since the secret technique that created you is called Tautai, you should be called Tautai. Whether you can evolve into a divine beast or not, you should first take a name for a divine beast, as if it was in harmony with Luke's heart. After Luke decided on the name of Tautai, the blazing flame quickly entered the body of Tautai. It stretched its head out from under its wings, its eyes like gold, and it was majestic without anger. It stood up and shook its body, then jumped up and spread its wings, gliding and clinging to the back of Luke's hand and arm. Then it began to sink into the skin from the tail to the head, and the whole dragon body turned into a tattoo on the arm. Is this the end? Just when Luke felt that it was a bit anticlimactic, a huge energy suddenly burst out from his right hand. This energy instantly filled his whole body. Muscles swelled, heartbeat quickened, hair stood up, pores opened. The abundant energy overflowed outwards, creating a hurricane in the secret room, blowing everything to pieces. In Luke's ears, an ethereal voice sounded. He didn't understand, but the voice kept repeating it. At the same time, Luke saw the egg in his consciousness. It was still in the belly of the Tautai, and the originally dim spell runes became brighter. A trace of energy was seeping out from the surface of the eggshell, and then absorbed by the Tautai. This energy was then transmitted into his body by the Tautai. Luke could feel that this strange and majestic energy was transforming his body, like a marrow cleansing and bone cutting. Around him, the scene of the troll sacrifice appeared again. They beat waste drums and sang ancient ballads. Luke found that the simple tunes sung by these trolls were somewhat similar to the ethereal voice that just rang in his ears. Trolls, trolls. Luke endured the pain brought by the changes in his body, and searched for information about trolls in his mobile phone in his consciousness. Trolls are a race older than all the mainstream races now. They formed their own tribal civilization when the 5 ancient civilizations appeared. Trolls witnessed the rise, peak and decline of the 5 ancient civilizations. It can be said that they are a fossil race that has continued from ancient times to the present. Trolls can gain power from the songs passed down through sacrifice. Just now, Dean Wilred said, ancient language is the phonetic notation of pure energy by powerful individuals, including the shape of characters, pronunciation and spiritual perception. What I just heard was ancient language. Who is talking to me? Luke's spirit touched the egg in the dragon's belly, and the voice sounded again. No matter what you said, I don't understand. The voice stopped. The impact of energy on Luke gradually stopped. The whole secret room was in a mess. Luke exhaled a long breath. This secret technique is really thrilling. After recovering a little strength, Luke simply cleaned up here and returned to his dormitory. When he arrived at his office after eating a little, Kalina hurried to report. Inspector, Mr. Yomington came this morning. He asked to see you, but you were not there. He just left and said he would come again in the afternoon. Luke took off his hat and coat, and his strong muscles pushed out a bulge in his ill-fitting shirt. After sitting down, he asked Kalina, Did Yomington ask me for something? Kalina quickly turned her eyes away from Luke. Oh, he said. He said he wanted to discuss the case of Senator Virgil with you. Inspector, he has a letter of appointment from the cabinet to supervise the investigation of Senator Virgil's case. Supervisor, just watching from the side. We let him watch whatever we want him to watch, so he can be dealt with easily. Kalina said, Inspector, you are right. But Mr. Yomington was sent by the cabinet. If we are too perfunctory, we may cause trouble for Her Royal Highness the Princess. Just do as I say. This little trouble is not a big deal for Her Royal Highness the Princess. If Yomington comes again in the afternoon, you continue to say that I will not come again. If he wants to see Virgil, just say that he will wait until I come back. Yes, Inspector. Send someone to notify Mrs. Tasha to come to me. Yes, Inspector. Chapter 153 The Kidnapped Caesar. Inside the Assassin's Tavern, Viscount Iskelin drank alone and waited for news. Recalling the meeting with Yomington yesterday, it was obvious that the situation in the City of Raging Waves made the Prime Minister nervous. The Brotherhood and the Princess joined forces to break the alliance of the new nobles, and they were 2 nails inserted into the city. Yomington had already issued a warning. What made Viscount Iskelin even more uneasy about this warning was the relationship between the Duke of Celtic and the Temple of the Abyss, and the relationship between the Brotherhood and the royal family. He had a feeling that the contradictions between the various parties in the Empire had reached a critical point and could erupt at any time. A civil war seemed inevitable. Where should I stand? Viscount Iskelin drank wine until the evening, thinking about the family's way out. My lord. Lizardman Billy came over and whispered to Iskelin, Is the tavern open tonight? Close it. I'm waiting for an important message. Yes, sir. When Billy was about to return to the bar, Viscount Iskelin called him. How much information about smuggling have you collected? Lizardman Billy answered respectfully, reporting to the Lord. Since Inspector Meteor has arrested many officials recently, some people who are afraid of absconding have been arrested by us. We have collected a lot of evidence of smuggling by officials and merchants at all levels in Nuteo City, which will be delivered to you later. Sir, these evidences can reshuffle the entire Nuteo City. Nuteo City will not reshuffle, and cannot reshuffle. I am going to the Imperial capital to meet His Majesty. You should prepare as much evidence as possible. Yes, sir. At this time, a man covered in a cloak appeared in the tavern. Sir, I found it. Shiza sat in his director's car, driving on the streets shrouded in the night. From the Zeta City area to the Central City area, even the difference in lighting is so obvious. No wonder everyone in Nuteo City wants to live in the Central City. It's a completely different experience. Just now, Caesar had a party with his former colleagues and friends in the Zeta District Security Bureau. This was requested by Mrs. Michelle. She saw the difficulty she faced in the Central City Security Bureau, so she thought about transferring the sheriffs of Zeta District to the Central City, and she could choose the personnel at will. The colleagues and friends who attended the party were very happy. Tomorrow, they will report to the Central City Security Bureau. On the way back, Caesar was in a very good mood. The drunkenness reminded him of Chi Kong again. It must be that when Miss Chi Kong came to visit me, she saw that my work was not going well, So she asked Mrs. Michelle to transfer some sheriffs from Zeta District to help. She is so kind, helping others silently without asking for anything in return. If it weren't for Mrs. Michelle, I'm afraid the citizens of Raging Waves City would still not know that Miss Chi Kong has saved the city so many times. Just like she saved me. She only left a smile and turned away. At this time, the car stopped suddenly, without waiting for Caesar to ask. The driver said in a panic, "Director, there is a cloud of black smoke blocking the road ahead." "It's coming." "What?" Before Caesar could look forward, the entire car was covered by black smoke. The driver screamed, and then there was no sound. And then a very polite voice echoed, "Excuse me, are you Director Caesar of the Central City Public Security Bureau?" Size, who was trapped in the black smoke, pulled out a dagger and stabbed it in the direction of the sound. The tip of the dagger flashed a light spot, illuminating a faint figure in the black smoke. The dagger stabbed the other party, but Size felt a pain in his ribs. Looking down, how did the dagger stab him? "Who are you?" Size asked loudly. "Answer my question first. I am the person you are looking for." "Who are you?" "I, insignificant. There is a distinguished person who wants to see you." The black smoke dissipated, and the car stopped in the middle of the road. The driver lay on the seat with a horrible death, and Size disappeared. When Luke arrived, the street had been blocked, and the sheriffs knocked on the doors of nearby residents, looking for clues about the attack and disappearance of Director Caesar. Under the night sky, the street lights illuminated the black car, and Mrs. Michelle stood on the roadside with a very solemn look. Luke came to Mrs. Michelle, saluted and asked, "Do you know who did it?" Mrs. Michelle nodded and saluted, and replied, "I don't know, but I think it should be done by the Abyss Mage. They may want to ask Caesar about the whereabouts of Chi Kong. I should have arranged some protection measures for him earlier." Luke asked worriedly, "Does Caesar know our plan?" "I didn't tell him. I just asked him to find some police stations in the West Tower District to transfer to the Central District Police Station. I didn't expect that something would happen so soon." Mrs. Michelle's tone was very annoyed. She had finally chosen an agent, but he was captured just like that. If something happened to Caesar, the chief of the Central City Public Security Bureau would be someone else. Luke comforted him. Since the Abyss Mage captured Caesar to find Chi Kong, he should not kill him easily. "We will rescue him, I hope," Mrs. Michelle sighed. At this time, a spy came over. "Inspector, Viscount Iskelin is here. He is in the carriage over there." Luke saw the carriage parked on the side of the road not far away. "Madam, Viscount Iskelin should have some news. Let's go and listen together." "Okay, please, Inspector." Although she was impatient, Mrs. Michelle still maintained the demeanor of a noble. She glanced at the car in the middle of the road, and then followed Luke to Viscount Iskelin's carriage. In the car, there was not only Viscount Iskelin, but also Councillor Iber. Luke and Mrs. Michelle sat down. The door was closed, and the Viscount's servants and Imperial spies surrounded the car facing outward. Councillor Iber said first, "The Viscount was just discussing business with me, and I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Someone dared to kidnap Director Caesar, which simply showed that they didn't take the Government Affairs Office and the Parliament of Nuteo City seriously. Whoever did it must be severely punished if he is caught." Luke looked at the two people sitting opposite him and asked, "I'm curious about what business you are talking about." Just as Councillor Eibel was about to answer, Viscount Iskelin said first, "Let me explain. My people found the hiding place of the Abyss Mage. They live in a house owned by Councillor Eibel." Hearing that the Abyss Mage lived in a property owned by him, Councillor Eibel suddenly became nervous. "Sir Viscount, please don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with the Abyss Mage. Your people must have made a mistake." The three of them looked at Viscount Iskelin, waiting for his explanation. Iskelin smiled. "Don't be nervous. I'm talking business with Councillor Eibel just to make sure he's involved. The fact is that the Councillor has too many properties, and he doesn't even know how many houses he owns in the City of Rage. These Abyss Mages live in the Councillor's house. As long as we find a few people to disguise as the Councillor's servants, we can keep the Sheriff and Imperial spies out." Councillor Eibel quickly said, Yes. I don't usually go to see those houses, and I don't have the energy to check them these days. Those houses are taken care of by the servants who stayed behind. The Abyss Mages must have killed my servants and moved in without my permission." Councillor Eibel's suspicion was eliminated. And then the discussion was about how to surround and eliminate this group of Abyss mages. But Mrs. Michelle said in the middle, the Abyss mages captured Caesar to ask about Qingkong's whereabouts. If we arrange for Qingkong to meet with the Viscount, will they kill Caesar? Viscount Iskelin said, Madam, I just found the hiding place of the Abyss mages. But I can't be sure that all the Abyss mages are inside. Only if Qingkong shows up can the Abyss mages gather as much as possible. Caesar can only rely on his own luck. Is there no other way? Mrs. Michelle was very unwilling to give up Caesar. Iskelin looked at Luke, hoping he could persuade Mrs. Michelle. Luke said, I think we should do our best to rescue Caesar. Iskelin said, he is just a small character. Luke pulled the curtains open a little and said to Iskelin, did you see the sheriff outside? Do you think they are anxious to get Caesar back now? The whole city of Raging Waves knows that Caesar was raised by us. And they are all watching how we will deal with this matter. You all know how many vacancies there are in the administrative department of Raging Waves after the Virgil incident. And how many people want to fill them. We are intruders in the old system of Raging Waves. And the advantages we created are disappearing with the arrival of Yamington. If we can't even do our best to rescue Caesar, who will be willing to work for us? Luke's words made the three people think of the deeper meaning after Caesar was captured. With the arrival of Yomington, the original forces of the City of Rage, which have the backbone, are gathering strength again. If Caesar dies at this time, the impact on this group will not be the death of a small figure. Viscount Iskelin was convinced. What should we do? Luke said, you go to the special envoy of the Duke of Celtic. Just say that Caesar was kidnapped by unknown persons. And the time you agreed to meet with Qingkong can only be postponed. Caesar was kidnapped. Which means that these Abyss mages are not controlled by the special envoy. Expressing Qingkong's attention to Caesar can ensure that he will not be killed in a short time. Viscount Iskelin nodded. I know what to do. Luke then said to Mrs. Michelle, contact Qingkong immediately and ask the battle mages of Ulu College to prepare. When will the sheriff contacted by Caesar arrive? They will arrive tomorrow morning. Madam, please wait for them at the Central Security Bureau. When they arrive, let them all go to the streets around the hidden house of the Abyss Mage to set up defenses. Clearing the streets will allow the Ulu battle mages to teleport directly and form a siege on this house in the shortest time. Then we will attack the Abyss Mage in the house and get in as quickly as possible. There is a high chance that we can rescue Caesar. It will take time to contact Qingkong and notify Ulu battle mage to prepare for the battle. It will be very fast for all the personnel to be in place tomorrow morning. Mrs. Michelle said, thank you, Inspector. I will contact Qingkong now. After Mrs. Michelle got off the car, Counselor Burr asked, what should I do? Luke thought for a while and said, you can bring the newspaper reporters to the scene tomorrow morning and let them see with their own eyes our joint battle to encircle and suppress the Abyss Mage. Maybe you can also give a speech. Your speaking ability is very good, and we need you to be the spokesperson for our team. In response to Luke's praise, Counselor Eibel adjusted his hat and appearance. The last speech in front of the government hall building really made me discover my talent in speaking. I will prepare the speech for tomorrow when I go back. And I will also bring a magic painter to print the battle clips in the newspaper under my name. Although this will increase the cost of the newspaper, it will definitely bring unprecedented sales to my newspaper. I will go back and think about adding those advertisements to the newspaper. Goodbye. Member Eibel's business talent made him keenly smell the business opportunity. The Olu Battle Mage versus the Abyss Mage. A love-hate relationship spanning 100 years. Justice against evil. This exclusive live news will definitely bring him immeasurable wealth. A large number of money-making plans came out of Member Eibel's head, making him eager to leave. Only Luke and Viscount Iskelin were left in the carriage. The spacious carriage allowed Viscount Iskelin to adjust his sitting position, and then said to Luke, Yomington came to me. He warned me and asked me to withdraw. Obviously you refused. Yes. After taking that step, I have no way out. He should have come to you. How did you answer him? Luke smiled and said, I haven't given him a chance to warn me yet. I don't plan to see him until the Abyss Mages are dealt with. Tomorrow is our battle to establish our prestige. The joint efforts of the Iskelin family, the Central City Public Security Bureau, the Ulu College, and the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau are enough to let the people of Raging Waves City know as well. Ulu College does not participate in politics. The Qingkong is a magic professor at Ulu College. Tomorrow she will lead the Ulu Battle Mages to encircle and suppress the Abyss Mages. She will kill them all. Ulu College does not participate in politics. But Ulu College affects Raging Waves City all the time. No one knows how many people in this city graduated from Ulu College. And how many people have scientific research and business cooperation with Ulu College. No one dares to ignore any action of Ulu College. Especially the elf Chi Kong. Speaking of the elf Chi Kong, this Count Isklin showed a regretful expression. The thing I regret most in my life is that I had a chance to meet Chi Kong. But I didn't cherish it. I regretted it when I found out her true strength. Luke asked in a mysterious way, what if I could give you another chance? I will definitely throw away the damned reserve of the nobles, and let Chi Kong feel my sincerity. Why do you ask this? Luke shrugged, nothing. I suddenly wanted to ask. And I am also very curious about the elf Chi Kong. Chapter 154 Joint Action. Shiza felt that he should be tied to a cold iron chair. He was wearing a hood on his head. And his eyes were dark. The linen inside the hood stuck to his cheeks. Sticky and greasy. And the smell of rotten blood kept drilling into his nose. It was very familiar. But the criminals caught by him sat in this position before. What is this place? Who caught me? Shiza felt a sharp pain coming from the place where he was stabbed by the dagger. And someone was holding the dagger and pushing it hard. He could clearly feel the tip of the dagger piercing his internal organs layer by layer. Very slowly. The pain rushed along the spine to the brain. Like being bitten by countless ants on the wound. Waves after waves made it impossible to faint. After an unknown amount of time, the man relaxed a little. The interrogation began. Where is the elf Chi Kong? I don't know. Shiza blurted out without any consideration. The pain started again. This time Shiza found that after experiencing the long pain just now, it didn't seem so unbearable to suffer this kind of punishment again. Where is the elf Chi Kong? I don't know. Shiza still gave the same answer. He would not betray Chi Kong. Even if he knew where she was. He would not tell these people. There was pressure in the abdomen again. But someone stopped him. Too much blood will flow. He will die. If he dies, nothing can be asked. Shiza felt the dagger being pulled out. And someone used magic to stop his bleeding. Then he heard the conversation between the two people. Do you have any way to make him talk? No. And he was captured by the apostle. If you kill him, the apostle will kill both of us. Why didn't you say it just now? I almost killed him. You didn't ask. But tortured him right away. I was very timely to dissuade you. You, tell me. What do you want? I heard you have a wailing blood bead. Hey. Don't be too greedy. Just as the two were bargaining, someone else shouted outside, Apostle. The man who asked for the wailing blood pearl smiled and said, Think it over. Here you are. Sooner or later you will be punished for your greed. That's for the future. Sir Harriman. This man is Caesar, the chief of the Central City Police Department. Take off his hood. Yes, sir. The hood was taken off violently, and Caesar's mind was distracted by the blood loss. But he still saw the environment he was in clearly. This was a basement with many strange patterns painted on the walls, and some human-shaped shadows. Caesar's knowledge allowed him to see that those human-shaped shadows were not painted, but were the projection of the souls of real living people in this world after the blood sacrifice. Abyss Temple. Shiza looked at the man standing in front of him. He was wearing a proper suit. If you didn't look at his face, he looked like a distinguished celebrity. There were several people standing in the room. They were wearing some kind of sacrificial robes and exaggeratedly high-pointed hats. Abyss Apostle Harriman looked at Shiza with his glowing red eyes, exuding an aura that could inspire fear in people's hearts. You guessed it right. We belong to the Abyss Temple. I invited Director Shiza to come here this time just to ask you one thing. Shiza felt that he was being watched by an abyss that was bottomless. And all kinds of negative emotions surged up. Fear and terror were infinitely magnified by some kind of power. This tearing of the soul was 100 times, 1,000 times more painful than being stabbed just now. Caesar clenched his fists and used all his strength to resist this mental shock. I know what you want to ask. I won't betray Miss Chi Kong. Kill me. Caesar's resistance ability was beyond Harriman's imagination. Not everyone could remain rational when being stared at by the abyss. Your little power is just an ant in front of me. The fact that you are still alive now is my gift to you. Tell me what I want to know, and I will give you a decent death. Otherwise, I will throw your soul into the abyss, and you will be tortured by fear and pain forever. Then try it. Caesar mustered up all his courage and stared at Harriman. His spirit was like a candle in a hurricane, which could be extinguished at any time. I'll give you one last chance. To tell you the truth, You are not our only choice. Without you, we can still find the clear sky. I won't tell you a word. Caesar's tough response angered Harriman. When he was about to use some more means to make Caesar surrender, someone entered the room. Sir Harriman. The Duke's envoy sent a message. What did he say? Harriman's tone was full of arrogance and contempt for the envoy. And he didn't seem to be afraid that these secrets would be heard by Caesar. In his eyes, Caesar's final fate was to be sacrificed. Viscount Iskelin's meeting with the elf Chi Kong was postponed because Caesar was kidnapped. Now Chi Kong is looking for him all over the city. The envoy was very angry and asked you to meet him. What qualifications does he have for me to meet him? Harriman said angrily, a barbarian. Just arrived in the city of raging waves, and he is pointing fingers at me. If it weren't for Lord Celtic's face, I would have thrown him into the abyss long ago. Sir, the envoy's servants are still waiting for your reply. Tell Erguia that he doesn't have to worry about what we do in the Abyss Temple. Yes, sir. After his subordinates left, Harriman looked at Caesar again, with a smile on his face. I didn't expect that a weak person like you would be so valued by the elf Chi Kong. I wonder if you are worthy of a book of disaster in her eyes. When Caesar heard that Chi Kong was looking for him all over the city, his blood boiled instantly, and his fear of the abyss was swept away. Miss Chi Kong's love for the world never values power. She will find you, and let you prisoners, who can only hide in the hole, like my see what is good like sunshine. The darkest abyss will be illuminated by light, and you will all be purified. Caesar cursed very enthusiastically. Harriman wanted to slap him to death, but he knew Caesar was asking for death by cursing like this. Harriman laughed in anger. Caesar, you will soon know. Here, death is a luxury. Number 102 Organ Street is a small U-shaped building. Its owner is Councillor Eibel, one of the many properties invested by this well-known rich man in the city of raging waves. In the early morning, residents of Organ Street noticed that there were more sheriffs on the road. They appeared from different directions, stopped vehicles and pedestrians, and drove them to the shops and houses on the street. Then these sheriffs quickly set up roadblocks and pulled up a blockade around the small building at number 102 Organ Street. Just when the residents around didn't know what these sheriffs were doing, an unforgettable event began. On the cleared streets, dense space ripples rippled, and a large number of magicians wearing Ulu Academy wizard robes instantly appeared around the small building. These magicians held long-handled magic wands, stood facing the small building at intervals of 3 meters, and stuck their magic wands into the ground together. The chanting began, and magic barriers unfolded one after another. These magic barriers combined into a protective shield, covering the entire building. The space turbulence caused by space teleportation did not stop. On the inside of the protective shield, abyss leopards walked out holding armed shields and short spears. They didn't stop at all. Their excellent jumping ability allowed them to take a step of 5 or 6 meters. An abyss leopard smashed through the windows and rushed in. A fierce battle began. Some abyss leopards were thrown out as soon as they entered the window. More were thrown out of the window by the impact of the battle. The explosion splashed broken bricks and stones out. The transmission continued, and the Ulu Battle Wizard appeared. Unlike the teachers and staff of the Ulu Academy, who were temporarily hired to set up the magic barrier, the Ulu Battle Wizards had their own unique clothes. The clothes are similar to military uniforms, straight and slim, which can show the nobility of the Battle Wizard without affecting the movements during the battle. After the Ulu Battle Wizards arrived, they immediately divided into groups and used levitation to enter the battlefield through the passage opened by the Abyss Leopard. At this time, a convoy arrived at the scene. In the front were 3 side-fighting motorcycles. In the middle were several cars with the flags of the Empire and the Secret Service, and behind were more than a dozen trucks carrying war machinery. The Secret Service of the Cape District has arrived. The Empire's spies got off the car and assembled, then dispersed to occupy the surrounding high points and important roads, and completely blocked Organ Street. After the spies completed the control of the scene, Luke walked out of the car and looked at the building in front that was being violently demolished. From time to time, various beams of light were illuminated with explosions, showing that the battle inside was very fierce. Inspector, Shelley and Pisco came to Luke. Our people have taken control of this place. Do you want me to lead people in to give some support to the Ulu Battle Mage? This time, in order to eliminate the group of Abyss Mages lurking in the city of Raging Waves, the Ulu Academy has taken out the strength of a lion fighting a rabbit. We must end the battle as quickly as possible with the least loss and the least impact. Luke lit a cigarette for himself and said to his subordinates, the Ulu Battle Mage hates the Abyss Mages very much. If our people go in, they may be accidentally injured. If some abyss mages take advantage of the opportunity to escape, this encirclement and suppression will not be perfect. We will stay outside and wait for the Ulu battle mage to finish his work. Then go in and wipe out the remnants. Shelley and Pisco were a little unwilling to not be able to go in to fight. But they had to admit that the inspector was right. In such a short time, a building that looked quite solid was demolished and was shaky. If the Imperial spies with insufficient strength entered, they might be crushed to death before they could see anyone. Yes, Inspector. We promise to watch carefully, and will not let a single abyss mage escape. Well, go to work. Luke sent Shelley and Pisco away, and got into the car. It was drizzling outside the car. Qi was already inside the building. They also caught an abyss mage. With the knife against the abyss mage's neck, Qi forced him into a corner. Qi said to an abyss leopard beside him, "Leave this to me. You go somewhere else." The abyss leopard retreated and then jumped out of the room. At this time, the abyss mage thought Qi was distracted and was about to attack him. But the wall instantly froze, and froze his hands and feet firmly to the wall. Qi turned around and asked the abyss mage, "Where is the person you caught?" The blade had already separated the skin, and blood flowed down the neck. And the abyss mage answered without fear of death, "The mages serving the abyss will not be threatened by any secular forces. And I will not answer any of your questions. Do you think you are tough? Others may not be able to do anything to you. But I know how to deal with you stupid guys. The secular power cannot threaten you. But the power of the abyss can." After Qi stretched out her hand, the Book of Disaster appeared in her hand. Seeing the Book of Disaster, the eyes of the abyss mage were shining. He wanted to snatch it, but his body could not move. "Hand over the holy book. The apostle can forgive your sins and give you the power of the abyss." Qi chuckled and said, "I want to get the power of the abyss. Do I need the apostle's reward? Do you want to see the abyss?" "Yes. You can as long as you don't regret it." The Book of Disaster floated up from Qi hand, and the knife in her hand exerted force, and the wound on the neck of the abyss mage expanded. The artery was cut, but the blood did not spurt out of the wound. The bright red blood flew out of the wound, and the Book of Disaster automatically opened and the pages turned. The blood was attracted to the Book of Disaster, decomposing into strands of blood-colored light and drilling into the turning pages. The whole room immediately exuded a weird atmosphere. Although everything was in place, it gave people the feeling that there was no spatial orientation here. There was no up, down, left, right, front, and back, and no perception of one's own existence. It was as if the whole person fell into a place where nothing existed. Even if he was under the light, he felt that he was in eternal darkness. Falling, 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 falling in the silent darkness. The only sound in his ears was his heartbeat. And this heartbeat did not come from his chest. Bang, 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 bang. The abyss mage wanted to shout, but he opened his mouth wide, and no sound came out. His eyes were empty. His pupils were dilated, and his facial muscles were stiff and hideous. His body struggled hard, as if something that made him extremely afraid was approaching. Qi whispered in his ear, "Do you feel the abyss? This is the real abyss, not the apostle's abyss energy. Surrender to the abyss. Give up all resistance and struggle, and let fear swallow you. You will merge with the abyss. You will become a part of the abyss, and you will become a more powerful being than the abyss apostle." The abyss mage's struggle slowed down. He lost too much blood and couldn't do long-term strenuous exercise. It also made his mind no longer clear. Qi continued to induce, "You are only one step away from becoming the abyss. I can push you again, but you have to answer my question first." "What question?" the abyss mage said blankly. "Where is priestly Caesar? Last night, you caught him. He is in the cellar in the northeast corner." Chapter 155, The Seventh Apostle. The abyss mage's answer seemed to have exhausted his last bit of strength. The blood stopped flowing, and the flesh of the wound turned white. His head drooped, but his face showed an extremely terrifying smile. He successfully embraced the abyss, and became a part of it. Of course, it was fake. Qi did not summon the abyss. She just used the Book of Disaster to release a little influence of the abyss through blood sacrifice. And even this little influence can create such an atmosphere. What kind of scene will it be when the abyss is really opened? Players will die directly if they touch the abyss. And the image of the abyss in the game is really far from the feeling just now. What exactly is the abyss? The Book of Disaster fell into his hand. Qigong closed it with one hand, and then put it into the space backpack. Shi Zhe is in the cellar in the northeast corner. I hope he is not dead. Qigong teleported out of the room. The ice on the wall melted, and the body of the abyss mage fell down, leaving a human-shaped shadow on the wall. The battle in the building is still going on, and the abyss leopards are fearlessly charging with their own strength and speed. They are the technical crystallization of the alchemy department and the mechanical engineering department of Ulu College. As the protective force of the college, the abyss leopards are usually very docile, but when they face the enemy, they are extremely ferocious. The Ulu battle mages cooperated with each other, followed the abyss leopards, and cleared the houses in the building one by one. There are a lot of traces of abyss mages experimenting with secret arts here, and the horror scenes in some houses are even more shocking. Before this, these battle mages only heard about the various inhumane crimes of the abyss mages from Dean Wilred. But this time, they saw it with their own eyes, and realized that all their previous imaginations about the abyss mages were full of benevolent understanding. Here people are not people, but just consumables. This is a slaughterhouse. One can imagine what kind of scene the disaster caused by the abyss mages in Ulu College 100 years ago was like. It is understandable why Dean Wilred hates the abyss mages so much, and why he stopped all research on secret arts. In this operation, Dean Wilred gave a death order to kill all the abyss mages, and not accept surrender. This is what the Dean, who is always known for his kindness, said to these battle mages. The surprise attack and absolute power crushing allowed the Ulu battle mages to advance rapidly. The stunned abyss mages could hardly organize a decent resistance, and were killed on the spot. Qigong found the cellar on the northeast side. It was at the end of a corridor. The entrance was not conspicuous. Just a small door half a person's height. Outside the door lay the remains of an abyss leopard. It was cut in half, and its body was pierced by its own short spear and nailed to the ground. But it continued to support itself with its hands and tried to get up. The floor was covered with its scratches. It should be one of the first batch of abyss leopards that rushed in. Their mission is to keep rushing forward, distracting the attention of the abyss mage inside the building, and creating a gap for the Ulu battle mage to enter the battle. This batch of abyss leopards will naturally suffer a very heavy loss, but it also makes this raid very successful. I don't know where the abyss mage who attacked it is. It is very likely that he is hiding in the cellar. Qigong walked to the side of the abyss leopard, squatted down, and held its head. Your mission is completed. Stop the action. The abyss leopard looked at Qigong and stopped. When Qigong stopped the abyss leopard, he also felt the dangerous atmosphere coming out of the cellar door. The Holy Grail appeared above her head, and in the baptism of blessing, her appearance changed. Half of the armor was attached, and the ice crystal armor was attached. Various enhancement states and defensive skills were released on her body layer by layer. Patterns appeared on the exposed cheeks, and the eyes were like extremely cold ice crystals. Ice mist flowers bloomed, and ice and snow flew with them. The ice crystal armor outside Qigong's body thickened rapidly. She half-crouched outside the cellar door, drew her knife, and shot out an ice blade to smash the door, and then teleported away from the ice crystal armor. The heavy ice crystal armor was left in front of the cellar door. At the moment the door was shattered, a ball of black mist gushed out. The black mist pushed the ice crystal armor against the opposite wall, and then the black mist gathered into a ferocious beast and attacked the armor crazily. Qigong, who was hiding at the side of the door, ignored the beast summoned by the secret technique. She lowered her head and teleported in through the open door. At the same time, she saw an abyss mage hiding on the steps behind the door. Qigong's appearance was beyond the abyss mage's expectation. He just saw her wearing ice armor being pushed out by the secret technique summoned beast. The secret technique summoned beast was still attacking. How did she get in? When the abyss mage saw Qigong, he immediately held 3 mysterious props between his fingers and wanted to release the secret technique by combining hand seals and secret words. But he obviously underestimated the difference in strength between himself and Qigong. The freezing cold air covered his face, and the knife with the holy flame chopped down, splitting his body and head. Qigong put away his knife and caught 3 small mysterious items that fell from the hands of the abyss mage: bone nail, blood bead, and broken finger. Qigong used the same method to hold the mysterious items between his fingers and arranged the words of the secret art with hand seals. There was another door at the end of the downward passage. Secret words, mind manipulation in the dark. Black clouds and mist burst out and instantly filled the entire passage. Qi Kong, who was in the black mist of the secret art, was not weakened by any senses. Only the faint whispers of the soul could make people think of how the mysterious items that released the secret art were made. Qi Kong did not have too many feelings for those who died. She drew her knife and chopped the door in front of her, letting the black clouds and mist flow in. On the other side of the door, down a short iron staircase, is a very spacious basement. There are a few dim light bulbs on the wall, but the whole room is emitting a color that does not match the light. Qi Kong entered the basement under the cover of the black fog, and she saw Caesar tied to a chair. There were also the Abyss Apostle Harriman and 2 other Abyss mages. The black fog that poured in was diffused, covering the 4 people, and Harriman just waved his hand to sweep away the black fog. Without the cover, Qi Kong's figure was revealed. She wanted to rescue Caesar, but Harriman blocked Caesar behind him. "If you dare to move, I will kill him." Faced with Harriman's threat, Qi Kong had to stop. When Caesar saw that Qi Kong came to save him, he shouted, "Miss Qi Kong, don't worry about me." Before Caesar could finish shouting, an Abyss mage used a spell to seal his mouth. Qi Kong looked at Harriman and said with a relaxed expression, "You dare to stay here after being attacked by our Ulu Academy? You are very brave." Harriman nodded to Qi Kong gracefully. "Hello, Miss Qi Kong. I didn't leave because I knew you would come. And you must bring the Book of Disaster. Give it to me, and I will let you take Caesar away." Behind him, Caesar, who was tied to a chair, struggled desperately. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely depressing. The wall lamp flickered, and some strange shadows appeared on the wall. They seemed to be on the other side of the wall, trying to break through the barrier and come here. Qi Kong took out the ancient rock machete, and the holy flame attached to it produced a white glow. Then she walked towards Harriman. "Do you think I care about the life of a small person? Harriman, you had a chance to escape, but you overestimated your own strength. Today, you will die here." Harriman's eyes glowed red, and the surrounding wall shattered like glass, revealing the endless darkness behind. There were also those monsters that had long been impatient. These guys, who looked very much like the C-type, roared and pounced on the clear sky. Abyss monsters. All the Abyss Apostles directly embraced the Abyss and accepted the energy from the Abyss. These Abyss monsters were created by them using the Abyss energy and secret techniques. They were locked in a mirror space filled with Abyss energy, accepting the slavery and summons of the Abyss Apostles. At this time, Harriman connected this basement with the mirror space he created, not only allowing him to have these Abyss monsters as minions, but also creating a home field suitable for him. Harriman floated up, and the Abyss energy attached to his body to form an extremely gorgeous robe. Black flames entangled his body. A hollow voice sounded, "Lowly creature, you don't know what you are facing. I am a messenger walking in the world on behalf of the Abyss. Only by embracing the Abyss can you escape the fate of nothingness. Elf, give me the Book of Disaster." Harriman stretched out his hand to Qi Kong, and the swarming monsters had already rushed over and pounced on him. Qi Kong ignored the monsters around her, and she only had Harriman in her eyes. This Abyss Apostle has the strength of 5 stars, and kidnapped Shize, which inevitably makes people a little cautious. Push the level down to 100 first. A strong momentum burst out from Qi Kong, and even a pressure from a superior creature descended on this space. A dragon roar made the whole space turbulent, and the impact-type airflow blew away the monsters that rushed towards Qi Kong. Then a huge dragon appeared behind Qi Kong. It had a beautiful red scale armor, and each red crystal-like dragon scale was inlaid with gold edges. Tao's eye raised its head and looked down at the people below with golden eyes. Although its size was much smaller than a real dragon, its power was not weaker than that of a real dragon. It made people want to kneel down and worship. Harriman didn't expect that the elf could summon a red dragon. Yes, she had the heart of the red dragon Nirkalin. But what can you do if you summon a red dragon? Harriman waved his hand, and the monsters pushed away by the airflow merged with each other, like a wriggling tumor. And he did not ignore Qi Kong. He waved his hand again, and a piece of black flame rolled towards Qi Kong, who had already walked in front of his face. The black flames enveloped Qi Kong, and the intense corrosiveness instantly melted Qi Kong into a pool of water. Seeing the water, Harriman knew that he had been deceived. This is a mirror magic. After he turned around, the bodies of his 2 subordinates had just fallen to the ground. Qi Kong grabbed Caesar's chair and threw it behind him, then pulled out the scimitar and swung out the ice wall to protect Caesar inside. Now there are only 2 of us left. Qin Kong's smile was full of teasing. Her figure disappeared, and she appeared above Harriman again. Her body flipped, and the machete slashed down, and the brilliance of the blade enveloped Harriman completely. But this powerful and heavy blow did not hurt Harriman. The blade slashed through the middle of his body, just like cutting through a phantom. This place has been arranged as his home ground by Harriman using secret techniques. In the space filled with abyssal energy, the Abyss Apostle who has given up being a human exists in a situation between reality and illusion. Harriman, who believes he is invincible, does not defend or dodge. He waves black flames and chases the flickering figure in the clear sky. As long as he kills her, he can take back the Holy Scripture. On the other side, the giant tumor formed by the Abyss monsters attacked the Tao Tai who came to support. Countless tentacles extend out from its body to entangle the body and limbs of Tao Tai. The Tao Tai blew out dragon breath to burn the tentacles, then used its sharp claws to tear the tumor and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. However, the tumor's regeneration ability is extremely amazing. The burned and swallowed body can always regenerate at a very fast speed. The Tao Tai and the tumor competed in digestion and regeneration ability. Qin Kong was in danger of being attacked by Harriman. Large patches of black flames chased her like a thorn in the flesh, and she was almost wrapped up several times. Harriman laughed like a cat teasing a mouse. Elf, you are very strong, but in the abyss, I am invincible. You still have one last chance. Hand over the Book of Disaster and surrender to the Abyss Temple. I can recommend you to the First Apostle and let you become one of us. Harriman's attempt to persuade him to surrender was met with ridicule from Qin Kong. You are only the weakest of the 7 Abyss Apostles. If Victor were here, would you still be invincible? Harriman, your so-called strength now is only because of an environment that is favorable to you. And the environment can be changed. Qin Kong, who had teleported, turned back and rushed towards Harriman. During the impact, her figure flashed at a high frequency, and each flash left a frozen figure in the original place. Black flames followed closely behind, devouring these static images. Qin Kong was still flashing and colliding. She jumped high, leaving a string of static images in the air. She swung her machete and chopped down, leaving behind more than a dozen slashing static images. In an instant, Qin Kong's level was maxed out. Time delay, release, more than a dozen slashing static images swung their machetes at the same time, and more than a dozen blade lights were thrown out, shooting in different directions. These blade lights shot into the darkness around them, seemingly swallowed by the darkness. But there was a sound of something being chopped. The darkness quickly dissipated, revealing the 4 walls. On the walls, all the drawn mystical runes had a knife mark. The Abyss secret realm was destroyed, and Qin Kong, who was already close, used his level of 120 to go back in time and pull the panicked Harriman, like chopping a fish head on a chopping board, and chopped it down with a knife. Chapter 156 Encirclement. Harriman is dead. His head fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. He died with his eyes wide open. When he faced that slashing blow, he probably couldn't figure out how Qin Kong knew how to break the secret realm of the Abyss. The secret realm of the Abyss is the secret of the 7 Abyss Apostles, and it is a secret technique they have developed through continuous research on Abyss energy for more than 100 years. In the secret realm of the Abyss, they are not afraid of any form of attack, and can stand still and output very comfortably. In this small world, they are gods. No! Even gods will be humiliated and fall here. But Harriman would never have thought that as a boss. He had been stripped down to nothing by the players. The original Harriman was indeed an unsolvable existence, ignoring any form of attack. However, as a character officially rated as 5-star, it would definitely not be so abnormal. So after continuous attempts and in-depth analysis by the players, they finally found a way to crack it, destroying 15 mystical runes at the same time, with an interval of no more than 2 seconds, can unlock the Abyss secret realm, without the blessing of the invincible buff. Harriman is indeed a slightly stronger 5-star boss. The real Harriman is very different from the one in the game. When it is a dungeon boss, it will not appear so obviously stiff because the Abyss secret realm is broken. To defeat it, you still need some operation. Qin Kong chopped off Harriman's head cleanly, and his body fragmented, then decomposed into wisps of smoke and disappeared. In the end, only a black bead was left floating in the air, and a wisp of mist was slowly floating inside the bead. Equipment burst. Qi grabbed the black bead in his hand. The name of the bead is Seventh Apostle, which can be obtained by killing Harriman for the first time. It is an extremely rare mysterious item. Gather all the 7 apostles, and you can perform the secret technique to obtain the ultimate item, the Gate of the Abyss. Players can switch to the strongest apostle form with standard 6-star strength by passing through the Gate of the Abyss. At the same time, when the Abyss Gate is present, it will produce a large-scale negative mental power effect, greatly weakening the enemy units. Very powerful props. But it is not an easy task to collect them. Qi threw the 7th apostle into his space backpack. On the other side, the tumor that lost the energy replenishment of the Abyss finally lost its terrifying regeneration ability. The Taotai had a very good appetite. It roasted and grilled, tore and bit, and swallowed the opponent into its stomach in a moment. Looking around again, the nose was spewing smoke. The mouth was spitting fire. The momentum was exuding. And the scenery was unique. But there was no opponent in the empty room. The somewhat boring Taotai jumped up, and his body shrank rapidly in the air, and finally returned to its original form. Then after circling for a week, it left through the basement door. Qi also left here, leaving only Shize surrounded by the ice wall. His mouth was still sealed by the spell. He shouted at Qi back, but he couldn't make a sound. He could only struggle anxiously there. It seemed to say, "I'm still here?" On the street outside the small building, Luke sat in his detective's car with his right hand outside the open window. A red shadow shot up from the inside of the building. It penetrated the weak defense at the top of the protective shield, and then fell sharply. When it landed close to Luke, its wings suddenly spread and stopped at Luke's hand. The returning Taotai clung to Luke's right hand, then sank back into a tattoo. Shelley, who was guarding the car, had seen Luke release the Taotai, so he did not stop him. Instead, he asked curiously, "Inspector, what kind of thing do you have? It looks like a dragon, but it's only as big as a parrot." "This is a Taotai," Luke answered, opened the car door and walked out of the car, then said to Shelley, "Gather your people. I will lead you to encircle and suppress the Abyss Mage." Shelley looked at the small building surrounded by the Ulu mages. Although the noise inside was not as loud as at the beginning, there were still various explosions. "Inspector, didn't you say that we should wait until the Ulu battle mages solved all the Abyss mages before we go in? They are still fighting inside." Luke had already summoned the greedy red dragon spear, and first made a handsome gun flower. Then said, "Now is the right time. If it's too late, all the credit will go to the Ulu Academy. Let's go! Pisco will lead the charge, and this inspector will lead you to fight the Abyss Mage." Hearing that there was a fight, Pisco immediately took off his shirt to show off his muscular muscles, and his metal fists collided with each other, making a clanging sound, and shouted, "Brothers of the 1st Rangers of the Cage Secret Service, follow me." Pisco took the lead and walked in front, followed by the Imperial spies of the 1st Rangers. The Ulu mage who was blocked outside saw that the Secret Service was about to enter the battlefield, and immediately opened a passage for them. Inspector Meteor led the team personally, and the Imperial spies rushed into the building with great momentum, long swords in hand and howling. At the intersection not far away, Counselor Ibble had already taken his position. He stood on the built podium, surrounded by Imperial spies for protection. Behind him was the small building where the battle was fierce, and below the stage were the reporters he invited. Counselor Ibble first complained about the cruelty of the Abyss mages using blood sacrifices. During their time in the city of Raging Waves, they took the lives of many innocent citizens. In order to eliminate this group of Abyss mages and restore stability to the city of Raging Waves, I, Mrs. Michelle, Inspector Meteor, and Inspector Iskelin jointly arranged the siege of the Abyss mages. All the Abyss mages were lured to my property. Although I know that this encirclement of the Abyss mages will cause devastating damage to this property, as long as they can be killed, my personal loss is nothing. We have to thank Mrs. Michelle and Miss Qi for being able to eliminate the Abyss mages this time. Mrs. Michelle has not rested for several days to complete this operation, and Miss Qi personally rushed to the front line to eliminate the Abyss mages. The two ladies let us see the release of women's abilities. I believe that in the new era, women should no longer be vassals of men, and they should participate more in the construction and decision-making of this city. We have to thank Inspector Meteorite and Inspector Iskelin for being able to eliminate the Abyss mages this time. Without the joint investigation of the Cape District Imperial Secret Agents and the Central City Public Security Bureau, we would not have been able to find these damned abyss mages. In order to find them, the newly appointed Director Caesar of the Central City Public Security Bureau was even kidnapped by the abyss mages, and his life and death are unknown. I hope Director Caesar can be successfully rescued. What we should thank most is Ulu College. The great Ulu College and the great Dean Wilred have always been the glory of the City of Raging Waves. In the past, and in the future, at the moment when the abyss mages were surrounded and eliminated, Viscount Iskalon was entertaining Erguia, the special envoy of the Duke of Celtic, in the Palace of Sassis. It was very quiet here in the morning, but Viscount Iskalon still specially arranged an opera. Sitting in his own private box, Viscount Iskalon said to the burly Erguia while enjoying the opera, "My favorite part of the opera epic of a century is this. The princes jointly elected the Golden Shield family as the ruler of the country, ending the chaos and uniting against the outside world. From this moment on, our ancestors followed the Golden Shield royal family to conquer this vast territory. That was Celtic Eye, and I specially found a barbarian to play him. At that time, the barbarian legion led by the Duke of Celtic was loyal, good at fighting, and was the most trustworthy comrade in arms. My home has many gifts from Celtic Eye, and the Viscounts of Iskalon of all generations have treasured them as the most precious items of the family." Erguia watched the opera quietly and listened to Viscount Iskalon telling about that magnificent history. But there was an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. Just in the morning, Viscount Iskalon invited him to have breakfast at the Palace of Sassis. During the time, he also said, due to the disappearance of Director Caesar, the Elchi Kong postponed the meeting time in order to find Caesar. Erguia guessed at the time that it must have been done by those abyss mages, a group of weird and difficult to control guys. Erguia wanted to leave to find the abyss mages, but was dragged by Iskalon to watch the opera. He could not get away, and could only find an opportunity to send someone to warn the abyss mages. What Erguia didn't expect was that Iskalon invited him to watch the epic of the 100 Years. This is not an opera to be watched in this kind of occasion. It tells the history of the 100 Years' War at the beginning of the establishment of the Golden Shield Empire. The whole play is very long, and it takes several days to perform. Even if it is an excerpt, it is not an opera to watch for breakfast in the morning. Erguia didn't know what Iskalon wanted to express. He just wanted to leave. Celtic Eye is the greatest barbarian. He is even the spiritual totem of our Tadega Hills barbarians. It's just, although it's a bit disrespectful, the epic of the 100 Years is really a very boring opera. A stage can't show a real epic. In the Tadega Hills, if there are 100 barbarians watching, there will be 101 barbarians sleeping. The extra barbarian is the barbarian who plays Celtic Eye. Thank you for the morning, Viscount. I have eaten my fill. A batch of goods we purchased arrived at the port today, and there is still a lot of work waiting for me to do. Erguia stood up and wanted to leave, but Viscount Iskalon did not move. He said, "The next scene is the establishment of the Brotherhood of Blades. I suggest you finish watching it. Now the outside is being cleaned. If you go out at this time, you will get covered in dust. It is better to watch the show here. When this part is over, the outside will be cleaned up." Erguia heard the pun from Viscount Iskalon and asked, "My Lord Viscount, what do you mean?" "Nothing. We are all brothers of the Brotherhood of the Blade, and we are here to review the purpose of the Brotherhood's founding. We exist to better protect this country, not to destroy it. Sit down. If you go now, it's too late." Chapter 157 Reformists. Erguia sat back in his seat and watched the opera on the stage with Viscount Iskalon in silence. Viscount Iskalon also did not speak, and his expression seemed to be completely immersed in the magnificent history. In this epic, the family that can survive to the end is naturally infinitely beautiful, but who noticed that more families were submerged under the wheel of history. The ancestor of the Iskalon family was wise and lucky, and he chose the right team. Now, a new epic has begun. Can the Iskalon family still stand on the right track of history this time? Viscount Iskalon does not know. He only understood how naive and ridiculous he was when he pointed out the merits and demerits of historical figures in the past. If you don't stand in their position, you will never understand the courage and wisdom they need to face the unknown choices. There are losers, but no mediocre people who are qualified to leave their names in history. The incident of the Abyss Mage is over, and I must go to the Imperial capital as soon as possible. When Viscount Iskalon dragged Erguia to watch the opera, Luke rushed into the battlefield with the Imperial spies. I have to admire the ability of the extraordinary power to demolish buildings in battle. Every room is like it has been bombarded repeatedly by artillery fire. It has only been more than 10 minutes since the attack. And a good building is full of collapsed walls and broken walls. Luke thought he was in the battlefield of Syria. He couldn't even find a complete building when he went upstairs. He ordered Pisco to hold the flag and lead his men to seize the high ground so that the citizens watching could see the majestic posture of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. Other spies followed the Olu battle mage to clean up the battlefield and collect evidence of the Abyss Mage's crimes. Luke led Shelley and a dozen spies to the northeast corner cellar. The Abyss Leopard, which was cut off in the middle, was still lying there. On the downward stairs, a decapitated Abyss Mage was lying. Shelley pulled out his gun, lifted the eye mask covering his right eye, revealing the pupil of Medusa, and walked down step by step with his hands holding the gun alert. 5 Imperial spies followed Shelley into the basement. After a while, Shelley's voice came up, "Inspector, it's safe down there. Director Caesar is here, and he's seriously injured." When Luke walked into the basement with the Imperial agents who were protecting him, Shelley had already smashed the ice wall and rescued Caesar. The 2 agents helped Caesar to Luke, although the wound on his lower abdomen was sealed. The blood that had flowed before had stained his entire pants red, and he was in a very weak state. "Thank you, Inspector Meteorite. Do you know where Miss Clear Sky is? She saved me again, and I want to thank her." Luke took out a tube of potion and gave it to Caesar. "Miss Clear Sky should be leading the Ulu battle mages to clear out the last remnants of the Abyss Mages. I don't know where she is now. Drink this bottle of emergency treatment potion, and my people will send you to the hospital. Everyone is very worried about you, and everyone is very happy that you are alive. Thank you." Caesar drank the treatment potion, and his whole condition immediately improved a lot. Luke asked his men to take Caesar away for treatment. Shelley came to Luke after checking around the basement. "It smells very bloody, and there are many souls wailing. Compared with this place, my interrogation room is as clean as a swan's feather. And there is a kind of power here that makes me feel fearful. Is that the Abyss?" Luke looked at Shelley, and after looking into her Medusa's eyes, the Thunderfire eyes automatically activated and emitted an electric spark to offset a petrification attack. Shelley immediately pulled down the blindfold. "I'm sorry, Inspector. It's okay. I'm just testing my resistance to mental attacks." Luke continued, "There is a very strong Abyss energy residue here, and it is estimated that it will remain for a long time. Ordinary people with insufficient mental strength will easily go crazy if they stay here. Even if the property of Counselor Eibel is rebuilt, it is not worth much. It's a pity for such a good location." Shelley expressed great regret. Luke said, "But as an interrogation room, this is definitely a place where prisoners can speak the truth, which is much more useful than your gun. Since this place is not valuable, why don't we buy it and use it as an office of the Cape District Secret Service in the Central City?" Shelley was shocked when he heard this. "Inspector, we belong to the Cape District Secret Service Bureau. We can come to the Central City to handle cases. But setting up an office directly in the Central City, is it too disrespectful to the Central City Secret Service Bureau?" Luke smiled and said, "Our Cape District Secret Service Bureau has taken down the Abyss Mage's hideout in the Central City. Does the Central City Secret Service Bureau still have face? The Central City Secret Service Bureau has many non-staff spies, and the Secret Service bureaus in other districts also have them. You should cooperate with Kylina to contact them and ask them if they are willing to come to our Cape District Secret Service Bureau." Shelley was even more surprised when she heard that her own inspector was actually poaching people from the same level department. "Inspector, this is not a good way. It's a bit bad." Luke knew that he would definitely be scolded for doing so, but he still said, "But we are all serving the Empire. Our Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau has to work harder and must guard against the counterattack of the Abyss Temple and other potential Imperial security incidents. We can only do our best to share the worries of the same level departments. Besides, it's just setting up an office and recruiting some non-staff spies, which will not affect the work of the same level departments." Shelley felt that what his inspector said was right. The big man who can freely enter and leave the princess's bedroom must be outstanding. Since he is outstanding, he cannot be limited to the small Cape District. The inspector accepted the princess's commission to come to the City of Raging Waves to do great things. Besides, the Secret Service bureaus in various districts didn't do much before, and after their detectives were recalled to the capital to report on their work, they had even less to do. Our Secret Service Bureau in the Cape District handled such a big case in the Central District. which severely slapped the Secret Service Bureau in the face of the Central District. Is it too much to set up an office in your territory? Not too much. Is it too much to dig into your corner? Not too much. Leave this to me. You can rest assured. Detective. Luke walked out. Let's go. The battle outside should be over. The subsequent battle has just begun. Send someone to transfer Senator Virgil here. Detain him for 3 days. And then interrogate him. In addition to finding his evidence of guilt. We also need his real evidence of guilt. Yes, Inspector. Luke took Shelley out of the basement and sent spies to seal it tightly. No one was allowed to enter without his permission. The battle outside was over as Luke expected. All the Abyss mages found were eliminated. And no one was left alive. Some of the Ulu battle mages were left to deal with possible emergencies. And the rest returned to the academy. The outer defense barrier was removed. And the battlefield was handed over to the Cape District spies and some Central City sheriffs. Pisco stood at the highest point holding the Secret Service's one-leaf flag. The magic painter invited by Counselor Eibel captured this scene. And the encirclement and suppression of the Abyss mages ended perfectly. It also brought great shock to the whole city of Raging Waves. Especially after the newspaper under Counselor Eibel printed many magic portraits in the newspaper at a loss. Citizens could see the whole process of the attack through those magic dynamic paintings as if they were there in person. In this relatively peaceful period, the citizens of Raging Waves City had never seen such a large-scale magic battle. You can see the Ulu wizard setting up a large-scale magic barrier. You can see the high-end alchemical puppets such as the Abyss leopard fighting. You can see the Ulu battle wizard reappearing 100 years later. You can see the meteorite inspector leading the Imperial spies, rushing into the dangerous battlefield under magic and explosions. After the victory, we can see the flag flying. And Counselor Eibel went to the front line of the encirclement and suppression of the Abyss mage despite the danger, and gave a long speech. The public opinion machine started again. All newspapers in Fury City reported the joint action of the Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau, the Central District Security Bureau, and the Ulu College in a long article for several days. Various evidences of crimes were made public in an orderly manner, and those outrageous truths aroused great public indignation after being announced. Inspector Meteor, Counselor Eibel, Lady Michelle, Viscount Isklin, Elf Clear Sky, Director Caesar. One by one, their names became widely praised city heroes. This caught the inherent forces of the city of Raging Waves off guard. They regrouped because of the arrival of Yamantine, and wanted to fight back to rescue Virgil, and kick out those who destroyed the system of the city of Raging Waves. As a result, this group of people surrounded the Abyss mage so quickly, and in front of so many citizens, just like a live stage play. Now everyone in this group of troublemakers is in the limelight, and is a star praised by all the citizens of the city of Raging Waves. Anyone who dares to cause trouble to them at this time is equivalent to standing on the opposite side of the city of Raging Waves. Damn it! Only we can represent the city of Raging Waves. The group of troublemakers? After hearing the name given to them by the new nobles in the city of Raging Waves from Kylena, Luke couldn't help but laugh. This name is too low level. I think we are more reformists. Don't the new nobles claim to have brought new ideas to the Empire? We are newer than them. Send someone to inform Counselor Eibel, Lady Michelle, and Viscount Iskalin that our group will be called the Reformists from now on. And we also need a group charter. Luke believes that after the incident of exterminating the Abyss Mage, their group has already gained influence and strength, and has emerged as an independent faction in the city system of Raging Wave City. With a faction charter, members can be recruited to expand the scale. When conditions are ripe, Viscount Iskalin will naturally enter the parliament as the head of the city's security department. With a seat in the establishment, capital, and technology factions, the reformists share the same ideas with them, but are also independent, a very stable pattern. What we need to do now is to deal with Yomington. While Luke was giving orders and thinking about the follow-up actions, Kalina said, Inspector, this morning, Viscount Iskalin suspended his work in the security department of the Government Affairs Office and went to the Imperial Capital. Why is he going to the Imperial Capital at this time? Luke was a little puzzled by Iskalin's sudden action. The messenger sent by the Viscount didn't say anything. Just let you rest assured, Inspector. He will be back soon. Luke didn't know what Viscount Iskalin was going to do in the Imperial Capital, so he could only wait and see. The side of Nuteo's city was still moving forward step by step. I know. Yomington has come to us these days? He comes every day. He will come tomorrow and tell me that I have time and can see him. Yes, Inspector. Luke asked again, where is Sandpaper now? She is in the mechanical maintenance room of the Bureau. She ordered a lot of parts in the name of the Secret Service to modify the boiling, some of which are very expensive. Luke didn't expect that Sandpaper, at such a young age, had learned to use public funds for personal use. There is a future. I know. In the future, if Sandpaper wants something, we will try our best to satisfy her within our ability. Is Hongyun with her? They have been together these days. I'll go see them. In the mechanical maintenance room of the Secret Service Bureau in the Cape District, a large number of machines waiting to be repaired and inspected are piled together, and more than a dozen mechanics are divided into several groups to work. In a corner of the maintenance room, there are many limbs and parts of the Abyss Leopard, and two little girls squatted there to pick and choose. In the battle to siege the Abyss Mage, the first wave of Abyss Leopards suffered heavy losses. After Luke led the team into the battlefield, he took advantage of the chaos to hide a lot of Abyss Leopard wreckage before recovering the damaged Abyss Leopard at the Ulu Academy. Later, when cleaning up the ruins, some more were dug up sporadically, and then all were sent to the mechanical maintenance room of the Bureau. Let Sandpaper see if he can DIY some complete Abyss Leopards. If he can reversely study and get the manufacturing technology of the Abyss Leopard, it will be even more perfect. The basic strength of the Abyss Leopard is 3 stars, and it is a very powerful and technically mature alchemical puppet. The strength evaluation of the characters in the epic game is: the strength level that ordinary people can achieve through regular training is 1 star. Ordinary people obtain simple extraordinary strength, and the strength is 2 stars. Extraordinary strength reaches the elite level, and the strength is 3 stars. Extraordinary strength reaches the boss level, and the strength is 4 stars. The characters with the first 4-star ratings are common in the epic world, and even characters with 4-star strength are not rare. The number of characters with a strength rating of 5 stars has suddenly decreased, and they are all the top existences in their respective fields. 6 stars is the strength ceiling of the existing versions of the epic game, and no more than 10 6-star characters have been discovered by players. Luke was very envious of the Abyss Leopards that were created to be elite combat power. You should know that among the 3,000 people in the entire Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau, there are only more than 40 spies with a strength of 3 stars. And the Ulu Academy can easily send out 40 Abyss Leopards to charge. All elites charge. The effect is outstanding. And even if it is damaged in battle, as long as the core components are still functional, it can be repaired as before. It is really the best assaulter for robbery. Chapter 158 Agatha. When Luke came to the mechanical maintenance room, Sandpaper and Falcon were discussing the gender of the assembled Abyss Leopard in front of a pile of parts. Sandpaper turned the wrench in his hand and said, "It's a pity that these parts are only enough to assemble one Abyss Leopard. If we can assemble 2, we can make them male and female respectively. But now we have to choose one. Do you have any suggestions?" "Hanny?" Falcon still looked so cold. She was wearing a small swordsman's uniform, white tights, a rapier in her waist, and a pair of deerskin boots on her feet. In response to Sandpaper's question, she said, "Call me Falcon." "Okay, Falcon. But in my heart, you are Hanny. Now tell me your opinion, and then I can start working." Falcon crossed his arms and thought seriously. These Abyss Leopards are alchemical puppets. They have no gender. You can just assemble it. Why think so much? Sandpaper whispered to Falcon mysteriously. "I used to think that alchemical puppets had no gender. But since I fixed Boiling, I know they do. Boiling is a shy little boy, just 3 years old. I am his eldest sister now, and you are his second sister." Falcon looked at the war machine Boiling fixed in the corner bracket and said, "What does this have to do with the Abyss Leopard? Boiling is a mechanical creature, and these are just a bunch of machines." Sandpaper disagreed and said, "Boiling was also a machine before it became a mechanical creature. How do we know that the Abyss Leopard we assembled will not become a mechanical creature in the future? As their sister and family, we must take good care of them from the beginning. Boys must be handsome, and girls must be beautiful." Red Falcon shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter. Boys and girls are fine. Hurry up and assemble them." "How can this be casual?" Sandpaper turned around and saw Luke standing beside him, and asked, "Does the detective have any suggestions?" Luke knew that Sandpaper wanted to make up for his mistakes, and wanted to awaken Red Falcon's memory through family affection. He replied, "When mechanical creatures awaken, they have their own understanding of their gender. We don't need to define them too early. Give them a chance to choose. Time will reveal the truth." Luke recognized the Abyss Leopard on the workbench. The one that was nailed to the ground by a short spear at the entrance of the cellar. Its lower body was broken. And in addition to the puncture wound, there were several other damages on the torso. Sandpaper said, "Inspector, what you said makes sense. I have decided that this Abyss Leopard is a little girl. She must have big eyes, long eyelashes, and a beautiful dress." Luke reluctantly stopped Sandpaper from talking about her dressing plan and asked, "Can this Abyss Leopard be assembled?" "Of course. The main structure of this Abyss Leopard is intact, and the internal damage is not serious. If we repair what needs to be repaired and replace what needs to be replaced, she will be able to run in 3 days. Can we reverse engineer the technology to manufacture the Abyss Leopard from it?" Sandpaper said with difficulty, "This is difficult. Unless the Ulu Institute gives me a complete set of Abyss Leopard design drawings. I have the design drawings of the Abyss Leopard. And I need you to reverse engineer it for me? Children are children. And we can't have too high expectations for Sandpaper. It's better to let Qigong find a way to get the design drawings. Besides, even if there are design drawings, the Abyss Leopard is an alchemical machine with high-level technical content. And it is not something that can be manufactured in the mechanical maintenance room of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. There is a long way to go. Falcon, I have done some research on your life experience these days." Luke turned to Falcon and said, "Your biological parents are poor farmers. They sold you to a passing magician for 3,000 Reichsmarks. If you want to find them, I can bring them to meet you." "No." Falcon, who was cool just now, immediately panicked. "I don't have any impression of them. I don't know how to face them. I don't know how to face my adoptive father. What I know these days is too terrible." Sandpaper grabbed Falcon's hand. "Don't be afraid. You have me." Luke could see that Sandpaper had gained Falcon's trust, and Falcon's loyalty to Yomington was wavering. It's just that the brain transformation device has too much suppression on her memory, making it difficult for her to remember the past. If you want to completely get rid of Yomington, you still need some technical means. Luke said to Sandpaper, "The elf Qigong is a magic professor at Ulu College. If she is willing to help, you can take the Red Kestrel to Ulu College for examination. I can help you contact Mrs. Michelle to see if Miss Qigong is willing to help." Sandpaper said with bright eyes, "I know how to contact Miss Qigong." "Well, you can contact the elf Qigong directly, which is more convenient than me looking for Mrs. Michelle. Now I have nothing to do, so I will help you assemble this Abyss Leopard. If you need any accessories, you can tell me directly, and I will help you order them." Luke started to assemble the Abyss Leopard with Sandpaper. After all, Red Falcon still had the mentality of a child. Although he looked cold on the surface, he was very interested in this kind of handicraft. While working and chatting, Luke learned more about these combat girls from Red Falcon. There was not much deviation from the information in his hand, including Red Falcon. There were a total of 3 combat girls controlled by Yomington. They all received psychological counseling and training under the sponsorship of a foundation called the Cross Foundation. The mission was to protect important people and assassinate. On the surface, the Cross Foundation was a charity founded by the new nobles. Its surface work was to adopt orphans, invest in medical care, help poor families, and do everything related to charity. In fact, the new nobles want to gain more power and secretly fight against the royal power and the organization of the Blade Brotherhood. The Cross Foundation is more deceptive under the guise of charity. It frequently holds charity fundraising receptions in various places to win over gentry and wealthy businessmen, and directly or indirectly establishes various non-profit service organizations to expand its influence. The group of combat girls, Hongshun, is an important investment project of the Cross Foundation. It attempts to obtain the technology of mass production of such powerful combat power through research. You must know that after training, the 3 girls, Hongshun and others, all showed 4-star combat power. If they can be mass-produced, they will surely enable the new nobles to quickly master a powerful force. It's just that Professor Greyfarley died, and this technology disappeared with his death. It's a pity that Professor Greyfarley only wanted to study the eternal life secrets at that time. If he focused on the development of the Battle Girl, it is estimated that his power would be no less than that of the Abyss Temple. In short, the Red Falcon is very important to Yomington. Yomington lost her inexplicably, and there was no way to explain to the Cross Foundation. Luke helped in the mechanical maintenance room for a day, and the repair progress of the Abyss Leopard was 70%. After confirming that the Red Falcon had no intention of returning to Yomington in the near future, He had greater confidence in dealing with Wilmington, imperial capital, St. Louis City. After nightfall, Viscount Iskelin, who arrived by private airship, went to the palace to meet the emperor overnight. Led by the palace eunuch, he arrived at the waiting room to wait for the emperor's summons. Viscount Iskelin put the briefcase he brought with him on the table, drank the tea brought by the maid, and thought about how to respond later. The waiting room is not large, but the decoration still shows the royal style. The walls are paved with marble tiles, and the magical golden decorations are shining. There is also a bookcase next to the wall, which is full of famous books and newspapers that are changed every day. Viscount Iskelin didn't know when he would be summoned, so he asked the maid on duty here to bring him newspapers to find out what happened in the imperial capital recently. Before Viscount Iskelin finished reading a page, someone outside the door responded, "Hello, Princess. Viscount Iskelin is inside." As the door opened, Viscount Iskelin immediately stood up, straightened the wrinkles on his clothes, and walked quickly to the door to greet him. He bowed to the woman who came in. "Your Highness, Iskelin of Raging Waves City greets you." "Your Excellency." "There is no need to be polite." Agatha's voice was irresistible. She walked quickly past Viscount Iskelin, sat down on a chair, and said, "Please sit down. My father will summon you at any time, and I have many questions for you to answer." The attendant who came with Agatha brought a chair for Iskelin. "Yes, Your Highness." After sitting down, Viscount Iskelin looked up at Agatha. "Your question must be related to the recent events in Raging Waves City. I think Inspector Meteor has sent a detailed report." Agatha almost concentrated the excellent genes of the royal families of all generations on herself, and was recognized as the most beautiful princess of the Golden Shield royal family. In Iskelin's eyes, the only one who could compete with Agatha in beauty was the elf Qi-Kong. Equally impeccable, equally unattainable, Agatha had very beautiful and noble golden hair, with a princess bun and a princess crown. She habitually raised her chin, which made her neck look long, and a string of white pearl necklace could only be an embellishment to her smooth skin. Her expression was full of confidence and control over everything, but only she knew that what had happened and was happening in Nuteo City these days made her confused. Everyone in the palace believed that she had led the changes in Nuteo City and had inserted a nail into it. This brought her many political enemies, especially the new aristocratic forces headed by the cabinet chief, who had said a lot of bad things in the palace. The two brothers also distanced themselves from her, and the father. All Agatha could do was not to express any opinion, neither admit nor deny. Now Agatha also wanted to know what happened in Raging Waves City. So when she learned that Viscount Iskelin had suddenly arrived in St. Louis City, she immediately came to the palace to meet with the person involved. Inspector Meteorite sends the work report of the Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District every day. He did a very good job, which exceeded my expectations. But I think the report of the Secret Intelligence Bureau is still objective and one-sided. As a personal participant in this series of events, I would like to hear your opinion. And your opinion of Inspector Meteorite. While Agatha was talking, she saw the briefcase on the table next to her. She put her hand on it, as if she was feeling the material of the bag. Viscount Iskelin then realized that he had forgotten to take the briefcase in his hand because of his panic. Facing Agatha's question, he had to answer first, regarding the evaluation of Inspector Meteorite. "I can only admire your ability to identify and employ people. Inspector Meteorite is an invincible sword. In your hands, this sword has cut an irreparable crack in the city of Raging Waves. If you put him in the city of Raging Waves, I have no doubt that he will dedicate the entire city of Raging Waves to you in a few years. Then you can call him back to St. Louis City." Agatha stopped Iskelin from trying to test her in time. "Viscount, I don't have any hope for things that don't belong to me. Please continue to answer my questions. You can also tell me briefly what happened in Raging Waves City from your perspective." "Yes, Your Highness." Viscount Iskelin briefly told Agatha what he knew and could say. "Finally," he said, "this is the current situation. Congressman Eibel was forced to break with the Parliament because of the missing gold, and he could only serve you. I don't know why Mrs. Michel served you. Maybe she saw that you wanted to rectify the city of Raging Waves, and wanted to take the opportunity to gain more say and influence. If I could enter the Council of Raging Waves, with the Inspector of Meteor as a fulcrum, some of the court's policies can be implemented in Raging Waves." Agatha looked at Iskelin and said with a smile, "I have received the gift sent by Councillor Eibel and Mrs. Michel. What is your choice?" Agatha opened the buckle of the briefcase. and there was a very thick document inside. But she did not take it out to read it, but looked at Iskelin with deep meaning. The sense of oppression in her eyes made Iskelin very nervous. Your Highness, I have no intention of betraying the Brotherhood of Blades. Although the Brotherhood has various problems, its original intention was to protect this country and supervise the exercise of power by the Golden Shield royal family. I know that any person in power hopes that the power in his hands is unlimited. But the royal family cannot but admit that it is precisely because of the existence of the Brotherhood that the Empire has been so stable. The royal family needs a powerful supervisor, which may limit the performance of wise monarchs. But it can prevent ordinary monarchs from doing foolish things casually. Your Highness, you are so smart that you should be able to see through the role of the Brotherhood. Viscount Iskelin has put forward his own conditions, and the rest depends on whether Agatha accepts them. My father and I have discussed the contribution of the Blade Brotherhood to the Empire more than once. The struggle between the royal family and the Brotherhood has limited the upper limit of the Empire's decision-making, but raised the lower limit of the Empire's decision-making. A Brotherhood that dares to draw swords in the palace forces every emperor to take his seat seriously. What the Empire needs is continuity, not temporary glory. The Brotherhood of the Blade has always done very well, but the times are changing. Under the impact of the new aristocratic forces, can the Brotherhood of the Blade still maintain its original intention? Chapter 159. Did you see it? Iskelin found it difficult to answer Agatha's question. In the past, the Blade Brotherhood and the Golden Shield royal family were simple one-on-one, and both sides could always find a balance that everyone was uncomfortable with but could accept. But now a new noble force has been added, and the difficulty of the three-party game is not as simple as adding one. Especially the new nobles have emerged, and their momentum is strong and their edge is exposed. Under the pressure of the royal power and the new nobles, the mentality of some people in the Blade Brotherhood, which has been losing power step by step, has changed greatly, and internal divisions have become increasingly serious. A sense of crisis can easily lead people to extremes. The alliance between the Celtic Duke and the Abyss Temple will sooner or later cause big problems. Alas, Viscount Iskelin sighed. Yes, the times are different. Perhaps the Blade Brotherhood has completed the duties given to it by its ancestors. Your Highness, do you want to know what is in that bag? Agatha said. I can guess without looking. Is it evidence of the smuggling group of officials and businessmen in the city of Raging Waves? I know that nothing can be hidden from your Highness. These are indeed the evidence of smuggling by officials and businessmen in the city of Raging Waves that I have collected. And they are just the tip of the iceberg. If your Majesty is willing to investigate these evidences in depth, the tax revenue of the city of Raging Waves can at least increase fivefold or even more. Agatha buckled the bag again and said, at least 50% of the officials in the palace should be arrested, including many members of the royal family. This is not a big case you can bring up. My father knows how it will bring turmoil to the Empire. You should know this too. But you still come with these evidences. What do you want to do? When Viscount Iskelin was about to answer, the eunuch came to inform him. His Majesty summoned. The Viscount stood up and said to Agatha, that's not important anymore. Can I ask you to go to see His Majesty together? Agatha stood up and replied, yes. If the tax revenue of Raging Wave City can be doubled instead of 5 times, it will be a very considerable wealth for the Empire. On the way, you can continue to talk about Inspector Meteorite. I want to hear the evaluation of him by all parties in Raging Wave City. Yes, Your Highness. Please. The next day, Raging Wave City. Yomington arrived at the Cape District Secret Service Bureau on time. And this time, he met the Meteorite Inspector who was about to go out as he wished. Meteorite Inspector. Luke walked past Yomington and said, let's go. Let's go see Virgil together. Yomington did not show any emotion because of Luke's rudeness. He followed him out of the gate and got on the Secret Service Inspector's special car. When the motorcade started, he asked Luke, who was sitting next to him, why didn't the little girl named Sandpaper, who I met at the Sissis Palace last time, come with us? Luke knew that he was testing Red Falcon. So he answered, Sandpaper is just an ordinary mechanical repairman here. Last time we encircled and suppressed the Abyss Mage. All the war machines needed to be overhauled, and the mechanical repair room was very busy. Yomington continued to ask, that girl is very strong, and it is a waste of talent to be a mechanical repairman. If you are willing to let her come to work for me and serve the Prime Minister, I promise to give you a very generous reward. Ha ha ha. Luke laughed and said, you are looking for Red Falcon. To tell you the truth, she is in my hands. and I have helped her recover some of her memories. I know what your Cross Foundation did to these girls. Apart from having a good reputation, what you do is not much different from the Abyss Temple. The evidence I have now is enough to ruin your reputation. Yomington did not expect Luke to admit it so easily. He threatened, I don't understand some of your words. I demand that you hand over the Red Falcon to me immediately. I am her legal guardian. I reserve the right to sue you for kidnapping and many other crimes. Then sue me, whether it is in the Nuteo City Court or the Supreme Court of the Empire. I will accompany you. I have a car of information to play with you. It depends on whether you dare to play with me. Of course, Yomington did not dare to make a big deal about this matter, especially since he was not sure how much evidence the Secret Service had. The girls like Han Shun are too young. Once they are exposed, it will be a storm that is difficult to resolve. He could not imagine that someone could quietly kidnap Han Shun under heavy protection. And the sandpaper is obviously the girl who killed Professor Gray Farley. She is also a survivor of the Eternal Life secret technique and a very special existence. The three rescue girls all showed a sense of dependence on her. This is a subconscious that the brain transformation device cannot suppress. You have already caused a lot of trouble for Her Royal Highness the Princess in Raging Wave City. If you don't hand over Han Shun and sandpaper to me, you will cause Her Royal Highness even more trouble. Yomington changed the direction of his threat. Luke sneered, Don't you think it's funny when you say this? I really want to see what trouble you can cause to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Yomington, I'm kindly reminding you. Think about how to leave the city of Raging Waves alive first. Are you threatening the life of a senior Imperial official? I'm making it clear. I'm reminding you. We're here. Let's go see Senator Virgil together. And I'm looking forward to what he can say to us. The convoy stopped at number 102 Oregon Street. A ward left a beautiful small building in ruins. Even after days of cleaning, piles of broken bricks and stones, and various furniture fragments can still be seen everywhere. The Cape District Secret Service has bought the ownership of this land from Senator Eibel at a very low price. The Imperial spies moved in, and used several relatively intact rooms as offices. The cellar in the northeast corner has been transformed into a dungeon. Passing through the ruins, Luke took Yomington into the heavily guarded dungeon. Inside the dungeon were cells separated by fine steel fences, and Senator Virgil was imprisoned in the middle. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Yomington noticed the abnormal atmosphere inside. The extreme depression, and the fear that made people jump. This is not a cell at all. It is a mental mill. It can grind down people's mental defenses bit by bit, grab the most fragile nerves, and cruelly crush them. Yomington could already imagine what Virgil looked like at the moment. But when he saw Virgil, he found that his imagination was too optimistic. You can't treat an Imperial noble so cruelly. I ask you to release Virgil immediately. I want to take him back to the Imperial capital. He has the right to enjoy the treatment that matches his status. The Supreme Court of the Empire has accepted this case. This is the order letter from the Chief Justice. Inspector Meteorite, let him go. Yomington went to the Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District every day these days, and asked to see Virgil, just to prepare to use the killer to bring him out immediately after seeing him. The order letter from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Empire was displayed in front of Luke. Unless there was an order from the Emperor of the Empire, he must release him. As long as Virgil is rescued, all charges against him can be eliminated, and then the counterattack will come. According to the normal process, it is indeed the case. But unfortunately, Yomington is facing a fake detective. Luke took the order letter from the Chief Justice. Read it once, and let Tautai burn it with fire. The scene was very quiet for a while. Luke said, Lord Yomington, where is the order letter from the Chief Justice? Take it out, and show it to me. As long as it is real, I will release him immediately. Yomington looked at his empty hands, and the falling ash, dumbfounded. He has been an official all his life, and he has never seen such a bold person. You dare to burn the order letter from the Chief Justice. Luke crushed the large piece of paper, ash that fell on the ground, and said, Lord Yomington, please don't slander an upright senior Imperial agent at will. When did I burn the order letter of the Grand Chancellor? How dare I burn the order letter of the Grand Chancellor? Yomington didn't expect Luke to be so shameless. He pointed at the Imperial spies who came in with him, and said angrily, They all saw it. Luke asked the spies, What did you see? These spies were temporary workers recruited at the docks. They shook their heads and said, We didn't see anything. I clearly burned a piece of paper. Yes, the inspector burned a piece of paper. Luke asked again, if we go to the Supreme Court of the Empire to testify, what will you say? The spies said, we can't read. We really can't read. Yomington never expected that a dignified Imperial spy would dare to give false testimony in such a matter. He pointed angrily at the followers who came with him and said, my people saw me give you the order letter of the Grand Chancellor. And you burned it. Luke sneered, you said they are your people. How can they testify in court? You. Yomington was so angry that his face turned red. I will definitely sue you. And the Supreme Court of the Empire will definitely make a fair judgment. We will talk about this after you can leave the city of raging waves alive. Luke said to Yomington with contempt, I am going to interrogate Virgil now. Are you going back to find the order letter from the Chief Justice? Or are you here to listen? Yomington calmed down instantly. Would a person who dared to burn the order letter from the Chief Justice dare to kill a senior official of the Empire? Even if he was the staff of the Prime Minister of the Imperial Cabinet. Even if he was a noble of his own empire. Look at Virgil, who was already crazy in the prison. Look at the ashes on the ground. What can't this meteorite detective do? He has the ability to silently kidnap the Red Falcon. And he also has the ability to silently assassinate himself. He even killed his group of people directly in this prison. He is so fearless. He must have the support of the eldest princess. The action on behalf of the princess in Nuteo's city is very resolute. No matter what obstacles there are. This nail must be nailed here. And the reason why the princess did this? Was it her idea or His Majesty's idea? It has to be admitted that many things done by Nuteo's city are very excessive. The trade volume has been increasing year by year. But the tax revenue has remained unchanged for many years. The Prime Minister also knows that doing so will definitely touch the limit of His Majesty's patience. But there are too many mouths eating on this plate. If you want to pay more taxes, you will inevitably affect the interests of many people. If the interests of these people are affected, the position of the Prime Minister will be unstable. Chapter 160 Exchange. It's coming with such a fierce force. If you are not careful, you may not be able to leave the city of raging waves, facing the big hands that manipulate the meteorite inspector behind him. Yomington can only suppress his temper. First see what Virgil is like now, and then find a way to rescue him through other means. The Imperial spy on the side opened the prison, and a group of people walked in. Senator Virgil curled up in a corner, his head buried between his knees. His hair was messy like a bird's nest, and he exuded a foul smell. He ignored the people who entered the prison, and neurotically muttered there, I am guilty. I am guilty. I am guilty. Yomington immediately walked over, hugged Virgil's shoulders and said with concern, Virgil, look who I am. I am Yomington. And Prime Minister Gabriel sent me to see you. We all believe that you are innocent, and we will rescue you. Virgil raised his head and looked at Yomington with a dull look. No, I am not innocent. I am guilty. I lied, cheated, and stole. I am an unforgivable criminal. Yomington could see that Virgil had become insane due to the influence of the mental mill here. His mental barrier was collapsing. If he was allowed to stay here, he would be a useless person even if he was rescued. Senator Virgil, you must be strong and concentrate your will to resist the mental illusion. Remember, you are an upright imperial noble. The Prime Minister thinks highly of you, and he will not give up on you. You must persevere. Prime Minister. Virgil's eyes were focused and a little bit brighter. He said, please tell Lord Gabriel that I know who stole the gold. It was him. Virgil pointed at Luke and said angrily, it was him and Ibel who stole the gold. Luke standing aside smiled and said, who did Ibel and I steal the gold for? Yomington realized that something was wrong and was about to stop him. But Virgil had already said, it was for the Prime Minister. Lord Yomington, the 9 tons of gold were stolen by him and Ibel. And they also falsely accused me of stealing it. Yomington immediately distanced himself from Virgil and said sternly, Virgil, you are crazy. Don't talk nonsense. Virgil pulled Yomington's arm. Please, take me out now. I can't stay here any longer. It's endless darkness here. Please, take me away. Luke said, I have a lot of questions to ask you. After you answer them, I will let you go with Lord Yomington. Okay. No. Yomington hurriedly stopped. Congressman Virgil is now unconscious, and anything he says has no legal effect and cannot be used as evidence to accuse anyone. Inspector Meteor, the congressman is in urgent need of treatment. If he is really crazy, it will not do you any good. Please stop. Please respect an imperial lord. Yomington used magic to make Virgil fall asleep, and then stopped Luke from interrogating him. According to Virgil's current state, he will definitely say a lot of things that he cannot bear. If he can, he wants to kill Virgil now. This prison is too weird. Luke sneered. The court needs evidence. Our Secret Service only recognizes facts. And I hope you and the Prime Minister can see the facts clearly, even if I don't ask. In a few days, Congressman Virgil will tell everything he knows. There are some things that I can pretend not to know if I didn't hear them. If I heard them, I must take action. This is my duty as an Imperial spy and a personal soldier of His Majesty. You can take Virgil away this time, but you must show enough sincerity. Yomington didn't expect that Inspector Meteorite would be willing to hand Virgil over to him after burning the order letter from the Chief Justice. Of course, the price of the exchange is definitely not what he had prepared before. What do you want? Luke looked at Virgil, who had fallen asleep, and said, You can't decide what I want. Even if I ask you to promise something, it is a lie that can be torn up at any time. After thinking about it, asking for money is the most practical. 20,000 gold coupons should not be too difficult for you. When I see the money, you can take the person away. Yomington's expression froze. This meteorite inspector really doesn't play by the rules. I just anticipated at least 10 harsh requests he would make in a short time, and thought about how to deal with him. But I never expected that this person would openly ask for money. Is it that simple? Is it that straightforward? Is it that easy? Inspector, are you serious about this request? Luke smiled and said, Not really. If you think it's not serious enough, I can seriously consider changing my request. No. Yomington realized that his question just now was very unprofessional, and he immediately said, I will send someone to prepare the money immediately, and it will be delivered here before nightfall today. No receipt. No receipt is needed. I just take Congressman Virgil away. The title of congressman can be removed. Yes, in his current state, he is indeed not suitable to be a congressman anymore. Very good. We will wait here. Hand over the money in one hand, and the person in the other hand. Thank you, Inspector. Ha ha ha. You can consider your price now. It was not difficult for Yomington to raise 20,000 gold coupons in the city of Raging Waves. The money was delivered before dark, and Luke released Virgil without hesitation. There was no point in keeping him anyway. His current state, and the words he said, doomed his career to an end. Yomington could not put him back in an important position, and not letting him be shot in the back and commit suicide was the most he could do. Luke did not want to be remembered by Yomington because of imprisoning Virgil. After showing his tough attitude at the right time, he retreated from the front line to the second line, with Lady Michelle, Councillor Eibel, and Viscount Iskelin. There was no need for him to charge in the front. The two commanders should leave some space for each other, so that they can advance and retreat with reason. Besides, 20,000 gold coupons. Isn't it just to make money that I am the inspector in Nuteo City? Can I really love what I do? Do tax inspections and investigate corrupt officials for the Emperor of the Empire? Stick to your original intention, and don't put the cart before the horse. Holding the bag containing 20,000 gold coupons, I happily returned to the dormitory. Luke didn't perform the rotation of the present and the future secret immediately. He didn't figure out what the bird egg he got from the secret last time was. It's better to use this secret with caution in the future. What if he summons something that Qi Kong can't beat? Wouldn't it be a pitfall for him? And there is a party tonight. Qi Kong needs to attend. The city of Raging Waves fell into darkness. After sending Virgil to the hospital and sending someone to take close care of him, Yomington returned to his residence. Under the lamp, he spread a piece of paper on the table and picked up a pen to write a letter to the Prime Minister Gabriel. This direct confrontation with the meteorite inspector left him with an extremely deep impression. This is a very difficult guy. I can't predict what he will do next. All the rules are broken in front of him. He is not a traditional imperial official, nor is he the spy I knew before. I can understand why the city of Raging Waves has changed so much in such a short period of time. They are facing an opponent whose behavior is unpredictable, and he has the full support of the eldest princess and even His Majesty. He is definitely not a detective. A detective would not be so trusted by the princess, nor would he be so bold. He must be the princess' most trusted confidant, with a special identity. I hope you can find out the true identity of the meteorite in the imperial capital. In addition, be prepared to give up some people and interests, including me. After writing the letter, Yomington put it in an envelope, sealed it with special wax, and printed his magic seal on it. He asked his men to deliver it to St. Louis City as quickly as possible. Then Yomington opened the drawer and took out a wooden pipe. He had quit smoking for a long time, but he still had the habit of carrying this favorite pipe with him, as well as the tobacco bag, and occasionally took it out to smell the tobacco inside. This time he poured some tobacco into his pipe, lit it, and started smoking. In the smoke, he felt as if he was back in the prison. It was not Virgil who was curled up in the corner, but himself. There was endless darkness and fear everywhere. Yomington exhaled another puff of smoke. Outside the window, the moon rose high and the street lights illuminated the streets. There were many carriages and cars on the road. The rich people who had been hiding at home because of the clear sky and the abyss mage were eager to start their long-lost nightlife after the crisis was resolved.